After helping Pamela successfully ascend to the upper realm where she would become Alohi's first protege, Kevin returned to the real world to continue his hunt for more potential gatekeepers, and to juggle his many duties to wife Lily, their soon-to-be family, and to the empire he was expanding with his production of the Cleopatra film in Egypt. Each facet of Kevin's life demanded much of his energies and attention, but after his visit to Marinhor's tomb, as the Night King's words rang in his ears, he had become convinced that his priority had to be finding Alohi's successor, before Lily, his family, and all of the Foundation would fall into danger should the upper realm collapse. Now, amid the familiar and welcoming smells of a classic blue-collar coffee shop, Kevin sat down with Brett to debrief on the Myriad's leader's latest bit of intelligence. Brett was eager to hear about Kevin's recent journey to the upper realm, curious to find out if Pamela the Fighting Prodigy had taken well to the otherworldly environment, and anxious about Kevin's grail to prevent the pinnacle from again rising. A grail that Kevin and Brett had fought together since the beginning of their friendship, but he also knew that Kevin needed the calm conversation of a good friend now. Kevin's energies and attentions were already being stretched beyond that of most mortal men. "How'd it go in the upper realm?" Brett asked as he sipped a warm cup of black coffee. "How did Pamela handle the change?" "Fine, and fine," Kevin replied simply. Concern etched across his face. "Alohi is getting weaker and weaker," Kevin admitted, voicing the worry that lingered in the back of his mind. "We need to act fast to ensure that balance is maintained and the path to the upper realm remains open. Pamela was a good start, but we have to be diligent and focused." As Brett absorbed the gravity of Kevin's words, he shifted the conversation to a more immediate concern. "In that case, let's get right to it." Brett knew that Kevin was not one for chit-chat, and it was a relief to him to be able to plow ahead with what he'd recently learned in his mission to track down the 7 gatekeeper candidates. Brett took out a file folder and slid it over to Kevin. Kevin leafed through the information as Brett explained. "We've identified another potential candidate for the Keeper, residing somewhere in Akron." "Akron, Ohio," Kevin pondered aloud. "That's interesting. What's the candidate's skill?" "Kid's a gamer," Brett replied. "Which on the surface seems trite, but what this kid can do on a gaming battlefield is unparalleled. He's got the top 10 high scores in a game called Missile Command played by millions of kids a day from all over the world every day. In addition to their gaming prowess, this kid also seems to be a next-level hacker. We had a hard time tracking his IP address, but with the help of Zara, the tech wizard from your Williams & Williams Pharmaceuticals lab, we were able to crack it. The kid's name is Iffy Knowles, but there's a problem." "What?" Kevin asked as he looked up from his file folder. Brett grimaced as he passed Kevin a photo ID. "He's already 19 years old." Kevin looked over the license. The kid had the aura of an awkward teenager. "Too old." "Based on what you told us we should be looking for, yes, he's too old," Brett agreed. "Well, his age should make him a non-starter," Kevin mused, contemplating the ramification. "But if the signs are pointing to him as the next candidate, we might need to reconsider our approach. The upper realm stability depends on us finding the right keeper, fast." "Is it worth a shot?" Brett asked. Kevin nodded. "It's worth a shot." With a shared understanding of the urgency at hand, Kevin and Brett delved into the logistics of approaching the 19-year-old gamer. The rules were bending, and the delicate balance between realms required adaptability. As they sipped their coffee, plans were hatched, and the next chapter in the search for the new gatekeeper unfolded. But before embarking on his journey to Akron, Kevin needed to make a quick stop home. As his commercial flight landed and Kevin stepped out from his seat toward the back, he couldn't wipe the smile off his face. He missed Lily, and he couldn't wait to see his beautiful pregnant wife again. Back in Chicago, the familiar sights of the city welcomed Kevin as he made his way to his and Lily's new residence in the mayor's mansion. The city buzzed with energy, and the anticipation of the upcoming World's Fair added an extra layer of excitement to the air. The World's Fair had been a long-planned event in Chicago, but as mayor, Lily would be overseeing it, and there was still a great deal of planning to be done. She was juggling as much as Kevin was with her pregnancy, her role as mayor, and her family. Kevin and Lily mirrored each other in their ambitions, their successes, and their love for each other. As Kevin stepped through the front door, he was greeted with an excited squeal. Lily ran up and wrapped her arms around her husband. They kissed in a moment of shared bliss. It had been too long. "Kevin," Lily cried out, "I'm so happy to see you." "My love," Kevin replied with a warm smile, "you are a sight for sore eyes. Look at you." "So pregnant," Lily offered. "So beautiful," Kevin replied. They kissed again. Reuniting with Lily brought a sense of comfort to Kevin. That night, they went to a cozy but romantic Italian dinner downtown. Kevin listened as Lily explained everything that had been going on the last few days for her. Lily was immersed in the responsibilities of her mayoral duties, but still exuded the same determination and passion that had made her an influential figure in the city. As Kevin shared his rigatoni with her, Lily shared updates on her latest mayoral endeavors. "The World's Fair planning is in full swing," Lily began, a sparkle of enthusiasm in her eyes. "We're aiming for something grand, Kevin, a celebration that transcends expectations and showcases the marvel of human achievement, especially here in Chicago. It's been incredibly exciting." As Lily delved into the details of the fair, she couldn't help but touch upon a more light-hearted venture, the quest for the perfect pizza. A grin played on Kevin's face as he listened to the amusing anecdotes involving Nancy, the official taste tester. However, Lily's tone shifted when the conversation turned to more pressing matters, a brewing battle between food unions. Ruby Kincaid's concerns about potential corruption loomed over the fair's preparations. Lily, true to her commitment to a clean event, faced the daunting task of navigating through the intricacies of politics, power, and influence. "It's a delicate balance, Kevin," Lily admitted, her gaze focused. "The fair has the potential to be a testament of progress for the city, but it's also bringing out plenty of people looking to exploit the festivities for personal gain. So selfish. I won't let corruption tarnish the vision I have for Chicago." "I know you won't, my love," Kevin replied, wiping some bolognese sauce off of her cheek. "Thank you for being here. Thank you for listening," Lily offered. "Of course," Kevin took her hand, fully aware of the challenges that lay ahead for his pregnant wife. As Lily continued to update him on the intricate dance of city politics, he couldn't shake the feeling that, once again, fate had drawn them both into the midst of a larger narrative. He had to save the upper realm, and Lily had to keep Chicago respectable and free of corruption. Later that night, Kevin tucked Lily into bed, kissed her forehead, and made his way back to the airport. A few hours later, the trio of Kevin, Brett, and Katja found themselves in Akron, tracing an intriguing lead that suggested a college freshman might be the next candidate for gatekeeper of the upper realm. The source of the lead was an IP address linked to this seemingly ordinary student, who, as per the investigation, was managing a pop-up Halloween store in a nearly abandoned mall. The flickering lights overhead cast eerie shadows on the walls, giving the mall an almost ghostly atmosphere. The pop-up Halloween store came into view adorned with fake cobwebs and plastic skeletons. "Boo! Halloween?" Katja read off the banner in front of the store. "That's a weak name." Kevin observed the young man managing the store from a distance. The college freshman, Iffy Knowles, appeared wholly unexceptional, with an unassuming demeanor that matched the desolate surroundings of the mall. "Definitely an Iffy," Brett joked. From his concealed vantage point, Kevin watched as the young man went about his duties. However, the mundane task soon took a surprising turn. The college freshman, apparently oblivious to any scrutiny, brazenly stole money from the cash register. Kevin exchanged a puzzled glance with Brett and Katja. This wasn't the behavior expected from a potential gatekeeper. "He's a thief," Kevin offered. "Maybe a master thief?" Katja offered. The young man's escapades continued as he approached the pretzel stand where he attempted to charm a girl working there. His awkward attempts at flirting seemed to lack finesse, earning him nothing more than a polite yet dismissive smile from the girl. Unfazed, Iffy then resorted to a less charming habit, discreetly picking his nose when he thought no one was watching. "Gross," Brett noted. "He's a nose picker." "Maybe a master nose picker?" Katja offered, half serious. Kevin couldn't help but raise an eyebrow at the spectacle unfolding before him. The discrepancy between the perceived importance of the potential gatekeeper and the seemingly ordinary actions of the college freshman left Kevin contemplating the complexities of the situation. As the trio continued to observe, Kevin wondered if there was more to this young man than met the eye, a hidden depth beneath the surface that Kevin just couldn't see yet. Determined to get a clearer picture of who Iffy Knowles might be, Kevin decided to engage the young man in a one-on-one interaction. "I'm going in," Kevin offered. "Wait for me here. I'll be back." Kevin entered the Halloween store, browsing through the aisles filled with spooky costumes and decorations. Iffy looked up as the entrance bell chimed. Kevin selected 3 small items, clearly marked as 5 for $1, and approached the counter. As he handed Iffy a dollar bill, the young man fumbled with the simple transaction. He struggled to calculate the correct change, ultimately handing Kevin a 50-cent change from his dollar. It became evident that math wasn't the young man's strong suit. Observing the kid's less than stellar performance, Kevin exchanged a knowing glance with Brett and Katja, who watched from a distance outside the store. Something seemed amiss, and it was becoming increasingly apparent that the information they received might not be entirely accurate. As the kid absent-mindedly picked his nose once again, Kevin exited the store and regrouped with his team. "I think something has gone very wrong with our intel," Kevin noted judiciously. "This kid can't protect the upper realm. This kid can barely stand upright." The trio needed to reassess their approach and gather more information to determine whether this college freshman was genuinely the next keeper, or if there was a deeper layer to the mystery. Or was there an evil force working to lead Kevin off the trail of finding the next keeper before Alohi died? Kevin led Brett and Katja on a search for the next gatekeeper of the upper realm. Hoping to track down a gaming prodigy, Kevin and his team journeyed to Akron, Ohio, where they met a dim-witted Halloween store employee named Iffy Knowles, whose skill set was so marginal he had trouble making change for $1. Kevin worried that the team had been led astray. Standing in the mostly barren shopping mall with Katja and Brett, Kevin's mind raced with what to do next while worrying that his enemy Vincent Reeves might have been behind this dead end of a search. Curious about the seemingly mismatched details of the college freshman's life, Kevin decided to engage the teenager in conversation. The young man tasked with managing the pop-up Halloween store appeared to be notably simple of mind, but Kevin didn't want to be quick to judge. Maybe there was more to the young man's story. "Let's go talk to him," Kevin offered. "Really talk to him. Maybe there's something deeper hiding under that dim exterior." Katja and Brett nodded in agreement, and the 3 headed back into the Halloween store. Kevin approached the counter again, trying to strike up a casual conversation. "Hey, kid, how's your day going?" Kevin asked with a calming charm. "It's afternoon," Iffy replied, oblivious. "And weren't you just in here?" Katja was the next to take a swing. "Must get boring working in this place. What do you do for fun? Read? Write? Play computer games?" "My mom has a pig," the 19-year-old responded without any further explanation. Brett jumped in next. 6 times 5, he shouted at the kid. "Math," the kid shouted back in terror. The trio shared a look. Each could silently agree that they were not dealing with the sharpest tool in the shed. Kevin asked the teen about himself, attempting to understand the dynamics of his family and the peculiarities of his life. The kid revealed that his workaholic single mother had assigned him the responsibility of running the pop-up Halloween store in an effort to help him become more independent. "My mom says I can't spend all day in the basement with her pig," Iffy offered. "Love that pig." As Kevin delved deeper, the teen shared his dislike for his mom's new boyfriend. When questioned about the boyfriend's interest, the kid mentioned that the man enjoyed building tiny machines. Kevin, intrigued by the peculiar nature of the information, pressed for more details. "What kind of tiny machines does he build?" Kevin asked. The teen nonchalantly replied, "Tiny ones." This cryptic response only added to the mystery surrounding the potential gatekeeper. Kevin knew he needed to uncover more to determine whether this college freshman was indeed the next candidate to be the keeper of the upper realm. "Interesting," Kevin replied, his frustration with Iffy's responses intensifying. He decided to try something more direct. "What about Missile Command, that online game? I love Missile Command, but I'm not very good. How about you?" "I don't play computer games," Iffy replied blankly. "I don't have a computer. My mom said I couldn't have one because I just kept looking up pictures of pigs. But it wasn't for me, it was for her pig. Dumb." Brett, Kevin, and Katja exchanged puzzled glances as the dim-witted kid behind the Halloween store counter insisted he had never played Missile Command. This revelation contradicted the information they had received, which indicated that the college freshman was a skilled gamer and a potential candidate for the gatekeeper of the upper realm. "Maybe you play the games over at your friend's house?" Brett offered. "Or on your phone?" Brett knew the IP address was linked to Iffy, so there had to be some kind of connection. "I don't really have friends," Iffy replied, "and I only use my phone to order pizza for the pig. He likes pizza, and I text chicks." The situation grew more curious, leaving Kevin, Brett, and Katja to wonder if they had stumbled upon a dead end, or if there was more to discover about the teenager and the unusual circumstances surrounding him. Determined to uncover the truth, they decided to dig deeper into the world of tiny machines and the mom's boyfriend, hoping to find the missing pieces of the puzzle. "Maybe a different video game?" Katja pushed further. Soon Iffy explained that he never played a video game in his life. It seemed he was too busy hanging with the pig and trying to find a wife. Kevin was about to give up when Iffy finally said something of value. "My little cousin plays that game, though. I think I remember my cousin wore his thumbs out playing that game for like 87 hours straight one time when we were all together one Thanksgiving. What an idiot." "Aha!" Kevin exclaimed. "Where does your little cousin live?" The dim kid scratched his head, looking genuinely clueless. "In a house?" Annoyed, Iffy added, "I hate that little squirt. He's no pig for sure." Despite the unhelpful response, Kevin pressed on. "Do you at least know which city or town your cousin lives in?" Iffy pondered for a moment before admitting, "Not really. We only see each other during family gatherings. Hey, you guys want to go jump in the dumpsters and look for free food court scraps?" Dissatisfied but not defeated, Kevin, Katja, and Brett left the Halloween shop and regrouped in a nearby motel. "Clearly, Iffy isn't our prodigy," Kevin concluded. "What gave it away for you?" Katja joked. They were all in agreement on Iffy. "Someone must be using his IP address. He said his cousin played the game a lot," Brett replied. Kevin checked his laptop. "Our database says Iffy's got dozens of cousins and millions of kids play that game," Kevin noted. "We need to narrow our search down to a number smaller than that." Brett continued tracing the ever-elusive IP address associated with the supposed gamer. The constantly moving address added another layer of complexity to their investigation, making it clear that they were dealing with someone who was intentionally concealing their location. As Brett worked on the computer, Kevin and Katja strategized their next moves. They needed to uncover the truth about the mysterious gamer who seemed to be eluding their every attempt to track him down. The search for the potential gatekeeper of the upper realm had taken an unexpected turn, leading them deeper into a web of deception and misdirection. "The IP address keeps changing," Brett exclaimed. "Whoever this is doesn't want to be found. Wait, I think I've got something." Undeterred by the setbacks and the continuously elusive IP address, Kevin, Brett, and Katja found themselves on a private jet headed to Maine. The fast-moving IP had led them to another dim-witted kid, a combative young man working in a convenience store with a rebellious streak. "This is absurd," the teenager scoffed at their questioning. "Why are you three adults interrogating me? I don't know anything about any game." "But your IP address," Brett began to explain. "It's not worth explaining." Kevin didn't want to waste any more time and he cut in. "I'm willing to make you a deal. $2 million for your phone." The teenager, who was somewhat amazed at the hefty offer for a mere phone, raised an eyebrow as he thought about the option being offered him. Enticed by the prospect of such wealth, he agreed to the deal. If he gambled and lost, all he would have to do was get another phone. As Kevin secured the phone, the trio headed back to the private jet. Once in the air, Kevin examined the device carefully, determined to uncover any clues that might lead them closer to the mysterious gamer and potential gatekeeper. The stakes were high, and with each new development, the puzzle grew more intricate, leaving Kevin, Brett, and Katja to navigate the twists and turns of this unexpected journey. "What's the plan?" Katja inquired. "If we have the phone, we can use it to trace whoever is using the IP back to a source," Kevin replied. "But we need a hacker who's as good as our target. I need to talk to Zara." Back in the lab, high in the penthouse offices of Williams & Williams Pharmaceuticals, Kevin, Brett, and Katja gathered around the e-phone they had acquired. Kevin examined the device closely, recognizing it as an e-phone made by the elusive Orange Company. Aware of Orange's reputation for non-cooperation with the government, Kevin knew they had to rely on their hacking skills to unravel the mysteries hidden within the device. Zara, the brilliant tech whiz and expert hacker on Kevin's team, took charge of the intricate process of breaking through the code protecting the phone. With her exceptional skills, Zara navigated through layers of complex encryption, facing the challenge presented by the maker's sophisticated security measures. As Zara tapped into the heart of the device, Kevin, Brett, and Katja held their breaths, ready to unveil the secrets that could lead them one step closer to understanding the enigma that had become their quest. The room was filled with the hum of technology as they relied on Zara's hacking prowess to decipher the secrets hidden within the mysterious phone, unlocking the next chapter of their unfolding adventure. The room fell silent as Zara meticulously worked on hacking into the mysterious e-phone. As she navigated the complex layers of encryption, her skillful fingers danced across the keyboard, attempting to unravel the secrets hidden within the device. Suddenly, Zara froze, her eyes widening with shock. The owner of the IP address on the other side had detected her presence and retaliated with a level of expertise she had never encountered before. "The hacker knows I'm trying to locate his location," Zara exclaimed. "He's trying to hack back. He wants to get into this phone's core and destroy it." Realizing the imminent danger, Zara urgently warned everyone to step back. The atmosphere in the lab became tense as the e-phone, reacting to the aggressive counterattack, started emitting an alarming heat. Zara's voice cut through the tension, urging everyone to retreat, just moments before the device erupted into a powerful explosion. Kevin led Brett and Katja on the search for the next gatekeeper of the Upper Realm. An IP address took them to Akron, Ohio, where they met a dim-witted Halloween store employee who didn't seem to be skilled in any particular way. The group next followed the IP to a convenience store clerk who also didn't seem to be much of a prodigy. Realizing that an outside force was using the other people's IP addresses to hide his true identity, Kevin asked Zara to hack into the convenience store worker's phone to trace the user back to a source. But the source caught on and began hacking Zara back. Before she could get clear, the phone exploded in a ball of smoke and flames. The smoke in the lab clearly slowed as bits of e-phone debris drifted down onto the floor. "Zara," Kevin called out, "are you all right?" "Clear," Zara shouted back. "I'm clear." Kevin scanned the room. "Everyone else okay?" Brett and Katja picked themselves up off the floor and gave a thumbs up. The smell of burnt electronics lingered in the air as the team surveyed the aftermath of the e-phone explosion. The lab bore the scars of the intense blast, with some equipment singed and debris scattered across the floor. Fortunately, everyone was unharmed, but the device they hoped would unveil the secrets behind the mysterious IP address was reduced to smoldering ruins. "It's fried," Zara declared. "I got out-hacked. Whoever's doing this is good, really good." Despite her exceptional hacking skills, Zara couldn't salvage anything from the destroyed phone. The once promising lead had now evaporated, leaving the team in a state of frustration. Kevin sighed, contemplating the setback. The owner of the IP address had demonstrated an unparalleled ability to protect their secrets, making the quest for the next gatekeeper candidate even more challenging. As the team assessed the damage, Kevin's mind raced with possibilities. He knew they needed to devise a new strategy. The elusive candidate remained hidden and time was of the essence. Alohi didn't have much time and she was counting on Kevin. The explosion might have thwarted their initial approach, but Kevin was determined to find another way to track down the potential gatekeeper and safeguard the upper realm. In the wake of the e-phone explosion, Kevin re-evaluated his strategy. The central question loomed large. How were the two seemingly unrelated, dim-witted individuals connected? And how were they sharing the same elusive IP address at different times? Why had the hacker chosen them? As the team brainstormed, Katja proposed the idea of a larger organization orchestrating these events for some unknown purpose. Zara, the tech whiz, considered the possibility that the person in question might not be a person at all, but some kind of advanced AI. Kevin, deep in thought, weighed each possibility. He realized that they needed more information to finish the puzzle. "Maybe," Kevin offered, "but we need to be sure." With the mysterious connection between the two dim-witted individuals at the forefront of their investigation, Kevin decided to bring in Olivia Rafferty, his ally and friend since their days competing in herbalism contests in Washington, D.C., who was now his social media expert. Kevin thought that she might be able to shed light on the mystery. Olivia arrived later that afternoon and was greeted by Kevin. "Olivia, thank you for coming." "Always fun to be part of an adventure with the great Kevin Williams," Olivia replied. "And it's nice to see my sister again, too." Katja, Olivia's older sister, stood nearby. The two exchanged a warm hug and then Olivia went to work. As Olivia delved into the online world, she unearthed a surprising revelation. The two individuals Kevin had visited were actually distant second cousins who had attended the annual family Thanksgiving at the home of their grandma Mimi in rural Idaho. The familial link provided a critical clue, suggesting that their connection ran deeper than initially thought. "Their family," Olivia noted. "That's our key." Using advanced facial recognition software, Olivia combed through the vast expanse of social media. She pulled up the Facebook and Instagram pages of everyone who had attended Grandma Mimi's Thanksgiving gatherings the previous year. The digital canvas painted a picture of shared memories, familial ties, and a web of connections that had long been hidden. The team gathered around Olivia's workstation as she meticulously mapped out the relationships. Kevin, Brett, Katja, and Zara watched as the intricate network of faces formed a tapestry of family bonds. "Our prodigy is in these photos somewhere," Olivia offered. "He has to be. Everyone looks over everything. As many eyes as we can get." "We're close," Kevin noted. "I can feel it." Olivia's keen eye didn't just stop at recognizing familial ties. It led her to a peculiar figure in the background of numerous photos from Grandma Mimi's Thanksgiving gatherings. In each picture, a nerdy preteen with frizzy hair tried to shield his face from the camera's gaze. "This kid," Olivia called out. "Do we all see this kid?" They all took a look. "He's young," Katja noted. "That might be a good thing," Kevin replied. Alohi was a small child when she first started developing her skills. As Kevin went deeper into the social media archives, he stumbled upon a revelation that illuminated the candidate's unique abilities. In one posted video, the frizzy-haired weirdo deftly lifted a cell phone from one of his unsuspecting relatives. With a quick and practiced tech maneuver, he connected one phone to another. "Look at that," Kevin exclaimed. "That kid is tampering with his relatives' phones. There's only one reason he would be doing that." "The IP addresses," Zara replied. The video documented the strange teenager's covert operations as he moved from one relative's phone to another, leaving behind a trail of interconnected devices. The site was a revelation. This young tech-savvy prodigy was not just a bystander in the family drama, he was orchestrating a network of devices. "That's the candidate," Kevin declared. "It has to be." Realizing that they had identified their target and his unusual skill set, Kevin knew that their approach had to be strategic. The nerdy preteen was clearly adept at manipulating technology, making him a formidable opponent in the digital realm. "So who exactly is that?" Katja asked. Kevin ran the facial recognition through the computer. "Walter," Kevin offered. "Walter Noel." "Walter the weirdo," Brett joked. With the identity of their tech-savvy prodigy revealed as Walter, the team, consisting of Olivia, Zara, Brett, and Kevin, joined forces to pinpoint Walter's exact location. Armed with the knowledge that the family reunion took place in rural Idaho, specifically at Walter's residence, they set their sights on the quaint town where the young genius resided with his parents. "Idaho," Kevin whispered. "Our prodigy is in Idaho. At first light, we go." The journey to Idaho was full of uncertainty. Kevin couldn't shake the feeling that Walter's skills could pose a challenge, even in the physical realm. The team prepared for any scenario, devising a plan that blended digital expertise with on-the-ground reconnaissance. As they arrived in the small town surrounded by rolling hills and picturesque landscapes, they began the delicate task of gathering information about Walter's family and their interactions. Olivia's social media prowess came into play as she navigated through digital networks, ensuring they had a comprehensive understanding of the family dynamics. They learned that Walter lived with his parents in a small cabin deep outside town. The plan was set in motion: observe, understand, and approach cautiously. Kevin was well aware that surprising a tech prodigy like Walter could lead to unintended consequences. Under the cover of the dense woods, the team staked out Walter's residence. They observed family interactions, noting the patterns of his daily life. The objective was to establish contact without triggering any alarms in Walter's keen mind. Walter's parents led simple lives. Kevin couldn't see a computer or even a television. As they gathered more intel, Kevin felt a mix of curiosity and concern about what awaited them in Walter's world. The journey to Idaho wasn't just about identifying a potential gatekeeper. It was a venture into the strange mechanics of a young prodigy's life. Kevin, Brett, and Katja observed Walter with his parents in their remote living space. After a time, the family climbed into an old Jeep Blazer and made their way into town. "Should we check out the house or follow the family?" Katja asked. "Let's see where they go," Kevin replied. The group followed the family into town where they parked in the low-cost grocery store. "You two watch the parents," Kevin ordered Katja and Brett. "I'm gonna follow the kid." Kevin discreetly trailed Walter through the grocery store, observing the young tech prodigy's every move. The aisles became Kevin's makeshift battlefield as he navigated through shelves of goods, keeping a close eye on Weirdo's meticulous shopping routine. Walter, engrossed in his quest for reliable Wi-Fi, appeared to be lost in the digital world, even in the mundane setting of a grocery store. Kevin, realizing the significance of this outing, recognized an opportunity to approach Walter without raising suspicion. "Come on!" Walter shouted, to himself, frustrated. "Where's my signal? What is the point of coming into town if I'm still fighting for solid Wi-Fi?" As Walter's parents meticulously compared prices and examined products, Katja and Brett strategically positioned themselves nearby, blending in with the other shoppers. They watched as the parents bought large quantities of water and canned foods. "Quite the supply list," Katja noted. "Survivalists or just really hungry?" Brett joked. Outside, Kevin continued to watch young Walter fight for a signal. He watched with keen interest as the young man walked over to the nearby internet tower, discreetly opened the box, and plugged his phone in directly. "Aha!" Kevin thought, as he knew this simple but brilliant bit of tech savvy cemented his suspicions. Walter had to be the prodigy they were looking for, the super skilled gamer and hacker. Kevin had found their next target. Searching for the next gatekeeper of the upper realm, Kevin, Brett Stewart, and Katja Rafferty traveled to a small town in Idaho in search of a young gamer nicknamed Walter the Weirdo. After arriving in Idaho, Kevin and his team followed Walter and his parents from their remote cabin in the woods to a surplus grocery store to learn as much as they could before making first contact. As Kevin continued to monitor 9-year-old Walter outside the surplus grocery store, Brett and Katja were busy shadowing Walter's parents, Rita and Hux, inside. Brett, with his keen observation skills, noted the peculiar items filling the shopping cart: propane tanks, large quantities of non-perishable food, and bundles of firewood. "Look at what they're buying," Brett noted quietly to Katja. "Looks like they're stocking up for the apocalypse." Katja nodded in agreement. "I wonder how often they stock up on supplies." It became evident that Walter's family had chosen a self-sufficient existence, detached from the conventional amenities of modern society. They were, in short, off the grid. Kevin remained outside watching Walter from a safe distance. He looked on as the preteen prodigy effortlessly cut into a large internet box on a phone pole outside and plugged his phone into the professional-grade router. After a few moments, Walter's parents came back outside with their purchases. Walter was quick to hide his phone and join his parents as they loaded up their Jeep. The family drove home to their secluded cabin in the woods. Trees surrounded them on every side, and there wasn't a neighbor for miles. Kevin, Brett, and Katja followed behind a few moments later. They pulled their car quietly to the side of the road and talked out exactly what to do next. "I think Walter is our prodigy," Kevin noted. "I saw him hack into a professional-grade router outside the grocery store. He's only 9 years old. That's incredibly impressive." "So what do we do?" Katja asked. "Want us to just go in and grab him?" "That would be easier for sure," Kevin countered, "but the boy needs to go willingly." "Talk to the parents?" Brett asked. "Talk to the parents," Kevin agreed. The trio climbed out of the car and headed down the long, winding stone driveway. With the family unpacked and inside, Kevin, Brett, and Katja walked up to the front door of the cozy-looking cabin and knocked. "It's quiet out here," Katja noted. "Nice. Peaceful." The screen door kicked open, revealing Hux and Rita, Walter's parents, standing on the other side with 2 fully loaded shotguns. The atmosphere shifted quickly from pleasant to hostile. "Whoa!" Brett exclaimed. "Hold up now," Katja tried to explain. With her shotgun in hand, Rita eyed the visitors with suspicion. Hux, standing beside his wife, wore a nervous expression as well, his eyes narrowing as he assessed the strangers on his doorstep with quiet caution. The air became tense with unspoken questions on both sides of the standoff. Kevin, ever the diplomat, raised his hands in a gesture of peace. "Hold on there, folks. No reason to get violent. We come in peace." Rita motioned to her husband, who stepped outside and circled behind the group. A shotgun sandwich. Brett shared a nervous look with Katja. They were surrounded. This was bad. "You from the government?" Rita asked with cold precision. "The government?" Kevin replied. "No, ma'am. We're just good people hoping to have a nice conversation with you about your son." The mention of her child made Rita's guard go up twice as hard. She poked her shotgun into Kevin's chest. "What do you know about my son? You cops? You want to arrest him? Whatever you think he didn't do. He's only 9. Leave him alone." "No, ma'am, that's not us. We're not the police." Kevin again tried to calm everyone down. "If you just give us a moment of your time, we can explain everything, and I'd be willing to write you a healthy check for your trouble." "Money?" Rita screamed. "You're trying to buy us off. You want to buy our son." She pointed the shotgun wildly at the trio. "We're not trying to buy your son," Kevin insisted. "We're not trying to do anything bad to you or your family. We just want to talk." Hux and Rita exchanged looks, unconvinced. Conspiracy theories and distrust for all authority had permeated their lives, and the arrival of unexpected visitors triggered their defensive instincts. Brett and Katja, positioned strategically behind Kevin, kept a vigilant eye on the situation, ready to adapt to the unfolding dynamics of the encounter. Katja placed herself in a position where she could easily disarm Hux. Brett was ready to jump at Rita the moment Kevin gave the okay. Kevin shot Brett and Katja a look that said, "Don't." "Give him the knockout juice, Hux," Rita called out to her husband. Hux reached into an old potato bag and pulled out a rag and a container of homemade country knockout juice. "That's not going to happen." Brett suddenly took a more direct defense stance, ready to fight. Katja joined him. "No," Kevin shouted. "We're overmatched. We don't want to fight with these nice people. They've won." Brett and Katja couldn't believe what they were hearing. Brett suddenly realized that Kevin wanted to get captured. Katja picked up on the makeshift plan as well. The duo both put down their defenses as Hux walked up and covered their mouth with his rag, now soaked in knockout juice. The three drifted off into unconsciousness. As Kevin, Brett, and Katja awoke, they found themselves in an unusual predicament. The soft clucking of hens and the gentle rustle of feathers surrounded them. Blinking through groggy eyes, they realized they were sitting in a 3-foot-high chicken coop, nestled among eggs and content-looking hens. Chains ran down their legs to a thick wooden post in the center of the tiny space. The trio exchanged bewildered glances, trying to make sense of their surroundings. It quickly became apparent that Hux and Rita, the off-the-grid conspiracy theorist parents, had taken drastic measures to ensure the security of their secluded homestead. "We're trapped," Katja noted. "What's the plan, Kevin?" Brett whispered with concern. "Why didn't we fight?" "They're not our enemies," Kevin replied. "We'll need their approval to lead Walter to the upper realm. This was the best way to calm them down. Let them feel they have the advantage. If they think they're safe, then maybe they'll actually listen to what we have to say." Brett and Katja nodded in agreement. The trio began to observe their surroundings more closely, taking note of the makeshift coop and the unconventional setting in which they found themselves. Outside the coop, Hux and Rita could be seen approaching. They opened the coop door and their cautious eyes scrutinized the trio, trying to determine whether they were potential threats. Playing his part, Kevin spoke up. "Well, this is unexpected. Mind explaining why we're chained up in a chicken coop?" Rita approached cautiously, still holding the shotgun, and replied, "We couldn't take any chances. You folks might be government agents or worse. We need to protect Walter and our way of life." Hux added, "You're not the first to stumble upon our little haven. We've had to be vigilant. Now, if you're really here for a friendly chat, prove it. Start talking. What are you doing here?" Kevin seized the opportunity. "Fair enough. We're not here to cause trouble. We're interested in your son. We believe Walter is very special." Rita raised her shotgun in a threatening manner. "How would you know anything about our little Walter?" Kevin continued. "Brett over there has been monitoring the world for exceptional young people. Your son came on our radar when he placed high in an online video game called Missile Command. We don't want to hurt your boy, we want to help him. We could take him somewhere where he could hone his skills. We could help him reach his potential, become a master gamer, and of course, we could compensate you for the intrusion. Does $9 million sound fair?" Hux scowled, his eyes narrowing at Kevin. "You're so full of it. The government's been after our boy since he was in diapers, and you think a scholarship is going to win us over? We know what's really going on. The government wants to control minds and manipulate the gifted. You won't get your hands on Walter." Rita chimed in, her grip on the shotgun tightening. "We've been homeschooling Walter to protect him from their brainwashing. You won't trick us with your fancy checks, $9 million? How many cans of baked beans do you think we need?" Kevin quickly reassessed the situation. "Look, we understand your concerns. We're not here to force anything on Walter. We genuinely believe in nurturing his talents. If he's truly gifted, we want to provide an environment that fosters his growth." Katja added, "Our intention is to empower the young man, not control him. If Walter doesn't want this opportunity, we'll respect his decision." Rita calmed, genuinely considering the trio's proposition. But could she trust them? Hux's ears suddenly perked up. "Wait, you hear that?" The sound got closer, louder and closer. Rita and Hux looked up to spot a massive Tomahawk helicopter approaching quickly. "Helicopter!" Rita shouted as she fired off her shotgun into the air wildly in defense. "It's a trap! Rita shouted as she sprinted back towards the house. "The bunker! Get to the bunker! Walter! Walter!" Rita and Huck sprinted back inside the cabin. Suddenly very alarmed, Kevin used his strength to rip the wooden post he was chained to out of the ground. Kevin, Brett, and Katja ran outside the chicken coop just in time to spot the helicopter in question, flown by Vincent Reeves. "It's Vincent!" Kevin shouted. "We have to protect Walter and his family." As Vincent Reeves manipulated the controls of the helicopter with his unique 8-fingered metallic claw hand attachments, the trio of Kevin, Katja, and Brett sprinted for the house. The whir of the helicopter blades intensified, and then, with a deafening roar, a firebomb plummeted from the aircraft, exploding in a burst of flames and billowing smoke, destroying the woods, the coop, and Walter's home. Searching for the next potential gatekeeper of the upper realm, Kevin, Katja, and Brett traveled to Idaho to meet with a young gaming prodigy lovingly nicknamed Walter the Weirdo. Walter and his family live in a remote cabin in the middle of the woods and are naturally untrusting of all outsiders. Before Kevin could calm the family's fears and convince them to let Walter journey to the upper realm, a helicopter appeared overhead, flown by Vincent Reeves, who flooded the area with deadly firebombs. As the dust settled and the echoes of the explosions faded away, Kevin carefully lifted himself off the ground, mindful of the rooster and 3 hens he had shielded during the detonation. The feathery quartet, surprisingly unharmed, clucked softly as Kevin gently set them free from the makeshift shelter of his body. "Looks like you've got some resilient companions there," Katja remarked, a faint smile breaking through the soot and ash on her face. "They're survivors," Kevin replied, his eyes briefly meeting those of the rooster as if sharing a moment of acknowledgement. "But we can't stay here," Kevin continued. "Vincent Reeves knows what we know, and he won't stop till Walter and the rest of us are dead." Brett scanned the surroundings in the aftermath of the explosion. The forest had taken a beating, with scorched trees and the smell of burnt foliage permeating the air. And then Brett spotted something that made a chill run down his spine. "Look," Brett cried out. "The house! Walter's house! It's destroyed!" Katja's expression dropped. "No!" Kevin's eyes went wide. Had Vincent succeeded in killing young Walter? The smoldering remnants of the off-gridder's house left a grim scene as Kevin, Katja, and Brett raced toward the wreckage. "Walter!" Kevin called out. "Walter, are you all right?" There was no response. "Dig!" Kevin shouted. "We have to dig through the debris." As the 3 ripped through the flaming pile of wood, they were struck by something odd. "They're not here," Katja gasped. "Walter and his parents. I don't see them anywhere." "But that doesn't make sense," Brett countered. The absence of bodies raised immediate questions, a perplexing puzzle that hung in the air like an eerie wave of smoke. Brett surveyed the destruction, his eyes narrowing with suspicion. "Well, they couldn't have just vanished. We saw them running toward the house and then Vincent bombed the whole place. There's got to be an explanation." Kevin kicked aside a charred piece of debris, his mind racing to make sense of the situation. "Keep digging. There's no telling how long we have before Vincent circles back for another round of bombing." The trio, focused and determined, continued to tear through the wreckage. Kevin was puzzled but maintained a sense of urgency. "Keep your eyes peeled. They might be injured or disoriented when we finally find them in this mess." As Kevin, Katja, and Brett combed through the rubble, Katja suddenly spotted something. "Here!" Katja shouted. "Over here!" Kevin and Brett ran over to join her. "What is it?" Kevin probed with concern. "A hatch," Katja replied as she pointed down at a thick metal hatch door. Still in one piece, closed tight. "What is that?" Brett wondered. "Fallout shelter," Kevin replied. "Doomsday bunker." "We saw them buying all those supplies at the surplus store," Katja noted. "They live all the way out here in the woods. They don't trust the government. They must have built some kind of underground shelter, which would mean—" "They're still alive!" Kevin exclaimed, realizing there was still hope. Kevin quickly tugged at the melted hatch door, his fingers feeling the heat radiating from the charred metal. Despite his efforts, the door remained stubbornly sealed, fused shut by the fiery explosion. "It's no good," Kevin yelled. "It's welded shut." Brett examined the melted edges, his brow furrowed. "We need something to help pry it open." Katja, always resourceful, glanced around the debris for any tools that could assist them. She spotted a metal pole partially buried beneath the rubble and swiftly retrieved it. "Let's give this a try," Katja suggested, handing the rod to Kevin. With a determined expression, Kevin inserted the rod into a small gap in the melted door. He applied pressure, leveraging the rod as a makeshift pry bar. The air filled with the strained creaking of metal as Kevin exerted his strength. Brett joined in, offering assistance as they both strained against the stubborn hatch door. They wedged the pole into a small gap in the melted door, using it as leverage. Despite their combined strength, the hatch remained steadfastly sealed. Dread settled in the pit of their stomachs, the fear of what they might discover behind the impenetrable barrier. Katja, observing the struggle, spoke with a sense of urgency. "We can't give up. Keep trying." With renewed determination, Kevin and Brett continued their efforts, but the hatch door held fast, refusing to yield to their attempts. The air grew heavy with tension as they grappled with the uncertainty of what lay beyond the sealed entrance. "What if we can't get in?" Brett inquired. "We don't even know if they're in there, or even still alive." "Help!" a voice cried. The distant plea for help reached Kevin's ears, cutting through the tense atmosphere outside the sealed bunker. He strained to discern the words, realizing that the cries for assistance were coming from within. "The bunker!" Kevin shouted. "Those cries are coming from inside this bunker." The group exchanged anxious glances, their concern deepening. "We need to find a way to communicate with them," Katja declared, frustration etched on her face. She cupped her hands around her mouth and shouted, "We're here to help. Can you hear us? Are you okay inside?" The muffled cries persisted, revealing the desperation of those trapped within the bunker. Despite Katja's efforts, the thick metal hatch prevented her voice from reaching them clearly. The sense of urgency intensified, and the group brainstormed ideas to establish communication. Katja and Brett scoured the surroundings, hoping to find something that might serve as a makeshift communication enhancement. After a few moments, Kevin discovered a metal sheet with a large concave shape. Excitement flickered in Kevin's eyes as he held it up. "We can use it like a megaphone." With newfound hope, they positioned the metal sheet against the bunker door, creating a crude amplifier. Kevin leaned toward it and shouted once more, "We're going to get you out. Hold on. Are you all right in there?" The group strained to hear any response from inside, hoping their improved communication method would bridge the gap between them and the trapped individuals. The distant cries persisted, echoing the urgency of the situation, but the words remained indistinct. The sound of distinct metal clanging could suddenly be heard coming from inside the bunker. "Wait," Kevin offered. "Do you hear that?" The realization struck Kevin like a lightning bolt. The rhythmic clanging of metal against metal was not just random noise, it was Morse code. The group listened intently, and as Kevin focused, he deciphered the urgent message being conveyed from within the bunker. "They're communicating in Morse code," Kevin exclaimed, relief crossing his face, because he knew the dots and dashes of communication in this form backward and forward. "They're alive but in desperate need of help. There's a vent inside, but it's clogged. The air is running out." Katja and Brett exchanged glances, understanding that time was of the essence. Kevin began to tap out a reply on the bunker door. Each deliberate series of knocks carried the weight of their promise and determination. "We're here above. The door is melted shut. We're going to try and get you out." Kevin tapped, his fingers spelling out hope and rescue in the language of dots and dashes. The group held their breath, waiting for a response from the trapped individuals. The tension in the air was thick, as they hoped the Morse code exchange would convey reassurance and also assure those trapped that the imminent rescue mission they were about to embark upon would not fail. The fate of those inside the bunker hung in the balance, with each rhythmic tap echoing a promise of salvation. Kevin knew he needed something to get through the thick metal hatch. He searched his satchel, wondering if he could construct an explosive that might get through the heavy steel. Kevin wasn't sure if he had enough. Just then, the metal clanging continued. Kevin listened. The family communicated through Morse code that they had a stockpile of explosives in a shed nearby. If it wasn't destroyed by Vincent, it might have the tools necessary to get the family out. "They have explosives," Kevin shouted. "We need to go get them and get this hatch open." Kevin swiftly directed the team to the location of the stockpile of explosives. The trio navigated the debris-laden landscape down the hill to an old wood shed. However, upon reaching the explosives cache, a stark revelation unfolded. The blast from the helicopter strike had compromised the storage. The family supply of water had been hit and poured out onto the bombs in the shed next door. Kevin surveyed the water-soaked explosives, their potency neutralized by the unintended flood. The team faced a setback, and the urgency of the situation heightened. Walter and his parents remained trapped beneath the melted hatch, their air running out, and their only hope for escape was soaking wet and utterly useless. Vincent Reeves's attack on the Knowles family has flattened their remote Idaho compound. Walter and his family survived the blast in a hidden fallout shelter, but the door to the shelter is now welded shut from the heat of the explosives, and the family is quickly running out of oxygen. Kevin stared at the water-soaked explosives resting in front of him, faced with the urgency of the situation and the potential risk of suffocation for young Walter and his parents, who were trapped in the thick metal underground bunker nearby. Kevin swiftly formulated a new plan. "We don't have much time," Kevin noted to Brett and Katja, who stood nearby. "You two go back to the bunker. The ventilation system must be blocked by all the debris from the explosion. Find the vent exhaust and see if you can unclog it. Buy us some more time." "On it, Kevin," Katja replied. "You can count on us." "What are you going to do?" Brett inquired. Kevin sighed. "I'm going to figure out a way to dry out explosives without setting them off in the process. If you hear a loud bang, it didn't work." Katja and Brett nodded in understanding and took off back toward the underground bunker. "We have to find the exhaust," Katja reminded Brett. "There's so much mess. Where do we even start looking?" Brett replied. It was a good question. Their eyes darted around the space. The house had been completely destroyed, and several trees had also been obliterated in the process. The grounds were a mix of burning wood and metal and fallen foliage. "It would be sticking out of the ground, right?" Katja concluded. "There has to be some kind of exhaust port." "That's good," Brett replied. "That makes sense to me." The two scanned the area anew, but everything looked the same. Debris piled on debris, burning endlessly. A wave of smoke made Brett's and Katja's visibility even worse. Katja peered through the smoky mist. They had to find the exhaust port fast. At that moment, Katja spotted something. Smoke from the flaming wreckage was being sucked down into the ground. "There!" Katja shouted. Katja and Brett ran over and quickly spotted the exhaust port. It was 99% blocked and smoke was drifting in through the open 1%. "Their air is cut off," Brett noted, "and smoke is getting in. They won't last long down there if we can't do something up here. We have to clear this vent." Equipped with makeshift tools cobbled together from debris, Katja and Brett began the challenging task of clearing the blocked vent. The melted or bent components posed a formidable obstacle, requiring precision and resourcefulness. As they worked diligently, Katja maintained communication with the couple using Morse code, a skill she had learned herself after being inspired by Kevin's mastery of it. She updated the trapped Knowles family on the progress and assured them that help was on the way. "I'm warning them about the smoke," Katja noted to Brent as they continued to clear the vent. "I'm telling them to get low and stay low, and try to inhale as slowly and as little as they can." Time became a critical factor as Brett and Katja persisted in their efforts to restore the airflow to the trapped individuals. The air hole represented a lifeline, the possibility of survival for the family below. Back in the explosive shed, Kevin was still formulating his own plan of attack. With urgency and nonstop creativity, Kevin surveyed the immediate surroundings for resources he could use to manage the volatile situation. The wet explosives posed a significant threat, and traditional drying methods were out of the question. From within his satchel, he pulled out his trusty magnifying glass. Was the glass an option? No. I can't use my magnifying glass, Kevin whispered to himself. The power of the sun could dry out the explosives, but it could also blow them to smithereens. It's too risky. Desperate for more options, Kevin stepped outside and surveyed the remaining grounds. He looked for anything he could use. The family had multiple gardens. Fresh fruit and vegetables were growing everywhere. Some of the gardens had been destroyed in Vincent's recent bombing, but some remained. In a stroke of luck, Kevin soon stumbled upon a field of plants that could prove to be extremely helpful to the situation at hand. "Loofahs!" Kevin exclaimed. "Walter's parents must have been growing loofah plants." Walter's parents lived off the grid, and it seemed they grew most of their food, but the loofah plants were a welcome surprise. Kevin checked the plants. They were just ripe enough to use. Recognizing the absorbent nature of loofahs, Kevin devised a plan to suck away the moisture from the explosives. Carefully gathering the loofahs, he fashioned makeshift absorbent pads by weaving them together. Kevin then strategically placed these loofah pads around the wet explosives, allowing them to soak up the excess water slowly. This might just work, Kevin noted to himself. The process was delicate, requiring precision to prevent any accidental ignition or mixing of explosive materials. Kevin worked swiftly, conscious of the ticking clock and the couple's desperate situation below. As the loofahs absorbed the moisture, the hope was that they would render the explosive safe enough for subsequent removal. Feeling that time was of the essence, Kevin used his considerable strength to squeeze the loofahs and the explosives together, hoping to absorb the wetness quicker. In the midst of the high-stakes situation, Kevin couldn't help but smile at the unexpected connection between the crisis at hand and Lily's fondness for a bubble bath soak and a scrub with a nice loofah. Lily's interest had led Kevin to study loofah plants more closely. He wanted to make sure his wife was using the best loofah possible, and that thoughtful investigation now made it possible for Kevin to salvage the wet explosives in Walter's parents' shed. The quirky intricacies of life never ceased to surprise Kevin. As he continued to work on mitigating the danger of the wet explosives, Kevin mentally filed away this little tidbit of information. He made a mental note to share the amusing coincidence with Lily when the current predicament had been successfully resolved. The thought of Lily's reaction brought a brief moment of joy to the tense atmosphere, reinforcing Kevin's determination to ensure the safety of the Trapp family. Back at the hatch, Brett and Katja finally managed to clear the air vent, allowing a rush of fresh air to flood back into the bunker below. The immediate threat of suffocation was alleviated, and the trapped individuals would now have a chance to breathe freely. "We did it!" Brett exclaimed. "They've got air again!" However, their triumph was short-lived as a new challenge emerged. The flames and smoke from the debris outside were now infiltrating the bunker through the open vent. Katja, alarmed, shouted, "The smoke! We have to stop the smoke!" Without hesitation, Brett and Katja sprang into action. They grabbed pieces of flaming wood and debris, hurling them away from the bunker's entrance to create a safe zone. The urgency of the situation fueled their efforts as they worked to prevent the encroaching smoke from further endangering those inside. The air became a chaotic mixture of shouts, the crackling of flames, and the rhythmic thuds of burning materials being thrown aside. Brett and Katja were engaged in a race against time, trying to clear the immediate vicinity to ensure that the air vent remained a lifeline rather than a path toward danger. Meanwhile, in the shed, Kevin, facing the challenge of dealing with wet explosives, realized that the freshly harvested loofahs weren't as effective as he had hoped due to their high moisture content. Undeterred, he brainstormed a solution on the spot. Using his quick thinking, Kevin decided to employ some of the family's clothing, specifically a few cotton garments hanging in the shed, stored for winter, that he would sacrifice for the greater good. He collected the articles of clothing and strategically placed them around the wet explosives, hoping that the cotton fabric would absorb the excess moisture, making the situation more manageable. It was a race against time. Kevin was determined to make every second count. "Yes!" Kevin shouted. "It's working!" As Kevin raced back to the other hatch, Katja and Brett were still communicating with the Trapp family through Morse code. Kevin laid the freshly dried explosives near the melted section of the hatch door and gave the family instructions to get back as far as they could. With the explosive set, Kevin took his magnifying glass and used the sun to set off the explosives. The hatch door blew open. Kevin ran over and watched with excitement as Rita and Hux climbed out of the tiny metal bunker. But as the two exited the fallout shelter, a harsh reality washed over Kevin. "Where's Walter?" he asked. "Where's your son?" The absence of Weirdo inside raised new concerns. Had Walter not been in the bunker the whole time? And if not, where was he? Had the helicopter bombs killed the young man? Or had Vincent already gotten to him? Vincent Reeves's attack on Walter Knowles' family's Idaho compound trapped the family inside their bunker when its steel door was melted shut. Kevin used the family's own stockpile of explosives, soaked from gushing water but dried out thanks to Kevin's brilliance, to blow the door off. But he, Brett, and Katja were stunned when only Rita and Hux Knowles emerged. Walter was nowhere to be seen, and Kevin feared Vincent Reeves might have nabbed him. After getting over the shock that Walter wasn't inside the bunker with his parents, and then the worry that Walter might have been in the clutches of evil Vincent Reeves, Kevin realized that the distrust of Rita and Hux was so great that they had somehow secreted Walter away before they headed into their fallout shelter, and they had no intention whatsoever of telling Kevin, Brett, and Katja where their precious son was. "Maybe we should just throw them back in their bunker," Brett suggested with disgust. Brett was particularly grumpy after saving the Knowles' lives and then spending 15 minutes trying to convince Rita and Hux Knowles that they did not come from a secret government agency and were there to take their son by force. "Throwing them back in the bunker won't help," Kevin said reasonably to Brett. He turned back to Walter's parents. "But Brett makes a good point. We wouldn't have bothered to free you from the bunker if we were really from some evil government agency." "Yeah, right," sneered Rita. "Who else besides special government ops would know how to dry out explosives like that?" "You only wanted to open the bunker because you thought Walter was in there," Hux added. "Sure," Kevin allowed, mostly because he didn't want to continue the fight any longer than he had to. "But if we were actually from Black Ops, do you think we would have let you live this long now that we've realized Walter's not with you?" Walter's parents traded looks. "You still think we might tell you where our son is?" Rita guessed. "In that case," Kevin replied, "I would have already resorted to torture or truth serum." "I knew it," Hux crowed. "I knew the government had developed a foolproof truth serum." Kevin noticed that Walter's father had a cut on his forehead. Kevin pulled a simple herbal disinfectant and healing tincture from his bag of herbal ingredients and dabbed some on a clean cloth. He handed it to Hux. "Oh my God," Walter's father exclaimed. "They've created a truth serum that can be applied topically." "It's just to stop that cut on your forehead bleeding and make sure that it doesn't get infected," Kevin told him wearily. "We don't believe in chemical-based pharmaceuticals," Rita snapped as she snatched the cloth from Kevin's hand. She was about to throw it on the ground when her nose twitched. She sniffed the tincture. "Wait a minute. This isn't chemical-based. This is made of witch hazel, cloves, and something else." "Eucalyptus essential oils," Kevin added, "along with a few ingredients of my own design." Rita considered this. Then she slapped the cloth to her husband's head, making him wince. "There's no way government black ops would use herbal remedies. Maybe they're telling the truth. Maybe." But she was cut off when Kevin suddenly dove at her, tackling her to the ground. Kevin, that's not the way to convince them that we're not here to harm them," Brett pointed out. Kevin only answered by pointing up. Lodged into a tree where Walter's mother's head had been moments before was a razor-sharp throwing star. "Assassins!" Katja yelled in warning as the forest around the family homestead suddenly seemed to come to life. Secluded valley assassins dropped from trees and leapt from bushes. They had been carefully camouflaged with brown and green face paint and leafy nets over their fatigues. "Protect Walter's parents," Kevin ordered, just as Walter's mother herself ordered her husband, Get to the cook shed! The couple scrambled to the safety of a little lean-to that had been left undamaged by the firebombing and slammed the door shut. Kevin, Katja, and Brett spread out to make sure none of the assassins made it to the lean-to. Dozens of assassins drew their machetes and raced to attack. Kevin and his friends grabbed whatever was at hand to try to defend themselves. Brett carefully seized a length of razor wire from a nearby pig pen. He whipped the wire over his head and slashed it as the assassins came at him. The razor wire sliced across their faces, puncturing eyeballs and ripping nostrils open. It tangled in their weapons, and Brett yanked them free of their hands. Katja grabbed some of the leftover explosives that Kevin hadn't needed to open the bunker's door. She snapped the fuses off short, lit them, and then threw them into the oncoming crowd of secluded valley assassins. The timing was perfect. The explosion killed the first wave and propelled their bodies back into their compatriots behind them. But more assassins kept coming. Brett picked up 2 of the fallen assassins' machetes and wielded them double-handed against 5 attackers. He sliced 2 of their hands clean off. "Ha!" he laughed. "You're going to have to ask your boss Vincent Reeves where he buys his hooks." With their pen now compromised, the giant hogs broke free and trampled through the homestead yard. They knocked over the chicken coop, which sent chickens flapping into the faces of the assassins as they charged anew. Katja seized a broken 2x4, bristling with nails from one of the A-frame hen houses, and used it to bash the assassins in the guts as they attacked her. One assassin hacked her 2x4 clean in half with his machete. Katja retaliated by channeling her level 7 powers into her fist and gave him an uppercut blow that sent him flying back up into the treetops. Kevin glanced up to see that several assassins had snuck behind them and were on the roof of the lean-to. He gripped the edge of the roof and somersaulted on top. Kevin unsheathed his night dagger and used it to parry blows from the assassins' machetes. Kevin had been saving his leveled energy, having expended too much of it while locating the first candidate for the next keeper of the White Tower. But now he reached for his level of powers and sent them in a quick blast at the assassins, knocking them from the roof, their brains now little more than jelly. But the little lean-to's roof had not been designed to be fought on. The hand-honed single suddenly gave way and Kevin dropped into the cook shed below. He rolled in midair just in time to avoid landing in a large vat of boiling oil. "What the heck is that for?" he demanded as he rolled to his feet. "It's potato chip making day," explained Rita. "Potato chips are one of the few foods that Walter actually likes." "Which makes almost every day potato chip making day," added his father glumly. Kevin glanced around the cook shed and saw several other items that could be used as improvised weapons. "Stoke that fire higher," he ordered. "We're going to need that oil as hot as you can get it." Walter's parents immediately got to work. Brett and Katja fought against wave after wave of assassins, but sheer numbers forced them to retreat until the cook shed's door was at their back. Kevin flung open the door and began hurling gallon tin cans of peaches at the assassins using large oven mitts. "What are you doing, Kevin?" Brett exclaimed. But as he watched, the cans hit the oncoming assassins. Kevin had them baking in the fire without venting. The impact caused the superheated contents to explode through the tin, launching shrapnel and scalding peaches at their attackers. The assassins fell to the ground, screaming and covering their scalded faces. "That's brilliant," Katja laughed. There were only a handful of assassins left, but these were the toughest, still on their feet even after Kevin, Brett, and Katja had done their worst. "Get to the roof," Kevin ordered his allies, Brett and Katja, "but watch the hole." The 2 fighters instantly obeyed, gripping the eaves and swinging up to perch on the edge as Kevin had ordered. "You can't stop us," the lead assassin yelled. "You're still outnumbered." "Come over here and say that to my face," Kevin shot back. The lead assassin let out a war cry and led the charge up the slight incline to the cook shed. Kevin ducked back inside, giving Walter's parents room to come forward, holding the giant vat of oil between them with reinforced oven mitts. They dumped the oil out. The wave of boiling fat careened down on the assassins before they knew what was happening. They screamed as the oil hit their feet and legs, forcing them to collapse, which only brought them into greater contact with the oil. A cheer went up from somewhere nearby. Kevin scanned the tree line and got a quick glimpse of a young boy's face in the trees before it ducked back and disappeared. It was Walter. Kevin, Brett, and Katja are at their wits' end when Rita and Huck Snowles, off-the-grid conspiracy theorists whose lives the trio saved, refuse to tell them where they've hidden their son Walter, a tech prodigy. Soon, secluded Valley assassins attack the compound and Kevin leads a battle that quells them, after which he spots Walter watching from high in a tree, but he soon flees and disappears once again. Kevin left Katja and Brett to deal with the cleanup after their battle with the secluded Valley assassins. Brett was calling in Myriad agents to help dispose of the assassins regardless of their condition and to help Walter's parents rebuild their flattened homestead. Once they took care of the assassins, they would begin to round up the scattered chickens and hogs and get them back into makeshift pens, although Brett argued that this should be Kevin's job since he was the one who could talk to animals. Kevin suspected Brett just wasn't an animal lover in general, which would be a lesson Kevin could teach him on another day. Kevin went back to Walter's parents, who were still huddled together inside the cookshed. "Now, do you believe me that we're not from some secret government black ops organization?" Kevin asked them. "Will you believe that we're actually here to help your son and keep him from people like these?" Kevin gestured to the dead, dying, and injured assassins that now littered the homestead's yard. Rita and Hux exchanged a look. Finally, Walter's mother nodded. "Okay, we believe you're not Black Ops, CIA, NSA, FBI, or one of the other alphabet organizations." Kevin felt his shoulders relax. If this hadn't convinced Walter's parents that he was on their side, Kevin was hard put to think of anything that would do the trick. "Tell me where Walter is. These won't be the only people coming after him. There is still the man who was flying the helicopter that firebombed your homestead, Vincent Reeves. He's really the bad guy in all of this." "We'd be happy to tell you where our son is," Huck Snowles said to Kevin. "But the truth is, we have no idea where he might be. He likes to go off into the woods by himself for hours at a time. Occasionally, we've gone to look for him when he was out too late, but we were never able to find where he holes up." "Sometimes he talks about hanging out in his Easter egg," Rita added, "but we have absolutely no idea what that means. No one does. It's just one of the weird things about our son that we don't pursue." Kevin stroked his chin as he went to examine the last place where he had seen Walter peeping out from the trees during the battle between his team and the secluded Valley assassins. At first, he didn't see anything of note. The tree looked perfectly normal, but then he caught a glimpse of a set of vines that were running parallel with suspicious evenness. Kevin knew that few things in nature followed straight lines. Someone had interfered with how those vines were growing, and Kevin was willing to bet that person was Walter. Kevin quickly scaled the tree to the place where he had seen Walter peeking out. There he found 3 ropes strung between this tree and the next. The vines had been trained to grow around them to conceal the ropes. They were exactly positioned to provide a set of handrails and a narrow surface for a young boy to run along. As Kevin peered deeper into the forest, his keen eyes picked up on more vines running from the next tree to the one after that. Suddenly, Kevin knew exactly how he was going to find Walter's Easter egg, whatever that was. At that very moment, Walter was running along one of his vines, his hands barely touching the handrail vines. Long practice and natural good reflexes meant that he was as comfortable in the treetops as he was on the ground. He was almost to his Easter egg when he heard someone calling his name from the ground. He looked down to see a man standing on the forest floor. He was smiling up at Walter and had his hands tucked behind his back as if he was just out on a pleasant nature walk.
"Walter? Excuse me, young sir, your name is Walter, isn't it?"
the man called up at him. Walter ducked behind a particularly leafy branch, but it was no use.
"Don't bother hiding," the man called again. "My eyesight is keener than most, and I see exactly where you are."
"What do you want?" Walter asked the man.
"Just to talk to you for a few minutes," the man replied. "I'm a video game developer and a computer programming entrepreneur."
"So what do you want with me?" Walter demanded. I'm just some homeschooled kid who's living off the grid at the back end of nowhere."
Don't be so modest, the man chuckled. I assure you your fame quite precedes you in the hacking and gaming circles. Walter, you're one of the top-rated video game players in the world.
"Nobody's supposed to know about that," Walter whined. "You're going to get me into a lot of trouble with my parents."
Come with me and you never have to worry about getting into trouble with your parents ever again, the man replied. I'm a rich and powerful man, Walter. I can take you away from all of this and set you up with your own video game developing studio. You'll have unlimited computing power, unlimited Wi-Fi access, and unlimited snacks. I can make all your dreams come true, whatever they are. Money, power, fame, all of that can be yours. How does that sound?
Walter laughed. "Too good to be true, old man. Next, you'll be telling me you're a Nigerian prince who needs my help recovering lost bank accounts."
I don't know what you're talking about, the man sputtered. I assure you every word I've said is true.
"Cut it out," Walter sneered. "I live my life on the internet. You don't think I know about stranger danger?" Walter threw an acorn to distract the man while he scurried over the last rope bridge to the tree where his Easter egg was located. Unfortunately, the man didn't even glance in the direction of the acorn.
Is that your final answer? He demanded.
"No," Walter shot back. "This is."
Walter, no fool, had provided several of his own booby traps for his favorite tree. He yanked a rope and a weighted net fell directly on top of the man.
"Ha!" Walter laughed. "I don't know what kind of trap you were trying to set for me, Gramps, but it's you who are trapped now."
That's what you think, you snot-nosed little brat, the man growled as he finally moved his hands out from behind his back. Walter's eyes went wide with horror. Instead of hands, this stranger had 2 chainsaws attached to the end of his arms. Vincent Reeves laughed maniacally as he strode forward and put his new favorite prosthetic devices against the thick trunk of the tree that Walter was hiding in. Meanwhile, Katja had to hunch over as she hurried along Walter's treetop ropes as fast as she could. Although her reflexes and balance were almost as good as Kevin's were, she was hindered by the fact that Walter had set the ropes up for someone of his size, not a grown adult. They also had been set up for someone of his weight, which was why she was the one to take to the ropes, while Kevin and Brett followed along on the ground. "See anything yet?" Kevin called up to her. "Nothing yet," Katja replied. "The tree canopy up here is so thick it's tough to see beyond the next tree. Have you guys seen any signs of him down there?" "We just came upon another set of footsteps heading this way," Brett told her, "but they're too big to be a little kid's." In the distance, they heard the sound of 2 chainsaws firing up. "That's weird," Brett said. "This whole area should be closed to logging." Kevin had a terrible feeling. Then maybe it's not logging. Maybe it's an attack. Kevin raced forward ahead of his team. He ran directly for the sound of the chainsaws, no longer needing Katja to guide them along Walter's sky ropes. Kevin broke from the trees into a small clearing. Across the meadow was a giant oak tree spreading its branches high into the sky. None other than Vincent Reeves hacked away at the massive trunk with 2 chainsaws he was now wearing in place of his usual hooks. Although the trunk was more than 4 feet across, he had already sliced deeply into it. The top of the tree swayed wildly, threatening to come down under its own weight any second. High in the top of the tree, Kevin spotted the tiny figure of Walter, clinging to a branch. Even over the roar of the chainsaws, Kevin could hear his screams. "Help! Someone help, please!" Walter begged at the top of his voice. Before Kevin and his team could convince Walter's parents that they were the good guys, their Idaho homestead was firebombed by Vincent Reeves and then attacked by a battalion of Secluded Valley assassins. Kevin finally got a hint as to missing Walter's location, but Vincent Reeves got to Walter first. When Walter refuses to fall for Vincent's offers of fame and fortune, Vincent starts to cut down the tree that Walter was hiding in. Vincent sliced again at the thick trunk of the oak tree with the 2 chainsaws he was wearing as prosthetics at the end of his arms. He was almost halfway through the trunk. He paused to call up to the boy still hiding at the top of the tree. "Are you going to come down here to listen to reason?" Vincent demanded of Walter. "I promise that I have no intention of hurting you."
Never trust a man with chainsaws for hands unless he is Bruce Campbell, the valiant Walter declared. And you, sir, are no Bruce Campbell.
With a roar of fury, Vincent fired up his chainsaws again and went back to hacking at the trunk of the tree. But suddenly, something barreled directly into Vincent, knocking him away from the tree into the ground. Taken completely by surprise, Vincent couldn't even use his chainsaw hands to break his fall. He splayed his arms out as wide as possible to prevent cutting himself with his still buzzing saws and fell face first in the dirt. Spluttering, he rolled over to find his arch-nemesis Kevin Williams standing over him with a look of fury on his face. "I didn't cut off both of your hands just so that you could arm yourself with something more dangerous," Kevin declared. "You can't deal me aces and then think I won't play them," Vincent shot back. "You were able to convince the last potential keeper of the White Tower of the Upper Realm to join your side, but you won't be able to convince this one." "What makes you think that?" Kevin sneered. "Because he's about to fall to his death." Vincent pointed with his chainsaw hand to a spot behind Kevin. Kevin turned to see that the old oak tree was tottering dangerously, its trunk cut more than halfway through. Little Walter was clinging to an upper branch with only his thumbs and screaming in terror. Kevin raced back to the tree, intent on stabilizing it as Vincent scrambled to his feet and took off running through the forest. "Go after him! Don't let him get away!" Kevin ordered Brett and Katja. "I'll save the tree and Walter." "On it!" Brett and Katja replied and took off running after Vincent. Kevin used his immense strength to steady the tree, helping it settle back onto its half-severed trunk. "I'm going to create an herbal concoction to help the tree trunk heal so it will be more stable. But you can't move, or the whole tree could come crashing down with you in it," he cried to Walter. "No problem," Walter replied. "I can hang around like this all day." Walter had almost inhumanly strong thumbs from his hours and hours of video game playing. Hanging on by just his thumbs was practically child's play for him. Kevin was relieved to realize it. Even Walter just shifting slightly as he dangled from the branch could send the whole tree hurtling murderously toward the ground. Seeing that Walter was in no immediate danger, Kevin opened up his herbal satchel and began to take stock of what he could use to help the tree heal. At the same time, Vincent Reeves was fleeing through the forest, hacking and slashing at the undergrowth with his chainsaw hands as he went. He could hear Katja and Brett hot on his trail. He had to get to the helicopter waiting for him at a nearby forest fire and lookout before Kevin's friends reached him. It should have been easy with his chainsaw hands, but when Kevin had knocked him over, dirt and debris had gotten into the chainsaw mechanisms. They were starting to cough and sputter. Vincent couldn't cut through the forest as efficiently as he had hoped. Katja and Brett caught up to him just as Vincent was trying to cut through a large tree that had fallen partially across the path and was blocking his exit. "Give yourself up," Katja ordered. "Or don't," Brett added. "Kevin didn't say anything about having to take you alive." "You think you two pathetic sidekicks can take me?" Vincent yelled back. "Who are you calling a sidekick?" Brett sneered. "I lead the Myriads, my own force of freedom fighters." "And I'm the headmistress of a school for exceptionally gifted children," Katja added. "That's all Kevin sent after me?" Vincent laughed. "G.I. dope and a school teacher?" "There's also this," Katja replied as she gathered her leveled powers within herself. She was a level 7 expert and had nearly beaten out Kevin to win the epic clash. She stomped her foot, channeling her power down through it. A wide gash blazing with blue light opened in the ground and shot forward directly to where Vincent stood. Vincent barely managed to jump out of its way in time. Unfortunately for him, he jumped right into Brett's oncoming fist. "And I got levels too," Brett declared. "Maybe not as many as Kevin or Katja here, but I'm happy for the opportunity to gain a few more by kicking your butt." Vincent went flying but hooked an arm over a tree branch and used his momentum to swing around it, turning a double somersault in the air to land lightly on his feet again. Vincent's own levels had been unreliable since his return from the lower realm, but that didn't stop him from channeling a blast directly at Katja and Brett as they ran towards him. "Watch out, Brett," Katja called as she leapt high into the air, avoiding the blast from Vincent. Brett didn't jump quite high enough. The blast slammed into his feet, sending him spinning head over heels until he slammed into a tree. Brett slumped to the ground, knocked unconscious by the blow. Katja dove for Vincent, gathering her powers to unleash another wave at point-blank range. But as she neared, Vincent's chainsaws roared to life again. The force of his leveled energy blast had shaken the dirt and debris that was gumming up their work loose. Vincent swung the chainsaws at Katja's head, forcing her to duck and dodge. He sliced forward, driving her back to where the tree stood thicker. A vicious double swipe cut 2 inches off the ends of her hair as she ducked at the last moment. "You missed," she taunted Vincent. "No, I didn't," Vincent sneered. Katja turned to follow his gaze and saw the trunk of the tree he had just sliced through toppling directly for her head. Meanwhile, Kevin kept his back firmly against Walter's tree, senses attuned to the slightest movement that might signal that the tree's balance was shifting again. His mind ran through a complicated and shifting set of formulas, mentally trying out different ingredients to help heal the deep cut in the tree trunk. Normally, this kind of damage would mean the death of the tree for sure, but Kevin was determined to save the noble old oak. "You still okay up there?" he called to Walter. "I'm still good to camp," Walter replied, using gamer speak for staying in one spot. "Mega thumbs FTW." His massive thumbs hadn't even begun to tire despite the fact that he was using them to dangle from one of the highest branches. "Can you save my tree, mister?" Walter asked. "I thought Mr. Buzzhands cut it pretty deep." "It's not good, but I've healed worse wounds in humans," Kevin replied with honesty. "I'm sure I can do the same for your tree." "Good," Walter called back. "It's kinda like my only IRL friend." Kevin went back to his calculations, thinking it was sad Walter only had a tree for an in-real-life friend. Then he nearly smacked himself on the head when he realized that the solution to the tree's problem was just that simple. He just had to treat the tree the way he would any friend. Kevin pulled a handful of recovery pills he had pre-mixed in preparation for this trip. It was always a good idea to have some handy. He opened the capsules and poured the contents into a bottle of water. Then he started slopping the water into the cut in the tree, giving it a small trickle at a time. Instantly, Kevin felt the tree steady as it absorbed the herbal ingredients into itself. Kevin could practically see the fibers reforming themselves as the near-fatal cut to its trunk healed itself. After all, Kevin thought with satisfaction that plants really weren't that different from any other kind of living being. "I think it's safe for you to move now," he called up to Walter. Walter gave a few grunts as he tried to pull himself up onto the branch before he gave up. I think I need some help," he finally admitted. "Really? What about your mega thumbs?" Kevin asked. "They're only good for about 2 inches," Walter confessed. "The rest of my upper body is kinda lame." "I'll be right there," Kevin told him and began to climb the tree. Moments later, Kevin pulled Walter up onto the branch. "Thanks," Walter said, shaking out his thumbs. He worked his way back to the trunk, but instead of climbing down, he started climbing even higher. "Where are you going?" Kevin asked. "To the Easter egg," Walter told him. "Come on." When Walter the Weirdo refused to fall for Vincent's offers of fame and fortune, Vincent started to cut down the tree that Walter was hiding in before being confronted by his enemy Kevin. Katja and Brett went in pursuit of Vincent but lost their battle with the fiendish man. Meanwhile, Kevin healed Walter's tree. In return, Walter led Kevin to a secret treehouse which Walter called his Easter egg. Kevin followed Walter as the boy climbed higher into the huge old oak that Kevin had just healed using his herbal mastery. At the main fork in the high branches, Kevin could see that Walter had cobbled together a shack in the tree's thick leaves from old boards, bits of timber, corrugated tin, and other scrounged building materials. "Hey, you built yourself a treehouse," Kevin smiled. Although Walter was incredibly advanced for his age and even had naturally occurring levels, the boy had still done something as ordinary as creating his own makeshift hideout. "But why do you call it your Easter egg?"
"You know, like in a video game," Walter explained. "Easter eggs are hidden features within the game left by developers that are hard to find. Nobody's found my Easter egg yet. You're the first person I brought here."
Walter opened the door and showed Kevin inside. Kevin had expected the inside to be as makeshift, crude, and sparse as the outside was. Instead, he found himself inside a luxurious gaming suite crossed with a high-tech computer lab. Some of the gear was cutting-edge and obviously expensive, although there were still signs of Walter's scrounging and ingenuity everywhere. A solar-powered generator hummed in one corner, powering a combination of old and new laptops wired to a dozen monitors that took up one entire wall of the treehouse. On the opposite wall, Kevin recognized a Hollywood-level LED screen that displayed a constantly changing series of backdrops. Between the two walls was an ancient armchair, squishy and patched with duct tape and looking incredibly comfortable. Perched on the armchair was a sophisticated mask with an LED surface as complicated as the screen behind it. "This is where you do all of your gaming," Kevin realized. "The backdrop and the mask mean that you can look like anyone anywhere so that no one can figure out your real identity."
"Duh," Walter replied, rolling his eyes. "When you play at my level, you gotta watch out for trolls and doxers. I don't want some numbnut showing up at my door to pound the stuffing out of me again just because I beat him at Grand Larceny 17 at the World Gamers Cup."
"Again? You mean that actually happened before?" Kevin asked, aghast.
"Oh yeah," Walter waved the incident off without concern. "Of course the guy looked pretty stupid when he realized I was just a 7-year-old at the time, so he tried to beat up my dad instead."
"Then what happened?" Kevin wanted to know.
"Mom pulled him off Dad and called the cops," Walter said with a shrug. "The worst part was that the guy was actually some high-level bureaucrat in the government. My folks didn't think it was all just about a video game tournament and started to believe all these crazy conspiracy theories about the government. Everything from Area 51 to faking the moon landing, it's all just urban legends, of course."
Kevin thought back to some of the things he'd seen in the real secret government hangar at Area 52. "You might be surprised," he told Walter. "But as far as I know, no one from the government isn't trying to kidnap you."
"Yeah, there's no way real government black ops could be beaten by a guy wearing Dockers and Keds,"
Walter said matter-of-factly as he looked Kevin's clothes up and down. Deciding not to fight about it, Kevin asked Walter to tell him more about his computer setup. Kevin was more impressed by the moment. Not only had Walter found ways to make his solar panels run at top efficiency, but his ability also to combine old and new technology in unexpected ways was pure genius. Recently, Walter began to expand his inventions beyond gaming and computers. He had several projects going on in the areas of clean energy, micro-robotics, and medical devices.
"Excuse me," Walter said and went to check his computer. "The Tokyo markets are just opening and there's an IPO launch that I'm looking to become the primary investor in."
Since Walter didn't mind, Kevin watched over his shoulder as the boy managed several complicated financial transactions, totaling almost $1 billion. And he oversaw all of his transactions in obviously fluent Japanese. Kevin thought of his own affinity for quickly learning languages in days and sometimes even hours. He asked Walter if he had the same ability to process the world's various tongues.
"No, is that like a thing?" Walter asked with interest. "I just taught myself Japanese because that's where some of the best video games started from."
Kevin explained about his own abilities and how they were related to Walter's natural levels when it came to gaming and technology. Unlike the last candidate that Kevin had met, Pamela, Walter clearly didn't need to find ways to support his parents financially. Kevin worried that Walter wouldn't be interested in leaving his sweet gamer setup to travel to the upper realm. "Tell me, Walter," Kevin began, Would you ever want to leave all of this? I can see that you put so much time and effort into building your perfect setup here. It's like a paradise for any boy and gamer. Although I'm still not sure why you scrounge so much stuff when obviously you could afford to buy everything brand new.
Yeah, I could buy anything I wanted, Walter explained. I started by investing my winnings from the video game tournaments. And then I figured that playing the stock market was just like playing any other kind of game. And of course, I started winning at that too. But Mom and Dad would notice if delivery guys suddenly started showing up at our door every day. There's a kid in town who acts like my mail drop. I have stuff sent to him and he holds on to it until we make our monthly trip into town. But I still can't order anything that won't fit into my backpack.
Walter patted his beat-up canvas backpack, obviously left over from when he had attended a regular school in the days before his parents decided to retreat from society and hide behind their paranoia and conspiracy theories. Walter patted his beat-up canvas backpack, obviously left over from when he had attended a regular school, in the days before his parents decided to retreat from society and hide behind their paranoia and conspiracy theories. The backpack reminded Kevin of his own trusty satchel of herbal remedies that he took with him everywhere. But would you consider leaving all of this? Kevin reminded Walter of his original question.
It would depend, Walter replied. I'm getting kind of bored of gaming, to tell you the truth. It doesn't have the same challenge for me the way it did when I was a little kid.
Walter suddenly looked bashful.
I know it sounds dumb, but I always kind of thought that maybe I was meant for something more.
That doesn't sound dumb at all, Kevin reassured Walter. It's quite possible that something more is exactly what you're meant for. Kevin explained to Walter about the Upper Realm and about the Keeper of the White Tower. The current Keeper of the White Tower, Alohi, was dying, and Kevin had been charged with finding the next Keeper among the children of the Foundation on the ordinary plane of existence. Once all 7 candidates are assembled in the Upper Realm, Kevin went on to explain, there will be a competition to see which one of you is meant to be the next Keeper of the White Tower. Walter's eyes lit up.
A competition? You mean like games against people who are just like me?
All of the potential candidates will be different, Kevin said, but each of you will all have natural levels, like your ability with technology. Everyone will have his or her own area of expertise.
Wow, that's like the ultimate in gaming. It's like live-action role play, only I won't be playing a role. I still get to be me,
Walter realized. Kevin smiled, glad to see Walter so enthusiastic about the idea. But before Kevin could ask him more questions, he heard Brett calling from outside. Kevin! Kevin, where are you? Come quick! Brett was clearly in distress. Kevin ran out of Walter's Easter egg treehouse and climbed down the tree as fast as he could go. Brett stood at the base of Walter's tree. He was bleeding from a gash on his head, but otherwise looked fine. However, in his arms he cradled Katja. She was still and unmoving. Kevin! Brett exclaimed as soon as he saw Kevin. Help! It's Katja! Vincent cut down a tree so it fell on top of her. Okay, I'm sure we can revive her to consciousness. Kevin tried to reassure the big leader of the Myriads. I don't think you can, Brett replied. Her heart has stopped. Kevin chased Vincent off and healed Walter's tree, which Vincent had nearly felled with his chainsaw prosthetic hands. In return, Walter took Kevin to a secret treehouse, a veritable haven of computers and games and high-tech gadgetry, which Walter calls his Easter egg. Katja and Brett went in pursuit of Vincent but lost the battle. Brett returned to Walter's tree with Katja in his arms. Her heart had stopped. You have to help Katja, Brett exclaimed to Kevin. Her heart stopped when Vincent Reeves cut down a tree and it landed on top of her. Kevin helped Brett lay Katja on the ground. She was bruised and bloody. Kevin could tell the trunk of the tree must have crashed directly down on top of her rib cage, breaking several ribs. If her ribs pierce her heart, she's dead just the same, Brett protested. I know, Kevin replied. He already had his satchel of herbal remedies open and was rifling through its contents. We have to find another way to get her heart pumping again. Kevin still had a little of the water mixed with the recovery pills that he had used to heal Walter's tree. But that wouldn't restart Katja's heart. He had considered several other possibilities, but each one would take far too long. Katja had only moments before the lack of blood circulation would cause damage to her brain. A whirring noise made Kevin glance up. He saw Walter descending from the top of the tree using a rope with a counterbalance to control his rate of descent. "I've got something," Walter declared. "It's something that I've been working on. It's an improved defibrillator that matches a person's individual voltage and sends a continuous pulse of electricity through the heart as long as needed." "You mean it's like a combination of a defibrillator and a pacemaker?" Kevin asked. "You got it," Walter confirmed. "Help me get her strapped to it." Kevin and Brett quickly applied the wires to Katja's battered and tattered chest. They followed Walter's instructions to the letter. Then Kevin and Brett held their breath as Walter turned on the machine. Brett leaned forward to take Katja's pulse to see if it was working, but Walter grabbed his hand. "You can't touch her while she's on the defibrillator," he told Brett. "Her whole body is electrified." Katja has started breathing again. She wouldn't be able to do that if her heart wasn't pumping, Kevin assured Brett. Walter's miracle machine is actually working. "Her heart may be beating, but we can't move her or get her help when she's like this." Brett looked to Walter with awe, thanks, appreciation, and yet another pressing question. "What are we supposed to do now, boy genius?" Walter looked chagrined. "Actually, I hadn't thought that far ahead. This is the first time I've ever field tested it." "It's okay," Kevin assured them. "I know what to do now." Kevin still had a little of the water mixed with the herbal recovery pills that he had used to heal Walter's tree. Kevin used a small stick to ease Katja's mouth open. Then he poured dribbles of the water into her mouth. Even unconscious, Katja swallowed them by reflex. Within moments, her wounds had begun to heal and her color improved. "I think she's healed enough for her heart to beat on its own now," Kevin told Walter. "Let's see what happens when we turn off your machine." Walter switched off the machine, but Katja continued to breathe normally as Kevin's recovery pills proceeded to do their work. Within minutes, her eyes were fluttering open and she was sitting up again. "I'm so sorry, Kevin," were the first words out of her mouth. "Vincent Reeves got away. I saw him make it to his helicopter right before I passed out." "Don't worry about Vincent," Kevin assured her. "If there's one thing that we can count on, it's that it'll give us another chance to defeat him." Later, when her strength was rebounding, Katja refused to be carried back to Walter's family's homestead. She was able to walk, albeit slowly. Walter's parents were very happy to see him and embraced him with hugs and kisses. But now Kevin had the difficult task of explaining to them the real reason he and his team had come looking for Walter. It helped that they had witnessed Kevin's leveled battle against the Secluded Valley assassins and had some idea of the kind of power he was talking about. "But who is in charge of this upper realm?" Walter's mother Rita wanted to know. "What form of government do they have? Who is the judiciary? Who watches their watchmen?" "The Keeper of the White Tower oversees the upper realm," Kevin explained. "But it's not a position of power. It is more a position of spiritual leadership. There's not really any form of government." "No government at all?" exclaimed Hux, Walter's father. "That sounds perfect. Of course, Walter should go, even if it means he turns out to be this Keeper of the White Tower and never comes back to us." "Gee, thanks, Dad," Walter grumbled. Walter's mother knelt to give him another hug. "Of course we'll miss you, honey, but this upper realm might be the only place you are safe from government conspiracies. And we all know that you were meant for something other than living in the woods and raising chickens." Walter finally caved in and hugged his mom and dad back. When he finished, he looked at Kevin. "Okay, I'm ready to go. How do we get to this upper realm place?" Kevin took Walter back to his Easter egg treehouse to begin their journey to the upper realm. Kevin had first reached the upper realm by repeated viewings of an age film by the Lumiere brothers. Watching it had allowed him to relive his memories of past triumphs and moments of great love and beauty, most especially the moment he had first met his beloved wife Lily. Kevin was pretty sure he could recreate that state of consciousness now by using only his mind. But Kevin also knew that everybody's path to the upper realm was different. The methods and memories that worked for him wouldn't necessarily work for Walter. The boy would have to find his own way into the correct state of consciousness to enter the upper realm, but Kevin was counting on the fact that the youngster was a potential keeper of the upper realm. If he found a way to help Walter focus his mind, his natural levels could take him the rest of the way there. It had worked with Pamela, the teenage girl Kevin had already taken to the upper realm. Kevin had Walter sit on the floor. Walter refused to give up his cherished backpack and cradled it in his lap. "Why are we back in my treehouse?" Walter wanted to know. "How does this help get us to the upper realm?" "I brought you here because this seems like the place you're the happiest. You told me this tree was your only friend IRL," Kevin told him. "Yeah, that's true." Walter looked out the treehouse's window to the friendly branches waving outside. "In order to get to the upper realm, you're going to need to focus all your concentration on your happiest thoughts or memories," Kevin explained. "Some people look to the past for those, but some people look to the future. Where do you want to look?" "I don't know." Walter suddenly looked very unsure. "Maybe I should think about the first time I won my favorite video game. That day was really awesome. I even have a recording of it." Walter brought the game up so it was showing on all his monitors. "Great. Focus on that as much as you possibly can," Kevin nodded. "Your natural levels will do the rest to get you to the upper realm." "But what will I do when I get to the upper realm?" Walter was sounding more unsure by the moment. "Don't worry," Kevin smiled. "I'll meet you there. If you don't see me right away, just look for me in a lily pond." Kevin was resigned to his own watery fate. It seemed every time he transitioned to the upper realm, he landed there in the middle of a frog-filled lily pond. Walter nodded and concentrated on the monitors with the replay of his game. Gradually, his face took on a look of intense wonder and happiness. His eyes fluttered closed, and then he fell backward from his seated position as if he'd suddenly gone to sleep. A brief look of worry crossed the boy's face, but then he disappeared. Kevin smiled. He closed his own eyes and focused on his own source of wonder and happiness, his darling wife and their unborn children. Kevin crashed down into a lily pond again. The lily pond was no more than 2 feet deep, covered with flat green leaves, and it was surrounded by a chorus of croaking frogs. He was back in the upper realm, and the entry was just as he knew it would be. "Kevin, you're back!" a voice exclaimed from nearby. Kevin smiled as he saw the first candidate that he had recruited, Pamela, coming toward him. And as damp as ever, Kevin looked around for Walter. "Have you seen a young boy enter the upper realm at the same time as I did?" he asked Pamela. No one's come into the upper realm but you, Kevin," Pamela replied with a frown. Kevin got a sinking feeling that had nothing to do with the muddy bottom of the lily pond. If Walter hadn't come through to the upper realm, then where had he gone? Kevin revived Katja with the help of one of Walter's specially designed medical devices. Walter's parents agreed Walter should go to the upper realm for his own safety. Kevin walked Walter through the processes of achieving the correct mental state to reach the upper realm, but when Kevin himself arrived, Walter was nowhere to be found. Kevin hurried from the lily pond directly to the White Tower with Pamela on his heels. He charged into the White Tower and up the stairs to the room where the current keeper of the White Tower, Alohi, was staying in her weakened state. He knocked on her closed door with urgency. The longer he went without knowing Walter's whereabouts, the worse Kevin felt about what could be a fatal error in Walter's transition. Alohi's gentle voice told him to enter, and Kevin pushed through the door. Pamela followed them. Alohi was sitting up in her simple bed but looked no better than the last time that Kevin had seen her. If anything, she looked worse. Her skin was slightly grayer and the circles under her eyes were darker. "Kevin, I welcome you back to the upper realm," Alohi said in a weak and raspy voice. "Have you brought the next candidate for the Keeper of the White Tower with you?" "That's what I've come to see you about," Kevin confessed. "I located the next candidate, a young tech wizard by the name of Walter. He had been living with his parents off the grid in Idaho." "Would his parents not let him come with you?" Alohi asked. "I can understand how it would be difficult to let a child go on such a strange journey, especially knowing he may never return." "Actually, they practically shoved him out the door once they learned there was no government here in the upper realm," Kevin said with a wry smile. "They're big believers in government conspiracies. They thought he would be safer here in the upper realm than he would be on our plane of existence." "Then what went wrong?"
Alohi asked. You thought this Walter kid should have been with you when you arrived here in the upper realm. I don't know what happened, Kevin shrugged. Everything seemed fine when we left the ordinary plane of existence. Walter was thinking his happiest thoughts about a video game that he had won. Then he fell backward and disappeared the same way that Pamela had when she had come to the upper realm. But when I arrived here, Kevin spread his hands wide. Nothing. This may explain what I was just feeling, Alohi said thoughtfully. Only a few moments ago, I was feeling that there was a terrible disturbance between your plane of existence, this one, and the lower realm. While the upper realm was a beautiful and idyllic plane of consciousness where leveled experts could come to refine their abilities to the highest level, the lower realm was a hellish place full of every torment and pain a human could experience. I had hoped it would come to nothing when I felt the disturbance settle into the lower realm, Alohi continued. But perhaps the chaos I am sensing there is a result of your young charge going astray and winding up there instead of here, where he belongs in the upper realm. Kevin felt terrible. It had been his responsibility to make sure that Walter got to the upper realm safely. If the boy had instead wound up in the hellish dimension of the lower realm, Kevin would have failed him badly. I don't know what I did wrong and why Walter would have wound up in the lower realm instead of this one, but I'll do whatever I must to find him and bring him here, Kevin promised. I want to go too, Pamela volunteered. You don't understand, Kevin shook his head. The lower realm isn't like this one. It's a terrible place. Just getting there is incredibly difficult. I'll have to go through the Sea of Regret again. I'm willing to risk it, Pamela declared. If another one of the candidates is in trouble, I want to help him. Take her with you, Kevin, Alohi urged. My time grows no longer, and you will need all the help you can get in order to find this new candidate and to bring him back here. Previously, a violent earthquake had opened a massive crack in the earth near the White Tower. At the bottom of the crack was the boiling Sea of Regret. The earthquakes had eventually sent the tower tumbling down, but Kevin and several other experts who had been in the upper realm at the time had rebuilt it better than ever. In a moment of great foresight, Kevin had ordered the leveled engineers to cover the crack with concrete and stone, leaving only a single entrance back to the Sea of Regret through the tower's basement. Kevin led Pamela back down through the tower into the concealed trapdoor on the lowest reaches of the tower. From there, they descended even lower to where a pool of hot black water waited. Kevin opened his mouth to explain to Pamela what she was likely to encounter in the Sea of Regret and the lower realm itself. But before he could say anything, Pamela had gathered her courage and leapt into the water. Alarmed, Kevin flung himself in after her. Before Kevin could orient himself or call out to Pamela, the currents pulled the two of them in different directions. Kevin lost sight of Pamela underwater. As she vanished into the murky depths, Kevin left to navigate the swirling currents alone. In the murky depths of the abyss, Pamela was enveloped by the inky blackness. She kicked and fought against the current, trying to find the surface again. Suddenly, an image appeared in front of her. It was a vision from her past. The memory surfaced with haunting clarity. Pamela saw herself in one of the most expensive boutiques in her hometown, in a poverty-stricken area of Sri Lanka. She was trying on outfit after outfit as Vincent Reeves looked on with approval and encouraged her to buy even more clothes. Get them all! He cheered her on as Pamela, in her vision, picked out clothes that cost more than what her entire neighborhood paid in rent in a year. Pamela felt sick to her stomach. Vincent had lured her away from her family with promises of fame and fortune. Pamela had claimed that she had wanted to help her parents. Her father was sick, and her mother had to go away to find enough work to support the family. But now Pamela was being forced to remember that she happily spent money on frivolous things when she should have been ensuring the money got back to her family. Although she didn't know it at the time, Vincent wasn't helping her family at all. He had even actually kidnapped her father. None of that would have happened if Pamela hadn't been so selfish and self-centered as to go on shopping sprees instead of checking to make sure her parents were actually being taken care of. The vision of the boutique faded away, much to Pamela's relief, but it was replaced with another memory.
She was sitting in an expensive hotel suite surrounded by her beautiful new clothes and eating with mad abandon from a small train of room service trolleys. It was far more food than she had ever seen in her entire life. It was more food than any one person could hope to eat in a week. Yet there she was, greedily shoving treat after treat into her mouth. She didn't care about the mess she made or how much food was being wasted. She was so sick of being hungry or eating the cheapest, dullest food possible, the kind of food that her poor parents could barely afford even as it was. Pamela's efforts to swim back to the surface of the Sea of Regret slowed. She was too distracted to focus on her movements. She only wanted to turn her face away from the vision, disgusted with herself. Just like the last vision, the vision of Pamela pigging out cleared away, only to be replaced with an even worse memory. Vincent had recruited Pamela for his underground fight club. With her natural levels, Pamela easily outstripped every ordinary martial artist and most of the leveled ones. In this vision, Pamela was standing over her vanquished opponent at the end of her first professional bout. All around her, the audience cheered and screamed her name. Vincent sat at a nearby VIP table and clicked his hooks together in a mimicry of clapping. At the time, Pamela had been exhilarated, riding high on success and applause. But now, in her swirling vision, Pamela couldn't take her eyes away from her opponent, lying beaten and bloodied on the mat. This man had done nothing to her. He had posed no threat to her outside the ring, and yet she had inflicted terrible injuries on him for the money and approval of an evil man. Pamela stopped trying to swim. Despair and regret overwhelmed her, leaving no room for a single other thought, even her own survival in this hot black water. Kevin himself was relatively untouched by the Sea of Regret. He had long since carefully trained his mind to fight negative thoughts and visions. He had brought 3 companions, Jonah, Muscles, and Cassian, along on his last trip through the Sea of Regret, and they had all come out relatively unscathed despite their visions of their past failures, real or imagined. But as Kevin neared the surface of the Sea of Regret, he glanced around and didn't see Pamela anywhere near him. He suddenly realized that she was much younger and less experienced than his past companions. Perhaps she was not faring as well. But it wasn't until he looked down that Kevin saw Pamela being sucked down into the deepest depths of the Sea of Regret, from which she might never emerge. Suddenly, Kevin was faced with a terrible choice. He could either save Pamela, or he could continue to the surface to look for Walter. Kevin learned from Alohi that Walter somehow wound up in the lower realm. Pamela, the first candidate Kevin found, insisted on helping save Walter. But when they traveled through the Sea of Regret to get to the lower realm, Pamela was overcome by guilt and remorse and was swept away. Now Kevin has to choose between saving Pamela or going after Walter. Kevin looked down into the depths of the Sea of Regret. He saw Pamela sinking deeper into the hot black water by the moment, pulled down by her own guilt and remorse, inspired by whatever visions the sea was causing her to relive. At the same time, Kevin knew that Walter was in danger as long as he was in the lower realm. Pamela was older, in her teens, but Walter was still a young boy who needed help. But Pamela was so close that Kevin could not bear to leave her to face her regrets alone. Kevin changed directions, swimming straight down toward Pamela. However, the deeper he swam, the more resistance he met, both physically and mentally. More and more visions of his past pounded on his brain. Kevin himself was usually untouched by the Sea of Regret. He had long since carefully trained his mind to fight negative thoughts and visions. Even now, he could push them away with an effort of will. However, he could not push through the water. He seemed to be running into some kind of physical barrier that would not allow him to follow Pamela into the deepest part of the sea. Suddenly, Kevin realized that the reason he could go no lower was that the water could only be penetrated by actual regret. Kevin would need to find something that he felt guilty and remorseful over in order to follow Pamela and save her. Kevin thought back and tried to find the moment from his life that he regretted the most. Instantly, his Uncle Thomas came to mind. Kevin's Uncle Thomas kicked Kevin out of the family when everyone thought Kevin had made a foolish investment and lost all of his family's money. However, once it was proved that Kevin's investment had paid off and made him one of the richest men in Chicago,
Uncle Thomas became angry and resentful, even while soaking Kevin for millions of dollars to float the main arm of the Williams family when their own fortunes briefly waned. Thomas had tried to sabotage Kevin at every possible turn, and had finally resorted to kidnapping Kevin's beloved wife, Lily. Kevin had been so enraged that he had put Uncle Thomas in an intermittent coma and left him to languish there, kept alive by medical science in the most wretched state. Kevin had not only refused to use his herbal mastery to heal Thomas, but he had actually enjoyed the man's suffering. The memory caused Kevin several twinges of regret. Mostly they were because he had trusted Uncle Thomas too many times when he should have realized the old man wished him nothing but ill, despite their blood connection. It also weighed on Kevin that his own father, Alan Williams, who was Thomas's brother, had pressed Kevin toward a forgive and forget sentiment that Kevin had difficulty summoning, considering that Thomas's actions had also been directed at Alan and Susan, Kevin's mother. Both had also been kicked out of the family and suffered greatly because of it. Kevin descended several feet more, coming closer to Pamela. But part of Kevin's mind fought his regrets automatically. Kevin was not ashamed that he valued family, and he truly believed that people deserved second and even third chances. It wasn't his fault that Thomas had continued to act in such evil and underhanded ways. Kevin felt himself rising again, buoyed by his more positive feelings, but that was not helping him get any closer to Pamela. Kevin dug deeper into his memories but kept coming up empty. Then he realized that he did not need to focus on his past to find something he regretted. Kevin was living with regret at this very moment. His regret that he couldn't be with Lily right now, especially as she went through her pregnancy carrying their twin babies. He focused his attention on the distance between them, all the days that he had spent away from her side, the way he noticed little changes in her every time he returned home, and realized that he had missed so much of her and his children's development already. Suddenly, Kevin was blinking a tear from his eye, which was swept away to join the endless waters of the Sea of Regret immediately. Just like that, Kevin felt himself sucked down into the darkest depths of the black water. He was so caught up in his churning thoughts about Lily and their children that he almost didn't notice when Pamela flashed right before his eyes. At the last second, he reached out to grab her, catching her by the wrist. He shook her and motioned upward, indicating that they needed to swim for the surface, but Pamela wasn't even able to focus on him. Her eyes were far away and very sad. Kevin realized he would have to get them both out of the Sea of Regret on his own. With an effort, he released his regrets about Lily and their children. He thought about how Lily was blossoming through her own independence, about how having his children in her womb had empowered her and given Lily some of Kevin's own strength and fortitude. He focused on how he was securing the foundation so that his children would have a better life in the future. Kevin felt himself immediately beginning to rise. The Sea of Regret tried to hold on to Pamela, still consumed with her remorse and guilt. However, Kevin refused to let go of her. He allowed his own gratitude and optimism to raise them both up through the swirling waters. Suddenly, the currents picked up and Kevin and Pamela surfaced on a shore of black sand. Kevin helped Pamela crawl onto the beach, both of them coughing and sputtering from their long time underwater. "Are you okay?" Kevin asked. "We made it. This is the lower realm." Kevin looked around. As before, the lower realm stood in stark contrast to the celestial beauty of the upper realm. The vibrant and glowing nature was replaced by a desolate, dark expanse where life appeared to have withered away under the oppressive heat. The air was heavy, carrying an ominous weight that permeated everything. The lingering effects of the vision summoned by the powers of the Sea of Regret weighed heavily on Pamela, making it difficult for her to even want to move. All of this combined in a threat that could overshadow their mission. Kevin took note of her condition. From the last time he had visited, he knew he needed to reassure her. "Okay, listen up," Kevin began, his voice cutting through the oppressive atmosphere. "I know this place is dark and there's no guarantee of victory, but if we don't find and save Walter, the upper realm could collapse. We're the only hope he's got, so I need you. I need you to be the master you're destined to become. I can't do this alone. If we're going to save Walter, we have to do it together. Are you still with me?"
It was almost the exact same speech he had given to his companions the last time they'd washed up on the shore of the Sea of Regret. But this time it didn't work. Pamela only turned away from him and curled up in a ball. "Pamela, what is it? Please talk to me," Kevin pleaded. "I'm not a master," Pamela finally sobbed out. "I'm never going to be a master, much less the next keeper of the White Tower of the Upper Realm. You might as well go ahead without me and leave me here." "There's no way I'm going to leave you here," Kevin promised. "Why would you ever think that?" "Because I deserve it," Pamela wailed. "I'm a terrible, selfish person. You don't know the things I've done." "Maybe I don't," Kevin allowed, finally starting to suspect what Pamela had experienced in the Sea of Regret. "Why don't you tell me about them?" "No, they're too evil to talk about," Pamela declared. Kevin smiled. "Did you kidnap a family member's spouse and hold them hostage just because that family member made you look foolish in business?" "What? No, of course not. Who would do something so evil?" Pamela replied. "Did you threaten to melt the polar ice caps and wipe out all of life on Earth just so that billionaires would pay you giant amounts of money to live on your luxurious space station?" Kevin continued. "God, no!" Pamela exclaimed, horrified. "Did you deliberately lie and manipulate a teenage girl into joining your side when all she really wanted was to help her family?" Kevin finished. "But that's just it," Pamela protested. "I didn't just want to help my family. The truth is that I was sick of being poor. I wanted nice clothes and good food. I wanted people to like me and to cheer for me." "Pamela, don't you know that you can want to help your family and help yourself at the same time? Don't you know that it's okay to want people to like you and acknowledge you for the things that you're good at?" Kevin asked gently. I guess not," Pamela admitted. "I live in a mansion," Kevin admitted. "I like it. I would even like it if I didn't have a family and lived there alone. There's nothing wrong with that. I buy the clothes I like because I like them. Sometimes I buy them even when they're not on sale," Kevin confessed. "There's nothing wrong with having nice things as long as getting them doesn't stop you from also doing good things." "But didn't I pick having nice things over doing good things?" Pamela wondered. "I know you didn't," Kevin assured her. "I know because I was there the second you realized that your nice things came from bad deeds. And that was the moment that you stopped fighting for Vincent Reeves and started making your own decisions." Pamela smiled, finally convinced. She finally climbed to her feet, and Kevin followed her. Pamela looked around, scanning the lower realm. "Thanks, Kevin," she told them. "Now let's go find Walter." Kevin learned from Alohi that Walter, who went missing during his transition to the upper realm, somehow wound up in the lower realm. Pamela, the first candidate Kevin found, insisted on helping Kevin to rescue Walter. But when they traveled through the Sea of Regret to get to the lower realm, Pamela was overcome by guilt and remorse and was swept away. Kevin had to face his own regrets in order to save her before they could finally set off to find Walter. As before, the lower realm stood in stark contrast to the celestial beauty of the upper realm. The vibrant and glowing nature was replaced by a desolate, dark expanse, where life appeared to have withered away under the oppressive heat. The air was heavy, carrying an ominous weight that permeated everything. Kevin and Pamela trekked forward, leaving the Sea of Regret and their own memories that wade through it inspired behind them. "So where do we start looking for this Walter kid?" Pamela asked, looking around. "It's hard to know," Kevin admitted. "There are all kinds of dangers and challenges in the lower realm. Walter could be caught up in any one of them. We'll need to keep our eyes peeled for any signs of him." As dusk fell, they found themselves in a large field strewn with huge boulders. "This is no good," Kevin decided. "We need to get to some higher ground so we can get a better look around before the light fails." "That's no problem," Pamela declared. "We can just hop up on one of these boulders." The boulders were all the size of houses. Pamela's leveled abilities allowed her to leap high into the air, bounce off of one boulder, and land easily on top of the tallest one. She looked back to see Kevin still on the ground. "Come on, Kevin. What are you waiting for?"
Kevin eyed the boulders. They had sheer sides without any hand or footholds. "It's no use," he finally admitted. "I can't climb those boulders." "What?" Pamela exclaimed. "How come? I saw you pull off greater stunts than a little boulder hopping back in the ordinary realm." "But I had my levels then," Kevin shrugged. "You kept your levels when you came to the upper realm, Pamela, because they are naturally occurring, and you are a potential next keeper of the White Tower. But I always lose my levels just like everybody else when I come here. I only have my ordinary strength and power." Pamela considered the problem. "What about your herbal satchel there? My mom told me about some of the amazing stuff you did with herbs." When Kevin met Pamela's mother, Darika, she had been enslaved at an offshore manufacturing plant and dying from toxic exposure to the materials there. Kevin had healed all of the workers, including Darika, before leading the revolt that freed them all. "Maybe you could whip up something to help you stick to the rocks like a lizard or something," Pamela suggested. Kevin shook his head and held open his satchel so that Pamela could see down into it. All of the contents of the satchel had turned to dust. "All my ingredients are gone," Kevin explained. "Unlike the potential keepers of the White Tower, I can't bring anything of value into the upper realm either." "Then I'm just going to have to give you a hand up," Pamela decided. She hopped easily off the boulder. She laced her hands into a step and gave Kevin a boost up onto the sheer face of the boulder. He still had his natural athleticism and martial arts skills and was able to scramble the rest of the way up the rock. When Pamela rejoined him, they both peered around. The night was fast approaching, so they couldn't see far, but a blue glow in one direction caught their attention. "Is that a city or something?" Pamela asked. "It doesn't look quite big enough for that," Kevin countered. "But it does look like electricity, and that definitely wasn't there the last time I was here. It's as good a place to start looking for Walter as anywhere." After maneuvering through and across the boulder field, Kevin and his young charge, Pamela, found a path that snaked toward the blue glow. Even in the dying light, it was easy to follow. Pamela paused. "What's that?" They both stopped and listened. Occasionally, the low mechanical humming was drowned out by additional rumbles, screeches, or the sound of tinny gunfire. "Oh my, is it a war?" Pamela asked. Kevin recognized the noises. "No, it's a video game. First-person shooter from the sound." "Then it has to be Walter," Pamela exclaimed and hurried forward. "Pamela, wait! We still have to be careful," Kevin tried to warn her. "Look out for that." But it was too late. In the gloom, Pamela hadn't noticed the thick cable snaking across the path. She tripped on it and tumbled forward. Kevin dove to try to save her from a nasty fall. They both went down in an ungainly heap on the path, which suddenly felt strangely springy. "What the heck is this cable doing here?" Pamela demanded as she picked it up to examine it. It was thick and black. Stamped along its length were warnings in yellow. "Danger! High voltage!" Kevin had other concerns. He realized he and Pamela were sitting on a woven mat covered in dead leaves and other debris. From the springiness, he could tell there was nothing under them. "Pamela, don't move. We're sitting directly over a pit trap. It's only my luck that it hasn't already." He was about to say collapse when the mat under them did just that. Kevin and Pamela tumbled down into a deep pit. Pamela clung to the cable, which slithered in after her but then stopped her fall short. Kevin dropped straight down and directly onto a wickedly sharp stalagmite. He bit back a scream of pain as the sharp rock impaled his thigh. "Kevin!" yelled Pamela in alarm. "Are you okay?" She was dangling from the cable several feet above the rest of the dangerous stalagmites. "I'm still alive," Kevin ground out through the pain. "But one of those rocks went into my leg." He tried to raise himself off the stalagmite, but didn't have the best leverage due to the angle and his position. "Can't you pull yourself free?" Pamela asked. Kevin tried again and nearly passed out. "Not without doing even more damage to my leg.
he finally admitted, which seems like a bad idea under the circumstances. The pain was immense and made Kevin's head swim. With his tremendous will, he forced himself to stay conscious. He could not afford to pass out now. But dimly, he heard someone laughing maniacally above them. "Do you hear that?" he asked. "Or is the pain making me hallucinate?" "No, I heard it too," Pamela assured him. She craned her neck, trying to see up over the rim of the pit trap. But all at once, the cable she was clinging to snapped. "Pamela!" Kevin yelled in alarm. Pamela tumbled down towards the sharp rocks. She called on all her levels and twisted in midair, perfectly judging her fall to land in a tiny clear spot between the stalagmites. "I'm okay, Kevin," she assured him. "I'm not hurt. Now that I'm down here, we can take our time and free you from that stalagmite without hurting your leg any more than it already is." She started to pick her way around to him, careful not to injure herself on any of their sharp points. "Good thing you landed on a baby stalagmite. One of these big ones could have taken your leg clean off," Pamela said as she surveyed the situation and tried to put Kevin's mind at ease. "I'm a lucky guy," Kevin agreed, not without some irony. Pamela froze. "What was that? Are there snakes down here?" Kevin had a terrible feeling. That's no snake. What happened to that high-voltage cable when it broke? "It's still dangling over there." Pamela pointed to a corner of the pit near Kevin where a faint blue-white glow could be seen. The sizzling sound became louder as powerful electricity tried to flow through the cable. It started to writhe and jerk from the force of it like a fire hose gone out of control. The cable careened towards Pamela, and she barely avoided its snapping, writhing power as she took note of the challenge that was lying ahead of her. Pamela channeled her abilities, leaping high and coming down perfectly balanced on the points of two of the stalagmites. The cable missed her entirely and whipped back around, and headed directly for Kevin, who couldn't move from his spot. White fire spat from the end of the cable, 10,000 volts ready to fry Kevin to a crisp. The lower realm had somehow been electrified, but before they could figure out why, Kevin and Pamela fell into a pit trap. Kevin was impaled on a stalagmite, and one of the high-voltage power cables was swinging directly for him. Kevin had dropped straight down and directly onto a wickedly sharp stalagmite when he and Pamela had fallen into the pit trap. He tried again to move out of the way of the careening high-voltage power cord that was spitting sparks as it whipped around. He felt the rock tear deeper into his leg. He was trapped, and the cable was getting closer every time it passed. Pamela flung herself at the cable, grabbing it well above the sparking end. The thick insulation of the cable protected her hands, but even her body weight could not hold it still. It flopped and jerked under her, threatening to buck her loose at any moment. "Kevin, what should I do?" Pamela screamed. Kevin thought quickly. "We have to find a way to ground it," Kevin decided. "Easy for you to say," Pamela shot back as the cable nearly bucked her off again. Rarely had Kevin felt so helpless. He was pinned there like a butterfly on a collection board while a teenager Pamela fought to save both of their lives. He didn't even have his levels or his satchel or herbal ingredients to help them, having lost them both as usual when he had entered the upper realm. But there had to be something he could do. He glanced up to see if there was anyone he could call for help. They had heard someone up there just moments ago. As he did, he leaned back against the stalagmite behind him and felt it shift on its base. That was it! "Pamela, this stalagmite behind me has come loose. If you can get the cable over here, we can topple the rock down on it. That would hold it down and ground the electricity into the earth," Kevin explained. "I'll do my best," Pamela promised. She seized the cable with a firmer grip and wrestled the writhing cord through the maze of stalagmites, but it kept catching on their pointed tops. Pamela had to keep turning back to shake it loose. The cable was too thick for her to close her hand around it entirely. Every time she let go, it threatened to shake free from her grasp again. Finally, she had it snaked around the stalagmite behind Kevin. She reached out to pull the rock formation down on top of the cable, and yet every time she did that, the cable nearly escaped again. "I can't do it, Kevin," she exclaimed in frustration. "I can't hold the cable and pull the stalagmite down on top of it without the cable getting away." "Okay," Kevin told her. "You must hold it in place and be ready to get your hands out of the way once the stalagmite starts to topple over." "I'm ready." Pamela put all of her weight onto the cable, nearly standing on her hands to do so. Kevin leaned back, applying as much pressure to the stalagmite as he could. The movement caused the rest of his body to shift. He felt the rocky spur impaled in his leg grind against his bone and muscle, causing him excruciating pain. Kevin bit back a groan of agony and continued to apply pressure to the rock behind him. At last, he felt it begin to topple. "Get ready," he warned Pamela. "It's about to fall over." At the last millisecond, faster than the human eye could follow, Pamela jerked her hands from the cable. The power line tried to skid her away, but the stalagmite crashed down on top of it. Its weight finally held it still to the ground. Instantly, the cable went still. The electricity was now grounded into the earth and was no longer a danger to anyone. "Good work," Kevin told Pamela. "But we still have to get you off of that stalagmite," Pamela told Kevin. She was finally able to get a close look at the terrible wound. Blood soaked through Kevin's dockers. To the inexperienced Pamela, it looked like more blood than one person should be able to lose at once. Kevin realized what the look on her face meant. "It's not as bad as it looks," he lied to keep the girl's spirits up. "But I'm going to need you to help lift my leg off of it at exactly the same angle I came down. Otherwise, the stone will just cause more damage." Pamela nodded, trying to focus only on Kevin's words and the task at hand. "I think you came down on the stalagmite at an angle like this," Pamela demonstrated with her hand. Kevin understood why she thought so. "I know it seems like it, but the top of the stalagmite, which is still in my leg, actually twists to the left. That's why I can't just pull myself off of it." "Got it." Pamela nodded and took a hold on Kevin's leg. "On the count of 3, we'll pull you off of it together." "Okay," Kevin agreed. 1, 2. But before he could say 3, Pamela heaved his leg up and off of the rocky point. Kevin gasped with pain and nearly blacked out from the agony. Finally, his vision cleared. "Why did you do that? We agreed to move on 3. Pamela blinked innocently at Kevin. "Isn't that always how they do it in movies? They do the hard or the painful thing one number earlier so you don't tense up or something like that." Kevin decided not to explain the difference between a dislocated bone and an impaled hamstring tendon. Fortunately, the tendon had not been severed. He instructed Pamela on how to apply a tourniquet to his leg and bandage it up to stop the bleeding. Once the first aid was applied, Pamela looked up at the walls of the pit. "Now how are we going to get you out of here?" she wondered. Kevin spied the other end of the power cable, which was also dangling down the side of the pit. Unlike its other half, this had not been a live wire and hung limp and dead. "You can use that half of the cable to climb up out of the pit," Kevin instructed her. "Then you can lower it back down to me. There's nothing wrong with my upper body strength, even if I still don't have my levels. Between the two of us, I should be able to get myself out of this pit." In the end, Pamela had to devise a makeshift pulley system by rolling a dead tree trunk over a gap in the pit's wall. Then Pamela lowered herself back down. Kevin clung to one end of the dead cable as Pamela looped the other over the trunk and pulled Kevin up from the bottom of the pit. Kevin then secured the cable to the trunk and Pamela easily climbed the cable hand over hand. Once above ground, Pamela helped Kevin test his wounded leg with the help of another tree branch as a crutch. To his relief, he found that he could put weight on it, though the pain was excruciating. Kevin resolved to bear it in brave, steely silence and get back to the ordinary realm as soon as he was sure Walter and Pamela were safe. Then he'd regain his herbal ingredients and would mix himself a strong dose of recovery pills. By the time they were ready to continue, full darkness had fallen in the lower realm.
But ahead, the blue glow of lights and electronics shone out to guide their way. With Pamela beside him, Kevin hobbled on as fast as he could. They came upon the source of the light sooner than they expected. When Pamela had first spied the location, she had thought it was a whole city, but while the lights were tiny, they were much closer than they had thought. They entered a small grove of dead trees that had been strung with twinkle lights. At the center of the clearing sat Walter, in an old squishy armchair like the one back in the treehouse he had christened the Easter egg. A video game was being projected on a screen before him. Kevin watched as Walter played the same level over and over, dying exactly the same way, in exactly the same place every time. Walter's eyes were glazed, and his mouth hung slack. Kevin knew this was no ordinary game. He had to break Walter from its spell. "Walter," he called. "Walter, it's me, Kevin. You're not supposed to be here. This is the lower realm, not the upper realm. We've come to save you." Walter blinked and glanced at Kevin as he hobbled toward the boy, but Walter's attention was pulled back to the screen as if his eyes were metal and the screen a large magnet. "Just as soon as I beat this level, Kevin," Walter called in a dreamy voice. "No, Walter, we have to go now." Kevin put all of his considerable authority into his voice, but as he lurched forward again, someone stepped in front of him, blocking his path. "Kevin Williams, we meet again," the man crooned. Kevin expected it to be Vincent Reeves again, but it wasn't. It was Dominic Archer, Kevin's longtime foe who had given him reams of trouble when the two were business rivals in Chicago, but who was now secretly manipulating forces as large as eminent studios in Hollywood to make sure that Kevin was foiled in his attempts to expand his empire into the movie business, while also, perhaps, exposing Dominic's fiendish schemes there. Worse, Dominic was the brother of Gwen Archer, who had been the interloper who had nearly destroyed the upper realm. Kevin was impaled on a stalagmite that was at the base of a booby trap set for interlopers in the lower realm, all as a high-voltage power cable swung directly for him. Although gravely injured, Kevin was able to get free of the pit trap with Pamela's help. When they finally located Walter, they were confronted by Dominic Archer. Dominic Archer smirked at Kevin. "Looks like you've had a rough trip in the lower realm," he sneered. Kevin knew Dominic Archer from Chicago. Dominic, along with his sister Gwen, had caused Kevin plenty of trouble over the years. Recently, Dominic left his shady business practices in the Midwest and became a secret manipulator in Hollywood, where he was overseeing Eminent Studios' interference with Williams Media's efforts to launch their first feature film production, a retelling of the life and death of Cleopatra. Dominic and Gwen had no desire to see Kevin expand his empire into the world of movies, and continue to overshadow their own accomplishments in business and the underworld. But what really concerned Kevin was that Dominic's sister Gwen had been the interloper who had caused so much chaos in the upper realm previously. Vincent Reeves had helped Gwen sneak into the upper realm without first achieving the correct mental state. Her presence caused so much disharmony that earthquakes had rocked the upper realm, and Elohi, the keeper of the White Tower there, had suffered permanent damage to her health. Kevin had later learned that Vincent had snapped Gwen through the doorway of the damned in the lower realm, after which Gwen had made her way to the upper realm. Dominic's presence now meant that in all likelihood Vincent was still using the doorway of the damned, and the upper realm was in more danger than ever. Kevin adjusted his stance on his one good leg. The other was still badly wounded from his fall into the pit trap and would not take his full weight. "I know your ambition and thirst for money and power knows no bounds, Dominic. Your sister Gwen is the same, but that she and now you have sold your souls to an evildoer like Vincent Reeves surprises even me," Kevin related in a confrontation that he hoped would shame Dominic, a man whose dastardly undertakings probably meant that he was well removed from any sort of shame, even if it was Kevin flinging it at him. "Surely you would know that Vincent Reeves is having you and Gwen do his dirty work for him. Whatever bargain you've made with him will surely not be kept.
He has loyalty and love for no one, Kevin continued. I'm more of a man than an interfering do-gooder like you, Kevin, Dominic smiled evilly, especially here in the lower realm. Dominic stepped forward and punched Kevin with all the force of his 5 levels behind it. Kevin went flying. Kevin! Pamela screamed as she ran to help him. How did he do that? She demanded as she helped him sit up. You said everyone lost their levels when they came to the upper realm. They do, Kevin replied, trying to shake off Dominic's blow. But Dominic didn't come through the upper realm like we did. He cheated his way by coming in through the doorway of the damned with the help of Vincent Reeves. So he's the same level 5 fighter here as he was in the ordinary realm. He may have 5 levels, Pamela shot back, but I'm still more powerful, and I kept my level since I'm a potential next keeper of the White Tower. She stood to face off against Dominic. Be careful, Pamela, Kevin warned. You may be more powerful, but Dominic is older and has more experience as a fighter, and he won't play fair. Watch out for his tricks. I'll get Walter away from his video game so we can all get out of here and get back to the upper realm. Pamela nodded and ran back towards Dominic, yelling a challenge as she went. Kevin could see that they were quickly engaged in a full-level battle. Kevin got his makeshift crutch under him and hobbled back to Walter. Walter, forget about that video game. We have to get out of here. We have to get you to the upper realm where you belong. Not till I win this level, Walter said in the same dreamy voice. On the screen, he continued to lose the same level at the exact same place every time, no matter what trick or strategy he tried. The game isn't important, Kevin protested. Your potential destiny as the next keeper of the White Tower is. Of course the game is important, Walter protested, his frustration beginning to show. This is what I do. This is what I'm good for. Kevin tried to grab the video game controller from Walter's hands. Blue sparks of leveled energy shot from Walter's fingers, driving Kevin back. Walter was channeling all of his considerable experience, intelligence, and even his leveled abilities into beating this game. In his private thoughts, Kevin suddenly realized that the game was actually unwinnable. It was nothing more than a clever trap to keep Walter stuck here in the lower realm. As long as he couldn't beat the stage of the game he was playing, Walter would never leave. If it was possible to starve to death in the lower realm, Walter would do just that while he stubbornly refused to give up on winning an unbeatable game. 100 yards away, Pamela continued to battle with Dominic. This wasn't like the prescribed fights that Pamela had engaged in as part of Vincent Reeves' Fight Club. Dominic ducked and dodged, using the landscape to his advantage. If nothing else, he could keep backing up almost indefinitely to avoid Pamela's blasts of leveled energy. Finally, in a truly impressive demonstration of her levels and abilities, Pamela blasted through the rock Dominic was using as a shield, and followed it immediately up with a powerful pulse that threw him to the ground, where he sprawled bleeding from his nose and ears. Dominic covered his face with his hands and howled in pain. It was a terrible sound. Pamela immediately worried she had used too much of her power on him. She cautiously approached, horrified curiosity driving her forward. As soon as she was close enough, Dominic rolled over and threw a handful of dust into her wide eyes. Pamela gasped and blinked at the pain. Dominic, not nearly as injured as he pretended to be, jumped to his feet and delivered a carefully aimed blow with all his levels behind it. Pamela flew through the air, only to be stopped when she smashed headfirst into another rocky outcropping. Meanwhile, Kevin decided if he couldn't get Walter to abandon the video game voluntarily or even by force, Kevin would have to manipulate the video game to abandon Walter. He hobbled around to the projector and the gaming system behind Walter's chair. There he found another thick power cable like the one he and Pamela had encountered earlier. It was secured to the gaming system and the projector with a heavy lock. There was no way Kevin could simply unplug the game and free Walter. Kevin followed the power cable to its source. The gaming system was hooked up to an industrial diesel generator. On this end, the power cable was also locked up. The generator's control panel, fuel intake, and even its exhaust vent were all heavily secured against any kind of sabotage. Kevin could maybe bash his way into it with a rock if he had a year or two to devote to the task. He glanced over to see if Pamela could lend her levels to help him, only to find she was losing her fight against Dominic badly. Once Pamela had gone down, Dominic had continued to pound on her, not giving her even half a second to recover. He landed blow after blow on the girl. Pamela had never lost a fight in her life. Even during her final battle in the Fight Club against Kevin, he had only used his powers against her in a defensive manner, being careful not to hurt the teenager any more than absolutely necessary. But now, caught in a disadvantage, Pamela could not pull herself together despite her greater power against Dominic. She couldn't focus, and her mind became a confused jumble as she finally had to contemplate defeat. From far away, she heard someone calling her name. Kevin? She couldn't be sure, and it hardly seemed to matter as Dominic continued to fire his level power at her, again and again. But Dominic had been so focused on channeling every ounce of his power at the crouching girl that he didn't notice Kevin sneaking up behind him. Kevin raised his makeshift crutch and brought it down on top of Dominic's head. The tree branch broke in two, no match for Dominic's thick skull, but it did distract Dominic long enough to turn from Pamela and redirect his attack at Kevin, who was now off balance with only one good leg and his crutch broken. Dominic kicked Kevin's good leg out from under him, sending his old enemy sprawling on the ground. "Now I finally get to end the great Kevin Williams once and for all," Dominic crowed. But Kevin wasn't even looking at Dominic. He was looking past Dominic to Pamela, who finally had a moment to pull herself together now that Dominic's onslaught had ceased. "You have to blast him that way, Pamela," Kevin ordered, pointing in the direction he meant. "It's the only way to end this and to save Walter." Pamela's mind was too confused and exhausted to comprehend fully what Kevin had planned, but she instinctively responded to the authority in his voice and the desperation of their situation. Dominic had left off beating Kevin to look back at Pamela. "No, I'm not giving you a chance to." But Pamela was already opening her mouth. She gathered all of her considerable power and channeled it up through her frustration and despair, and let out a scream like a banshee. Leveled energy blasted from her mouth. It hit Dominic directly in the chest and sent him flying 50 yards, directly into the generator, as Kevin had intended. The force of Dominic's body flying into the generator did what Kevin could have not accomplished on his own. The generator's casing cracked, sparks flew, and electricity sizzled as it met Dominic's vulnerable body. Dominic screamed as 10,000 volts tore through his body. The generator shorted out and went still and silent. Dominic's blackened and smoking body dropped to the ground. The lights the generator had been powering slowly died, along with the sounds from Walter's video game. Even from this distance, Kevin could see the large screen go dark as the projector shut down. Soon, the only light came from distant stars in the night of the lower realm. Pamela helped Kevin stumble to his good leg and supported him as they made their awkward way back to the gaming setup to retrieve Walter, who would now be free from the spell of the unbeatable video game. But when they came around, they saw that Walter's chair was empty. Walter was missing again. In the lower realm, during a search for Walter, Pamela had to battle Kevin's old enemy, Dominic Archer, because Kevin had been gravely injured. Pamela ended the battle by sending Dominic flying into the generator that was powering a video game that was mentally holding Walter hostage. But when Kevin and Pamela finally returned to retrieve Walter, they found he was missing again. Pamela stared at the battered armchair where Walter had sat playing the unbeatable video game just minutes before. It was empty and there was no sign of Walter. "Again?" she complained. "He's missing again? Why is that boy never where he's supposed to be?" But Kevin hushed her. He was straining to hear. Faintly, Walter's voice came to him on the wind. "Help! Kevin, help me!" Walter called. "There, I hear Walter's calling for help," Kevin whispered as he indicated the direction the video game prodigy's voice was coming from. Pamela quickly found Kevin a substitute for the makeshift crutch that he had broken over Dominic Archer's thick skull moments before, and the two of them followed the sound of Walter's voice as quickly as they could, guided only by dim starlight in the night sky. Kevin immediately remembered the direction they were heading from his last visit to the lower realm. They crested on a rise. In the distance, a blackened structure rose into the sky, blotting out the stars. At the top, a single flame could be seen. Kevin's worst fears were confirmed. "What's that building?" Pamela wondered. "That's the Dark Tower of the lower realm," Kevin explained. "It's a mirror to the White Tower in the upper realm. It's also where the doorway of the damned is." They hurried on. "But why would someone be taking Walter there?" Pamela wondered. Kevin grimly hurried on. "Because that's how Vincent Reeves gets in and out of the lower realm. I'm certain that's who kidnapped Walter." And Kevin was just as certain that with his injured leg, he and Pamela would never reach Vincent and Walter before Vincent escaped through the doorway of the damned again. However, Kevin was only half right in his assumptions. Indeed, it was Vincent Reeves who had yanked Walter from his video game the moment the screen went dark and released its hold on the gamer prodigy. In fact, Vincent had replaced one of his usual prosthetic hooks with half a set of manacles. He clapped the locking cuff over Walter's wrist and used it to drag him from his chair. The other end of the cuff was attached directly to Vincent's arm. No matter how much Walter kicked and twisted, he could not free himself of Vincent. But Kevin had overestimated Vincent's progress in dragging Walter to the doorway of the damned. Kevin had forgotten about Walter's mega thumbs. A dedicated gamer from a young age, Walter had built up tremendous strength in his thumbs. This strength was further aided by his leveled abilities. Walter was able to hang by his thumbs for hours if necessary. Presently, he was putting them to work, laying Vincent's attempts to drag him from the lower realm. Walter hooked his thumbs onto anything he could. Dead trees, rock formations, even the Dark Tower's door jamb. Vincent had to keep stopping and prying Walter free. The whole time, Walter hollered and yelled for Kevin to come save him from Vincent's evil clutches. By the time they reached the top of the Dark Tower, Walter had thoroughly gotten on Vincent's last nerve. "Stop that whining and screaming," Vincent demanded, brandishing the hook he wore on his other arm under the boy's nose. "Stop it at once, or I'll rip your tongue out with this." Walter could see that Vincent was entirely serious, and he shut his mouth as tight as an oyster. Kevin and Pamela were halfway to the top of the tower when Walter's screams for help suddenly stopped. "Oh no," Pamela gasped. "Do you think Vincent killed the boy?" she asked in a whisper. "No," Kevin whispered back. "If he was going to kill Walter, he would have done it before now." Pamela helped Kevin to haul himself up the last few flights of stairs. They stepped into the room at the top of the Dark Tower. The red flame burning in the center of the tower flickered and danced, casting eerie shadows on the walls. Kevin knew from his last time here that those flames were, in fact, the doorway of the damned. Silhouetted against the flames were the figures of Vincent and Walter, attached at the wrist by Vincent's prosthetic manacle. "Stop, Vincent," Kevin commanded. "Your plot to keep Walter here in the lower realm has failed. Surrender now." Vincent only laughed evilly. "Never," he vowed. And without another word, he turned and jumped into the flames at the center of the room, dragging the terrified Walter behind him. Kevin refused to let even the shadow of a doubt slow him down. He grabbed Pamela by the wrist and pulled her after him as he jumped into the flames to follow Vincent and Walter. All four of them went hurtling through the doorway of the damned. Kevin felt himself tumbling through space and time. He lost hold of Pamela. He lost hold of any sense of direction. And then, all at once, he fell onto a stone floor with a smack. Instantly, Kevin sensed he was back in the ordinary realm. A second later, Pamela hit the floor beside him, rattled but equally unhurt. "What on earth was that?" Pamela demanded, dazed and confused. "That was the doorway of the damned," Kevin explained while he tore open his satchel of herbal remedies. While its contents had turned to dust when he had entered the upper realm, upon his return to the ordinary world, they had all been restored to him. "What are you doing?" Pamela asked, aghast. "We have to go after Vincent and Walter before they escape from wherever here is." She waved around the tiny stone room. The only light came from a circle of flames that burned on the ceiling. I need to take a recovery pill for my leg if there's any hope of us catching Vincent and saving Walter, Kevin quickly explained. He found his last cache of recovery pills hidden in his satchel and swallowed down every last one of them. Instantly, he felt new life and vitality flowing through his body. He could even feel the severed fibers in his leg muscles regenerating themselves. Kevin got to his feet. His leg still hurt and he would have a limp for a while yet, but it was a vast improvement. As for where here is, he continued as he snatched an abandoned torch from the floor and lit it from the flames on the ceiling. I have no idea where this is. Maybe we can figure it out while we go after Vincent and Walter. The stone room led into a maze of corridors, alcoves, and other rooms. However, there was a clear trail in the ancient dust that Kevin had no trouble following. They passed several rooms heaped with gold and other treasures. A few other rooms held ancient household goods or acted as storerooms for huge vases and barrels, but there was no time to explore them now. They caught up with Vincent and Walter as they were trekking across the largest room yet. This one held a large cache of ancient weapons, swords, and spears, and even a full-size barge-style boat. Vincent was just passing by the boat, and Kevin saw his chance. He whipped out his night dagger and threw it directly at Vincent. Vincent heard the whistle of the weapon coming at him and ducked at the last moment. Still, the night dagger pierced the shoulder of his shirt and pinned Vincent to the wood of the barge.
I never thought you'd have the courage to follow me through the doorway of the damned, Kevin.
Vincent snarled as he used his hook to pry the night dagger free and send it clattering to the floor.
But it doesn't matter. You're trapped here now. I'm the only one who knows the way in or out of this place.
Then we're all just going to have to stay here together, Kevin shot back.
Not if I kill you first,
Vincent declared. He stomped his foot on the ancient stones on the floor. A pulse of level power shot out across, aimed directly at Kevin. Kevin instantly formed his own powers into a shield to block the attack. Vincent's power hit Kevin's, and both the pulse and the shield shattered. Fragments of their leveled energy shot out in every direction, ricocheting off the walls and the ceiling. Kevin was forced to duck and dodge lest he be injured by his own levels. Vincent seemed to have expected this and crouched under the keel of the boat, dragging Walter with him.
Ha! You didn't expect that, did you, Kevin? Vincent smirked. You've already forgotten that coming through the doorway of the dam plays hell with your leveled abilities.
It won't play hell with this, a voice above Vincent declared. Vincent looked up and saw Pamela standing on the boat above them, a wicked battle axe clutched in her hands. Hey, kid, raise your hand, Pamela ordered Walter. Walter shot the hand manacled to Vincent up like a kid in school, anxious to answer a question for the extra credit that would keep him out of summer school. The chain linking his manacle to Vincent's wrist pulled taut. Pamela used all of her considerable strength to bring the battle axe down on the chain. The axe cleaved through the chain and buried itself to the handle in the wood of the boat. Vincent took a swipe at Pamela with his other hook, firing another blast of leveled energy at her from it. Pamela ducked below the level of the boat's railing to dodge it. Finally free of Vincent, Walter scrambled away and hurried to Kevin. Thank you, Kevin, Walter declared. I thought he had me that time for sure. I can't believe you came after me like that. He hung his head. Especially after I messed up so bad and I didn't even get to the upper realm like I was supposed to. Of course I came after you, Kevin assured the boy. It's not your fault things went wrong, but for now, let's stay focused on stopping Vincent before he... That's when the three of them suddenly realized that Vincent Reeves had vanished into thin air. When Vincent dragged Walter, the gaming prodigy and a candidate to become the next gatekeeper of the White Tower in the Upper Realm, through the doorway of the damned, Kevin and Pamela followed. Kevin saved Walter from Vincent's clutches only to have his nemesis disappear. Kevin, Pamela, and Walter thoroughly explored the strange place they had come out in after coming through the doorway of the damned back into the ordinary world, searching for any sign of Vincent Reeves. The place was a maze of corridors, alcoves, and other rooms. There were several rooms heaped with gold and other treasures. A few other rooms held ancient household goods or acted as storerooms for huge vases and barrels. However, there were no doors, windows, or even air vents that any of them could find. They met back in the room where they had last seen Vincent. It was one of the largest rooms and held a cache of ancient weapons, swords, spears, and even a full-size barge-style boat. Vincent couldn't have just disappeared into thin air, could he? Pamela wondered aloud. I doubt even Vincent could manage that, Kevin assured Pamela. But then how did he just vanish like that? Walter argued, half convinced by their surroundings that perhaps magic was real. And what is this place? I mean, why is there a boat just sitting there? There isn't any water. This place is as dry as a bone. Kevin had his suspicions about what this place might be, but chose to keep his speculation to himself. Even if Pamela and Walter were candidates to be the next keeper of the White Tower of the Upper Realm, they were still just children, and trusting them with a secret like the location of the doorway of the damned was too heavy a burden to place on their young shoulders. There's definitely an explanation for how Vincent seemed to disappear, Kevin reassured both of them. But right now, I'm more worried about him coming back with reinforcements when we least expect it. But if we can't find how Vincent got out of here, how can we get out of here ourselves? Pamela wanted to know. Kevin smiled, having already thought of this. The same way you got out of the temple in your hometown, Pamela, and the same way that Walter last left his treehouse, the Easter egg. Pamela's face lit up. Oh, I get it. We're not going to get out of here and back into the ordinary world. We're going to go back to the upper realm directly from here. Walter looked alarmed. No, there's got to be some other way, he begged. I can't go back to that scary lower realm place, and Vincent will just come after me again there. Don't worry, Pamela tried to reassure the younger boy. The upper realm is nothing like the lower realm. The upper realm is really nice. You'll like it. But I can't do it, Walter wailed. I tried last time to get to the upper realm and I failed. I failed completely and I went to the other place instead. I know the same thing will happen again if I try. You can't know that, Kevin patted Walter reassuringly on the shoulder. There has to be some way to fix what went wrong. Why don't you tell us about what you were thinking about the last time you tried to make the jump? Maybe that'll give us a clue. The three of them settled comfortably on the floor in a little circle. I did just what you asked me to, Walter began. I thought about the first time I won my favorite video game. It was the happiest I've ever been. Really? Pamela challenged. That's your happiest memory, not your family? Walter shrugged. I know my parents love me, but it's been hard because my parents never really understood me. And then they were way more interested in keeping me safe than they ever were in spending real time with me. But what about your friends? Pamela wanted to know. Walter suddenly looked shy. Kevin remembered that Walter had said that the tree in which Walter had built his luxurious treehouse, the Easter egg, was his only friend IRL, in real life. I never really had any friends, Walter admitted. Honestly, I was really surprised that you guys came after me, especially you, Pamela. Of course I came after you. Why wouldn't I? Pamela demanded, a little offended. Because technically we're going to be competing for the same thing, to be the next keeper of the White Tower of the Upper Realm, Walter explained. Doesn't that kind of make us enemies? It doesn't have to, Kevin gently explained. It's possible to go after the same goal as another person and still be friends with them. In fact, it's a great way to build trust and respect. I speak from personal experience. Kevin thought about the friendships he had formed when he competed and won the Epic Clash. And I don't think about becoming the next keeper of the White Tower as a competition, Pamela added. If it's meant to be me, then it will be me. And if it's meant to be you, it will be you. Either way is completely okay with me. I hadn't thought about it like that. Walter gave one of the biggest smiles Kevin had ever seen. All this time I was thinking that you and all the other kids were going to hate me. And I was going to have to hate you. But when you put it like that, I am suddenly really excited to meet the rest of us. Kevin understood what had happened to send Walter into the lower realm. Deep down, Walter didn't want to be in competition with the other candidates. He wanted to be friends with them, but he hadn't thought that that was possible. His sad and lonely thoughts had sent him to the lower realm instead of his happy thoughts sending him to the upper one. "Keep focusing on that thought," Kevin told him, "and we'll try again to make the jump to the upper realm." Pamela reached out and gave Walter's hand a sisterly squeeze. "Don't worry, we'll be right here with you the whole time." All of them closed their eyes and focused on their happiest thoughts. Walter already knew his happy memories. Pamela was able to add thoughts about the way she had just helped Walter to her joyful hopes and dreams for a future helping others. Kevin, of course, focused on his love for Lily and their unborn children. One by one, each of them fell backwards onto the floor as if falling asleep, and then they disappeared. Once again, Kevin initiated his entrance into the upper realm by landing in a lily pond. "What's with you in that lily pond?" Pamela asked him from nearby. Kevin looked over to see Pamela standing at the edge of the pond, smiling at him. Kevin was very happy to see Walter standing beside the teenager. Walter had finally made the jump to the upper realm. "I think I keep landing here because it reminds me of my happy place," Kevin told Pamela as he climbed out of the mucky water. Of course, Kevin's real happy place was with his darling wife, Lily. But either his subconscious or the upper realm itself had a rather literal sense of humor. "But did you remember to bring my Mountain Dew?" another voice asked. The three of them turned to see the Yeti striding across the field to meet them. She was 7 feet tall and covered with beautiful white fur. Walter's eyes went wide with excitement. "Wow, a real live Yeti! Cool!" Kevin tried to wring the lily pond water from his dockers. "You know I can't bring anything of value with me into the upper realm," he told the Yeti. "That includes over-caffeinated carbonated beverages." "I've got a Mountain Dew you can have," Walter offered shyly. He pulled off his trusty backpack, which had made the journeys with him back and forth beside the ordinary world and the upper and lower realms. He dug around inside and offered the Yeti the green soda bottle. "I guess I won't need to do the dew anymore now that there are no games here." "Thanks." The Yeti happily took the bottle. "Who says we don't have any games here?" she continued. "I just carved myself a new chess set. Do you know how to play?" Walter grinned. "No, but I bet I can learn and have you beat within 3 games. While Walter and the Yeti went off to play chess and Pamela went off on some business of her own, Kevin again climbed the White Tower to visit its current keeper, Alohi. "I found Walter and brought him to the upper realm, finally," Kevin informed her. "I only regret that it took me so long. I know that your time is short, and any delay puts the future of the upper realm in jeopardy." "No, Kevin, you have done well," Alohi smiled at him wanly. "Already you have located 2 of the 7 candidates to be the next keeper of the White Tower of the upper realm. I have faith that you will locate the last 5 before it's too late for me." In his private thoughts, Kevin fervently hoped that Alohi was correct. However, he was alarmed by the decline in her health since even the last time he had seen her. He and his team would just have to work faster to find the rest of the candidates. Alohi reached up and touched Kevin on the forehead. Kevin fell backward and landed not on the floor, but instead he continued to tumble back through space and time. He came to laying on the floor of Walter's treehouse, the Easter egg. By the time he returned to Walter's parents' homestead, Brett and Katja had finished with their assigned cleanup tasks. Katja was looking much better after her near-death experience, and Brett was happily ordering his myriad agents about as they disposed of the defeated Secluded Valley assassins. Within hours of Kevin's return from the upper realm, he, Brett, and Katja had gone in 3 separate directions. Brett returned to the current Myriad's headquarters in Nashville, where he would continue his search for the remaining 5 gatekeeper candidates, while Katja was back in Washington, D.C., overseeing the Williams School in her role as headmaster. Kevin was, as always, juggling his many duties. He would anxiously await word from Brett about the next child who might be the new keeper of the White Tower in the upper realm, but he would not be sitting on his hands in the meantime. There had been a heat wave in Egypt, and despite the torment it caused for so many, it was fortuitous timing for Kevin. He shut down the Cleopatra production for a week so that his cast and crew did not suffer through filming as temperatures soared. For Kevin, it was just enough time to find and transport both Pamela and Walter to the upper realm. Now, though, he had to jet back to Cairo to find out what menace Atticus Davel was plotting to bring down the Cleopatra production in its final stretches. While running defense for all of Atticus's plots was frustrating and often a waste of Kevin's energies, it actually amused him to think that Atticus thought seeing the $500 million film's failure would ruin Kevin. Kevin saw the film as the first rung on the ladder for the expansion of his empire into Hollywood, and he was willing to spend billions of dollars to make sure it was a success. Atticus would surely fail long before Kevin's money was exhausted, and Kevin was going to make sure that was exactly what happened to his latest enemy, who had seriously underestimated him. With 2 of the 7 candidates to take over Elohie's place as the keeper of the White Tower in the Upper Realm now firmly and safely in place, Kevin would be waiting for Myriad's head, Brett Stewart, to alert him to the location of the 3rd candidate. Kevin knew that saving the Upper Realm from destruction and thus protecting the Foundation from any weaknesses that would allow enemies like the Pinnacle to return and wage war was his priority. In the meantime, Kevin would focus on the expansion of his empire into Hollywood through Williams Media's production of the Cleopatra film starring Madame Spatzel. That project had been plagued by a host of problems, almost all of which had been linked to Kevin's new array of enemies in the entertainment capital. Most notably Atticus Davel, whom Kevin had deduced was behind the theft of film stock from his cinematographer Levi Stradling's hotel room just before Kevin jetted off to find the gatekeeper candidates. Before the heat wave descended on the city and before Kevin shut down production for a week, as he sought the children to replace Elohie, Kevin had tracked down the thief who stole the Cleopatra film canisters from Levi's room and learned that the thief didn't know who he was working for, only that he was meant to mail the canisters to an address in Italy. Kevin paid the thief to call the contact and say he wanted out of the job. Kevin could tell the voice on the other end was Atticus. At an Italian villa, Atticus was furious that his plan had been thwarted. Masudi encouraged him to drop the whole thing, but Atticus insisted on talking to their host about moving on to Plan B, something which had so outraged Masudi that he refused to entertain any more talk of revenge against Kevin Williams for many days. Finally, Masudi relented through his patience with Atticus Davel's obsession with ruining Kevin, who was also an enemy of Masudi's and was wearing on his nerves. Now Masudi tried to shut down Atticus's idea about going to their host at the villa for additional help.
Gio is an old friend, Masudi cautioned, but he's also one of the most powerful men in the Mafia. You don't want to push him too far. He won't hesitate to kill us if we overstay our welcome.
You just said he was a good friend, Atticus said.
He's not the sentimental type,
Masudi replied. As if he had been summoned, Gio Fantoni joined them on the balcony. His casual attire of a pastel polo, khakis, and boat shoes defied his penchant for violence. When will we be able to start our movie night? A week's worth of anticipation is a lot to live up to, and I can't wait any longer to see if this movie is as big of a turd as you say before we throw it in the incinerator. There's been a small hiccup, Atticus said lightly. The man I hired to do the job in Cairo apparently overstated his credentials.
So hard to find good help these days, Gio said with a sigh. The trick is, you have to make people very aware of your expectations. Once someone knows their life is on the line, you'd be surprised how quickly they refuse to accept failure. Just say the word and I'll have one of my guys on the plane.
Very generous of you, but that won't be necessary, Atticus replied. We have a plan B, but I wonder if you'd be open to a few more house guests. Gio pondered this.
I expect another $10 million in my account before they arrive.
He turned and walked back into the house while Masudi eyed Atticus warily. The next day, the Cleopatra crew gathered in the Royal Sphinx lobby for their last day of shooting. The crew was abuzz with excitement that had been building throughout the production and which had not been lessened by the sweltering heat wave which had kept them hiding in their hotel rooms in front of rickety air conditioners, as they hoped the temperatures would finally fall so they could get back to work. After all the disasters and setbacks, they were finally completing the movie. Bahiti was decidedly more subdued than the rest of the team after being caught with the band of raiders by Kevin, Darius, and Madame Spatzel. "I'm looking forward to your finale," she said to Kevin with a knowing look. "We've taken up enough of your time. I'm sure you're looking forward to getting back to your other duties," Kevin replied, matching her subtext. Madame Spatzel approached them. "Remember when you had me arrested?" she bluntly asked Bahiti. Bahiti awkwardly cleared her throat. "I was just doing my job," she replied. "Of course, and we know you would never compromise your job," Madame Spatzel said. She walked away, leaving Bahiti to squirm uncomfortably. Kevin couldn't help but be giddy at Madame Spatzel's subtle takedown. A well-timed moment of restraint, he thought. The cast and crew loaded into their SUVs and were taken to set for the final time. The last scene to be shot was the climactic moment when Cleopatra learned that Mark Antony had married Octavia. This would be Madame Spatzel's most pivotal scene in the whole film. All of her previous work had been building to this moment of ultimate rage. "This is when I win my Oscar," Madame Spatzel declared as she stepped onto the set. She stood opposite Milo, playing Mark Antony. Kevin was behind the cameras, and to those around him, he was shockingly relaxed. Little did the cast and crew and onlookers know, but to Kevin, overseeing the lavish production that was costing him hundreds of millions of dollars was the easy work. He was focused on making sure this last sequence in the movie was perfect, but in the back of his mind was the more important mission of finding the new gatekeeper in the upper realm. Getting a performance out of Madame Spatzel and calling an end to the film's location shooting would be a piece of cake compared to his recent adventures. "Camera rolling, and action," Kevin called. "You think you can betray me and simply walk away?" Madame Spatzel yelled at Milo as a fuming Cleopatra. "I am not one of your soldiers you can leave dead on the battlefield, sacrificed at the altar of your vanity."
"You speak of love and war from a place of ignorance," Milo replied haughtily. "You are bound to the earth, yet talk as if you know heaven and hell."
"You think you know hell?" Madame Spatzel yelled. "Hell hath no fury like a queen scorned." "Cut!" Kevin called. Madame Spatzel revealed a wide smile and curtsied from her mark. "Yes, everyone, you're welcome for doing the first take perfectly and giving us an early wrap on our last day. It's been a pleasure for all of you to work with me." She began to walk away from the set, but Kevin said, "Actually, Madame Spatzel, I think we should try another take." Madame Spatzel looked at him with puzzlement. "I know Milo wasn't perfect, but no one is really going to expect him to be on equal footing with me." Kevin approached Madame Spatzel to talk to her without anyone else hearing. The truth was, Madame Spatzel's performance was fine, but a little flat. It felt more like watching Madame Spatzel reveling in her show-stopping scene, rather than Cleopatra expressing her ultimate rage and heartbreak. He dropped his voice, knowing that having anyone overhear any criticism would deeply embarrass Madame Spatzel. "This is your biggest scene, and I'd be doing you a disservice if I didn't bring out your best," he said. "I know you have more inside you. I've seen you get angrier during your punk club shows. Bring that energy to Cleopatra." Madame Spatzel pondered his note. "I don't like the part where you told me I wasn't perfect, but I do like the part where you said I was the greatest punk singer to ever live," Madame Spatzel replied. Those definitely weren't Kevin's words, but as long as Madame Spatzel was willing to adjust her performance, that was all that mattered. Kevin returned to his director's chair, which he stood beside rather than sat in, and called action. Madame Spatzel's interpretation of Kevin's note made for a worse take than the first. The infusion of her punk persona manifested as unhinged eccentricity rather than fiery rage. Madame Spatzel's eyes bulged as she yelled her lines and even ended with a shriek, sending her voice into a falsetto. When Kevin called cut, Madame Spatzel once again congratulated herself on her performance. "You were right, Kevin, that felt great." Kevin cringed while also admitting to himself that perhaps this last day on the set was not going to be as easy as he thought. Of all the issues he had confronted during the production of the movie, pulling a better performance out of Madame Spatzel hadn't been one of them. Clearly, appealing to her love for showmanship wasn't the way to go, Kevin thought. I need her to be grounded. I need her to connect to the emotion. Kevin once again approached Madame Spatzel on set. That take was fun to watch, he began, struggling to find a compliment. But I still think we can go deeper with this scene. For most of the movie, Cleopatra is almost a divine presence. She's otherworldly, but here she's just a human being, dealing with unbearable heartbreak. That's the Cleopatra we need to see in this scene. Not the legend, not the ruler. The woman. Have you ever been heartbroken, Madame Spatzel? Madame Spatzel looked at the ground, uncharacteristically quiet. Kevin took that as a yes. Share that vulnerability with us, Madame Spatzel, Kevin urged. When you lend your own emotional journey to your character, that's when the performance ends and artistry begins. Madame Spatzel nodded, not quite able to look Kevin in the eye, and returned to her mark on set with an entirely different energy. Not having been privy to her conversation with Kevin, Milo asked, "Are you okay?" "Don't talk to me," Madame Spatzel coldly replied. Kevin took his seat behind the monitor and hoped he had conveyed the necessary dramatic thrust to his star. And action! This time, when Madame Spatzel delivered her lines, there were no theatrics. She simmered like a flame dancing dangerously close to a powder keg. She choked back tears as if one drop would cause a flood. Milo responded to the change in her delivery, unable to lash out with the same bravado. This version of Madame Spatzel's Cleopatra demanded empathy. When the scene concluded, the entire crew was frozen in silence. Even those who had been in the industry for decades had never seen a transformation quite like the one Madame Spatzel had made. Finally finding his voice again, Kevin announced, "That's it. That's a wrap on Cleopatra, the Last Queen." The crew erupted into applause, almost with a feeling of surprise that this day ever came. Kevin ran on set and embraced Madame Spatzel, who sank into his arms. The scene had clearly provided a kind of cathartic release for her. As the crew high-fived and hugged, Kevin announced, "You all deserve to celebrate. Wrap party tonight at the Delta Club." As the cheering and revelry continued, a man dressed in black watched from a distance. Into a radio, he reported, "They'll be at the Delta Club. Tonight we make our move." Kevin learned that Atticus was behind the plot to steal the Cleopatra film reels and was hiding in a villa in Italy with Masudi. At the villa, Atticus told their host, Gio Fantone, one of the highest-ranking members of the Italian mob, that they were moving on to Plan B. In Cairo, the Cleopatra crew shot their last scene and finally wrapped production. Kevin announced a wrap party that night, and in the distance, a mysterious man spoke into a radio, saying the location of the wrap party, and that the man and his conspirators would make their move that night. The Cleopatra crew was buzzing with excitement as they entered the Delta Club, one of the hottest venues in Cairo. Kevin looked around, happy to see everyone letting loose. After everything they had been through during the shoot, they definitely deserved a celebration, given that they had still managed to create what Kevin was sure was an excellent film. Kevin sipped on a club soda as he took in the revelry. Lance approached with Ryder beside him. Lance was in a flurry of manic energy.
"Kevin, you did amazing work stepping in as director. I always knew you were the right man for the job,"
Lance gushed. Kevin doubted the earnestness of Lance's praise, as Lance had never been his biggest fan. Nonetheless, Kevin accepted the compliment. "I appreciate that, Lance. I was lucky to have such a great team around me."
"Speaking of which, you've now seen how Ryder was such an integral part of that team,"
Lance said. Kevin braced himself. As Ryder's acting coach, Lance clearly wanted to talk about Ryder's future, while Kevin just wanted to enjoy the night without any industry talk.
"His performance was career-defining. A revelation, really," Lance continued. "This role is obviously going to put him on the map, and we should continue this partnership. He could be the Leonardo DiCaprio to your Martin Scorsese."
"His performance definitely surprised me at every turn," Kevin said. He was actually being honest. He had previously considered Ryder to be a strong actor, but Ryder seemed to crumble under the pressure of such a big film and was outclassed at every turn by Madame Spatzel, Milo, and Audrey. With Madame Spatzel having cooled on her infatuation with Ryder, Kevin hoped that this could be their last project together. Kevin was grateful for an excuse to end the conversation when Audrey tapped on her glass to make a speech. After the group quieted, she said, "We all have so much to be proud of on this film. We had challenges thrown at us at every turn, and we always got through. But while we celebrate the work we did together as a family, I think we should take a moment to remember and honor the fact that we lost one of our own." Kevin felt a rush of gratitude upon realizing that Audrey was taking a moment to acknowledge Mabel. He wished he had thought of it himself. "We didn't always see eye to eye," Audrey continued. "But Mabel was a legend in this industry, and we were all very fortunate to share this experience with her. I know I'll never forget her." Audrey raised her glass. "To Mabel."
"To Mabel," the crew echoed.
The moment actually brought the crew even closer together, and their comfort with each other translated to additional drinking and lowered inhibitions. Liam, the AD, tried to take his shot with Madame Spatzel. "You know, once we get back to LA, I was thinking—" "No," Madame Spatzel stated flatly and firmly, and she then walked straight over to Ryder and Milo. "We need new scenery," she declared. "Let's find somewhere to keep the party going. I met these guys at a liquor store who told me about a warehouse rave." As Ryder and Milo eagerly nodded, Kevin cautioned, "Just remember we have an early flight in the morning. You have to be ready in the hotel lobby by 8 a.m. "Yes, Dad," Madame Spatzel said with an exaggerated annoyance. To Milo and Ryder, she said, "Let's go." Kevin watched them leave, a little worried about the state he'd find them in the next day. But ultimately, he thought, Madame Spatzel deserves one last adventure in Cairo. The next morning, the crew gathered in the Royal Sphinx lobby with their luggage, exhausted and hungover from the night before, but ready to finally head home to LA. As Kevin predicted, Madame Spatzel, Ryder, and Milo didn't show up on time. Kevin rolled his eyes. He asked one of the production assistants to check their rooms, but he had a feeling that he'd have to track them down at some after-hours speakeasy. He was about to leave the lobby when he got a call from an unknown number. Kevin's insides went cold as he suddenly had a very dark feeling. "Hello?" Kevin asked.
"I told you what happened next was going to be on you."
Atticus's smug voice rang through the speaker. "What did you do?" Kevin demanded.
"Your actors should really learn to be careful about who they take drugs from at a rave,"
Atticus said mockingly.
"Madame Spatzel might be the most easily kidnapped person in the world."
"Where are they? What do you want?" Kevin growled, his anger rising.
"You know what I want,"
Atticus replied.
"I want the film. Or you could let your 3 stars die. That would probably add some nice mystique to the film's release. The choice is yours. You have 48 hours.
The line went dead. Kevin felt a surge of anger, but it was supplemented by a tinge of gratitude that he had formed such a strong relationship with Egyptian President al-Busari when he once again called his cell phone. "Did you get any response to the extradition request?" Kevin asked quickly. "We now need to aid kidnapping to Atticus's and Masudi's charges. The situation has become much more urgent."
"I'm sorry, Kevin,"
President al-Busari replied.
"I'll try to press them again. The last time I tried to contact the Justice Department, I was told they were all on a wine tasting retreat."
"I'll take any help I can get, Mr. President. Thank you," Kevin said before ending the call. It was clear that once again he was going to have to handle this situation himself. He pulled Levi aside. "Atticus is still after the film. Could we make a copy of the footage? He's giving us 48 hours. "That's impossible," Levi replied, his eyes widening. "We shot on 35mm film. Transferring to a new reel would take weeks." "It's okay, Levi. I'll figure something else out," Kevin replied. At least he had the address for Atticus's hideout. He looked around the lobby until he located Jericho. "We need to go to Italy," Kevin said quietly. "Thank God," Jericho replied. "I need a vacation after all this." "Not a vacation," Kevin replied. "Atticus kidnapped Madame Spatzel, Milo, and Ryder. We have to rescue them, and we only have 2 days to do it." "All of them? Ryder too?" Jericho asked reluctantly. "Yes, all of them," Kevin replied. "Everyone else here is going to fly back to LA. I'm booking us a new flight to Tuscany. Atticus knows what we look like, so we need disguises." Kevin found Deborah Losey, their wardrobe designer, and Michelle Danvers, their head of hair and makeup. "I need to go through your things really quickly to grab some makeup and wardrobe props," he said. Deborah and Michelle groaned. "So close to being done," Deborah complained. But they handed over their luggage containing their production supplies, and Kevin began digging through. He soon located an eye patch. Time to become my old friend Kenneth Wilkinson, Kevin thought. It had been a while since he had embodied his Radiance alter ego, but after watching the actors, particularly Madame Spatzel and Milo, Kevin had even picked up some new acting tricks. Jericho stood up wearing thick glasses. "Look, I'm Clark Kent," he announced. "Maybe you should disguise yourself just a little more," Kevin said. He fished through the makeup props until he located a mustache. "Add this," Kevin advised. Jericho applied the mustache and looked in the mirror. "Great. Now I'm Clark Kent if he was the manager of an accounting firm," Jericho said with disappointment. Kevin bid a quick farewell to Deborah and Michelle. As he dashed out of the lobby with Jericho, he paused and looked back at Levi's cases that contained the film reels. "We're not bringing that as a backup plan," Kevin decided. "Failure isn't an option." Without saying goodbye to anyone else on the crew, Kevin and Jericho jumped in one of the waiting SUVs. "They'll understand when this is all over," Kevin thought. Kevin arranged for a private plane on short notice and sped with Jericho over to the tarmac. As they began to taxi down the runway, Kevin received a text message with a picture of Madame Spatzel, Milo, and Ryder tied up. "At least Madame Spatzel looks like she's enjoying it," Kevin thought. Another text message came through. "The clock is ticking." The Cleopatra crew finally finished production and celebrated with a wrap party at one of the hottest clubs in Cairo. Madame Spatzel, Milo, and Ryder decided to continue the party at a warehouse rave, though Kevin reminded them they had to leave at 8 a.m. the next day for their flight back to L.A. The next morning, the three were missing, and Kevin got a call from Atticus Davel explaining that he had kidnapped the actors, and if Kevin didn't turn over the film reels within 48 hours, they'd be killed. After learning that they would not be able to make a copy of the footage in time, Kevin told Jericho they'd have to go to Italy to rescue the actors themselves. Kevin couldn't help but feel impatient during the 4-hour flight to Tuscany. Every minute counted when it came to rescuing Madame Spatzel, Milo, and Ryder before the clock ran out. But he also knew that Atticus Davel was a fool if he thought Kevin would hand over the film shot for the Cleopatra production as payment. Kevin was always being underestimated, even by a Hollywood film producer who should have known that Kevin was not going to be pushed into a corner by a man whose idea of a fight was screaming into a cell phone. When they finally landed, Kevin and Jericho drove a rental car to the vineyard and scoped out the premises. It was a beautiful, serene setting, masterfully disguising the criminal activity happening inside. What was more surprising, however, was the array of vehicles and uniformed staff members milling about. "If there is a big event going on, we might be able to just enter without a fuss," Kevin mused. "Might as well try it," Jericho replied. They approached the main gate where a woman holding a clipboard looked them over. "The vineyard is closed for a private wedding. It's also just never open to the public." "How do you know we're not guests at the wedding?" Kevin asked. She once again eyed the unimpressive clothes that they had worn, intending to be flying for 15 hours. "Just a guess," she said smugly. They walked away from the main gate and saw a catering van leaving a long driveway at the side of the property. Kevin sprinted toward it and waved down the driver. "Hey, need any extra help for the event?" Kevin called. The driver looked skeptically at Kevin. "We're fully staffed. Never hurts to have a few extra hands, but we have no more room on the payroll. And the host required background checks on all of our employees." "The pay isn't a problem," Kevin replied. "I'll pay you. How's $250,000? "Is this a joke?" the driver replied. "That's more than we're being paid for the entire event." "Not a joke," Kevin replied. No longer concerned about honoring the demand for background checks at the exclusive event, $250,000 somehow changed his mind. The driver simply said, "I can't have you working the event in those clothes. Get some tuxes and you're in." "Done," Kevin said. "Thank you, sir." Kevin and Jericho hopped back into their rental car and drove into town. They found a small, posh menswear shop where a tiny man named Armando took their measurements, while telling them about each of his 12 grandchildren.
I can tailor custom tuxes for you in only 3 weeks,
he said in a thick Italian accent once he had finished. No need for custom, Kevin replied. We'll buy off the rack. They grabbed the available tuxes closest to their size. When Kevin emerged from the dressing area, Jericho said, "You ever think about going with this look more often? Might as well go full James Bond." "I'll take an Old Navy hoodie any day," Kevin replied, slightly fidgeting in the expensive suit. Jumping back in their rental car, they returned to the vineyard and parked just off the edge of the property. They waited for the catering truck to roll by again and flagged it down.
"I'm going to be honest," the driver said, leaning out the window. "I thought this was going to be some sort of elaborate prank."
He opened the back of the truck and Kevin and Jericho hopped in. A minute later, they heard the driver talking to a staff member and the creak of the wrought iron gate opening. "We're in," Kevin said as they started snaking their way up the winding driveway. They arrived at the service entrance to the massive villa, where the driver led them into the staff kitchen.
"I'm counting on you to be on your best behavior," the driver whispered to them. "These are not people you want to piss off. Most of the guests are connected, so to speak, and it's the wedding of the vineyard owner's daughter. A cardinal from Vatican City officiated the ceremony."
He handed them off to a catering manager who shoved trays of champagne glasses and hors d'oeuvres into their hands. "Circle the terrace," she instructed dismissively. As they walked out, Kevin leaned over to Jericho and whispered, "Let's pass these out, and then instead of going back to the kitchen for more, we'll search the house." Jericho nodded, and they parted ways. When Kevin stepped onto the terrace, he saw one of the most elaborate weddings he had ever witnessed. Ice sculptures depicting the young couple dotted the venue, surrounding by king oysters and caviar. Cirque du Soleil performers dazzled the crowd. John Legend led the band. Kevin spotted Atticus Davel and Masudi sitting at the head table with Gio Fantone, the owner of the vineyard and father of the bride. Gio locked eyes with Kevin and summoned him over. "This wine is subpar," he said, holding up his glass of Cabernet. "And on this, the day of my daughter's wedding, I have a special edition Borelos, an excellent and very expensive wine, I might add, in my cellar. Bring us 6 bottles." "Maybe I should grab those," Atticus said hastily, jumping up from his seat. "We wouldn't want this poor waiter to get lost. He's probably never been in such a large villa before." Kevin watched Atticus leave, his interest instantly piqued. Atticus would never care about helping out a waiter, Kevin thought. He must not want anyone seeing the cellar. Kevin quickly located Jericho, who was sneaking a bite of the beef carpaccio on his tray. "I think they're in the cellar," Kevin explained. "We have to check it out." Jericho dumped his remaining hors d'oeuvres into a plant, and they slipped inside the giant glass doors into the great room. Concealing themselves in a shadowy corner, they watched as Atticus came up a wrought iron spiral staircase, holding the bottles of wine. As soon as he moved past Kevin and Jericho and back onto the terrace, they headed for the staircase. As they crept down the steps, Kevin and Jericho started to hear muffled voices down below. They paused to listen.
"Fives?"
a gruff voice asked. "Go fish," a bored voice replied. Kevin heard the sound of playing cards hitting the floor.
"Oh, Dio mio," the first voice said. "I cannot win."
"Don't be a sore loser," the bored voice replied.
"He's just mad because he'd rather be at the party flirting with the bridesmaids," another man chimed in. "Instead, we're stuck down here babysitting the most annoying people I've ever met, especially the blonde one who won't stop crying."
Kevin and Jericho exchanged glances.
"That definitely sounds like Ryder,"
Jericho whispered. Kevin agreed. Madame Spatzel, Milo, and Ryder were, as Kevin suspected, being held captive in the cellar.
"What's the plan of attack?"
Jericho asked. Sneaking a peek at the mobsters, who were 4 sleepy-looking men surrounded by the empty bottles of wine they had helped themselves to, Kevin said, "I don't think we're going to need one." He smoothed out his tux and casually stepped off the stairs into the cellar. The mobsters were startled but seemed to ease when they saw his uniform. "Atticus asked for another bottle of wine," Kevin said.
"That prick again? He really thinks he owns the place."
One of the mobsters slurred. As much as Kevin wanted to agree, he stuck to his role and selected a random bottle from a rack. Before the mobsters could even react, he quickly circled the table, conking them all on the head with the bottle. They each slumped onto the table unconscious. "Well, that was definitely easier than how it normally goes," Jericho said, joining Kevin in the cellar. They hastily searched through the rows of wine racks and finally, in the back corner, found Madame Spatzel, Milo, and Ryder tied to chairs. Their eyes bulged with relief upon seeing Kevin and Jericho. Ryder's were particularly bloodshot. Kevin beelined straight for Madame Spatzel and took the gag out of her mouth. "Oh, Kevin, it was awful," she cried. "They leave me in this room surrounded by all this wine and don't even share any of it. Why would someone do that?" "We're dealing with some heartless people," Kevin replied while undoing the knots around her wrists. Jericho finished untying Milo and Ryder, and they gratefully rose from their seats, stretching out their sore limbs. Kevin smiled at their improbable reunion. The actors may not have even known how dire the situation was. He motioned toward the stairs. "Now let's get you guys out of here." Kevin and Jericho disguised themselves and flew to Atticus Stavel's vineyard hideout in Tuscany to rescue Madame Spatzel, Milo, and Ryder. The vineyard, owned by mafioso Gio Fantone, was hosting his daughter's wedding when Kevin and Jericho arrived. Kevin bribed a catering manager to let them join his crew, and once inside, Kevin deduced that the actors were being held in the wine cellar. He and Jericho disposed of the mobsters who were standing guard and then freed their friends. All they had left to do was get out of the estate unscathed. "How do we get them out without anyone seeing us?" Jericho asked. Kevin considered what he had seen of the villa so far. "If we can make it back to the staff entrance." Suddenly, Gio's voice blared through a walkie-talkie sitting on the poker table between the unconscious mobsters.
"Checking in. What's the status down there?"
Kevin's actors and Jericho exchanged nervous glances. "Should we make a run for it?" Jericho asked.
"Come in,"
Gio's voice prodded.
"Do I need to send a backup?"
Kevin grabbed the walkie and muffled his voice.
"We're here. I was hitting the wrong button." "Next time you ask for a higher-ranking assignment, I want you to remember this moment,"
Gio replied condescendingly.
"But I just had a great idea. Let's get Madame Spatzel up here for a live performance. If we're gonna kill her, we might as well have her give us a show first."
Kevin warily looked over at Madame Spatzel. It was jarring to hear Gio speak so casually about taking her life, but Madame Spatzel shrugged. "We need the distraction so you can get out," she said. "Besides, it's been a whole day since I've been the center of attention. If the mobsters didn't kill me being offstage in Forgotten Wood."
"We'll send her up,"
Kevin said reluctantly into the walkie. After putting down the walkie, Kevin said to the group, "While Madame Spatzel performs, we'll sneak through the staff entrance. None of the guests will be over there." The group nodded and Kevin led them upstairs. Once he saw no one was watching, he pointed Madame Spatzel toward the entrance to the terrace. Madame Spatzel looked down at her outfit, a dress shaped like a pyramid that she had worn to honor her last night in Cairo. "I don't love that I'm performing in an outfit that people have already seen, but I suppose it will have to do," she said with a sigh. She tossed her hair and confidently walked toward the entrance. As she crossed the threshold onto the terrace, she threw her hands up. "Excellent," Gio said from his table, eagerly rubbing his hands together. He walked over to Madame Spatzel, held her hands, and kissed both cheeks as if he hadn't just been holding her captive in his basement. "I have a very special surprise," he announced to the reception. "My daughter's favorite artist, Madame Spatzel, has agreed to an exclusive performance." The bride shrieked with delight as John Legend's jaw dropped. "Madame Spatzel," he said with awe. He graciously and reverently surrendered the microphone in front of the band. Meanwhile, Kevin and Jericho ushered Ryder and Milo toward the staff kitchen. As they entered, the catering manager yelled,
"Hey, no guests back here."
"A couple of troublemakers," Kevin said roughly while grabbing Milo's arm. "We're escorting them out without giving them a chance to bother any of the other esteemed guests."
"Okay, good then,"
the catering manager replied. Kevin let out a grateful exhale and continued to shepherd them through the kitchen. Outside, the crowd had fallen silent in anticipation of Madame Spatzel's performance. "In honor of the happy couple," she began, "I'd like to sing my most romantic song. This is called Blood Oath." As Madame Spatzel performed her song with lyrics more macabre than most people would associate with romance, the audience sat in rapt attention. and the bride looked lovingly at her groom. In the middle of her song, Madame Spatzel looked up and saw Kevin, Jericho, Milo, and Ryder rushing down the staff driveway, concealing themselves from casual viewers in the landscaping. Madame Spatzel couldn't help but be pleased with herself that her distraction had worked. "I actually saved my friends," she thought proudly. Suddenly, Madame Spatzel began to tingle all over. "I haven't even taken any of my normal pill regimens today. Is this alcohol withdrawal?" she thought. But then she began to glow. This definitely didn't have anything to do with alcohol. "What's happening to me?" she thought with alarm. Over at the sweetheart table, the new bride's eyes widened. "Wow, her special effects are incredible." Gio, however, narrowed his eyes with suspicion. He knew there was no way she had assembled special effects on her way up from the wine cellar.
"What is this?" Gio snarled to Atticus. "Who did you bring into my house?"
"I'll handle this," Atticus reassured him. He casually walked over to Madame Spatzel, trying to keep up the appearance that everything was fine. "Madame Spatzel, what are you doing?" he asked through gritted teeth. As Madame Spatzel sang the lyric, "You bond to my heart, till death do us part," she punched Atticus in the face. Madame Spatzel's punch was so powerful Atticus stumbled backward and held his hand to his nose. When he pulled his hand away, he revealed his nose gushing blood. For a moment, the crowd was too stunned to react.
"Is this part of the show?"
one guest whispered to another.
"She's so weird, I love it."
But Madame Spatzel removed all doubt when she yelled, "You think you can keep me hostage in a wine cellar? With no wine?" She struck Atticus again with a swift uppercut to the jaw. Gio's daughter began to cry. "Daddy, what's happening?" she wailed. Blood boiling, Gio nodded to his associates who menacingly rose from their seats. Back at the driveway, Kevin, Jericho, Milo, and Ryder finally reached the edge of the property. "Our car is just down the road," Kevin advised. "Wait there. We're going back for Madame Spatzel."
"Thank you, Kevin,"
Milo said earnestly. "I thought we were done for."
"Yeah, thanks,"
Ryder said more awkwardly. But suddenly he threw his arms around Kevin in an aggressive hug. He pulled away embarrassed and followed Milo down the road without another word. "Let's go," Kevin said to Jericho. They ran back down the driveway, and as they approached the house, they could hear a commotion coming from the terrace. "Oh no," Kevin exclaimed. They increased their pace to an all-out sprint. When they turned the corner to the back of the house, Kevin was stunned and thrilled to see Madame Spatzel kicking ass. Still aglow in yellow light, she threw punches and kicks at the mobsters who dared close in on her. Her pyramid dress ended up making an impressive shield. Doing a ballerina twirl, the pyramid became a moving target for the encroaching attackers, and the dress's sharp corners simultaneously made painful contact with 4 mafia crotches. She switched to attacking mode, using superhuman strength to toss one over the balcony. She then swiftly slipped off one of her stiletto heels and used it to puncture another mobster in the eye. Kevin watched in awe. "She did it," he thought. "She has achieved her first level through her daring and gumption." He then remembered what Marinhor had told him. She will achieve her first level by saving her friends with her voice. And Marinhor was right that Kevin didn't need to prepare her. She chose to sacrifice herself all on her own. And even though Madame Spatzel didn't need to use her actual leveled skills in this fight with ordinaries, Kevin could see in her grit and determination that her first level was there, and it was going to help Spatzel to rise even further in the future. But the mobsters were still coming, and though Madame Spatzel was stronger than each of them, she was clearly outnumbered. Kevin and Jericho rushed to join the fight. Kevin grabbed a mobster who was sneaking up behind Madame Spatzel with a knife and put him in a chokehold. Jericho broke off a shard of the ice sculpture and stabbed a monster in the neck. Kevin engaged in hand-to-hand combat with another mafioso who was almost feral in his fighting style. He clawed and scratched at Kevin's face, and though he failed to break skin, he managed to rip off Kevin's eye patch. Seeing Kevin unmasked, Atticus slammed his fist on the table.
"Damn it! We have to get out of here," he yelled to Masudi. "You better hope it's somewhere I can't find you," Gio yelled as his daughter continued to cry.
Kevin looked up and saw Atticus and Masudi sprinting from the terrace. "Get out of here! Get to the car with Milo and Ryder," Kevin yelled to Jericho and Madam Spatzel. Atticus and Masudi had a head start, but Kevin knew they were no match for him in a foot race. This ends today, Kevin thought to himself. But as Kevin turned a corner around the massive house, he saw that catching them was about to become much more difficult. Atticus and Masudi were only steps away from a waiting helicopter. While Madame Spatzel performed at the wedding on the demand of her captor, mobster Gio Fantone, she saw Milo and Ryder leave the property and knew that her distraction had been successful. She suddenly started to tingle and glow, having officially achieved her first level. When Kevin and Jericho returned to help her, they saw her fighting off a band of mobsters. They joined in, but when Kevin's eye patch was knocked off, Atticus recognized him and made a run for it with Masudi. Kevin chased them down and saw that they were about to board a waiting helicopter. Atticus and Masudi reached the helicopter before Kevin could catch them. It quickly whirred to life, but as it lifted from the ground, Kevin caught up and jumped, hanging onto the landing skid. Feeling the helicopter lurch to the side due to Kevin's weight, Masudi looked out the window and saw Kevin swinging below.
"I can't deal with this guy anymore,"
Masudi lamented to Atticus.
"It's time we just surrender."
"Never," Atticus snarled. "He can't win. I never let anyone beat me, and especially not that little ant from Chicago who thinks he can come into Hollywood and take over." Atticus steered the helicopter erratically, trying to shake Kevin off. But Kevin used the momentum from the abrupt turns to swing himself from the bar into the open side of the helicopter. Now crouching behind Atticus and Masudi, Kevin said, "Give it up, Atticus. You're going to pay for all you've done, one way or another." Masudi threw his hands up.
"That's what I've been saying,"
he pleaded to Kevin. Atticus stared ahead, an unhinged look in his eye. "If I'm going down, I'm taking you with me," he growled at Kevin. Realizing Atticus intended to crash the chopper, killing them all, Masudi finally had enough.
"I'm out,"
he yelled. He hastily unbuckled himself from his seat and rushed past Kevin to the back of the helicopter. He grabbed a parachute and clipped himself in.
"I really did think I was just going to ruin a few takes of a movie,"
Masudi said to Kevin apologetically.
"Goodbye, Atticus."
He then tipped himself out of the open side door, freeing himself from Atticus's madness for good. With Masudi out of the picture, Kevin tried once again to reason with Atticus. "This doesn't need to end with anyone's death, Atticus," Kevin said cautiously. "There are other ways out of this." "There is no other way," Atticus said, his eyes still focused straight ahead. "I will not spend the rest of my days wasting away in some cell while you continue to parade yourself around. The heroic Kevin Williams. Saint Kevin. No, I can't allow it." Kevin looked ahead and saw that they were approaching a large hill. Atticus clearly had no intention of avoiding it. "I tried to reason with you," Kevin said. "You leave me no choice." Kevin jumped forward and gripped the wheel. He and Atticus wrestled for it, but with a punch to the ribs, Kevin knocked the wind out of Atticus, momentarily incapacitating him. Kevin took control of the wheel and steered it away from the approaching hill. But Atticus, once he recovered his breath, pulled a knife out of his sheath on his belt. He took a swipe at Kevin with the knife, but Kevin grabbed his arm at the last second and deflected his stab. He shoved Atticus off of him into the back of the helicopter, but Atticus charged again. Calculating his options, Kevin decided to abandon the wheel and deal with Atticus in the back. He shoved Atticus into the side of the helicopter and heard a rib crack. Nonetheless, Atticus straightened up and grinned when he saw Kevin standing across from him with his back to the open door. "Nowhere to go now," Atticus said mockingly. He charged at Kevin with his knife outstretched. At the last second, Kevin stepped to the side, allowing Atticus to run right out of the open door. His anguished scream quickly faded as he plummeted to his death. Kevin caught his breath. He never wanted his feud with Atticus to end this way, but Atticus was clearly never going to stop as long as they both lived. Kevin returned to the wheel of the helicopter and steered it away from another one of Tuscany's rolling hills. He pulled out his cell phone and called Jericho. "Take everyone and meet me at the airport," Kevin instructed. "I'll be there right behind you." After making another call to Sandra Wilson, his chief of staff at Williams Media and all-around personal assistant, to ask her to arrange a private plane out of Tuscany, Kevin guided the helicopter back towards Gio's vineyard and gently landed it on the helipad. As soon as he exited, Gio stormed toward him.
"How dare you ruin my daughter's wedding?"
he yelled furiously. "It wouldn't have been necessary if you didn't kidnap my friends," Kevin said calmly.
"Well, you're not leaving here without a few broken bones," Gio said, throwing his fists up.
Kevin sighed. "Come on, it's been a long day. I even returned your helicopter. Can't you just drop this and let me be on my way?"
"You must not be aware of who I am," Gio said threateningly. "That's a big mistake on your part. No one crosses me and walks away. You may have fought off my associates, but there's a reason I'm the one at the top."
He marched toward Kevin and threw a fist toward Kevin's face. Kevin easily dodged it and with one uppercut to the jaw knocked Gio to the ground unconscious. Kevin rolled his eyes and walked away. Little did Gio Fantone know, but Kevin hadn't even tapped into his leveled resources to battle Gio's entire fleet of thugs and to dispense with Gio's unfortunate allies Atticus Stavel and Masudi. Kevin turned the corner around Gio's villa and came across his garage. He ripped the keypad off the wall, disabling the security, and let himself inside. Looking around at the array of luxury cars, Kevin thought, "I'm sure he doesn't need all of these." He selected a black Ferrari and hotwired it. After taking it down the driveway and turning onto the winding roads of rural Tuscany, Kevin thought, "I might actually take the opportunity to enjoy this." He opened the roof, and with the wind blowing through his hair, he took in the majestic scenery around him. Kevin reached the airport where Jericho, Madame Spatzel, Milo, and Ryder were already waiting on the plane. Jericho sipped on a coffee while Madame Spatzel had almost emptied an entire bottle of the specialty Barolo wine that Gio had brought up from the wine cellar. A fresh bottle waited next to her. "I may have grabbed these on our way out," she said nonchalantly.
"What happened to Atticus and Masudi?"
Jericho asked. "Both are somewhere in the hilly vineyards," Kevin explained, "but only Masudi is alive." "Then I shall drink in his honor," Madame Spatzel said solemnly. Kevin wanted to tell her that she was under no obligation to drink on behalf of her kidnapper, but he knew she was going to drink anyway. Kevin gratefully collapsed into one of the seats. "Let's go home." Not long into the flight, Milo and Ryder fell sound asleep, completely worn out from the day's events. Madame Spatzel, however, was positively energized. She joined Kevin in the seat next to him. "Kevin," she exclaimed, "I glowed, and I fought off 100 men, and I got to perform for more royalty." Kevin knew she was slightly exaggerating the number of her adversaries, and the Mafia family was even farther from royalty than the Egyptian president, but he was happy to see her so excited. "You did it, Madame Spatzel," Kevin said encouragingly. "By sacrificing your safety to save your friends, you achieved your first level." Madame Spatzel actually started to get emotional at the revelation. "I knew I was one of the special elite. Now I have proof. Lady Gaga could never do what I did. She's a piker." "Levels are a great honor," Kevin advised, "but they're also a big responsibility. Having more power than other humans can tempt the best or the worst of us. Some are corrupted by it. When I became a level 7 and mastered the 10 directions and blue storm techniques in record time, my mentors feared it could destroy me. I had to learn to control the power or else it would control me." "I don't see what's so bad about flexing your muscles," Madame Spatzel said casually. "This power is a reward, a gift. I always managed to be an extraordinary presence and push boundaries even as a mere ordinary human. Imagine what I could do with superhuman power." She patted Kevin on the leg and returned to her wine in the back of the plane. Kevin was suddenly overcome with apprehension. It was one thing for Kevin to help Madame Spatzel achieve her first level. It was clearly going to be another matter entirely to make sure she used her levels for good. Upon seeing Kevin at the mob wedding, Atticus and Masudi took off for a helicopter. Kevin caught up to them, and after a fight with Atticus for control of the chopper, Atticus fell to his death. Kevin met Jericho, Madame Spatzel, Milo, and Ryder at the airport to take a plane back to Hollywood. In a conversation with Madame Spatzel about achieving levels, it became clear to Kevin that Madame Spatzel could be at risk for abusing her new power. After Madame Spatzel returned to her seat, Kevin was concerned about her nonchalance regarding the responsibility that came with having levels. I'll have to keep an eye on that, Kevin thought. But for now, with production on Cleopatra finally wrapped, it was time to move on to post-production. After Maren Hoare confirmed that the hieroglyphics Kevin saw during Eminence's film in London had been devised by his vizier for the purposes of mind control, Kevin knew he couldn't trust Eminence with the editing of their film. Even if they were only using mind control to sway the audience's opinions of their movies, Kevin couldn't abide by any interference with someone's free will. He had demanded that he have the final edit of the film, and he was going to make sure that studio president Judy Chen gave it to him. He was not going to let the Cleopatra project be used for nefarious means. Using a satellite phone, Kevin called Levi Stradling, the cinematographer of Cleopatra.
Kevin, is everything all right?
Levi asked upon answering the phone. The last time they had spoken, Kevin had asked if it were possible to create a duplicate of the film reels in order to be able to rescue Madame Spatzel, Milo, and Ryder from their kidnapper Atticus Davel, who was demanding all the film footage that Kevin and his team had shot. Everything is fine, Levi, Kevin assured him. We're all on a flight back to Hollywood now. Did the film reels make it home in good shape?
Yes, they're here at my house, Levi replied.
That's a relief, Kevin said. Another question. Is there an editor you'd recommend to cut the film together? We need someone talented and trustworthy.
Do you not want to use the editors Eminence hired? Levi asked with curiosity.
Honestly, Eminence hasn't proven to be the best studio partner, Kevin replied, which was an understatement, but Kevin didn't want to burden Levi with the truth of the studio's deceit. I'd rather keep the creation of this film within our crew.
Understood, Levi said. If you want the best, you want Laura Winkler. She's a great collaborator and she gets an Oscar nomination for almost every film she works on. I'll send you her contact information.
She sounds perfect. Thanks, Levi, Kevin replied. Shortly after hanging up, Kevin received a text with Laura's cell number. Hi, Laura, Kevin said when she answered. My name is Kevin Williams. I'm the producer and director of Cleopatra the Last Queen, which just wrapped production. Our editing hires fell through, and Levi Stradling told me you're the best of the best. Are you available to edit our film? Hi, Kevin. I'm very flattered you reached out, Laura replied. I've always had a soft spot for Levi. I'm working on another film right now, but I should be finished rather soon. Would you like to come by my office and we can discuss the details? That sounds great, Kevin replied. I'm flying back to Hollywood right now and will be landing in the morning. Great. I'll text you the address, Laura said. Kevin hung up with Laura and, with another 12 hours to go on the flight, actually decided to take a well-deserved nap. After landing in Hollywood, a still exuberant Madame Spatzel twirled after stepping off the plane. Let's go clubbing, she said excitedly. Madame Spatzel, it's 9 a.m., and I may never go clubbing again, Milo replied, still emotionally drained from the last few days despite his long sleep on the plane. I think everyone should go home and get some sleep, Kevin advised.
Are you? Jericho asked.
Nope. A producer's work is never done, Kevin replied. He rented a car and drove to film editor Laura Winkler's office in Culver City, a neighborhood in Los Angeles near many important film studios. Her office was small but sleek, with posters of Oscar-winning films lining the walls and an impressively stocked awards case. Kevin walked by small editing rooms where assistant editors were busily logging footage. Finally, at the end of the hall, Kevin found the door marked with Laura's name. He knocked, and Laura stepped away from her dual monitors and greeted him at the door. You must be Kevin, she said amicably. Come on in. Thanks for meeting with me on such short notice, Kevin said as he sat in one of the comfortable armchairs across from her editing station. Not a problem. Your movie sounds really interesting, and I love getting the opportunity to cut together Levi's work, she replied. What are you working on now? Kevin asked. A Ridley Scott film about survivors of a plane crash in Alaska, she explained. Pretty brutal. I'm sure it'll garner awards attention, but I'm happy to be almost done with it if I'm being honest. How much do you have left? Kevin asked. I'm on the final scene, Laura replied.
but it's giving me a ton of problems. It's a bear attack and the Foley artist just can't get the sound right. It all sounds fake. Might be fine if this were for Michael Bay, but Ridley takes realism very seriously. I might be uniquely positioned to help you, Kevin offered. Kevin did, in fact, have experience surviving a bear attack. I have a lot of experience working with difficult animals. I can get authentic audio of a bear attack for you. Laura was speechless for a moment. This idea doesn't involve anyone actually dying, does it? Because watching footage of fake deaths for 5 months has been enough for me. Kevin laughed. No deaths or serious injury involved. I can assure you of that. I've got to say, I've never had anyone give this kind of effort to sign me onto their film, Laura admitted. She walked over to a supply closet and presented Kevin with a microphone and audio equipment. You should know, it has to be a Kodiak bear, Laura cautioned. We had great sound using grizzlies, but Ridley seems to think the audience will be able to tell the difference. Sounds like I'm going to Alaska, Kevin said gamely. Kevin left Laura's office and began plotting how to make this bear attack happen. Kodiak bears were even stronger than grizzlies. Provoking one would be a risky endeavor, to say the least. Despite his ability to communicate and build rapport with animals, Kevin knew he'd need to be prepared with the strongest possible body armor, just in case. Maybe there's something at the Radiance I could use, Kevin thought, but he quickly realized that the Radiance equipment was made for agility rather than durability. I'm going to have to get my research and development team on that, Kevin thought. Nothing short of metal-plated armor would be enough against one of the strongest bears in the world. Kevin considered where he could get a suit of armor. Hearst Castle had been full of medieval artifacts, but dealing with Gwen Archer after the disastrous murder mystery weekend was the last thing he wanted to do. Kevin took out his phone and Googled, Suit of Armor Los Angeles. The first result was the Museum of the Middle Ages in Miracle Mile. Kevin drove north to the Miracle Mile district, which contained the largest museums in the city, including the Los Angeles County Museum of Art and the Academy Museum of Motion Pictures. A few blocks away, however, the Museum of the Middle Ages was much smaller and less impressive than its neighbors. And the inside was practically empty. Though at first glance the museum appeared to have an impressive collection, it didn't seem that many people in Los Angeles cared to see it. Kevin approached the front desk where a half-asleep college student was startled to see him. If you're looking for LACMA, it's 3 blocks west, she said. It was clearly one of the standard tasks in her job, directing people to the museum that they really wanted to visit. I'm exactly where I want to be, Kevin assured her. I'd like to rent one of your suits of armor. The college student had definitely never heard this request before. Let me talk to the curator, she said tentatively. She disappeared down the hall and a few moments later returned with a prim-looking woman in a pencil skirt. Jennifer Chun, she said, extending a hand. I understand you have an unusual request? Yes, I'd like to rent a suit of armor from your museum, Kevin replied. Or I could purchase it for more money, but I assume you'd want it back. Name your price. Jennifer wrinkled her nose. Are you one of those LARPers? Every item in this museum is at least 400 years old. They aren't toys or Halloween costumes. I assure you my needs aren't frivolous, Kevin replied. Nonetheless, I simply can't let someone take one of our pieces on my watch, she replied sternly. They're preserved here for a reason. Kevin thought for a moment, then looked back up at Jennifer. How much for the whole museum? On the flight back, Kevin called Levi Stradling and asked for a recommendation for a new editor. Levi gave him the contact information for Laura Winkler, who explained that she'd like to work on Kevin's film as soon as she finished her current project, but she was stuck on the last scene, which needed authentic sound for a Kodiak bear attack. Kevin offered to get the audio for her. Kevin realized he'd need metal-plated armor to face such a strong bear, so he went to a medieval museum to ask to rent a suit of armor. The curator refused to loan one out, so Kevin offered to buy the entire museum. You want to buy the museum? Curator Jennifer Chun asked, dumbfounded. You know this museum only gets about 50 visitors a week. What better reason to give it more funding? Kevin offered. Well, it's not up to me. You'll have to speak to our board, Jennifer said dismissively. Can you give me their contact information? Kevin asked. Jennifer reluctantly handed over a business card for Marty Falco, chairman of the board. Kevin left the museum and called Marty as he walked down the sidewalk. When he made his proposal, Marty could barely contain himself. You want it? It's yours. Take it, he exclaimed into the phone. Don't you need to consult with the rest of the board? Kevin asked. I am the board, Marty replied. Everyone else dropped out because their involvement with the failing museum was damaging their reputations. With Kevin's offer officially accepted, he turned on his heel and walked right back into the museum. Did you forget something? Jennifer asked curtly. Nope, I just wanted to check out what is officially my museum, Kevin replied. Jennifer staggered. I see, she replied shakily. Clearing her throat, she asked, May I inquire as to what will become of my job under this new management? Oh, you can keep your job. I'll even give you a raise, Kevin replied, but I'll be taking that suit of armor now. Kevin scoured the museum and located the sturdiest available suit of armor. He slipped into the bathroom to try it on, but Kevin quickly realized it was slightly too big. Moving around in it was quite awkward. I need someone just a bit larger than me to come along, Kevin thought. Kevin hopped back into his rental car and 20 minutes later arrived at Jericho's house. When Jericho opened the door, he raised his eyebrows upon seeing Kevin holding a full suit of armor. Want to go on a trip? Kevin asked cheerfully. We just landed 4 hours ago, Jericho replied with a bit of astonishment at Kevin's energy. So, is that a yes? Kevin asked. Sure, why not? Jericho reluctantly answered. First, you have to try this on, Kevin replied, holding out the suit of armor. Makes sense, Jericho replied sarcastically. A few minutes later, Jericho emerged from his bedroom wearing the suit and looking much more energized. I'll be honest, it's hard not to feel excited when you're about to fight a dragon, Jericho said. It'll actually be a bear, Kevin explained. Sure, Jericho replied. He looked back toward his bedroom. I guess I haven't unpacked yet. Me neither, Kevin replied. Our Cairo clothes might not be suitable for Alaska, but we can get anything else we need when we get there. Alaska, Jericho said, his head spinning from how quickly Kevin moved. Kevin smiled. Let's go to the airport. They drove south to the Los Angeles airport and, after returning the rental car, hopped on an Alaskan Airlines flight to Anchorage. Once there, they connected onto a smaller plane to reach the untamed refuge of Kodiak Island. The view out the window was a sight to behold. Sapphire blue water collided with lush green marshes and forests, which were framed by silver snow-capped mountains. Time to meet one of the kings of this beautiful wilderness, Kevin thought. When they landed, Kevin and Jericho went straight for the Kodiak National Park, despite Jericho desperately wanting to stop for a seafood dinner at the local fishing village. They reached the guard booth, but the park ranger inside said, The last tour leaves at 4 p.m. each afternoon. We don't want a tour exactly, Kevin explained. We just want to know the part of the park where we can find the Kodiak bears. The park ranger suspiciously looked them over. You know, herding is not allowed within the park. We absolutely have no intention of harming any of the animals, Kevin insisted. We're ecologists studying various species of North American bears. We simply want to observe the bears in their natural habitat. The part about simply observing the bears wasn't entirely true since they planned on provoking one to attack, but their explanation seemed to satisfy the ranger. The best advice I can give you is to convene with a naturalist who lives 100 miles inland, deep in the wilderness among the bears. We call him Grizzly Man. He's reclusive, but we airdrop supplies to him from a chopper every other week. The next drop is tomorrow morning. Could we get a ride on that helicopter? Kevin asked. He sounds like exactly the person we need to talk to. That can be arranged, the park ranger replied. But I have to warn you, he isn't the welcoming type. I have experience dealing with difficult personalities, Kevin explained. That's your call, the ranger replied. The chopper leaves tomorrow at 8 a.m. We'll be here, Kevin replied. Thanks for your help.
As they drove away, Jericho looked at Kevin with eyes that were begging. Okay. We can go get you some seafood now. Kevin relented. They returned to the seaside village, and after Jericho gorged himself on oysters, scallops, and salmon, they booked 2 rooms at a small inn. Early the next morning, Kevin and Jericho checked out of the inn and returned to the guard booth, where the same ranger was stationed. "Helipad is straight through and to the left," he instructed. "Good luck," he added a bit warily. Kevin thanked him, and they located the helipad where the pilot was in the process of loading Grizzly Man supplies.
"You must be my passengers for the day. I'm Bill," he said as he shook hands with both of them. "I must say this is a first. I've never even met Grizzly Man myself. No one has as far as I know. Daryl Penner, the ranger who made the arrangement with him, retired ages ago."
"He sounds like an interesting guy," Kevin acknowledged. "Here, let us help you." Kevin and Jericho assisted Bill with loading the rest of the supplies. There was food as well as batteries, toiletries, and a surprising assortment of weapons. As they boarded, Bill took notice of the suit armor in Jericho's arms.
"What's that for?" Bill asked.
"Just to protect us from the bears if we need it," Kevin replied.
Bill shrugged. "Not the worst technique I've ever seen."
They buckled themselves in, but before they took off, Bill turned to them with a serious expression.
"How adept are you at navigation?" he asked. "There are only so many places I can land a helicopter to get you out once you finish your visit."
"I have a lot of experience finding my way through difficult terrain," Kevin assured him. Bill handed him a walkie-talkie.
"This is a military-grade walkie, has a range of 100 miles, he explained. "There's a marsh 5 miles southwest of the drop point. Radio me once you've reached it. Once I've confirmed your location using the GPS device attached to it, I'll be able to retrieve you."
"That's great. Thank you," Jericho answered with a manic edge. He hadn't considered how they were going to find their way out of the park when they were finished. 45 minutes later, they were surrounded by lush greenery and imposing mountains as far as the eye could see.
"Here we are," Bill announced. "There are parachutes in the back. Get yourselves strapped in."
Kevin and Jericho did as instructed, and Bill first released the drop of supplies.
"You're up,"
he prodded. "Thanks for the ride, Bill," Kevin said. "See you in a few hours."
"I like your confidence," Bill replied.
Kevin and Jericho tipped themselves out of the helicopter and after opening their chutes, steered themselves toward a small clearing. After landing, they unclipped themselves and could see a small cabin through the trees. "That must be our destination," Kevin said.
"It'd be weird if it wasn't," Jericho replied.
They walked toward the cabin, which was rustic and bare bones with no frills or bells and whistles, but it was clearly sturdily made. Kevin knocked on the door. Grizzly Man?" he called out. There was no answer.
"Doesn't look like anyone's home," Jericho said while peering in the windows.
"I guess it makes sense that this guy would spend a lot of time out of the house," Kevin mused. "Let's look around." They circled the house, and when there was still no sign of him, they extended their search into the trees. Suddenly, a voice rang out from the bushes.
"If you wanted to sneak up on me, you shouldn't have parachuted in right above my house."
Out of the bushes popped the Grizzly Man, pointing a shotgun directly at Kevin. Kevin and Jericho flew to Alaska to get the sounds of a Kodiak bear for film editor Laura Winkler. The rangers at the Kodiak National Park offered to bring Kevin to a naturalist who lived among the bears deep in the wilderness, whom no one had ever met and was referred to as Grizzly Man. Kevin readily accepted the offer, but after parachuting in from a helicopter, he and Jericho couldn't find Grizzly Man in his cabin. They searched through the woods, and suddenly Grizzly Man popped out from the bushes, wielding a shotgun. Kevin and Jericho immediately threw their hands up. "We weren't trying to sneak up on you," Kevin insisted. "We tried knocking on your front door."
"Maybe you couldn't tell by the lack of a welcome mat, but I'm not interested in visitors,"
the Grizzly Man shouted while jutting his gun forward.
"What do you want? Are you selling Girl Scout cookies? I actually wouldn't be mad if you brought Thin Mints."
"Can't say we have any, but we can definitely ask the park rangers to include some in your next drop," Kevin offered. Grizzly Man lowered his gun.
The Rangers know you're here? He asked.
Yes. They gave us a ride here along with your most recent supply drop, Kevin replied. With that news apparently putting the Grizzly Man at ease, he stepped out of the bushes. He wore a thick leather hunting jacket, and Kevin saw the sunlight reflect off a gold name tag. Wait, you're Daryl Penner, Kevin exclaimed, the ranger who set up the drops for the Grizzly Man. Everyone thinks you retired.
Yeah, I told them I was moving to Florida, Daryl admitted. I didn't expect them to actually believe that anyone would choose to move to Florida. But why are you here?
Kevin decided to come clean. We're here to collect audio from a Kodiak bear attack.
Well, that sounds like a problem, Daryl replied, considering I assume you want to listen to the audio at some point. But from what I know and have seen in my many years in Alaska, being attacked by a Kodiak is almost certainly the last thing you'll ever do.
We know the risks, Kevin assured him, and we brought a suit of armor. Jericho awkwardly held up the metal suit.
I gotta say, I was wondering what that was for, Daryl replied. I'll take you to the bears, but I'm warning you, they are family to me. If the attack gets out of hand, I'm not doing anything to save you.
That's fair, Kevin replied. Jericho looked at Kevin slightly alarmed. Jericho was obviously a bit more concerned about that possibility. He didn't relish the idea of ending his days on the claws of a Kodiak bear. Daryl led them through the trees to a stream where a single massive Kodiak was hunting salmon. The animal was at least 1,000 pounds.
That's Martha,
Daryl said, nodding in her direction.
Even to me, she isn't particularly friendly. You're on your own. If you survive, you're welcome to join me in my cabin for some SpaghettiOs. I'll see you when I see you. If I see you, that is.
After Daryl left, Kevin leaned over to Jericho. He might have known her longer, but I can communicate with her. She'll probably cooperate once she knows we don't mean her harm. Jericho didn't look so reassured, but nodded regardless. Kevin switched on the audio equipment, and they slowly approached the stream. Jericho stepped on a twig, startling Martha, who looked up and immediately roared. She instantly saw them as a threat, particularly Jericho and his armor, which was surely confusing to a bear. Kevin focused his animal communication ability and telepathically said to Martha, "We're not here to hurt you. We just want your help." But Martha roared again and leapt across the stream in a single bound. She charged at Jericho, who threw his arm up in front of his face as her sharp teeth clamped down on it. The armor served its purpose, protecting Jericho's skin, but the bear continued to swipe at him with fury. Kevin continued trying to calm Martha through telepathic communication. "We're not a threat to you," he insisted. But Martha only responded with more aggression and completely ignored Kevin. Kevin was truly at a loss. He had never failed to communicate with an animal ever since achieving that skill, which was honed and perfected through his levels. Martha once again threw an angry paw at Jericho's shoulder, knocking him to the ground. Kevin was stunned when Martha grabbed his ankle in her jaws and began dragging him toward the stream. Jericho screamed, truly terrified for the first time during one of his missions with Kevin. Kevin chased after the Kodiak, but as she reached the waterline, she threw a paw into Kevin's chest, knocking him backward. Even his superhuman level 7 strength was no match for this fierce predator of the wild. Martha dragged Jericho into the water and pinned him down. Kevin knew he only had seconds to act before Jericho drowned. He began frantically searching through his satchel for a knockout herb, but suddenly he saw 2 bear cubs peer out from the tree line. That's why she's so aggressive, Kevin realized. She was a mama bear protecting her cubs. Kevin knew that his beloved Lily would be just as fierce in protecting their soon-to-be-born twins if she thought danger lurked. That thought going through his mind clearly helped him to get his message of peace and love across to Martha. "We won't touch your cubs," Kevin communicated with all his might. This time Martha stopped roaring and looked at him. "Please, let him go," Kevin pleaded. "We're not here for your cubs, I promise." Martha eyed her cubs, safely waiting on the other side of the stream, and slowly removed herself from Jericho. Jericho lurched above the water, gasping for air. Seeing Martha inches away from him, he quickly scrambled back onto shore. Martha eyed Kevin somewhat curiously. When satisfied that he wasn't going to attack, she scooped up a salmon in her mouth and wandered back over to the other side of the stream, where she fed it to her waiting cubs. Jericho continued to catch his breath after his near brush with death.
"You better have gotten the audio. We're not doing another take," he said through gritted teeth.
"Yup, I got it," Kevin replied. "This suit of armor is probably going to turn into a pile of rust, though." After packing up the equipment, Kevin asked, "Ready to head for the marsh?"
"I could really use some SpaghettiOs," Jericho said quietly.
After what Jericho had just gone through, Kevin couldn't refuse the request. They returned to Daryl's cabin, where he was casually sitting in a rocking chair on the porch.
"I'll be honest, I had it at 5% odds that you'd return," he said.
"All good. Wasn't a problem at all. Super easy," Jericho said, trying to hide his sarcasm.
"Why are you all wet?"
Daryl asked. "Don't worry about it," Jericho replied. "Can I take you up on those SpaghettiOs?" After a hearty serving of Chef Boyardee's finest cuisine, Kevin looked out the window, where the sun was starting to lower in the sky. "We should get to the marsh," Kevin said. "Chopper probably won't come for us in the dark." "Thank you for your hospitality, Daryl."
"Don't mention it. But do me a favor," Daryl replied. "Keep me anonymous. I don't want anyone out there knowing I'm still in Alaska, especially my wife."
"Sure, Daryl," Kevin replied. Using the sun as a guide, Kevin led Jericho southwest to the marsh, where he radioed Bill, the helicopter pilot, and asked him to pick them up. An hour later, the chopper appeared overhead and gracefully touched down. As Kevin and Jericho boarded, Bill said, "I'll be honest, I only gave you guys a 10% chance of survival." "You had about twice as much confidence in us as others did, it seems," Kevin replied. "By the way, throw some Thin Mints in with the next drop." After the helicopter ride, the flight to Anchorage, and the connecting flight back to California, Kevin finally dropped Jericho off at home. "Not to sound lazy," Jericho replied, "but I think I'm going to take time off now, at least one full day." "Get some sleep," Kevin encouraged. "I couldn't have done this without you." Kevin drove back to Laura Winkler's office, where he handed over the audio equipment. She put on her headphones and, after a minute of listening, exclaimed, "Kevin, this is perfect. How did you do this? Actually, don't tell me. I've already had enough nightmares from working on this movie." "Great. So you'll be free for Cleopatra?" Kevin asked. "I'll be able to finish up here within a few days," she replied. "Fantastic. I'll pick up the film reels from Levi and bring them over to you," Kevin said. "Looking forward to it," she replied. Kevin left her office and called Levi. "Laura's in," Kevin exclaimed. "I'm on my way over to pick up the reels."
"That's great. I'll have them ready for you," Levi replied.
15 minutes later, Levi was just finishing packing the reels into a suitcase when he heard a knock on the door. He happily walked over. "Hey, Kevin," he said as he opened the door. Levi was knocked backward and onto the floor as Sergio and a band of Stuntmen's Guild members forced their way inside. Kevin brought the recording of the Kodiak bear attack to Laura, who said it was perfect, so Kevin called Levi to let him know he was coming by to pick up the film reels. When there was a knock on Levi's door, he opened it expecting to see Kevin. Instead, Sergio and the Stuntmen's Guild members forced their way inside. Kevin was in a good mood as he turned onto Levi Street. After all the trials and tribulations that the Cleopatra production had faced, he could finally see the light at the end of the tunnel. His risk of expanding his empire into Hollywood and forging the kind of success that would benefit himself, Lily, and their twins, and finally perhaps earn him the grudging praise of Dorothy, the mother-in-law who had never thought that Kevin was good enough for her daughter, was about to be cemented with the completion of Cleopatra, the Last Queen. Kevin had no doubt that the film would be a critical and commercial success. But as he approached the house, he got a bad feeling in his stomach as he noticed a black SUV parked out front. Kevin cautiously let himself in the front door and was shocked to see Levi tied up and being held captive by the stuntmen, and none other than Sergio. With his back to Kevin, Sergio prodded Levi.
I'm going to give you one more chance. Where are the reals?
Aren't you supposed to be in a Cairo jail cell? Kevin asked casually, prompting Sergio and the stuntmen to spin around at the sound of his voice. Sergio laughed at Kevin's presence.
Don't you remember? I told you I'd find a way out, Sergio taunted. Judy Chen thought my talents would be better served elsewhere, so she made a few calls and sent a few wire transfers.
And I can see you were putting your talents to good use, Kevin said flatly.
Oh, don't worry. I won't be handing the film over to Eminence, Sergio replied. In case you haven't figured it out, my loyalty first and foremost begins to Atticus Davel. Cleopatra was his in the first place. It's only right that it gets returned to him.
Kevin sighed. It's ironic that you still pledge your allegiance to a man whom you last saw when he left you behind while escaping on a private plane, Kevin said. Kevin knew he had to explain further to Sergio, who perhaps wasn't getting the meaning of his words. It's ironic, Sergio, because the last thing he ever did was fall out of a helicopter. Atticus Davel is dead. The room fell silent as everyone processed this information. Suddenly, Sergio gave an anguished roar and charged at Kevin. The stuntmen glanced at each other.
Hell no, I'm not dealing with this guy again,
one said as he hightailed it out of the door. The others reluctantly assumed a fighting stance, prepared to provide backup for Sergio. He was currently trying to wring his hands around Kevin's neck, but Kevin took advantage of Sergio's off-balance center of gravity and flipped him onto his back, crashing him right on top of Levi's wooden coffee table. Kevin picked up one of the detached legs and smacked Sergio in the knee, causing a loud crack. Last time I offered you a recovery pill. I won't be so generous this time. Kevin scolded as Sergio tried in vain to suppress his pained screams. With a beleaguered sigh, the remaining stuntmen encircled Kevin. With many of them having faced him before, they were almost resigned to their fate. But they remained committed to their duties, giving Kevin all they had, as they hoped their 4-to-1 odds would be enough of an advantage in this battle against someone whose levels were much higher than their own. Still wielding the table leg, Kevin swung it like a bat, cracking one of the stuntmen in the ribs. He then swung it backhand, conking another stuntman on the head. The two remaining stuntmen looked at each other.
You know what? Just forget it,
one pleaded to Kevin. Kevin shrugged. Fine by me.
You cowards! Take him down!
Sergio yelled from his position, still splayed out on top of the coffee table. The two uninjured stuntmen ignored his protest as they scooped him up and carried him out the door. The other stuntmen nursed their rib and head injuries as they hobbled behind them.
This isn't over, Kevin Williams,
Sergio yelled as he was forced into the SUV. As soon as they left, Kevin rushed over to Levi and began untying him. Are you okay, Levi? He asked urgently. Levi, looking worse for wear, recalled the robbery of his hotel room in Cairo, and now the invasion of his own home, and said, I really need to start checking the peephole before I let people in. He glanced around at his destroyed living room and added, You know, when I was younger, I wanted to be an FBI agent. My mother made me swear not to pursue it because it would be too dangerous. I'm really sorry this happened to you, Levi, Kevin said. He glanced at the splintered coffee table. I'll replace that, he offered sheepishly. Levi, thank you for holding strong and not turning over the film reels. That couldn't have been easy. I'll be honest, I might not have been so courageous if I didn't know you were on your way, Levi admitted. The reels are over there in that suitcase. I'd be happy never to be responsible for them ever again. As Kevin carried the film reels to his car, he cringed at the thought of how many people were put in danger just due to their mere proximity to him. I have to take better precautions for Laura Winkler, he thought. She took on this assignment without knowing all of the dangerous acts that have been happening around the Cleopatra project ever since we began it. He returned to Laura's office and handed over the reels. This is so exciting, she exclaimed.
I am so excited to work on this. There's no cannibalism in your movie, is there? No, Kevin replied. Great. That will be a really nice change of pace, she said. There is one thing, though, Kevin said. I don't think you should edit the film here. Why not? Laura asked in confusion. We have among the finest facilities you can find in Hollywood. Oscar-winning films have been edited here. It has nothing to do with your facilities, Kevin assured her. We've had instances of our cast and crew being threatened by some bad people. I want to ensure your safety while you work. Laura took a moment to process this. I appreciate you prioritizing my safety, but I don't work in a particularly dangerous field. It's starting to sound like the best thing for my safety would be to work on literally any other film than your Cleopatra project. I understand your hesitation, Kevin replied, but I assure you we'll take the utmost precautions. We'll find you an isolated cabin, Big Bear, Yosemite, wherever you want to go, and you'll be surrounded by a private security team 24/7. Consider it a peaceful getaway while you work. This is definitely unlike any deal I've ever been presented with, Laura replied, thinking it over. I'm going to have to ask for more than my usual quote. I'll double it, Kevin offered, and we'll cover the full cost for the house, utilities, groceries, and any amenities. Plus your mortgage payments here while you're away, and a bonus when you've completed your work. You certainly drive a hard bargain, Laura admitted with a little laugh and also a dose of happiness at all the money she'd be making off her job with Kevin. Finally, she relented. Triple my quote, Napa Valley, and I can fly in my assistance as needed. Done, Kevin said. You should know if you're going to be in wine country, you'll probably get at least one visit from Madame Spatzel. As long as she doesn't threaten my life, I'll take it as a win, Laura replied. Kevin left Laura's office, relieved that he seemed to have cleared another obstacle. He called Sandra Wilson to have her arrange a villa in Napa and then contacted his Radiance members to have them prepare a team to guard Laura. Editing is underway. Next, we need music, Kevin thought. Laura's office was only a few minutes away from where Mia Gonzalez lived. After her inspired work on Chains of Desire, there was no one else Kevin wanted to compose the score for Cleopatra. Might as well take a chance swinging by, Kevin thought. Kevin knocked on her door and was surprised when it was answered by a woman he didn't recognize. Oh, hi, I'm Kevin, he said. I worked with Mia before on a short film, and I was hoping to talk to her about doing the music for my next project. Is she in? Oh, dear, the woman began. I'm Gretchen, Mia's caretaker. She was recently in a terrible accident. Oh my God, Kevin exclaimed. I'm sorry, I had no idea. Is she well enough for me to pay her a visit? Gretchen led Kevin into the sitting room where Mia was positioned on a chair with her back to Kevin, facing another woman. Mia? Kevin asked tentatively. Mia neglected to turn around and instead began signing rudimentary sign language to the woman sitting across from her. Mia blew out her eardrums, Gretchen said to Kevin. She's deaf. Kevin dispensed with the stuntmen and Sergio, though Sergio threatened Kevin as they left Levi's house. Kevin realized he needed to do more to protect his film crew, so he arranged for editor Laura Winkler to do the editing at a villa in Napa with a Radiance team as 24/7 security. He then went to visit Mia Gonzalez, who had composed the score for Chains of Desire, to ask her to do the music for Cleopatra. But when he arrived, her new caregiver Gretchen told Kevin that Mia had suffered an accident and was now deaf. Kevin slowly approached Mia and lightly tapped her on the shoulder. When she turned and saw him, her eyes filled with tears and she threw her arms around him. Mia, I am so sorry to hear about your accident, he said. What happened? Mia's tutor translated Kevin's words for her with sign language. Mia replied softly, still getting used to speaking without being able to hear herself. I was sent new headphones as a gift. They were supposed to be top of the line. But the first time I tried using them, the sound came through at 150 decibels. They completely blew out my eardrums. Mia choked back tears while reliving the accident that had taken her life's work and passion away from her. But Kevin couldn't help but wonder if it was really an accident. Who sent the headphones to you? He asked. It was my old boss, Percy Bishop.
Mia replied. He was so upset when he found out. He told me I should sue the manufacturer, but the company insisted the product had been tampered with. I don't know what to believe. Kevin knew Percy Bishop had been passing off Mia's work as his own for years. No doubt he felt betrayed and jealous when she struck out on her own. To go as far as to handicap her was severely cruel. Kevin made a mental note to pay Percy a visit about it. Kevin was not one to let an evil act such as Percy's be unpunished, and he'd be more than happy to get revenge on the conniving composer on sweet Mia's behalf. But in the meantime, Kevin couldn't leave Mia in this state, and there was no one else he wanted to compose the score for Cleopatra the Last Queen. Mia, I'm going to help you, he said emphatically. Mia wiped her tears. Thank you, Kevin, but there's nothing you can do. The doctor said that my eardrums were so badly damaged that even an audio implant wouldn't work for me. You'd be surprised how limited Western medicine can be, Kevin replied. Don't lose hope. We're going to figure this out. As soon as Kevin left, he began brainstorming ideas for repairing Mia's hearing. Though he had never reversed hearing loss before, he knew there were few medical issues that couldn't be solved through herbalism. There were also few people who surpassed him in herbalist knowledge. Time to book a flight to Nashville, Kevin thought. The next day, Kevin landed at Nashville International Airport. He rented a car and drove to the Malachi Turner Museum, which had been converted from the former home of Malachi, who was himself a legendary master herbalist. Most people believed that Malachi was long dead, but Kevin had learned during his last visit to the museum that the 300-year-old herbalist was still alive, dwelling in a replica of his home built directly under the museum. When Kevin entered the room, the bored receptionist lazily said, "Next tour leaves in 20 minutes. I'm actually here to see Natasha. I'm Kevin Williams," he replied. The receptionist perked up at the name, suddenly more energized to be in the presence of such a renowned member of the herbalist community. Of course, Mr. Williams," the receptionist stammered. Just a moment." The receptionist practically sprinted down the hall and quickly returned with Natasha Turner, the museum's manager and Malachi's granddaughter. "Kevin, it's so nice to see you," Natasha said as she gave him a big warm hug. "To what do we owe the pleasure?" "I was wondering if you might show me to Malachi's old study again," Kevin replied, giving Natasha a meaningful look. "I found it quite inspiring the last time I was here." "Of course," Natasha replied, returning his knowing expression. "Right this way." Natasha led Kevin to the old rustic study, which Kevin had learned during his last visit contained a hidden entrance to Malachi's secret underground home. "I hope you find what you're looking for," Natasha said with a smile as Kevin entered. She then discreetly closed the door behind him. Once he was all alone, Kevin crossed the room and selected a particular text from the bookshelf. As soon as he pulled on the binding, the shelf creaked open, revealing the hidden stairway behind it. Kevin descended the steps and located Malachi, not in his study where Kevin had found him last time, but in the sitting room in front of what was clearly a brand new television. "Kevin, I'm so glad you're here," Malachi said as Kevin entered. "Natasha got me Netflix. Have you seen the Great British Baking Show?" "Can't say that I have," Kevin replied with a chuckle. "Oh, it's a delight," Malachi replied. "People are so clever with what they can do with such simple ingredients." The thought had never occurred to Kevin, but he was glad Malachi had found a way to entertain himself while spending so much time alone. "So, what brings you here?" Malachi asked. "There's a woman I know, a very gifted musical composer who has lost her hearing," Kevin explained. "Her eardrums were ruptured beyond repair. None of the doctors she has seen have any suggestions for a cure. Do you know of an herbal solution that might be useful in a concoction that I could perfect and which would cure her?" Malachi rose from his seat and walked through his study. Kevin followed as Malachi selected a book from the shelf and rifled through it. "There's a species of mushroom that exactly mimics the size and texture of the human eardrum." He stopped flipping pages as he located the entry he was searching for. "Mycena domi, a delicate but powerful mushroom." "That's perfect," Kevin replied. "Where can I find it?" "Well, it's severely endangered.
Malachi cautioned. There's only one known specimen left, but lucky for you, it's in the hands of an old colleague of mine, Dr. Marissa Giles at the University of Maryland. Natasha will let her know you're coming. I'm grateful as always for your guidance, Malachi, Kevin said. Enjoy your baking show. The next episode is Bread Week. I can't wait to see the innovations they come up with, Malachi said cheerfully. Kevin bid Malachi farewell and returned to the above-ground study in the museum. When he passed Natasha on the way back to the front desk, she said with a wink, Dr. Giles will be expecting you. Kevin knew he was very near the Myriad's headquarters, which was also in Nashville, and he could take the time to visit his friend and colleague Brent Stewart, who was hard at work on finding the next child who might become the new gatekeeper of the White Tower in the Upper Realm. But Kevin also knew that Brett was loyal and hardworking, and he was surely working tirelessly and didn't need any further direction from Kevin. Brett had already found 2 of the candidates, Pamela and Walter, who were safely in the Upper Realm. And as soon as Brett found the next candidate, he'd alert Kevin immediately. Kevin had no doubt in his friend's skills and diligence. So Kevin hopped on another flight to Dulles International Airport in Washington, D.C., and drove from there to the sprawling campus in College Park, Maryland. He wove through the colonial brick buildings until he found the College of Agricultural Studies, where Dr. Giles was based. Kevin knocked on the door as he entered the lab. Hello, Dr. Giles. I'm Malachi Turner's friend, Kevin Williams. Dr. Giles looked up from the microscope where she had been analyzing a specimen. It's great to meet you, Kevin, she said, extending a hand. I'm always glad to meet a friend of Malachi's, and I'm already familiar with you. Your work in herbalism has been foundational to my research. That's very flattering. Thank you, Kevin replied. I answered Natasha's message as soon as I received it, but you had already boarded your flight, Dr. Giles continued. I wish I had caught you sooner. As Malachi surely mentioned, there's only one sample left of the Mycena domi. I've been focusing all my efforts recently on getting it to reproduce, but I can't get it to release its spores. As long as there's only one sample remaining, I can't let it be put to any other use, she said apologetically. May I see the sample? Kevin asked. Dr. Giles led him over to a moisture and temperature-controlled glass container that sat underneath a beam of filtered UV light. It was quite a setup for a mushroom that measured no more than a centimeter in diameter. This chamber perfectly mimics its natural habitat in southern Appalachia, Dr. Giles explained. But for whatever reason, it won't reproduce. This might be a long shot, Kevin began, but my levels allow me to communicate with animals. Since fungi almost act as a bridge between the animal and plant kingdoms, maybe there's a way I can communicate with it too. Well, I definitely can't say that is something I already tried, Dr. Giles replied. But if you're successful, I'm definitely going to want to publish this. Kevin leaned in toward the chamber and focused all of his attention on the tiny mushroom. We want to help you reproduce so your species doesn't go extinct. Can you tell us how? Kevin thought. Kevin wasn't expecting much, but was still disappointed when nothing happened. But suddenly, he jumped. Did you feel that? He asked Dr. Giles with alarm. Feel what? She replied. Maybe I was just imagining it, Kevin explained, but I could swear I just felt a small jolt in my temple. Kevin visited Malachi Turner to research a cure for Mia's hearing loss. Malachi suggested Kevin track down a particular mushroom that mimicked the human eardrum. The only specimen left in the world was with Dr. Marissa Giles. Dr. Giles explained that she couldn't get the mushroom to reproduce and couldn't allow the last remaining specimen to be used for anything aside from her research. Given his ability to communicate with animals, Kevin decided to see if that level would extend to communicating with fungi. When he tried, he was shocked when he felt a small jolt in his temple. Kevin didn't know if he had imagined the jolt and if he had attributed it to the mushroom out of a misguided hope. So he tried again. Are you communicating with me? Kevin asked telepathically. Then he felt the jolt again. I'm definitely feeling something when I try to communicate with the mushroom, Kevin told Dr. Giles with excitement. It's fascinating, Dr. Giles said in shock. Mushrooms do communicate with each other using electric currents. That's definitely how it's communicating with me, Kevin confirmed. But I don't know how to translate electric pulses into English.
Perhaps if we connect its roots to a computer, we'll get more clarity. Dr. Giles was hesitant but agreed to Kevin's experiment. She attached tiny electric nodes to the mushroom's roots and connected the wires to a computer. Then they unmistakably saw a series of electric pulses cross the screen. It was a series of shorter and longer signals. "I don't know what to make of it," Dr. Giles admitted. "I think I do," Kevin said excitedly. "This looks like Morse code." Kevin knew Morse code by heart and wrote down the translation as the signals crossed the screen. The signals paused as he read its transmission. "It doesn't want to drop its spores because it knows it isn't in its natural habitat," Kevin explained. Dr. Giles bit her lip. "Taking it into an uncontrolled environment, even if it's the mushroom's natural habitat, goes against all of my instincts as a scientist. We risk losing the species forever." Kevin relayed this telepathically to the Mycena Domi. They watched as more signals crossed the computer screen. "It's the only way," Kevin explained. "It can't fight its own survival instincts." Dr. Giles sighed. "So, I guess we're taking a field trip." Dr. Giles carefully removed the mushroom from its controlled chamber, and she and Kevin drove an hour and a half to the foothills of the Appalachian Mountains in northern Virginia. "Here goes," Dr. Giles said, taking a deep inhale. She gently planted the mushroom at the base of a tree. Incredibly, the mushroom released a cloud of spores. Dr. Giles' jaw dropped. "I can't believe it," she said, nearly breathless. "A mushroom communicated its needs to a human being. This is a massive breakthrough." "Thank you for trusting in me and the mushroom," Kevin replied. "There are enough spores here for you to take some back to your lab, for me to grow a mock eardrum, and for us to leave some here so that they can repopulate in their natural habitat." "You know, I always felt kind of silly for feeling some emotional attachment to this little mushroom," Dr. Giles admitted. "But it truly is a sentient creature who knows its place in this world. Who knew mushrooms were so intelligent?" "I'm excited to see what you make of this in your research," Kevin said. "Let's get back to the lab." As they turned to leave, Kevin felt a small jolt in his temple. Even though he didn't have the computer with him to translate, he felt pretty confident that little Mycena Domi was saying thank you. They returned to Dr. Giles' lab, where she gave Kevin a jar of soil and organic matter to help the spores stay healthy as they grew. Kevin needed to ensure rapid growth to help Mia, so he devised a growth serum for the spores. Fungi needed similar chemicals for growth as humans, so Kevin synthesized a solution of calcium, iron, and potassium and added a few droplets to the jar. He hoped by the time he landed in Hollywood he would have his own collection of Mycena Domi. "Thank you for your help," Kevin said to Dr. Giles. "I should be thanking you," she replied. "The breakthrough you facilitated is going to guarantee me tenure." Kevin hopped on a flight back to California and was very pleased to see a healthy sprout of mushrooms as the plane taxied to the gate. He called Dr. Serafina Willow, one of the most esteemed doctors in the country, a personal friend, and currently the medical professional overseeing Lily's pregnancy. "Kevin, it's been a while," Dr. Willow said on the other end of the line. "How can I help you?" "A bit of an unusual request," Kevin began. "I know a very talented composer who recently has gone deaf from blowing out her eardrums. I procured a mushroom that perfectly mimics the shape of an eardrum, and I'd appreciate your help with the implantation." "That's definitely a new one," Dr. Willow replied. "But it sounds like an interesting challenge. Give me a call when you're ready." Kevin texted Mia asking to come by her house. When he arrived, he explained his plan using sign language. Like all languages, Kevin had picked it up during his last visit with Mia, and he was now almost fluent. Mia read Kevin's signs and then looked skeptical. "I'll be honest, I don't want to get my hopes up for this," she replied. "But I guess I have nothing to lose." Dr. Willow was based in Chicago, but Kevin called her and projected her hologram into the room from his phone. "Whoa!" Mia exclaimed, so startled she forgot to be concerned with moderating her volume. Dr. Willow got right down to business. "Kevin, the first thing you need is a sterilized pair of tweezers, preferably brand new." Kevin had already assumed as much and had picked up a pair on his way to Mia's house. "Got it," he replied. "Now, do you have multiple mushrooms to choose from?" Dr. Willow asked. Kevin nodded. The eardrum is in the shape of a cone, almost like a megaphone, Dr. Willow explained, but it's flatter. You want the mushroom cap that best fits these parameters. 1 centimeter in diameter with an angle of 160 degrees. Kevin examined the various sprouts in his jar and located the one that best fit Dr. Willow's description. Now, using a sterilized scalpel, sever the cap from the stem. The smoother the underside of the cap, the purer the audio will be received. Kevin expertly followed the instructions, leaving a perfectly smooth mushroom cap. On to the grand finale, Dr. Willow announced. Using the tweezers, insert the mushroom 2.5 centimeters into the ear canal, with the top of the cap facing away from you. The mushroom will instinctively latch onto the closest organic matter for survival, which will be the rest of the auditory sensing mechanism within the ear. As Kevin approached Mia's ear with the tweezers, she squeezed her eyes shut. Kevin carefully inserted the tweezers the correct distance into the canal until he felt slight resistance. He released the mushroom cap and retracted the tweezers from Mia's ear. She squirmed from the momentary discomfort. "How do you feel, Mia?" Kevin asked. Mia's jaw dropped and she turned to face him. "Kevin, I can hear you!" She immediately burst into tears and threw her arms around him. Kevin returned her hug but quickly reminded her, "We've got the other side to do." He repeated the procedure and Mia was much more eager to have a spore placed in her ear with tweezers this time. After Kevin finished the process, Mia let out the biggest sigh of relief. "I don't know what to say," she sniffed. "I had been grieving my hearing loss and trying to figure out what my life was going to look like without it. I don't know how I could ever repay you." "No repayment necessary," Kevin assured her. "I'd love for you to do the music on Cleopatra, but if you need time to recover from this experience, I completely understand." "Are you kidding?" Mia exclaimed. "I can't wait to get back to work. I'll do it for free." "You absolutely will not," Kevin said with a laugh. Mia turned toward the hologram. "Dr. Willow, I hope I can thank you in person someday." "I hope to meet you someday as well, Mia," Dr. Willow replied. "Thanks for letting me be part of this, Kevin." The hologram vanished and Kevin flashed a smile at Mia. "I'm so glad you're back to your old self," he said. "I'll put you in touch with our editor, Laura Winkler, and you can start crafting your score whenever you're ready." "Kevin, I can't wait," she said, returning his grin. Kevin left Mia's house with an incredible feeling of contentment. It lasted all of about 30 seconds as Kevin was intercepted on the way back to his car by none other than Sergio. "No backup today, I see," Kevin said, noting the lack of the stuntman. Sergio grimaced. "With Atticus Davel gone, I have no more allegiance to the Stuntmen's Guild and that organization's mission," Sergio admitted. "Kevin, I want to join your side." With help from Malachi Turner and his colleague Dr. Marissa Giles, Kevin secured a rare mushroom that he converted into a new eardrum for composer Mia Gonzalez. After the procedure successfully restored her hearing, Mia happily signed on to compose the score for Cleopatra. As Kevin was leaving her house, he was confronted by Sergio, who was without his usual posse of stuntmen. Sergio told Kevin that now that Atticus was dead, he wanted to leave the Stuntmen's Guild and join Kevin's team. Kevin looked at Sergio skeptically. They had been on opposite sides of an escalating feud for a long time, and Sergio had even tried to kill Kevin on multiple occasions. "I have to be honest, Sergio," Kevin began. "Your efforts to sabotage me in my film, often violently, never seemed like it was just a professional courtesy to Atticus. It seemed like a personal vendetta." "It was personal to me because it was personal to Atticus," Sergio replied. "He told me stories about how underhanded and manipulative you were. And with you acting like a superhero all the time, I figured it had to be a facade. But now I know Atticus was a liar. He told me I was the closest person in his life and even said I'd be the main beneficiary in his will. Now I know he only said those things so that I'd do his bidding. He left me nothing." Kevin used his level 7 skills of empathy and human insight to assess Sergio's honesty. Sergio definitely still had a guard up, but his hurt at Atticus's betrayal seemed genuine. "So now you believe in my mission?" Kevin asked. Sergio cleared his throat. "I went to church with my ma after Atticus died. She never liked him or the work I was doing for him. She encouraged me to take the opportunity to find a new path. I've seen what you've done for Jericho, and I hate to admit it, but I might have been a bit jealous." Kevin weighed his options. Trusting Sergio could backfire spectacularly, but in his heart, Kevin believed in second chances. "Okay, Sergio," Kevin said. "I'm going to give you the benefit of the doubt. I sincerely hope you don't make me regret it." He nodded towards his car. "Hop in. I'll take you to the Radiance headquarters." Kevin texted Jericho to meet him at the Radiance and began driving himself and Sergio toward the facility hidden in the Malibu Hills. As they sat in silence, he realized that he and Sergio would have nothing else to say to each other for the hour-long ride. Kevin cautiously turned on the radio and sighed when Bette Midler's voice rang through singing, "You are the wind beneath my wings." Kevin was grateful to finally get out of the car once they arrived at the sprawling campus that housed Radiance offices, housing, and training facilities. Jericho was waiting for them in the lobby of the main building. What the?" Jericho stammered out upon seeing Sergio. Jericho looked toward his leader and mentor Kevin for an explanation. "Sergio has had something of a spiritual awakening and decided that he wants to join our team," Kevin explained. "Considering you already know each other, I thought you could help guide him through his transition." Kevin watched as Jericho wrestled with his feelings. Finally, through gritted teeth, he said, "I'd be happy to." "I knew I could count on you," Kevin said. He then summoned one of his assistants from behind the front desk. "Sergio, this is Jill. She'll bring you upstairs to get you onboarded." "Thank you for believing in me, Kevin," Sergio said, a little too embarrassed to make eye contact. As Jill led Sergio to the elevators, Kevin leaned over and whispered to Jericho, "I want to believe he's genuine, but keep an eye on him just in case." "I'm glad to hear you haven't gone completely insane," Jericho replied. Kevin got back into his car, and as he drove home toward Hollywood, he considered that he didn't currently have anything on his to-do list. "I might actually take a nap," he thought with a smile. But just as he exited the freeway, he got a call from Lance Reeves, the smarmy head of Sympathy whom Kevin had distrusted from the moment he met him. And it didn't help that just hearing Lance's name reminded Kevin of his main nemesis, Vincent Reeves. The two men shared a last name. Though it was spelled differently, Kevin somehow worried that the connection wasn't wholly accidental. Kevin groaned and considered letting the call go to voicemail, but he ultimately answered. "Hey, Lance," Kevin said unenthusiastically.
"Kevin, my favorite producer."
Lance's smarmy voice rang through the speaker. Kevin couldn't help but roll his eyes at Lance's fake cheer and empty compliments.
"We're having our first Sympathy event tonight since getting back from Egypt. It's a recruitment event for new members, and we'd love for you to join us."
"Yes, we'd love to see you there," Audrey's voice chimed in. "Oh, I don't know, guys," Kevin replied. "It's been a long few days. I might just stay in tonight." "Oh, please come, Kevin," Audrey begged. "Cleopatra's become such an important part of Sympathy's story. We're celebrating our work on the film tonight, and we'd really like for our esteemed director and producer to be there." "I guess I can put up with them for one night," Kevin thought with a sigh. "Okay, guys," Kevin replied. "I'll see you there."
"That's my guy," Lance said. "We'll see you at 7.
They hung up, and Kevin immediately cursed himself for agreeing to join. Even a phone call with them exhausted him. Nonetheless, Kevin showed up at 7 p.m. at the Hancock Park mansion that served as Sympathy's headquarters in Hollywood. Inside, he wasn't surprised to see the usual suspects, Lance, Audrey, Ryder, the Flower Girls, and the newest crop of starry-eyed wannabe actors. Once they took notice of Kevin, Lance and Audrey immediately abandoned their conversations with recruits and swarmed him.
"So glad you could make it,"
Lance said in his new overly friendly tone that he saved just for Kevin.
"This is such an exciting night for Sympathy."
We're entering our next stage of evolution, Audrey chimed in. We're opening new chapters, revamping the curriculum for our classes, and Lance and I are even publishing a book.
I'll be excited to read it, Kevin said flatly. He, in fact, could not be less excited to read it.
You'll be on top of the pre-order list, Lance said, clapping Kevin on the back. And of course, you have an open invitation to get more involved with Sympathy in any way you'd like to. You'd make an incredible guest lecturer for our classes, and we'd even name one of our new facilities after you if you decided you wanted to contribute.
I should have known they'd be fishing for my money again, Kevin thought. I'll definitely think about it, he replied.
Of course,
Lance said deferentially. He was much less openly combative toward Kevin than he had been the last time Kevin had declined to make a donation to Sympathy.
Well, I'm going to make a speech welcoming everyone to the event, Lance continued. Please, enjoy yourself.
Kevin was relieved to be free of Lance as he made his way to the front of the living room and tapped a fork against his wine glass, quieting the room.
Welcome everyone to our first event since returning from our spiritual journey in Egypt. We have a lot of new faces here tonight. I want you all to know that Sympathy is a family, and you are all officially welcomed home.
The crowd applauded as the newcomers ate up Lance's sugary introduction. Kevin suppressed an eye roll.
This is an exciting time at Sympathy, Lance continued, as we prepare to expand our resources for the newest generation of Hollywood artists. Our veteran members continue to show all the good fortune Sympathy can yield. So I'd like to welcome to the floor one of the most successful beneficiaries of Sympathy's mentorship, Madame Spatzel.
The crowd erupted in starstruck and effusive applause as Kevin grumbled in annoyance. Madame Spatzel's success has nothing to do with Sympathy, he thought to himself, but Lance knew how to seize an opportunity to make it seem like Sympathy could take an unknown to the heights of fame, and Lance would suck up the financial benefits and glory. Kevin worried that even someone as smart and worldly as Madame Spatzel could be prey for Lance. Lance stepped aside as Madame Spatzel walked to the front of the room and acknowledged the crowd with as much humility as she was capable of. "Thank you, Lance, for that gracious intro," Madame Spatzel began. Am I imagining it, or is she nervous? Kevin wondered. I came to Hollywood knowing hardly anyone, and Sympathy provided me with the supportive community of friends while I chased my goals, Madame Spatzel continued. I'm forever grateful for all Sympathy has done for me. Lance and Audrey beamed at her from the crowd. Madame Spatzel looked down at her feet before continuing. Since then, I've seen my Hollywood dreams come true. I've been able to act in 2 truly incredible films, Chains of Desire and my upcoming Cleopatra the Last Queen. And I can't wait to see what new opportunities await me. She took a deep breath. With that said, as my career continues to grow and demand more of my time and focus, it's time for me to step away from Sympathy and strike out on my own. The group will always hold a place in my heart, and I wish everyone here the best of luck. The crowd fell silent, and many of the newcomers gasped at this unexpected news. Off to the side, Lance's eyes burned with rage. He expected Madame Spatzel to be the jewel in Sympathy's crown. He had no idea that she would so boldly and publicly betray him. Kevin was invited by Lance and Audrey to their first Sympathy recruiting event since returning from Cairo, and he reluctantly agreed to attend. In addition to sharing their plans for Sympathy's expansion, Lance and Audrey touted Sympathy's star-making ability for their prospective members, crediting Madame Spatzel's membership for her success. They asked Madame Spatzel to speak to the group, and she explained that as her career had grown, she had decided to move on from Sympathy. The announcement enraged Lance. As the crowd stood in stunned silence after Madame Spatzel's announcement, Lance choked down his anger and forced a smile onto his face that looked more crazed than delighted. Over-enthusiastically clapping his hands, Lance joined Madame Spatzel in the front of the room and to the audience said,
"Isn't she spectacular? Always full of surprises, this one."
Gripping Madame Spatzel's arm a little too tightly, he then growled in her ear,
"We should have a little chat in the next room."
Resuming his forced pleasantries, he announced,
"Enjoy your drinks and conversation. We'll resume our presentation shortly."
He roughly dragged Madame Spatzel into the next room, a small library. Keeping her face neutral, Audrey scanned the room before following them, seemingly checking if anyone had taken note of Lance's erratic behavior. As soon as Audrey shut the door, Lance angrily released Madame Spatzel's arm.
"What are you thinking?"
he spat, only restraining his volume for the benefit of the event still going on in the next room. Madame Spatzel was more confused than alarmed. "I believe I explained my thought process quite well," she said innocently.
"After all we've done for you, this is how you repay us?" Lance continued, "embarrassing us in front of the very community we welcomed you into. You'd be serving bratwurst in some Berlin beer garden if it wasn't for us."
"That's enough," Kevin said forcefully as he entered the room. Lance looked like he was about to throw a fit about being caught verbally abusing Madame Spatzel. "First of all," Kevin continued, "before you take credit for Madame Spatzel's career, I'd like to remind you that she was a successful musician before she even stepped foot in the United States. And she advocated for casting sympathy members in her movies, not the other way around." Lance clenched his fists, hating to admit to the truth in Kevin's words. Audrey, who had gotten her own big break thanks to Madame Spatzel, merely looked at the ground. "Second, you may not like Madame Spatzel's decision," Kevin went on, "but she is entitled to it. You tout sympathy as a community for up-and-coming artists. You should be proud that she has grown beyond that need and is making room for the next generation. A community, better yet, a family, as you said in your speech, doesn't hold its members hostage or demand repayment." Lance squirmed and grumbled as he tried and failed to come up with a rebuttal.
"Well, if you don't need us," he finally growled to Madame Spatzel, "then maybe you should just leave."
"No," Audrey said, finally jumping in. "Kevin is right, Lance." Lance stared daggers at his wife for taking Kevin's side. "We should be grateful that Madame Spatzel was a part of our family no matter how long," she said. "Like Kevin said, sympathy's next generation is out there in the living room. We should rejoin them." She kissed Madame Spatzel on the cheek. "And you should enjoy your last sympathy event. You'll be missed," she said gently. She led Lance out of the library, closing the door behind them. "Are you okay, Madame Spatzel?" Kevin asked after they left. "Do you think I'm a bad person for turning my back on them?" she asked. "No," Kevin said emphatically. He truthfully couldn't be more grateful that she was wriggling free of Lance's manipulative grasp. "Lance is overreacting. So what if you don't go to their meetings anymore? It's not like you're dying." "Oh, when I die, the funeral will be so much more spectacular than this," Madame Spatzel replied. "That wasn't really my point, but I'm sure it's true," Kevin said. "Audrey's right. You should go out there and enjoy your last sympathy event." Madame Spatzel nodded and walked past Kevin out of the library. "And I'll enjoy never having to come back here again," Kevin thought. When they re-entered the room, they were swarmed by a large group of thirsty wannabes who all hoped to be Sympathy's next Madame Spatzel. "I can't believe I'm in your presence, Madame Spatzel," one recruit breathlessly fawned.
"How many private sessions did you do with Lance? Do you think I should get his exclusive Sympathy Stars of Tomorrow package?"
another desperately queried. "Excuse me, I can't do this sober," Madame Spatzel said as she pushed her way through the fan club. She made her way back to where she had been sitting before Lance called her to the front of the room. "My wine! Where is it? It was right here!" Madame Spatzel exclaimed with rising panic as if she had lost a young child at the mall. "Where is my wine?" "I'm so sorry, Madame Spatzel, I have it here," a young recruit said, her face flushed with embarrassment as she rushed forward. "I thought it was mine. My glass was sitting right next to yours and I didn't realize until I tasted the shot of vodka in it." The young woman made her way through the crowd, most of whom were deeply relieved to have avoided something as humiliating as stealing a drink from the guest of honor. The girl held the glass out to Madame Spatzel, but before the glass was handed over, the girl's eyes rolled to the back of her head and she collapsed to the ground. There were shocked gasps and screams, and Madame Spatzel yelled, "God, no!" She swooped down to the floor, but instead of going to the girl, she picked up the now spilled glass of wine. "Some girls really can't hold their liquor," Madame Spatzel said disapprovingly. But Kevin could immediately tell that it wasn't just a drunken stumble. He knelt to the girl and held his fingers to her neck. She has no pulse, Kevin realized, her blood running cold. This young girl had just dropped dead after drinking from Madame Spatzel's glass. "Lance, no one can leave this event," Kevin instructed. Lance, who had missed the commotion, rolled his eyes as he strolled over.
"Weren't you the one just accusing me of holding people hostage?" he asked, his voice dripping with disdain.
Finally, he noticed the girl on the floor.
"Kevin, what did you do?"
"Just confirmed that one of your new recruits died while attending your party," Kevin replied through gritted teeth. "So don't let anyone leave the property. This is a crime scene now." The recruits erupted in frightened whispers as Audrey and Lance exchanged nervous glances. Ryder's eyes widened as he cautiously backed out of the room. Kevin stepped away from the circle of oglers and pulled out his cell phone. "Hello, Detective Harden? Can you come to Hancock Park?" 20 minutes later, Detective Aisha Harden from the Beverly Hills Police Department arrived at the Sympathy Mansion. "Hey, Kevin," she said with a friendly wave when he met her on the front porch. "Another murder mystery party?" There wasn't supposed to be a murder or a mystery this time, Kevin admitted. He led her inside to where the attendees had now cleared space around the body. Lance nervously bit his fingernails while Audrey comforted crying recruits.
"You don't think they're going to think I did it again, do you?" Ryder Vance asked Madame Spatzel in a panicked whisper.
"Oh my God, you're so annoying," Madame Spatzel replied as she excused herself to head to the bar. As Detective Harden circled the room and took notes, Kevin approached Madame Spatzel where she was now pouring herself another glass of wine. Knowing that the dead girl had collapsed after drinking from Madame Spatzel's glass, Kevin said, "Madame Spatzel, I need you to go against all of your natural instincts and promise me you won't drink anything until we go home." Madame Spatzel pouted, but upon seeing the concern on Kevin's face, nodded and placed the glass back down on the bar. Detective Harden joined them. "Have you examined the body yet?" she asked. "No. I wanted to wait for you to get here," Kevin replied. They knelt next to the body where Detective Harden studied the girl's neck and wrists. "There doesn't seem to be any injury," she deduced. "Poison is definitely a possibility, but we'll have to wait for an autopsy, and we'll have to take the glass she was drinking from and get it to the lab to be analyzed." Suddenly, a light bulb went off in Kevin's head. "We can maybe figure this out even sooner than that," he said. Detective Harden looked at him with confusion. "Remember when you mentioned the death at the Hearst Castle murder mystery party?" he asked. He lifted one of the dead girl's eyelids and revealed that her eyes had turned a pale yellow. "Persian nightshade," Detective Harden realized. "Just like Penelope," Kevin confirmed. "Detective Harden, we have a serial killer on our hands." At a sympathy meeting where Madame Spatzel angered leader Lance by announcing she would be leaving the group for greener pastures, Madame Spatzel couldn't find her wine. A recruit had accidentally taken her glass, but before she could return it to Madame Spatzel, the recruit collapsed dead on the floor. Kevin called Detective Aisha Harden and they deduced that the recruit had been poisoned by Persian nightshade, just like Penelope at Hearst Castle. Kevin realized that they were dealing with a serial killer. Upon hearing Kevin's theory, Detective Aisha Harden said quietly, "We should discuss this somewhere more private." They stepped out onto the porch and Kevin said, "We can at least immediately rule out all of the recruits. None of them had even met Penelope." "Which attendees were at both this event and Hearst Castle Murder Mystery Weekend?" Aisha asked. "Madame Spatzel, Lance, Audrey, Ryder, and I were all there," Kevin replied. "But I believe it's either Lance or Audrey. I don't think the girl who died was the target. She accidentally drank from Madame Spatzel's glass, and Madame Spatzel had just announced that she was leaving Sympathy. Lance, in particular, was very angry about it. I don't like the idea of ruling out Ryder right away, Detective Hardin admitted. Do you have any more truth serum pills? That will clear this up real quick. I don't, but let me see if I can refine more quickly. They're not something that can and should be used freely, but in this instance I think would be merited and helpful, Kevin replied. He pulled out his cell and called his lab in Chicago. When Olivia answered, Kevin asked, "How quickly can we refine some new truth pills? It's urgent." "Bad news on that front," Olivia replied. "The jewel of truth has been completely used up. We won't be able to make any more truth serum." "That is bad news," Kevin replied. "Thanks for the update. We'll figure something else out." Kevin relayed the news to Detective Hardin. "So we have to do this the old-fashioned way?" she asked. "Interrogating people is so hard." "There is another option," Kevin replied, recalling his conversation with the ancient Egyptian Marinhor, whose tomb and many secrets Kevin had discovered. He explained, "I recently acquired the ability to communicate with the dead." "In case I haven't said it before, you are the coolest person I know," Detective Hardin replied. "But even if you pull that off, a ghost's testimony won't be admissible in court. You wouldn't be the first person in Hollywood to try to use the words of the dead in a murder case, believe me." "It could at least point us in the right direction," Kevin explained. "The person who did it will surely have left admissible evidence behind." "Okay, but the dead girl wouldn't be able to help you," Aisha reminded him. "She didn't even know the glass was poison, let alone who did it." "That's true," Kevin agreed. "We'd need to speak to a victim who was assaulted head-on." "But Penelope was also poisoned, not to mention she wasn't exactly the brightest bulb," Detective Hardin mused. "She wouldn't be able to tell you anything either." "There's one other girl tied to Sympathy who turned up dead," Kevin reminded her. "Hazel. She had bruises around her neck and other signs of a struggle. She would know who killed her." "Great, so give her a call, I guess?" Aisha suggested. Kevin realized he didn't actually know how to summon the dead for a conversation. This skill, which he'd gained during his quest with Marinhor, was still in its formative stages. He would have to hone and perfect it before he could rely on it as one of the many skills in his arsenal. But he knew that using it and perfecting it would drive him upward and toward achieving level 8 status, and that would be another momentous accomplishment for Kevin. Maybe it is as simple as calling them in my mind, he wondered. He closed his eyes and tried to focus all of his energy on Hazel. "Hazel, if you can hear me, I want to speak with you. I want to know what happened to you. I want to bring you justice." Kevin waited but heard and felt nothing in return. He opened his eyes in disappointment. "Okay, that was embarrassing for you," Detective Hardin said. "I haven't had much practice," Kevin acknowledged. "Hold down the fort here. I have to talk to the pharaoh who granted me this power to learn how exactly to summon the dead." "Sometimes I really don't know if you're messing with me," Aisha replied. "But you go have your chat with your little King Tut pal." Kevin left the Sympathy House and returned to his home on Hollywood and Vine. He retrieved Marinhor's lamp and ring from where he had hidden them in a safe. Marinhor had instructed Kevin to press the ring against the lamp when he wanted to speak with him, but Kevin didn't know what exactly to expect. "Here goes nothing," he thought, as he touched the ring to the lamp. The room suddenly began to swirl around him, and Kevin felt himself sucked into a vortex. But as colors rushed past him, he was overcome with an overwhelming feeling of peace. Felt like going home. Suddenly, the colors stopped swirling and Kevin found himself within a stunning landscape of rolling hills, lush wildflowers, and a sky striped with the colors of an early sunset. It was all in vivid technicolor and seemed to emit a heavenly sparkle. Once Kevin got his bearings, he saw Marinhor standing before him. "Where am I?" Kevin asked. Marinhor smiled.
"Welcome to my world."
Kevin was truly in awe of his surroundings. "I know you said you developed the ability to construct worlds. I guess I just didn't consider what that actually meant," Kevin admitted. "You live here?"
I live wherever I want, Marinhor replied.
The landscape suddenly swirled around them and transformed into a castle sitting atop the clouds, evoking the imagery of Asgard or Mount Olympus. Marinhor then brought Kevin to the surface of Mars and an underwater kingdom before finally setting into a utopian Renaissance city, adorned with spectacular architecture and happy citizens strolling the cobblestone streets and lounging at outdoor cafes. Kevin had truly never seen anything so astonishing. Marinhor explained,
Entire societies are created at my whim, free of war and disease, if I wish. I believe in the modern world they call this the Sims, but I never forget to give my people toilets.
As Kevin remained speechless, Marinhor suggested,
Why don't we visit one of the cafes? I invented a fruit that makes the most excellent tea.
They sat at one of the charming patios, and Kevin laughed at himself for looking for a server when the tea in question appeared right in front of him. Kevin took a sip and his eyes widened.
You like it?
Marinhor asked. I don't know how to explain it, but it tastes like friendship, justice, free will, and Lily, my sweet and beloved wife whom I miss so dearly, Kevin said.
I've created entire societies. Surely I could create a fruit that tastes like whatever each person loves the most,
Marinhor said with a smirk. As Kevin took another sip, Marinhor said,
I'm sure you didn't come here just to see me show off. How can I assist you?
You told me I can now communicate with the dead, Kevin explained, but I don't know how. I want to ask a young woman who killed her so I can bring that murderer to justice. How can I contact her?
The ability to communicate with those who have passed on is within you, Marinhor explained. But like any skill or art form, it requires practice. The ability will become more advanced and finely tuned as you continue. For now, you will need the assistance of 2 others with levels.
I can do that, Kevin replied.
You will engage in a ceremony that many cultures have used under different names over the centuries. You probably best know it as a seance, Marinhor continued. You will seat yourselves around a table upon which you will set a single candle that will serve as your only source of light. You must also place an object that belonged to the deceased in the center of the table. You will then join hands and say, We, the living, seek the spirit to which the object belonged. If the spirit is willing to communicate with you, the candle will flicker.
Kevin nodded, determined to remember Marinhor's exact instructions. Each point was crucial, Kevin knew, to draw the spirit to him.
As you are unpracticed, Marinhor continued, your communication will be limited to yes or no questions for now. The candle will move right for yes and left for no. Do you understand?
Yes, Kevin confirmed.
Then I wish you luck, Marinhor replied. There is much darkness in the world of the living. Your purity of heart and care with which you use your levels is needed. Never lose sight of that.
Thank you, Marinhor, I won't, Kevin assured him.
Then it is time to return to your world, Marinhor instructed.
He held out his palm as if gently pushing Kevin away. Kevin felt himself being pulled backward as Marinhor's utopia faded away and the colors swirled around him once more. Kevin came to a stop back in his home at Hollywood and Vine, back in the physical world where the colors were a little less bright, and where a murderer lurked who had to be exposed by none other than Kevin Williams. Kevin told Detective Aisha Harden that he had recently acquired the ability to communicate with the dead, but he then realized he didn't actually know how to make contact. He reached out to Marinhor and was brought into the Pharaoh's world, where he constructed various societies at his whim. Marinhor explained to Kevin how to perform a seance to contact Hazel, who had been attacked head-on and would know who had killed her. He then cast Kevin out back to the physical world. Kevin grabbed a candle from the living room and called Madame Spatzel. "Any chance you have anything that belonged to Hazel?" he asked hopefully. "Well, yes," she said shiftily. "She loaned me a scarf that I wanted to wear as a dress. I may have forgotten to return it to her. That's so unlike me." "I don't think she's going to press charges," Kevin replied. "Where is it?" "In my closet. It's a red paisley print," Madame Spatzel explained. "I liked it because it looked like swirling blood." "How appropriate," Kevin replied. "I'll be back to the sympathy house soon." "Good, because Ryder keeps whining about how he's going to be arrested again. He's so annoying," Madame Spatzel replied. Kevin hung up and retrieved the scarf from Madame Spatzel's closet. Since Marinhor had told him the seance would require 3 people with levels, he then called Jericho.
"Please don't make me fight another bear," Jericho said wearily when he answered.
"You'll like this one," Kevin replied. "I just need you to sit at a table."
"Thank goodness. That I can do," Jericho answered.
Kevin picked up Jericho at his house, and when he got in the car, Jericho asked,
"So was sitting at a table just a weird way of saying we're going to dinner?"
No," Kevin replied. "We're conducting a seance to contact a woman who was murdered."
"Should have known," Jericho said with a sigh.
They returned to the Sympathy Mansion where Lance had become increasingly agitated.
"I hope you're happy, Kevin," he said with annoyance. "You completely ruined our event with that talk of a serial killer. Now we'll lose all those recruits for good."
"Yes, that's definitely the most tragic thing that happened here today," Kevin replied. "I don't see what you're so upset about," Madame Spatzel chimed in lazily. "Most of them will be back. Being a guest on a true crime podcast or becoming a murder victim themselves is the most fame that some of these people could ever hope for." She has a point, Kevin thought. He then pulled Detective Harden aside and whispered, "We're going to conduct a seance to contact Hazel. Don't let anyone enter the library."
"Damn, I want to watch that, but all right. I'll go back to being a beat cop and pulling guard duty," Detective Harden replied,
figuring that the brief demotion might be worth it if she was outside an actual seance where a murder victim's spirit was contacted. Madame Spatzel forced herself between them. "Oh my God, Kevin, please let me join," she begged. "I love dead people." "Actually, Madame Spatzel, I need you to join," Kevin replied. "Yes," Madame Spatzel yelled, a little too enthusiastically given the situation. Aisha pouted at her exclusion. Kevin led Madame Spatzel and Jericho into the library where he lit the candle and closed the blinds. He set the candle down on a table in the middle of the room and laid the scarf around it. "Now we all sit around the table and hold hands," Kevin instructed. Madame Spatzel winked at Jericho as she took his hand in hers. Kevin continued the instructions by explaining, "In unison, we're all going to say, 'We the living seek the spirit to which this object belonged.' Now, let's begin our chant to connect with the dead." They repeated the phrase together and Kevin held his breath. Suddenly, the candle flickered. "She's here," Kevin said with excitement. "Oh my God, Hazel, hi!" Madame Spatzel chimed in. The candle flickered again. "We're besties," Madame Spatzel said to Kevin and Jericho with a satisfied smile. "Hazel, do you know who killed you?" Kevin asked. The candle unmistakably slid to the right. "Is the murderer in this house?" Kevin asked with building urgency. This time the candle slid to the left. "The murderer is not here," Kevin relayed, completely stumped. "That means we have to cross Lance and Audrey off the list." But the candle slid to the left again. Kevin, Madame Spatzel, and Jericho exchanged confused glances. "Was it Lance?" Kevin asked. The candle slid to the left. He paused, almost fearful of the answer, when he then asked, "Audrey?" The candle slid all the way to the right and extinguished just before it toppled off the table. "It's Audrey!" Kevin exclaimed. "But Hazel said she isn't in the house. We have to get her for questioning." They rushed out of the library and Kevin grabbed Aisha. "The spirit of Hazel said it's Audrey. Audrey is the serial killer. Where is she?" he cried. But it only took a quick glance around the room to see that Audrey wasn't there. "Did she leave?" Kevin asked. I've had my eyes on both doors the entire time, Aisha replied. She only said she was stepping away to go to the bathroom. Kevin raced around the first floor and didn't find Audrey in the bathroom or anywhere else. He stormed over to Lance and gripped him by the collar. "Where is she?" Kevin demanded.
"I don't know, I swear,"
Lance insisted. Kevin released Lance and he and Aisha ran to the second floor to search for Audrey there. They saw no sign of her but found an open window right next to a sturdy tree branch. "She escaped," Kevin said with exasperation. "Well, at least we're already getting better evidence than the ghost testimony," Aisha offered. Kevin returned to the first floor and once again accosted Lance. "Where did she go?"
"I have no idea, but I swear she's probably just scared," Lance insisted. "She didn't kill anyone. She's gentle and innocent like a baby bunny rabbit."
Kevin had never taken Audrey for a killer, but he had certainly gotten to know her well enough that this description was a farce. Audrey had proven to be cunning and shrewd, and she could even be quite vicious with her words.
"I heard what you said to the detective," Lance continued, now building anger of his own. "You said you were talking to a dead girl. I didn't believe it when they did it on Real Housewives of Beverly Hills, and I don't believe it now. You've always hated sympathy, and now you're framing Audrey just to get back at us," Lance huffed.
"Audrey knew Hazel from Sympathy and her improv group," Kevin began, his voice barely containing his rage. "She was at Hearst Castle, where she killed Penelope for continuing to bring up Hazel's death. She feuded with Mabel right before someone faked her suicide in Cairo. And she poisoned Madame Spatzel's wine right after she announced she was leaving Sympathy. Honestly, I think I could have handled it." "Wouldn't be the strongest thing I've ever drunk," Madame Spatzel chimed in. "Audrey had motive and access every single time," Kevin continued. "And fleeing the scene makes her a legitimate suspect," Detective Harden added. "So you can call her and tell us where she is, or I can arrest you for failing to cooperate with a murder investigation."
"Arrest me then. I am a man of honor," Lance declared, though his shaky voice suggested otherwise.
"Since you are also connected to all the murder victims, there's a good chance you'll be considered an accessory to at least one of them. Are you sure you don't want to cooperate?" Detective Harden asked again. Though his lower lip quivered embarrassingly, Lance dramatically jutted out his wrist to be cuffed. Detective Harden obliged and called for backup to take Lance to the Beverly Hills Correctional Facility. "We might as well start by going to Lance and Audrey's house," Kevin suggested. "Well, he's obviously not going to tell us where that is," Detective Harden replied. "I know," Madame Spatzel chimed in. "I'll take you there, but I want us to throuple on this investigation." "Weird choice of words, but whatever. Sure, you've been helpful so far," Aisha admitted. Ryder peeked his head around the corner of the doorway. "Can I please go home now?" he asked shakily, his nerves completely shot. "Yes, Ryder, you're not a suspect," Detective Harden confirmed. Ryder broke down in tears of relief. Kevin, Detective Harden, and Madame Spatzel loaded into the squad car, and Madame Spatzel led them to a small bungalow in Los Feliz. The home looked like it could really use some paint and maintenance. Its shabby exterior was a surprise. Lance and Audrey clearly present a very different image of wealth to the Sympathy recruits, Kevin thought. There were lights on inside, but the house seemed eerily quiet. "Stay on guard," Aisha cautioned. "Audrey could be waiting to ambush us." Kevin carefully tried the knob of the front door and found it locked. "Be ready for anything," he warned. Then he kicked in the door. Kevin, Madame Spatzel, and Jericho followed Marin Hoare's instructions for conducting the seance to contact Hazel. Hazel confirmed that Audrey had killed her, but after they ended the seance, they discovered that Audrey had fled the Sympathy house. Lance refused to cooperate, so Detective Harden had him arrested while Madame Spatzel led her and Kevin to Lance and Audrey's house in Los Feliz. The house was quiet, and Kevin warned them to be prepared for anything as he kicked in the front door. Kevin, Madame Spatzel, and Detective Aisha Harden cautiously entered the house, but if Audrey was lurking there to ambush them, she didn't do it right away. It looked like a tornado had swept through the house. Lights were left on and closets were open in nearly every room. "She's clearly been here," Kevin said. When they reached the bedroom, it looked like a bomb had gone off. Clothes were strewn about and drawers had been completely pulled out of the dresser. "She must have packed a bag to go on the run," Detective Hardin deduced. "Kevin!" Madam Spatzel's voice suddenly rang out from the backyard. Fearing the worst, he sprinted out of the house and was relieved to find Madam Spatzel alone. She stood next to the fire pit, which was alight in a fiery blaze. Kevin peered into the flames and could see that the source of the fire wasn't wood or coal. He picked up a poker from next to the pit and fished out the half-burnt items. "Those shoes were Hazel's," Madam Spatzel said quietly, poking at a charred pair of simple ballet flats. "I remember because they were so ugly and boring." Kevin saw the glint of a metal object and knelt down to examine it. "This is Mabel's brooch," he confirmed. "She was wearing it the day I met her." Aisha tapped an uncorked glass bottle. "We'll have to run this through the lab, but I think it's a good bet we'll find remnants of Persian nightshade in it." She looked up at Kevin. "I think it's safe to say that we won't need to rely on information gotten during a seance with a dead victim for sufficient evidence. I can keep my badge if I present these concrete clues and don't tell them the spirit of a victim is my proof." "It's a good thing we got here when we did," Kevin observed. "Any later and all that would have been left as ash." "So we have the evidence," Aisha confirmed, "but we still need the suspect. Where do we go from here?" "There!" Madam Spatzel yelled, and she pointed to a trail of footprints leading away from the fire pit. They went straight out the back gate into the hills of Griffith Park. "Great, she only ran off into the largest park in Los Angeles," Aisha observed bitterly. She radioed for backup to collect the evidence from the fire pit, and then the three followed the trail into the park. "At least she was in too big of a hurry to cover her tracks," Kevin mused as he pulled out a flashlight from his satchel. Griffith Park was a 4,000-acre sprawling bit of public land that contained any amenity one could imagine finding in a park. They traced Audrey's footprints around the merry-go-round, driving range, and tennis courts, and then past hiking trails and horse stables. Finally, they began to see where the footprints were leading. "Oh, good," Aisha said sarcastically. "The abandoned zoo. This just happens to be the creepiest place in Griffith Park." "The creepiest place in Griffith Park?" Madam Spatzel repeated cheerfully. "Finally, things are getting interesting." But even worse than the creepy atmosphere was the concrete. The trail of footprints disappeared as Kevin and Detective Hardin cautiously peered into the darkened caverns that formed the long abandoned cages. "The trails run cold," Detective Hardin said in frustration. "Hey, Kevin, look at me," Madam Spatzel called while peeking out from behind metal bars. "I'm a bear. Want to talk me out of attacking you?" She roared like a bear while laughing uproariously. "We're not going to be able to find her with just the three of us, or more accurately, only two," Detective Hardin said while side-eyeing Madam Spatzel. "I'm going to call for a team to sweep the park. We're going to need all hands on deck for this one." "Now that we have more evidence, I'll go to the correctional facility to try to talk some sense into Lance," Kevin offered. "I don't know how likely it is that he'll cooperate, but it's worth a try." "Take my car," Detective Hardin offered. "I'll get a ride with one of the officers who shows up, and please take her too," she pleaded, indicating Madam Spatzel, who was now doing an impression of a monkey while swinging from bars in an abandoned zoo cage. Kevin collected Madam Spatzel, and they followed the trail of footprints back to Lance and Audrey's house. After they got in the car and started driving toward Beverly Hills, Madam Spatzel said, "You know, it was rather rude of Audrey to try to murder me. I was hoping sympathy would turn out to be a death cult, but I wanted to poison myself on my own terms, you know. I'm going to give her a stern talking to when we finally find her." "Well, she's probably going to get the death penalty," Kevin replied, "but a lecture from you might be an even worse punishment." When they entered the Beverly Hills Correctional Facility, the model-esque receptionist perked up. Well, if it isn't another visit from Mr. Williams."
I believe you've now qualified for a free spa treatment. I will take that on his behalf, Madam Spatzel jumped in. Could I speak with Lance? Kevin asked. Why, of course, the receptionist replied. He's in one of our interrogation lounges. The receptionist led Kevin to one of the mahogany rooms that resembled the meeting place of an Ivy League secret society. Kevin had stopped being surprised by the correctional facility's lavishness long ago, but it nonetheless still annoyed him. Lance rolled his eyes as Kevin entered the room.
Have you come to harass me again? He quipped. You're married and you think your beloved wife Lily walks on water, Kevin. Surely you'd protect her under the same circumstances.
You'll have to ask me after she murders 4 people, Kevin replied. We found evidence at your house tying Audrey to each of the murders. She tried to dispose of it all in the fire pit. There's no getting out of this, Lance. Lance looked out the window, holding back tears.
I don't believe you, he said defiantly.
Kevin sighed. As much as he despised Lance, he called on his level 7 empathy to get through to him. I understand how badly you want to see the best in your wife, Kevin said. But she's not the person you thought she was. We've all seen what a talented actress she is. She wasn't pretending only when the cameras were rolling. Lance didn't answer, but Kevin believed he was getting through to him. This is bigger than just your relationship with Audrey, Kevin continued. I know how much sympathy means to you. The group can come back from this, but not if you deny justice to the 3 members who were murdered. If Hazel, Penelope, and your new recruit meant anything to you, you have to help us find Audrey.
Vanessa,
Lance said quietly. Sorry? Kevin asked.
The new recruit, her name was Vanessa, Lance replied. She was from South Carolina and moved to Hollywood 2 months ago.
Kevin softened, so Lance did care about the sympathy recruits, at least enough to listen and learn about them.
I'll call Audrey,
Lance finally agreed. Thank you, Lance, Kevin replied. He left the room and the officers who had arrested Lance at the sympathy house were waiting outside. Lance is going to call Audrey, Kevin relayed. Do you have his phone? One of the officers left for the evidence locker and returned with Lance's cell phone and a device to trace the call if Audrey answered. They entered the room and handed Lance his phone. With tears in his eyes, he dialed. Lance, Audrey said when she answered. She sounded energetic, practically exhilarated. The tracking device immediately began triangulating the call.
Audrey, where are you?
Lance choked out. You know I can't tell you that, Lance, Audrey replied. I'm sure you agreed to help the cops. You don't have the strength or will for this kind of pressure. Why do you think you needed mind control just to get obedience from desperate actors? Lance winced at Audrey's simultaneous insult and incrimination while the officers listened in. It's okay, though, Audrey continued. You were the right person for me for a particular time in my life, but it was never built to last. I tried to weed out the weak links at sympathy for you. You were never discerning enough. But now it's time for me to move on. I have bigger plans for myself, Lance.
What are you going to do?
Lance asked, panic rising. Oh, you'll see, Audrey replied with an eerie calm to her voice. I'm no longer content to stand to the side in supporting roles. Soon the whole world will know my name. She abruptly hung up the call as Kevin realized that Audrey's crazed and murderous intentions were far beyond anything he or her deluded husband Lance could have realized. And she was about to unleash them on an entire city. Kevin, Detective Aisha Harden, and Madam Spatzel searched Lance and Audrey's house, where they found evidence tying Audrey to all the murders. They traced Audrey's footsteps to the abandoned zoo in Griffith Park, where the trail ran cold. While Detective Harden called for a squad to search the park, Kevin went to the Beverly Hills Correctional Facility to talk to Lance. He convinced Lance to call Audrey while the officers traced the call. When Audrey answered, she told Lance that she had big plans for herself, and that soon the world would know her name. Lance burst into tears as soon as Audrey hung up the call. Did you get a location? Kevin asked the officer who had been tracing it. She's in the Hollywood Hills, the officer replied. 1482 Skyline Drive.
Detective Harden quickly typed the address into a database. That's Naomi Lawrence's residence. The actress? Kevin asked in alarm. She played Spider-Woman or something. She played Black Widow in all those Avenger movies, the officer replied. No, that's Scarlett Johansson, Detective Harden corrected him. Naomi Lawrence was Madam Webb. No, that's Dakota Johnson, the officer replied indignantly. Naomi Lawrence? Guys, Kevin interrupted. Whoever she is, she could be in real danger. We can look up her credits on the way. Detective Harden radioed for the entire squad currently searching Griffith Park to meet at Naomi Lawrence's residence instead. Kevin hopped into her car with her, and they began the steep drive into the dark, winding streets of the Hollywood Hills. At a red light, Detective Harden looked at her phone. You know what? She played Batwoman. Embarrassing. I pride myself on knowing all the roles of possible targets in my policing vicinity. We all share the blame for that one. As they turned onto the ridge where Naomi's mid-security mansion overlooked the glittering city below, the trees parted and they saw a spotlight hovering over the house. What is that? Detective Harden asked, squinting to get a better look. Kevin's stomach dropped. It's one of the bat signals, Kevin replied. It must have been a prop from one of her movies, but I have a feeling she didn't set that up herself. The spotlight, which did emit the bright silhouette of a bat, was in fact the only source at the house. The officers who reached the door first radioed to Detective Harden, who was still with Kevin in the car. Door is locked. Permission to enter? Permission to enter, Aisha responded. Use force if necessary. Kevin and Aisha pulled up to the driveway just as the team of officers kicked in the door and swarmed inside the house. Kevin saw lights flick on as the officers searched room by room. By the time Kevin and Detective Harden entered the house, the activity had slowed. They approached the crowd of officers who had gathered in a tight knot in Naomi's living room. Kevin pushed through the crowd and saw a spilled glass of wine at the feet of Naomi Lawrence, whose unseeing eyes gazed upward in an unmistakable shade of pale yellow. Persian nightshade, Kevin said quietly. Meanwhile, Detective Harden picked up a piece of paper on the end table next to Naomi that had letters cut and glued from magazines to form a message. Isn't the whole point of this to disguise your handwriting? We already know Audrey is the killer, Aisha said in exasperation. I guess she's just leaning into all the serial killer tropes now, Kevin suggested. Detective Harden read the note out loud. They came here for fame to leave their mark, but all of these stars left me in the dark. They cast me aside as they hoarded their light, so there will be no more stars if I can't shine the most bright. Detective Harden put the paper down and rolled her eyes. Well, I can see now why she decided not to try to be a screenwriter. Boy, that stinks. Kevin ignored Aisha's assessment of Audrey's writing talents as his blood began to boil. She's clearly fueled by jealousy. Even though she got the biggest role of her career in Cleopatra, it wasn't enough for her. Madame Spatzel started her acting career and joined Sympathy after Audrey, so Audrey couldn't stand that Madame Spatzel achieved star status and left Sympathy before her. So she tried to kill Madame Spatzel, and now she's going after other successful actresses she resents. Detective Harden's eyes narrowed. If she dares to lay one finger on Anne Hathaway, so help me God. We can stop her before she hurts anyone else, Kevin insisted. She wants fame, so let's give her fame. Kevin, I really don't like the idea of giving her positive reinforcement for this behavior, Detective Harden replied. The police have long made it a mandate not to name serial killers because it can inspire others to try to achieve the same kind of misbegotten fame. This will just be to lay a trap, Kevin assured her. If we can get a news station to bait her into calling in to share her story, we could track her location from there. That seems like a long shot, but your plans tend to work, so what do I know? Detective Harden relented. The KTLA station is just down the hill on Sunset. Let's go. As the other cops stayed behind to gather evidence, Detective Harden instructed, stand by for a location. Kevin and Detective Harden drove down the hill until they arrived at local news affiliate KTLA in the heart of Hollywood. They ran into the building and Detective Harden flashed her badge at a producer. "We need you to add a story to your broadcast," she urged. "We go live in 5 minutes. We can't change our broadcast now without a damn good reason," the producer replied haughtily. Local news anchor Jed Jennings, all hair gel and chiseled jaw, sauntered over fresh out of hair and makeup. "What's going on here?" "Naomi Lawrence has been murdered," Kevin said urgently. "There's a serial killer at large." "And I'm breaking the story first? Oh, hell yeah," Jed replied with glee as he pumped his fist. "But we need you to encourage the killer to call in on the air," Kevin urged. "If you can keep her on the line, we can trace the call and find her before she kills anyone else." "The murderer is a woman, too?" Jed asked, nearly salivating. "Oh, this just keeps getting better and better." "So you'll do it?" Kevin asked. "Are you kidding?" Jed exclaimed. "When I break this story, they'll have no choice but to give me the local Emmy. Take that, Link Larson." "I have no idea who that is, but based on the alliteration, I'm going to assume it's another journalist," Kevin replied. "That hack? I'd hardly call his teleprompter reading journalism," Jed said with a scoff. "Whatever. If you get the killer on the line, just keep her talking," Kevin pleaded. "We're on in 30, the producer announced to the room. The production crew scrambled around the studio as Jed took his seat behind the anchor desk and Kevin and Detective Harden waited in the control room for Audrey's call. The producer made the final countdown and then the red on-air light flicked on. Embodying a somber tone that completely defied his earlier glee, Jed began, "Good evening, Los Angeles. We unfortunately begin our broadcast tonight with devastating breaking news. I take no joy in informing the world that megastar actress Naomi Lawrence was found brutally murdered in her home this evening. The star of such films as Batwoman, Batwoman the Beckoning, and The Woman is a Bat. Her death is the result of a hideous crime that will no doubt spawn countless salacious documentaries, and I will reluctantly participate in each one that approaches me for an appearance." Kevin groaned in the control room, praying that Jed would get to the point. He didn't realize that without an edited script, Jed wasn't going to be able to prevent himself from being a part of the story. Everyone in Hollywood was trying to be a star in some way, shape, or form, even when reporting about a murder on the nightly news. "But as we in the American media know," Jed continued, "there are two sides to every story, no matter how reductive that may seem. Finding moral ambiguity where there really should be none at all is what keeps the 24-hour news cycle going. So in that spirit, we'd like to give Miss Lawrence's adversary the opportunity to share his or her side of the story. We welcome your testimony without judgment. After all, for all we know, Naomi Lawrence deserved it. Our phone lines are open, and we eagerly await your call." Jed looked off to the side of the camera where his producer was holding up a reminder cue card. "And of course," Jed scrambled to continue, "I should add that we are definitely not working with the cops and definitely won't trace the call." Okay, laying it on a little thick, Kevin thought. The studio paused for a tense moment as the staff and the onlookers held their breath waiting for the phone call. Suddenly, the red light on one of the phone lines in the control room started to blink. Kevin looked at the caller ID. "That's got to be Naomi's murderer," he relayed to the director. On the screen, Jed touched his earpiece as the director informed him that the killer had called in. Into the camera, he said, "I'm told we have Naomi's killer, or should I say, alleged life disruptor, on the line. Hello, you're speaking with legendary news anchor Jed Jennings, and you're live on the air. Who am I speaking with?" "Hello, Jed," Audrey's chilling voice rang through the speaker. "I am the Queen of Darkness, the center of gravity, the black hole from which no stars can escape. You can call me Supernova." After Kevin and Detective Aisha Harden tracked Audrey and found that she murdered superstar Naomi Lawrence, Kevin came up with the idea to have local news station KTLA encourage Audrey to call into the broadcast to tell her side of the story. Audrey took the bait and told news anchor Jed Jennings on air that she could be called by Supernova.
"Wow, you have a cool serial killer name and everything,"
Jed Jennings replied to Audrey. Kevin felt nauseated as he watched Jed suppress a grin, secretly enjoying the salaciousness of the whole ordeal. Nonetheless, he needed Jed to keep Audrey talking while Detective Hardin traced the call. And it only took one look at the glee on Jed Jennings' face to know that if there was one thing he was good at, it was talking endlessly as a camera rolled. "This is Hollywood," Audrey said lazily. "Everyone has a stage name. Isn't that right, Egbert Wieners?"
Jed awkwardly cleared his throat. "I don't know what you're talking about."
"The point is," Audrey continued, "Hollywood hasn't been about real artistry in a long time. It's all smoke and mirrors, all about the image you can portray and how well you can influence other people to buy into that image. Audiences don't want to see talented actors. They want to see the actors that they've been told are talented. And the studios don't want to make quality movies. They want to make movies that they can convince the audience are quality. And around we go." "She's still in the hills," Detective Hardin said quietly as the tracking device closed in on Audrey's location.
"You make some interesting points,"
Jed replied to Audrey, hoping everyone had already forgotten the revelation about his real name, the one he'd been saddled with when he was born to dirt-poor teenage parents in Missouri. He'd worked hard to forget his past and wasn't about to let some failed actress turned serial killer bring it up to his adoring public now. Jed did a quick about face.
"How does Naomi Lawrence factor into all of this?"
"Oh, forget about Naomi," Audrey said with a giggle. "You eventually will anyway. Her agent is probably already pushing his other clients to replace her on all her projects as we speak. She was just a cog in the machine, the latest in a long line of pretty Midwestern girls that someone decided was bankable. Do you think she was considered a star because she was talented? Hardly. She met the right people at the right time in the right hotel rooms and convinced herself that it proved her talent, that her success wasn't the result of luck, but of destiny. But watch how quickly this town moves on to the next, and ask yourself then how special she really was." Jed was clearly starting to get freaked out by Audrey's callous resentment and uncomfortably squirmed in his seat. "By the way, Egbert," Audrey continued, "how did you get your job? Did you start as a PA, maybe an intern, worked your way up the ranks through integrity and dedication to your craft?"
Jed stammered. He thought he had led Audrey far enough away from a discussion of his own past that he was safe. Jed was going to have to think fast on his feet. In the control room, the tracking device finally zeroed in on a location.
"She's at the Griffith Observatory," Detective Hardin exclaimed. She and Kevin rushed out of the studio, while Jed continued to stumble around for reasons he shouldn't become the new target of Audrey's grail to get even with those she deemed undeserving of their success. Kevin and Aisha jumped in Aisha's police cruiser and drove back toward the hills. Very quickly, they could see the domed white building of the observatory, a bright beacon against the dark mountain landscape.
"She could be wreaking havoc up there," Kevin realized.
Griffith Observatory is one of the busiest tourist attractions in Los Angeles. It was no exaggeration. As far as Hollywood Hills landmarks went, the Griffith Observatory was second to only the Hollywood sign. "The observatory closed at 10 p.m., Aisha replied. "Hopefully she's there alone. The last thing we want is some crazed actress turned serial killer mowing down a bunch of tourists. That would be bad for the city's image." The location certainly fits in thematically with her ranting about stars and supernovas, Kevin said. For someone who considers herself to be such a nuanced artist, it's a little heavy-handed. They snaked around the darkened curves of Mulholland Drive and pulled into the observatory's eerily deserted parking lot. Could she have left? Detective Hardin asked. If she wanted to move on to another actress, she wasn't going to find one here. We'll have to look around to be sure, but stay on guard, Kevin advised. She wants a show, and the observatory is for all intents and purposes the largest spotlight in Los Angeles. In a literal sense, that is. I have a feeling she might be staging her grand finale. They exited the car and slowly crept toward the main entrance. The chains around the door handles had been cut. She's definitely been here, Kevin confirmed. What exactly is she planning? They slowly pulled open the large glass doors. Inside was an otherworldly contrast of darkness and light. Constellation displays and planetary models emitted a warm glow that might spark the imagination under different circumstances. But tonight they tempted danger with every shadow they cast. Let's split up, Kevin said to Aisha. We need to find her before she does something drastic. That always backfires on Scooby-Doo, but sure, let's go for it, Aisha replied. From the central rotunda, Kevin and Aisha chose separate rooms, embarking on uncertain explorations into the unknown. Kevin found himself in the Edge of Space exhibit. Having been to space multiple times himself, Kevin normally would have loved to spend time examining the research acquired from the farthest observations in the known universe. But for now, he was bound to his earthly troubles. "Audrey," Kevin called out, "it's time to surrender. We know you're here." There was a moment of deafening quiet, and then Audrey's voice punctured the silence through overhead speakers. "Why do you think I called that idiotic newscaster from my own cell phone?" she taunted. "I knew you'd come, Kevin Williams. Your chess moves have sadly become rather elementary as of late. I really can't blame you for your lowered standards. You've become accustomed to dealing with morons while in Los Angeles, but I'm not one of them." Kevin spun around wildly, looking for where Audrey could be making her transmission. "You know what's even worse than someone who thinks he's a star? Someone who actually sees himself as a celestial being with a gravitational pull that can attract planets and a light so bright that it burns for millions of years," Audrey continued. "Someone who sees himself as a god who can create the stars." Suddenly, Kevin felt something pierce his neck. His muscles immediately tensed up, feeling as if they had turned to stone. He'd been hit with a poisoned dart. "Goodbye, Kevin Williams," Audrey's voice rang out. "Even a god can't escape the power of a supernova." Knowing he only had minutes to act before the poison took his life, Kevin threw open his satchel and pulled out the secret book given to him by the Night King. "At least I know I'm dealing with Persian nightshade," he thought. He frantically flipped through the book until he found the pages outlining this particular poison. The antidote required 3 ingredients: activated charcoal, algae extract, and mica flakes. Kevin dumped out his entire satchel looking for the necessary ingredients. He easily found the charcoal and algae, but as he pushed aside bottles and pills, he realized, "I don't think I've ever used mica." His panic began to rise. There has to be a usable substitute, he thought desperately. He turned back to the herbalism book and found the passage he needed. In lieu of mica, granite, rhyolite, or moon matter can be used. Kevin looked around him at the celestial exhibit containing authentic artifacts from outer space. Who would have guessed that moon matter would be the most readily available, he thought. He raced through the exhibit and smashed a glass display containing a rock sample taken straight from the moon. He felt the unbearable muscle tension begin to snake down to his shoulders. "I have to finish this before the poison reaches my heart," he thought. He tossed the moon rock into a stone mortar and ground it down to a fine powder before mixing it into the charcoal and algae. He scooped the mixture into an empty pill capsule and ingested it just as his chest began to tighten. Kevin took a deep breath as he felt the muscle tension begin to recede. Just in time, he thought. He looked down at the bowl where only a small amount of the mixture remained. He had used up all the algae extract in his satchel. Only enough left for one more pill, Kevin thought. He scooped up the remaining mixture into another pill capsule, hoping he wouldn't need to use it. Suddenly, he heard a scream. He scrambled to his feet and tracked the sound back through the rotunda to the planetarium. There, on the floor of the vast theater, encased underneath a surreal dome projecting an image of constellations and shooting stars, lay Detective Aisha Hardin with a poisoned dart in her neck. Kevin and Detective Hardin tracked Audrey to the Griffith Observatory. Once inside, Audrey ambushed Kevin and shot him with a poisoned dart laced with a Persian nightshade. Kevin was able to create an antidote for himself, but he only had enough ingredients left over for one more pill. He then heard a scream and ran to the planetarium, where he found Aisha on the ground with a poisoned dart in her neck. Kevin rushed to Aisha and knelt down at her side. He fished for his spare antidote pill, but just as he was about to give it to her, another poison dart whizzed right past him like a meteor. I have to deal with Audrey first, Kevin thought. If I give Aisha the last pill only for one of us to be shot again, we won't have any antidote left. Hold on, Aisha, Kevin urged. Guessing she had no more than 10 minutes to live, Kevin knew he had to find Audrey fast. He pulled Aisha under a row of auditorium seats, hoping it would provide enough cover from any more poison darts. As Kevin glanced around the auditorium to see where Audrey could be hiding, her voice once again came through the speakers, this time accompanied by an eerie echo. "It's a shame you brought her here, Kevin," Audrey said. "In a city of fame-seekers, I have no quarrel with those who keep their feet planted firmly on the ground and actually contribute something to society, rather than just their own ego. Detective Hardin has my admiration, even if I do have to kill her." "You were pursuing fame too, Audrey," Kevin called out. "I pursued greatness," Audrey bellowed. "I didn't come to this city looking for superficial glamour. I wasn't looking for stardom, to be a pretty mass of inorganic matter shining high above the masses. Acting is the art of embodying the human experience. It demands an earthly presence. I didn't conceal myself with the right network and the right parties. I didn't trade my body for billboards. I honed my craft. I pushed myself to the limits. You know better than anyone the focus and commitment required to achieve levels." Kevin's eyes widened. So she is leveled, he thought. He had suspected she had leveled acting ability ever since her audition for Cleopatra, but now it was confirmed. Audrey's great talent had indeed been able to mask her true self even from Kevin's eyes. He suspected her levels were present, but Audrey's deceit had almost even worked on Kevin. More importantly, because Audrey did have levels meant that she wasn't an ordinary. Should Kevin have to fight Audrey, it would be on a fair plane. He could use his superior level 7 abilities to best her. As Kevin's thoughts raced through his mind, Audrey was continuing her rant. "But my dedication to humanity was rejected," Audrey continued. "Do you know what it's like to play second fiddle to someone like Madame Spatzel? Someone who's motivated by attention above all else. Music, acting, it doesn't matter to her, as long as she is rewarded with admiration and celebrity. She's a cheap imitation of an artist, but because of you, she now has the label that so many other shallow fame seekers chase: star." Kevin didn't know how he had missed Audrey's burning resentment for Madame Spatzel. He had been so focused on Lance as the toxin within sympathy, he had missed the darkness lurking within Audrey. But again, Audrey's levels made her an exceptional actress, and she's exerted that talent when dealing with Kevin. She was playing a role with her words, every expression, every step she took in his presence. All the same time, Kevin felt a deep sense of relief that Madame Spatzel had escaped Audrey's wrath. It would have been very easy for Audrey to murder Madame Spatzel during their many encounters. The clock was ticking. Kevin had to find Audrey before Aisha succumbed to the poison. Kevin scanned the planetarium and finally, in the back of the room, he saw a small tech booth. It had the controls for Audrey to project her voice as well as a small window for her to shoot through. I can't let her see me coming, Kevin thought. I only have one shot to confront her. Scanning the room again, he saw a control panel next to the entranceway. If I kill the lights, I'll have the edge on her, Kevin thought. He snuck through the rows of seats until he reached the doorway. With a swipe of his hand, he shut down all the lights in the planetarium. The glow of the constellations blinked out and the room transformed from an ethereal wonder into an empty abyss. "I like your style, Kevin," Audrey announced. "Isn't there a peaceful beauty to a night without stars?" Using his leveled vision, Kevin located the tech booth in the pitch-black darkness. He took a deep breath and daringly leapt across a row of seats, finally launching himself upward and crashing through the glass window of the booth. He slammed into Audrey and they tumbled onto the ground. Though Audrey was leveled in acting, her power didn't extend to physical strength. Kevin quickly pinned her and wrestled the blow dart out of her hand. He would only have to use a tiny fraction of his own level 7 powers to subdue her. "You chastise me for thinking myself a god," Kevin said, "and yet you believe you have the authority to take another's life." "Don't you see?" Audrey said, a smirk crossing her face. "I had it wrong. My pursuit of human expressionism was in vain. I could never be like the ones who chase stardom, because I already embodied what they were so desperate to become. I am a giant among dwarfs, and a supernova burns brightest at its death." With her other hand, she pulled the bottle of Persian nightshade out of her pocket and chugged it. She calmly laid her head down, waiting for death to claim her. If he had the resources, Kevin would have saved her, but he only had one antidote left, and it was for Aisha. He left the tech booth, allowing the supernova to disintegrate into stardust. He leapt down to the floor and found Aisha where he had hidden her beneath the seats. She had fallen unconscious. He forced the pill into her mouth and waited. "Please wake up," Kevin prayed. Finally, Aisha's eyes fluttered open and Kevin let out a sigh of relief. "It's all over," Kevin told her. "Audrey drank her own poison. I didn't have enough antidote left to save her." "I mean, it's weird that you would even consider using it on her after she killed so many people. But I know you have an innate sense of justice and a reverence for human life," Aisha replied. "I, on the other hand, prefer having that loose end tied up. Good riddance." Kevin helped Aisha to her feet. With the amount of time the poison had been in her system, her muscles were still extremely tense and she struggled to walk. With Kevin supporting her, they made their way out of the planetarium and through the outer rooms of the observatory. As they pushed open the doors to the outside, with Kevin holding up a stumbling Detective Hardin, they found a ring of cops forming a perimeter around the building. Immediately, they raised their weapons and began to yell at Kevin. "Hands up, now! We will shoot!" "No, wait," Aisha yelled. "I'm Detective Aisha Hardin. The serial killer is in the planetarium. She's dead." The cops slowly lowered their weapons, and with the antidote taking hold, Aisha was able to straighten up as the muscle tension subsided. "We should head back to the correctional facility," she suggested. "I normally hate the part of my job that requires paperwork, but after nearly being poisoned to death, I'm rather excited for it." They walked back to Aisha's car. Like most nights in Hollywood, the glittering lights from the city below obscured any view of the stars above. When they arrived at the correctional facility, they found that Lance had been relocated to one of the cells that resembled a luxurious hotel suite.
"Let me guess,"
he said upon seeing Kevin and Detective Hardin's somber faces as they sat down.
"You've come to grovel for forgiveness after harassing me and trying to frame an innocent woman."
"Audrey wasn't innocent," Kevin informed him, "and I'm really sorry to tell you this, Lance, but she's dead." Lance sat in shock for a moment until finally he erupted in fury.
"You killed her! You killed my wife! You framed her for terrible crimes and then killed her so she couldn't prove her innocence! You probably committed the murders yourself!"
"Lance, she had evidence tying her to each of the victims. The evidence was right there in your home and we found it burning in the backyard when we were pursuing her," Kevin countered. "She tried to kill Detective Harden and me and even confessed to the murders. I'm sorry, she just wasn't who you thought she was, and she wasn't going to stop hurting people." One of the correctional facility's security concierges entered the room and announced, "Mr. Reeves, the investigation has been closed. You're free to go." Lance stormed out of the room, but before he turned the corner, he pointed an angry finger at Kevin.
"I won't forget this, Williams. I will avenge my wife."
Kevin sighed as Lance left. "When one loose end is tied up, another one frays," he said to Aisha. "Maybe we should actually get some sleep now," Aisha suggested. They left the cell and started walking back to the entrance, where they passed Helen O'Day, now being released from a cell herself. With Audrey determined to be Penelope's murderer, Helen was no longer being held on charges. She was exonerated. Her eyes narrowed as she saw Kevin. "I bet you think you're the hero," she spat. "But bygones will not be bygones, Kevin. I'm not going to easily forget that you were responsible for me being falsely imprisoned and losing everything I worked for in my entire Hollywood career." Kevin sighed as Helen stormed off. Aisha inched away from him. "You really know how to make enemies, Kevin. I might just not stand so close to you for a little while." "You were right before," Kevin replied. "We both deserve a good night's sleep." As they walked out of the correctional facility, Helen was already driving away in a cab. She quickly dialed her cell. With fire in her eyes, she said, "Dominic, I was just released, and now I want to go back in." Audrey's confession of the murders came amid a rant that led her to commit suicide with a dose of Persian nightshade in her despair. Kevin saved Aisha, and together they returned to the Beverly Hills Correctional Facility, where they broke the news of Audrey's death to her husband Lance Reeves. He refused to believe in Audrey's guilt and vowed revenge on Kevin. Helen O'Day was also released, having been exonerated from Penelope's murder, and she blamed Kevin for her false arrest. When she left the facility, she called Dominic Archer and told him that she wanted back in on his plans.
"Helen, I'm so glad to hear that you've rejoined us in the free world after your time behind bars," Dominic said. "But if there's one thing we've learned during your absence, is that we don't need you. Our plans are already too far along, and Judy Chen, the interim president of Eminent Studios, has proven to be much easier to work with." "You mean easier to control," Helen replied as her blood boiled. "Whatever makes you feel better," Dominic replied dismissively. "But we also need people who can stay below the radar while completing our work that requires, well, let's say it requires coloring outside the lines of the legal system. If you're getting yourself arrested for crimes you didn't even commit, we surely can't trust you to be more hands-on. You create too many messes, Helen, but I'm sure we could always use extra help from the janitorial staff if you want to prove you're also capable of cleaning them up." "How dare you!" Helen yelled indignantly. "Goodbye, Helen," Dominic said. "I wish you luck in all your future endeavors." "Who do you think you are? No one talks to me like—" Helen shouted into empty air. Dominic had already hung up, leaving Helen fuming in the backseat of the cab. Early the next morning, after sleeping off the serial killer manhunt and near-death experience, Kevin called Lily to fill her in on the previous day's events. "Well, I'm glad to hear you're okay," Lily said with relief. "I know I worry, but I also know I should never worry. It's wasted energy because you always manage to succeed, my adored husband." "I need to be more diligent about keeping a full stock of supplies on me at all times," Kevin said, overcome with self-blame. "I should have had enough ingredients with me to give Audrey an antidote." "Kevin, you can't save everyone," Lily assured him, "especially the people who don't want to be saved, and who maybe don't deserve to be saved. There are plenty of people out there who want to embrace life and want your help when you offer it. They're the ones you should focus on." "You're right," Kevin replied. Suddenly, his phone beeped to indicate another incoming call. Kevin saw Jericho on the caller ID. "Lily, I'll have to call you back," Kevin said reluctantly. "Jericho's calling, and he's never awake this early without a good reason."
Just remember to give yourself some grace, Lily replied. You can't be all things to all people. I love you. I love you too, Kevin replied. He then switched over to the other line. Hey, Jericho, everything okay?
Far from it, Jericho replied. Laura Winkler's cabin in Napa is under attack. We have to go there now.
Kevin immediately scrambled into a change of clothes after all of the threats and assaults inflicted upon the Cleopatra crew. Kevin had arranged for editor Laura Winkler to do her work in a remote cabin surrounded by 24/7 radiant security. But now, even that amount of planning and precaution was being proven insufficient. Kevin called for a private jet and met Jericho at the airport. This was the only downside to sending Laura so far from Hollywood, Kevin thought as he nervously checked his watch every few minutes during the flight. When they arrived at the villa, they found the property littered with wounded Radiance guards. Kevin quickly distributed recovery pills and asked one of the soldiers what had happened.
Sergio led the attack, the guard replied. We had welcomed him into the hold, thought we had built trust with him, but he only infiltrated the Radiance to get information.
Kevin cursed himself. When Sergio had come to him asking to switch sides, Kevin had given him the benefit of the doubt. Now he realized that all he had done was given Sergio another opportunity to terrorize his crew and sabotage their film. He should have seen the double cross coming. He promised Laura he'd keep her safe, but due to his lack of vigilance, he had failed her. Is Laura still inside? Kevin asked.
I think so.
Kevin and Jericho rushed through the front door to find Laura sitting in the corner, shaking. Laura, I'm so sorry, Kevin exclaimed. Are you hurt? I'm fine, Laura replied shakily. But I'm sorry, Kevin. I'm not cut out for this. I tried to protect the film reels, but it all happened so suddenly. I didn't even get a chance to hide them. They ripped them right out of my hands. You don't need to apologize, Kevin assured her. As long as you're okay, that's what's most important. I should have done more to protect you. I don't know why these guys are so intent on stealing this movie, Laura said. But from what I've seen, it's really great, Kevin. I really appreciate having you on the team, Laura, Kevin replied. I'm sure you did incredible work. We're going to get the film back. All you need to do is rest. Kevin and Jericho got in their rental car and drove back toward the airport.
Why is Sergio still doing this? Jericho asked. Didn't he only care about helping Atticus Davel?
I think he blames me for Atticus's death, so now it's about vengeance, Kevin replied. He said he didn't care about helping Eminence Studios before, but he's probably helping them now. When they landed in Hollywood, they immediately drove to the Radiance compound in Malibu.
One of our analysts, Jaden Parks, has been gathering reconnaissance on Sergio, Jericho explained.
Then let's meet with him, Kevin replied. They met Jaden, a young but talented Radiance member, in one of the campus's war rooms. What do you have for us, Jaden? Kevin asked. As I'm sure you've already guessed, Sergio has reteamed with Eminence, Jaden explained. After returning to Hollywood following the Napa ambush, he went straight to the studio lot, which is now heavily guarded by Stuntmen's Guild members. They'll definitely be on the lookout for you. They probably have wanted posters with your face on them at each gate. To retrieve the film, you'll have to get on the lot undetected. No one's gonna call a drive-on for you. Well, that's concerning to hear, but definitely helpful to know. Good work, Jaden, Kevin replied.
So, how are you gonna get on the lot? Jericho asked. Should we send a team on your behalf?
No, it has to be me, Kevin replied. And if we use brute force, whoever is guarding the film reels will be alerted with enough time to move them. We'll have to be more stealthy.
So what do you have in mind? Jericho prodded.
Kevin winced. It's not ideal, but we know the hieroglyphics used by Eminence are used for mind control. If we flash them at the guards, we can just compel them to let us through.
Are you sure that will work? Jericho asked.
We'll have to test it out, Kevin replied. He grabbed a piece of paper and drew the 3 symbols from memory. He then took a picture and texted it to Laura, asking her to cut together a short video of the image repeatedly flashing. It took her barely any time, and a few minutes later she sent the video back to Kevin. Jaden, do I have your permission? Kevin asked. Sure, Jaden replied nervously. Kevin pressed play on the video and held the phone up to Jaden. In a matter of seconds, his eyes glazed over.
"Jaden, take a sip of water," Kevin instructed. Jaden picked up the glass next to him and did as told. "Jaden, walk around the table and sit back down," Kevin added. Eyes still glazed, Jaden stood up and circled the room. Kevin set the phone down and Jaden's eyes remained glazed over.
"Do you know how to snap him out of it?"
Jericho asked. "Hopefully I can figure it out," Kevin replied. He fished through a satchel and pulled out a vial of ammonia solution, the strongest smelling salts available. He held the vial under Jaden's nose and suddenly he blinked his eyes back into focus. "Wow, that was so strange," Jaden said. "It was like I was floating in my own mind. I had no control over my movements." "Thank you for helping us with that, Jaden," Kevin said. In truth, he felt really uncomfortable with the idea of controlling anyone's mind, but he supposed that Sergio and the stuntmen had left him with no other options. "Eminence is intent on using our film for mind control," Kevin said. "It's time for us to turn the tables." Though Kevin put film editor Laura Winkler in a safe house guarded by his Radiance team, deceitful Sergio and the Stuntmen's Guild attacked it and stole the Cleopatra film reels, which were now stashed at Eminence Studios behind a fleet of Stuntmen Guild's members. Kevin concocted a way to use the mind control hieroglyphics to dupe the stuntmen into handling him the film reels. And now Kevin and his ally Jericho are heading to Eminence to carry out their mission. Kevin and Jericho drove to the Eminence lot with nothing but the hieroglyphics video and a prayer. When they reached the gate, the Stuntmen's Guild member in the guard booth saw Kevin and immediately reached for a radio. But before he could make the call, Kevin held up his phone and played the video so that it mesmerized the stuntman. The guard's eyes glazed over and Kevin, with Jericho by his side, instructed him to let them on the lot. They immediately saw dozens of Stuntmen's Guild members patrolling the lot, so Kevin parked the car in the first available spot so that they could more easily sneak around. Creeping in the shadows around the backs of the buildings, Kevin and Jericho made their way across the lot to the editing building. During the time that they had been shooting in Cairo, the building had been repaired after it was almost totally destroyed in the fire set by Helen O'Day. The two men snuck through the halls, hiding in doorways anytime they saw a stuntman patrolling. Kevin already knew how to get to the editing bays that had previously been mysteriously locked. When they made their way through the maze of hallways and entered the room, the editor swiveled in his chair and, seeing Kevin, opened his mouth to yell for help. Kevin held up his phone and the video with the hieroglyphics edited into it had the same effect as it had on the first guard. This man became dazed and docile and open to all of Kevin's directions and instructions. "Go on your lunch break and don't tell anyone we're here," Kevin ordered the editor. With glazed and vacant eyes, the editor left the room and Kevin closed the door behind him. They saw portions of the Cleopatra film strips laid across a table in the center of the room. Kevin could see that Eminence Studios editors had already begun to splice in frames of the dark hieroglyphics. "Let's get out of here," Kevin said to Jericho as he collected all the film strips. They returned to the door only to find that it had been locked from the outside. Suddenly, an intercom in the room came to life and Dominic Archer's voice blared through.
"I bet you think you were pretty slick, didn't you, Kevin?" Dominic said mockingly. "You think I can't tell when someone has been compromised by our own mind control methods? You should have known that I don't give my workers lunch breaks." Kevin glanced around the room, which he quickly realized lacked windows. They were fully trapped. "You always insist on making things so difficult, Kevin," Dominic continued. "Maybe someday you'll learn, but you'll likely never get the chance again." Suddenly, green gas began to seep through the vents. Kevin immediately began to feel drowsy and started moving as quickly as he was able to grab a simple concoction of smelling salts from his satchel. But it was too late. Kevin fell to the ground unconscious. Kevin awoke and found himself strapped into a chair in a screening room next to Jericho. He yanked his hands to pull the shackles free and was surprised to find that he couldn't make them budge. Suddenly, Dominic's face appeared on the screen.
The face shocked Kevin. He had known Dominic ever since the two were rising business moguls in Chicago, and they had been friendly rivals at first, before Kevin's success as an herbalist and then as the winner of the Epic Clash and a pharmaceuticals company owner. Though Kevin knew that Dominic and his sister Gwen, the real estate mogul who also grew to envy Kevin's success, had both fallen under the sway of Kevin's biggest enemy, Vincent Reeves, and they had done Vincent's dirty work for him in the upper and lower realms, he didn't realize that Dominic was the puppet master of Eminence's mind control plot. And he was also shocked to see that Dominic now also looked like a menacing foe. Dominic had 4 parallel scars across his face that were left after Kevin battled Dominic in the lower realm for the soul of Walter, the second child whom Kevin and his allies Brett and Katja found and took to the upper realm to be a candidate for the role of gatekeeper. Dominic relished having Kevin as his captive after years of simmering about Kevin's rise in Chicago and then in Hollywood, where Dominic and Gwen vowed to topple him from his perch. "We've developed metals secure enough to resist even leveled strength. Do you like them?" Dominic said while smirking from behind his 4 scars. Jericho, also overtaken by the green grass and a captive as well, glanced nervously at Kevin. He had never seen anything able to overpower Kevin's strength. "You've been knocked out for 3 days," Dominic continued, "so I admit we may have done more cognitive damage than we intended. You might not have the capabilities to throw me into a power source and fry my face anymore like you did when we battled in the lower realm for the soul of Walter the Weirdo." Kevin was indeed feeling out of sorts, so he was going to use his words carefully. He didn't quite understand Dominic's involvement with Eminence and why he'd be behind mind control, or even why Dominic's and Gwen's hatred of him had grown to the point that they would align with someone as immoral as Vincent Reeves. And he was going to be careful about getting to the truth at the core of the ongoing, nearly deadly battle. "Dominic, listen to reason," Kevin urged. "It's unnecessary for Eminence to resort to such drastic tactics just to get audiences to like a movie. Cleopatra can stand on its own, and even if people don't like it, that's fine. It's their choice, and I'll reimburse Eminence for any losses on their financial investment in the movie." Dominic laughed. "When did you start thinking so small, Kevin? Do you think all of this effort is to break box office records? Eminence and the film are merely tools for a much larger plan." "And what is that plan?" Kevin asked wearily. "The plan is to brainwash the population so that they have a devoted obedience not seen since the great Vizier of Egypt," Dominic replied. "We'll have the world at our command." Suddenly, it all clicked into place for Kevin. "You're working for the Pinnacle," he said. "That's right," Dominic replied. "History is written by the victors, and I've assured myself a place on the right side." "I never took you for a guy willing to work as an underling," Kevin taunted. Dominic raised an eyebrow. "You have no idea the knowledge I've attained, the contributions I've made, or the power I have. When the Vizier's lamp was recovered and the dark symbols revealed, we knew it was destiny. We were meant to find it to discover the means of executing our great mission. You're right that you've made a movie that can stand on its own at the box office. You've done us a great service, Kevin. Millions will see it, and after they fall under the spell of the Vizier's hieroglyphics, the world will be ours for the taking." "I won't let that happen," Kevin insisted. "I will stop you." "Oh, you're already too late," Dominic replied offhandedly. "We've already scheduled premieres around the globe, starting with Los Angeles, tonight. Don't worry, we already took the liberty of inviting your friends and family and your lovely wife, of course. We wouldn't want them to miss out on experiencing the fruits of your labor." At the mention of Lily, Kevin couldn't help himself from struggling in vain against his shackles. "You won't be able to attend, of course," Dominic said mockingly. "So we've arranged a special early screening for you. It's only fair. I hope you enjoy the show, though I of course know you will. I'll command it." Dominic flicked off the screen and 2 stuntmen entered the room. They put clamps around Kevin and Jericho's heads to keep them facing forward and their eyes forced open. There would be no looking away from the screen and the mind-altering images flickering in front of their eyes. The movie began, and as Kevin saw the warm-colored deserts of Cairo, he couldn't help but feel devastated that all of their work had come to this. Suddenly, the screen switched from the movie to the dark hieroglyphics that Kevin now knew so well, images that were combined with rapidly flashing and blinking lights. A hypnotic voice came through the speakers. "Your mind is no longer your own. It belongs to Pinnacle. When you hear the words, 'Pinnacle demands it,' you must obey." "Jericho, resist!" Kevin yelled. But his encouragement was in vain. Jericho's body stopped struggling against his restraints as his eyes glazed over. Kevin had already been subjected to the mind control symbols before when he watched the camera test he found in Helen's office. He had managed to resist it then, and once again he fought the battle within his own mind against the invading influence. For 2 hours, the movie continued with the hieroglyphics interspersed throughout. It was excruciating, but Kevin continued to resist the mental parasite trying to take control. Finally, the movie ended, and Kevin realized with great relief that he had successfully retained control of his mind. But he realized now that his only move was to pretend that the hieroglyphics had been successful. He forced himself to stare ahead with unfocused eyes. Dominic's face reappeared on screen. "Check them," he instructed the stuntmen. They removed the head and eye clamps attached to Kevin and Jericho. "Look left. Pinnacle demands it," one of the stuntmen instructed. Kevin did as he was told. They gave a few more basic commands, having Kevin and Jericho stand, walk around, and do jumping jacks. On screen, Dominic sneered and said, "Kevin, punch Jericho in the face. Pinnacle demands it." Kevin had never resented Dominic more than in that moment, but he couldn't show it. He did as told, pulling his punch as much as he thought he could get away with it. Jericho took the punch without a reaction. "Good boy," Dominic said mockingly. "Gentlemen, please escort our guests of honor to the premiere. Our work is almost complete." The screen went dark, and as soon as the stuntmen approached, Kevin sprang into attack mode. Dominic Archer confirmed that he was working for the Pinnacle, and that the ancient hieroglyphics would be used for global mind control so that the Pinnacle could topple the Foundation. Kevin and Jericho were forced to watch the Cleopatra film with the hieroglyphics edited into them, and though Jericho succumbed to the symbols, Kevin was able to resist. Kevin pretended the mind control had worked while Dominic instructed the stuntmen guards to escort them to the global premiere screenings, which was that night. Once Dominic was no longer watching, Kevin attacked the guards. The guards were caught unprepared, and though they were leveled, they weren't a match for Kevin. He slammed their heads together, knocking them out. Suddenly, Dominic's Archer voice came over the intercom. "Jericho, attack Kevin," Dominic ordered. "Pinnacle demands it." Damn it, Kevin thought. He had thought Dominic was no longer watching. Jericho charged at Kevin, and Kevin dodged his attacks, not wanting to retaliate, while Jericho, his friend and ally when not under the sway of mind control, was fighting against his will. "Jericho, snap out of it," Kevin implored. "You can resist this." Remembering that smelling salts had woken the other Radiance member from the trance, Kevin searched for a satchel to retrieve more of them. But his satchel was nowhere to be seen. "They must have taken it somewhere after the gas knocked me out," Kevin thought. Having no other choice, Kevin switched to offense, overpowering Jericho, forcing him back into the chair and locking the shackles over Jericho's wrists. As Jericho squirmed against the shackles, still trying to lunge at Kevin, Kevin said, "Sit tight, Jericho. I just need to find my satchel." He rushed out of the room. Over at the legendary Egyptian Theater in Hollywood, the Cleopatra the Last Queen premiere red carpet was in full swing. Madame Spatzel wore a modern interpretation of Cleopatra's wardrobe, which essentially amounted to a crop-top version of her coronation costume. She spoke to a reporter on the carpet, saying, "Yes, it was very natural for me to step into the shoes of the Egyptian queen. I might have even been her in a past life." The reporter swooned as he drank up Madame Spatzel's words, which had the feel of truth, rather than mere jabber for the purpose of promoting the film. Farther down the carpet, Ryder was asked for his thoughts on his co-star Audrey Galanis being revealed as a serial killer. "As long as no one thinks I killed anyone anymore, I'm fine with it," Ryder replied. Ryder was an actor after all and didn't much care about the needs or activities of anyone other than himself. Laura Winkler, the film editor, skipped the red carpet entirely and rushed into the theater, not wanting to take any chances after being attacked in any way yet again. At the edge of the carpet, Lily, holding her baby bump protectively, was feeling nervous. "Where's Kevin?" she asked, scanning for him everywhere. "He's not answering his phone." "Showing up fashionably late to his own premiere," Dorothy, Kevin's mother-in-law, who never had anything good to say about him, replied as she rolled her eyes. "Always knew he was a diva." Lily walked over to Eminent Studios' current president, Judy Chen, who was standing by the entrance to greet the most important guests. "Hi, Judy," Lily said. "Do you know where Kevin is?" "Who are you?" Judy asked, barely looking at her. "Kevin's wife, Lily. We met at Hearst Castle," she replied, annoyed at what she was sure was an intentional snub. Judy sighed. "Lily, as you can see, a premiere is a rather busy occasion for a studio president. I can't be expected to keep tabs on your husband, but considering what a control freak he's been about this movie, I'm sure he'll show up at any moment now to complain about the seating arrangements or something." Lily forced a fake smile. "Thanks for your help, Judy," she said dryly, and she returned to the rest of her group, which included Kevin's parents, Alan and Susan, who were beaming with pride at their son's accomplishments. Judy glared at Lily's back as she walked away. Back at the Eminent Studios lot, Kevin raced through the halls of the editing building, trying to think where his satchel could have been taken. Might as well start with the president's office, he thought. But as he began sprinting across the lot, he was intercepted by Sergio, with a squadron of stuntmen guild members behind him. Sergio held up Kevin's satchel. "Looking for this?" he said with a smirk. "What happened to wanting to be a better person?" Kevin asked. "I'm sure your mother would disapprove." "You're so naive, Kevin," Sergio replied with a laugh. "Do I look like someone who was raised by a woman with morals? I made that story up. My mother hasn't gone to church since she stole a collection plate from Vatican City in 1982. "The apple doesn't fall far from the tree, I guess," Kevin replied. "You're clearly not interested in settling this with diplomacy. So let's be done with this once and for all." "Gladly," Sergio replied. "Get him, men," Sergio ordered. The stuntmen charged, and, outnumbered 50-1 and without the benefit of his satchel, Kevin decided that fighting out in the open wouldn't give him his best odds. He needed more hiding places and props to take advantage of. Kevin sprinted to the nearest soundstage, unsure of what he would find inside. He was quite pleased to see that he had stumbled onto the set of a medieval castle. The stuntmen streamed into the building while Kevin ran around the back of the castle and up the plywood steps. Running back toward the front of the set, he released the drawbridge, dropping it on 20 of the stuntmen. The remaining stuntmen began scaling the walls, and Kevin ran up the steps to the highest part of the set. He found a toolbox that had been left behind by a crew member and began chucking hammers, wrenches, and drills over the wall, nailing the stuntmen in the head and knocking them backward to the floor. A few of the stuntmen made it past the assault and closed in on Kevin in the distant turret. Kevin picked up a handful of sawdust and tossed it at the face of the first stuntman, blinding him. He then held a series of nails between his fingers like Wolverine, delivering incapacitating punches and scratches to the next stuntman who arrived. Finally, he was down to one last attacker. The stuntman approached, cracking his knuckles. "Doesn't look like you have any weapons left," the stuntman said haughtily. He charged at Kevin, but Kevin simply knelt down and heaved the stuntman over his shoulder, throwing him over the side of the turret and crashing onto the concrete floor below. Kevin heard a slow clap and looked down in front of the castle where Sergio was left to see the result of Kevin's destruction. "Very impressive, Kevin," Sergio said mockingly, "but you're not the real king of the castle." "I've defeated you many times now," Kevin replied. "What makes you think I can't do it again?" "Because this time you don't have this," Sergio replied. He held up Kevin's satchel and tossed it behind him. He then pulled out a knife from a holster in his belt and marched over the drawbridge, further crushing the downed stuntmen who had laid underneath it. Kevin considered his options. He ran back down the plywood steps at the back of the set and around the side of the castle. Weird that a stuntman would forget that this isn't an actual stone castle, he thought. Sergio realized his mistake and sprinted back across the drawbridge, but Kevin slid on his knees towards his satchel and retrieved the night dagger just as Sergio reached him. Kevin usually had the night dagger hanging from his belt or in a pocket, but he had stashed it in his trusty satchel when first encountering Dominic Archer's threatening words, thinking it would be best to hide it from his fiendish foe. Kevin held up the dagger as Sergio tried to strike, and their blades clashed against each other. Still crouched on the floor, Kevin swiped his leg, knocking Sergio's feet out from underneath him. Sergio deftly rolled into a backward somersault and popped back up onto his feet. Kevin jumped up into a standing position, and both men held their daggers in front of them. "How many times do we need to parry like this?" Kevin asked. "This will be the last time," Sergio replied. He tried to surprise Kevin by launching toward him on his knees and slashing at the femoral artery in Kevin's thigh. Kevin hurtled over him, and once again they turned and faced each other. Finally coming to the conclusion that Sergio would never give up, Kevin charged. Given that Kevin normally opted for defensive maneuvers, Sergio was caught off guard by the change in tactic. He held out his dagger, and Kevin made contact. They parried and clanged their knives against each other, engaging in a sword fight with 8-inch blades. Sergio had been caught on his heels, and over the course of their fight, Kevin slowly backed him into the corner of the soundstage. Finally, Sergio felt his back literally against the wall. From a distance of about 5 feet away, Kevin held his dagger in front of him. "Last chance, Sergio. You have nowhere to go. Surrender." In a desperate final move, Sergio chucked his knife at Kevin's head. Kevin dodged the throw, leaving Sergio pinned and defenseless. "I gave you so many chances, Sergio," Kevin said with the tone of a disappointed father. He stepped forward and plunged the night dagger into Sergio's heart. Sergio had the stuntmen chase Kevin onto a soundstage that housed a medieval castle set, and there Kevin battled and defeated more than 50 stuntmen. He then faced off with Sergio one last time and cornered him against the wall. When it became clear that Sergio would never surrender to Kevin, Kevin plunged the night dagger into the longtime enemy's heart. Sergio's eyes bulged as he glanced down at the blade piercing his chest. He looked back at Kevin in shock, almost in stunned respect that Kevin actually went through with it. "It didn't have to end this way," Kevin said quietly. "Sure it did," Sergio sputtered while coughing up blood. "But you have nothing to fight for. The only thing left is to fight against the ones who do." He took one last gasping breath before his chest rose for the last time. It was a tragic final confession that Sergio truly had no purpose other than being an adversary, and Kevin wasn't going to waste precious seconds mourning him. He grabbed his satchel and sprinted back toward the editing building. When he re-entered the editing bay, Jericho once again began thrashing against his restraints, still compelled by Dominic's order to attack Kevin. Kevin grabbed the special brew of smelling salts he'd made from a satchel and waved them under Jericho's nose. Finally, Jericho fell still and blinked the trance out of his eyes. "I'm sorry I attacked you, Kevin," he said urgently. "I really didn't want to." "I know. There's no need to explain," Kevin assured him. "All that matters is that we get to the premiere in time." He went to work undoing Jericho's shackles. At the Egyptian Theater, the audience had taken their seats and erupted into applause as Judy Chen, the Eminent Studios president, walked to the front of the auditorium. with an expression of graciousness that anyone who knew her well could tell was as fake as one of the sets built on the studio's backlot, Judy waited for the applause to die down. "Thank you, everyone. Thank you for joining us tonight on this most historic occasion, the world premiere of Cleopatra, the Last Queen." The audience rewarded the movie title with another round of applause. "I've been a part of many films in my 20 years in this industry," Judy continued, "but I am not exaggerating when I say that this one may truly be the most special. I can assure you that this movie will capture your imagination like no other. You won't be able to take your eyes off the screen. So without further ado, Eminence Studios presents Cleopatra, the Last Queen." The crowd applauded as Judy walked toward the back of the theater, where she put on a pair of heavily tinted goggles. As the lights dimmed, Lily's phone began to vibrate. She pulled it out of her purse and saw that it was Kevin calling. Lily sent the call to voicemail and quickly texted, "Where are you? The movie is about to begin." Within seconds, Kevin responded, "Lily, get out of the theater, now." She was confused, but if there was one person Lily would always trust, it was Kevin. She stood from her seat and began to walk up the aisle to the theater exit, scanning the crowd for Dorothy and Alan and Susan and her other friends and family whom Lily also knew Kevin would want to get out of the theater, for whatever mysterious reason he had. But then the opening notes of Mia Gonzalez's booming score grabbed her attention. Lily turned back toward the screen where the hieroglyphic symbols had begun to flash. She couldn't peel her eyes away. Kevin and Jericho sprinted into the theater lobby as they heard the first notes of the score for the movie playing through the closed doors. "We're too late," Jericho cried as his face fell. "We can't give up," Kevin replied with steely intensity. "The people in there need us." Since Kevin hadn't heard from Lily again after telling her to leave, he knew she must still be in there with the rest of the audience, with his parents, Alan and Susan, and even with Dorothy. Kevin ran up the steps to the projector booth and Jericho quickly followed. When they threw open the door, the projectionist yelled, "Hey!" But Kevin put him in a chokehold while Jericho flipped off the projector. The screen went dark, and while this would normally cause an audience to erupt in a state of confusion, in the theater below there was only still silence. Warily, Kevin and Jericho entered the theater, where the crowd all continued facing the screen, now locked in an eerie trance. Judy took off her goggles and laughed as Kevin ran to Lily's side. "You're too late," Judy said mockingly. "The process is irreversible." Kevin's heart broke as he looked into his intelligent, compassionate, and lively wife's blank stare. "I know you're still in there, Lily," Kevin said as he fished through his satchel. He held the smelling salts up to her nose, but nothing happened. "Why isn't it working?" Jericho asked. "As soon as you put that near me, it cut straight through the fog." Kevin was confused, devastated. The smelling salts had worked immediately for Jericho and the other Radiance members. "But you both have high levels that are still being used in an intentional and focused manner, which Lily and the rest of those here do not," Kevin realized. "You probably already had a heightened ability to fend off the mind control. We need to come up with something stronger to wake up everyone who doesn't have levels." Judy rolled her eyes. "You're always so dramatic, Kevin, and pretty egotistical if I do say so myself. Do you honestly think you can overpower an ancient method that was honed and preserved over thousands of years? I'll guess I'll at least enjoy watching you try." Loudly to the room, she announced, "Attack Kevin and Jericho. Pinnacle demands it." Suddenly, Lily looked at Kevin with a vicious anger he had never seen in her eyes before. He scrambled to his feet next to Jericho in the aisle, and all around them the crowd began to advance, following Judy's orders. "We can't hurt these people, Kevin," Jericho said as they closed in on all sides. "This isn't what they want." "You're right," Kevin replied, matching Judy's volume. He yelled, "Return to your seats. Pinnacle demands it." The new command abruptly took over and the crowd retreated. Undeterred, Judy once again announced, "Rip him to shreds. Pinnacle demands it." Like they were playing a demented game of Simon Says, the crowd once again reversed course and stalked toward Kevin and Jericho. Fine. We'll see how she likes it, Kevin said through gritted teeth. Loudly, he announced, "Attack Judy Chen." Staring Judy dead in the eyes, he added, "Pinnacle demands it." Judy's eyes widened, but Kevin knew it was only a matter of seconds before she'd send the crowd back in his direction again. "I'm going to have to take her down myself," he thought. But the throngs of zombified audience members now stood between them, and just as they were about to close in on her, Judy once again commanded that they attack Kevin instead. As the audience set their murderous sights on Kevin for another round in this ongoing battle, Kevin noticed Madame Spatzel at the front of the pack. Praying his hypothesis about leveled resistance to mind control was correct, he held the smelling salts under her nose. Madame Spatzel sharply inhaled and shook herself out of the trance. She gripped Kevin's arms in relief. "Oh, Kevin," she cried. "There was a voice in my head telling me what to do. I did not care for it." "I don't think any of these people do," Kevin replied. "I need you to help me to keep the audience at bay until I can subdue Judy. And take this," he added, handing her the smelling salts. "This will wake up Jabari. I know he's in the audience somewhere. Find him." Madame Spatzel nodded and darted into the crowd. Kevin and Jericho's numbers would now grow from 2 to 4, but it still wasn't enough to counter the hundreds of audience members, especially when he couldn't in good conscience actually harm any of them. Through the crowd, Kevin saw Judy backing toward the theater doors. The audience closed in around Kevin following their orders to attack. Fortunately, the mind control couldn't increase anyone's fighting ability, so Kevin quickly realized that they would pose no physical threat to him, but they were slowing him down and letting Judy get away. "Step aside! Pinnacle demands it!" he yelled, and slowly but surely the crowd carved a pathway for him as he continued to repeat the order. Up ahead, Judy pushed through the theater doors, and as she crossed the lobby, she frantically dialed her cell. "Dominic," Judy yelled into the phone, "Kevin is here and he's ruining everything!" On the other end of the line, Dominic Archer could barely contain his anger that Kevin had not only managed to escape, but had now gone on the attack. "You assured me that you'd be able to handle this, Judy," Dominic growled. "But I made arrangements in the event you'd prove to be incompetent. I'll send in the cavalry." Judy ordered the crowd at the Cleopatra premiere, who were now under the sway of the Pinnacle's mind control hieroglyphics, to attack Kevin. He tried to stop the attack by giving orders of his own, but it was clear that he wouldn't have a chance to end the mind control until he subdued Judy. He used the smelling salts to wake Madame Spatzel and Jabari, who had levels and thus were prone to the powers of the salts, and Kevin then chased Judy into the lobby. Judy called Dominic Archer for help, and he said he would send in the cavalry. Kevin caught up to Judy just as she was exiting the lobby doors. He grabbed her and slammed her against the glass. "Give me one reason I shouldn't kill you," he growled. Judy laughed. "Because that wouldn't get you what you want. That wouldn't release these people from their mental prison. And don't you claim to be above the pettiness of vengeance and greed like the rest of us? Tell me how to release them," Kevin yelled as he once again pushed her into the door. "You can't stop what's coming, Kevin," Judy said with an eerie calm. "You must know that even you have limits. Pinnacle will win." She glanced upward toward the sound of approaching helicopters and smiled. Understanding that Judy was truly beyond reason, Kevin pushed into the pressure points in her carotid arteries, forcing her to fall unconscious. Over the Hollywood rooftops, Kevin could now see the approaching battalion of helicopters. He had a feeling these weren't just stuntmen or secluded valley assassins. At this juncture, on the precipice of executing their master plan, the Pinnacle would be sending their own guards. Kevin sprinted back into the theater, where the entrance crowd waited for their next command. Only Jericho, Madame Spatzel, and Jabari, the animal wrangler, were alert. "Pinnacle guards are incoming," Kevin told them urgently. To the crowd, he yelled, "Barricade the theater doors. Pinnacle demands it." The audience silently obeyed and began stacking couches, tables, and even popcorn machines from the lobby up against the doors. On the other side of the glass, Kevin could see Pinnacle guards begin to descend from rope ladders hanging down from the helicopters. He pulled aside Jericho, Madam Spatzel, and Jabari, the only leveled members of the audience, who were thus able to be taken out of the grips of the mind control hieroglyphics by Kevin's potion of smelling salts.
That furniture isn't going to be able to hold off the Pinnacle for long, Jericho observed.
You're right, Kevin agreed. What we need is to wake everyone up. Mirenhor said he broke the trance over the Vizier's army by using his own symbols, but I don't know what they were. Madam Spatzel rolled her eyes. If some dead guy without Google could figure it out, I'm sure you can. Her casual tone undermined the extraordinary circumstances, but if there was any moment that Kevin could use Madam Spatzel's blind confidence, it was now. Suddenly, they heard a loud bang as Pinnacle guards started heaving a battering ram against the theater doors. The stack of furniture shuddered. You know what, Madam Spatzel? Kevin said. You're right. I'll figure this out.
We'll hold them off,
Jericho insisted, glancing toward the entrance as the battering ram began to splinter the doors. Kevin ran into the projection booth and locked himself inside. He grabbed a Sharpie and some computer paper and forced himself to think. Mirenhor had to come up with the right symbols. If he was trying to reverse what had already been done, he might have started by creating symbols that represented the opposite meanings. On the other side of the door, he heard the lobby doors finally burst open as Pinnacle guards, yelling out directions, streamed into the lobby. I have to work fast, Kevin thought. The first of the dark symbols was the chain. That one should be easy enough, Kevin thought as he drew a broken chain. From there, things weren't as clear-cut. Next was the all-seeing eye over the pyramid. Instead of being controlled by an eye from above, Kevin thought, they should be empowered by the eye within. He drew the all-seeing eye at the center of the pyramid. Finally, there was the lizard. What's the opposite of a lizard? Kevin thought. It occurred to Kevin that the symbol probably wasn't referring to a literal lizard. The chains and all-seeing eye served as metaphors for the means of mind control. A lizard as a metaphor for the mind. The lizard brain, Kevin thought. The lizard brain refers to the most rudimentary parts of the brain, the parts wired for survival. Humankind was distinguished itself from other species by evolving its mental capacity beyond the fulfillment of these most basic needs. That must be the part of the brain that the mind control is overriding, Kevin thought. Left with no other ideas, Kevin drew a man as the final symbol. As he continued to hear crashes and screams in the lobby below, Kevin pulled the film strip out of the projector. He located the frames with hieroglyphics and drew his new versions over top. After repeating the process a few times, he fed the frames through the projector so they'd repeat on a loop. I really hope this works, Kevin thought. He located an intercom button that allowed for announcements to be made throughout the theater. Enter the auditorium and watch the screen, Kevin said into the microphone. Pinnacle demands it. In the lobby, the entranced audience mobilized toward the auditorium doors.
Stop them,
the lead Pinnacle guard yelled. The Pinnacle soldiers tried various tactics to prevent the audience from leaving the lobby. Some tried to block the doorways, but Jericho and Jabari fought them off long enough for at least a few of the audience members to sneak through. The lead Pinnacle guard tried to demand that the audience members abandon the theater, but Madam Spatzel emitted a piercing high note that drowned out the rote order of Pinnacle demands it. As the first few audience members made their way into the auditorium, Kevin watched as they stood transfixed by the flashing hieroglyphics on the screen. Finally, they began to blink and look around in confusion.
What happened?
Someone asked. It worked, Kevin thought with elation and great relief. Into the microphone he said, help the other audience members into the auditorium. They need to see the screen. As the audience members began helping each other into the auditorium, Kevin was free to take on the Pinnacle. Jericho, Jabari, and Madam Spatzel were successfully keeping them away from the auditorium doors, but his allies in this battle against the legendary skills of the Pinnacle were still outnumbered. From the second floor where he had stepped out of the projector booth, Kevin spotted a massive chandelier hanging above the fight on the lobby floor. "Jericho, clear out!" Kevin yelled. Jericho looked up and shoved Jabari and Madam Spatzel out of the way just as Kevin leapt onto the chandelier, bringing it crashing to the ground on top of a gang of Pinnacle soldiers. The Pinnacle leader saw Kevin enter the fray and a smirk crossed his face.
"I was hoping I'd get to be the one to take you out,"
he sneered as he marched across the room. But Kevin pulled out the best weapon in his arsenal, the video of the hieroglyphics that film editor Laura Winkler had sent to his phone. Kevin held up the flashing image and watched as the Pinnacle leader's eyes glazed over. "Call off your men and leave the theater," Kevin said calmly. "Pinnacle demands it."
"X Squad, roll out,"
the Pinnacle leader announced obediently. Kevin, Jericho, Jabari, and Madam Spatzel looked at each other with relief as the Pinnacle soldiers exited the theater.
"Did that really work?"
Jericho asked. "Let's go see," Kevin replied. They stepped into the auditorium where the audience was milling about in a state of confusion. Kevin pushed through the crowd until finally he found Lily. "Lily, thank God!" Kevin cried, throwing his arms around her. "Kevin," Lily replied, still seemingly in a state of shock. "What's happening? No one understands what's going on." Seeing all the people within earshot and knowing it wasn't beneficial to have too many people know how close they'd come to falling under the control of the evil Pinnacle, Kevin replied with a somewhat humorous twist on the events. "There was a major projector malfunction. You should go back to the house and get some rest. I'll tell you about it after I clean up here." "Okay," Lily nodded. "I'll see you back at the house." Lily escorted Dorothy, Alan, and Susan away, but Dorothy couldn't help herself and had to get in the last word.
"That movie was terrible, Kevin."
It didn't surprise Kevin that even amid near-fatal chaos Kevin averted, his mother-in-law had to twist a figurative knife into his back. He returned to more important matters. "Let's meet in the projector booth," Kevin whispered to Jericho. As the audience streamed out of the theater in a state of confusion, Kevin, Jericho, Jabari, and Madam Spatzel gathered in the booth.
"How are you going to clean up this one?"
Jericho asked. "First, I'll have my social media maven, Olivia Rafferty, put out a statement," Kevin replied. "Something about a faulty projector causing a mass epileptic event. But in terms of this," he continued, indicating the film reel, "this movie has been the source of a lot of pain and conflict. And tonight it almost crossed the point of no return. I may have no choice but to destroy it."
"Kevin, you can't,"
Jabari immediately interjected. "Kevin, if you cut one frame from this movie, I will kill you myself," Madam Spatzel added.
"A lot of people worked really hard on this, Kevin," Jericho chimed in. "And you know the film is great. It deserves to be seen."
Kevin looked around at his friends who had all done so much for the movie and for all of his missions along the way. He couldn't let them down. "Okay," Kevin relented. "I'll make sure Cleopatra gets the premiere it deserves, but it might take a little time. Be patient." Everyone cheered and Madam Spatzel pulled out a flask of tequila from her dress. Across town in a shadowy office, beads of sweat formed on Dominic Archer's forehead as he engaged in a very unpleasant phone conversation.
"I swear, I did everything I could," he pleaded into the phone. "I know I can do better. I can take Kevin out. Just give me another chance." "We thought you knew better by now, Dominic," the ominous voice on the other end replied. "Pinnacle doesn't believe in second chances. We will find someone more capable of executing our vision, and when we do invade, we won't forget your mistake."
Kevin was able to reverse the powers of mind control the Pinnacle had inserted into the Cleopatra film, which was the beginning of that evil sex plan to overtake the Foundation. Though Pinnacle's lackey, Dominic Archer, alerted Pinnacle forces to the reversal, Kevin and his team fought back and eradicated the Pinnacle, ending their current plan in failure. The Pinnacle vowed not to forget Dominic's inept actions while Kevin decided not to destroy the Cleopatra film. He would erase all remnants of the hieroglyphics from it and have another premiere once it was no longer a tool of the Pinnacle's evil scheme. Kevin, exhausted and weary, but relieved to have fought back Pinnacle's latest truly outlandish attempt to bring down the Foundation by unleashing mind-controlling images through Kevin's own feature film about Cleopatra, returned to his house on Hollywood and Vine where he had sent beloved Lily and his parents so that they would not be caught amid his battle with the Pinnacle. Dorothy, Kevin's mother-in-law, was there too. Kevin would rest and regroup and start to think about how to continue to build his empire through its expansion into Hollywood and feature film production. Despite his riches, Kevin did not relish the idea of throwing the $500 million he had spent to make Cleopatra the Last Queen into the toilet, so it would be worth having his production team work on the film to plan another premiere in the near future. Kevin saw that the house was the opposite of the scene he'd just left. The lights were all off and there was a calm and serene quiet inside its walls. Kevin opened the front door slowly and was about to close it when a voice came from the darkness and startled him.
"Kevin."
The deep voice began as Kevin's nerves went from high alert to great reassurance. The voice was that of Brett Stewart, the head of the Myriads and his longtime friend and ally. In the craze of the Pinnacle plot, Kevin had almost, but not quite, pushed to the back of his mind the mission he had assigned to Brett. The valiant leader of the Myriads was doing the footwork for Kevin in finding the 7 young candidates who would go to the upper realm, where one would be earmarked as the predestined inheritor of Elohie's role as gatekeeper. The Pinnacle had just made yet another attempt to take down the Foundation through the mind control plot. And should the upper realm fall via Elohie's premature death, Kevin's own powers would be weakened and those with levels who needed the upper realm to become masters and to stage a fight against the Pinnacle would surely be at such a disadvantage that the Pinnacle's success would be given. That Brett had shown up in Kevin's house with no warning wasn't an intrusion and was in fact the opposite. Kevin knew Brett wouldn't be wasting his time, and that he was standing in front of him now meant that he had a concrete lead about the whereabouts of the third candidate, after Pamela from Sri Lanka and Walter from the Idaho woods, who might be the inheritor of Elohie's great role and responsibilities. "I'm sorry I came without warning you, but what I have is important and pressing," Brett said in his usual succinct manner. "You're doing work that could save the upper realm and save the Foundation from destruction. There is never going to be a time when you have to apologize for bringing me information," Kevin assured his colleague. "I know if you're standing in front of me, what you have to tell me is of the utmost importance. The information I have for you is sensitive, and you never know who might be listening in on our calls. I didn't want to take the chance of having it heard by anyone other than you," Brett continued. Kevin nodded his head in agreement. At this juncture in their shared quest to stave off the Pinnacle's attack, the two men would not have any disagreement about means and motivations. "What do you have for me?" Brett took out a manila envelope from his backpack and handed it over to Kevin. "I believe I've located our next candidate for Keeper of the White Tower in the Upper Realm," Brett began as Kevin began to look over the thick packet of information. "Who is the candidate?" Kevin inquired curiously. "She's an influencer, a kind of online celebrity," Brett offered. "Angel Bebe is her name. She's 12 years old." "Influencer?" Kevin repeated curiously. "So what's her special skill?" "This kid seems to be able to connect with people on a global level," Brett explained. "She's got 10 million followers on Instagram alone and over 10 billion views on her videos." "That's something," Kevin noted. "But why are people liking all of her pictures and posts?" "It's a great question," Brett agreed. "Hopefully we can get a better sense when we meet up with her in Chicago." Kevin's eyes lit up. He looked up from the file folder. "Chicago?" Brett smiled. "I thought you might like that. Our influencer prodigy is located in Chicago, which means I'm going to be in my own home with Lily during the last stages of her pregnancy." Kevin exclaimed. Kevin had been lamenting the fact that he was going to have to say goodbye to Lily in the morning. She had duties as the mayor of Chicago to tend to, and though she'd been generous with her time in coming to Hollywood for the premiere of the Cleopatra film, both she and Kevin knew she and Kevin's parents would have to leave the day after the film screened. Dorothy would be going home too, but that was another matter. "How soon can you leave?" Brett asked. It wouldn't take Kevin long to throw his Dockers, an extra pair of Keds, into a suitcase, and after all he'd been through in Hollywood, he wouldn't be that unhappy to close up shop there for a while. He'd leave behind his Williams Media team, Adriana, Emo, Sandra, to continue to expand his empire while looking for new film projects. But he'd be thrilled to join Lily and his parents, and Dorothy, on the plane leaving the next morning. "Let's get on the jet taking Lily and my parents and Dorothy back to Chicago tomorrow. We have to find the remaining 5 gatekeeper candidates as soon as possible. The Pinnacle is making bigger and bolder moves to topple the Foundation, and if they align with Vincent Reeves and all of my other enemies in the plot to squash the Upper Realm forever, the world as we know it will end. That can't happen when I've been tasked with saving it." Kevin reeled off with his energy fully restored. The flight from Hollywood to Chicago was a happy one, even though the reason for Lily's and Kevin's parents and Dorothy's trek to Hollywood hadn't happened. The film premiere became not a showcase for the Cleopatra film, but a battle for Kevin to stave off the Pinnacle's destruction. Still, Lily was thrilled to have Kevin back in their home city, even though she and his parents and Dorothy knew that it would surely be temporary. Kevin was barely inside the mayor's mansion's doors for a minute before he and Brett retreated to a room to begin to work on finding Angel Bebe. It wasn't as if Lily had any downtime either. Chicago was gearing up for the World's Fair, an expo that had landed on Lily's plate when she took over the role as the city's leader from the previous mayor, Christopher Walsh, whom Kevin had helped to run out of town due to his corruption. Kevin and Lily kept to their promise, though, to have a late lunch of steak and eggs, their favorite treat and a tradition. They often had that meal when their busy schedules allowed them to be in the same city in the same house for more than a few hours. Amid the laughter and joyful conversation that came when they had a relaxed meal together, Kevin marveled at the twists and turns their lives had taken over the last few years. As he embraced Lily and felt the gentle kicks of their unborn twins, he couldn't help but appreciate the intricate dance of fate that had led him back to this part of the world, just in time for a new chapter to unfold. The intimate meal was cut short as Nancy, Lily's pregnancy pal and the soup kitchen manager whom sweet Lily had even taken into her and Kevin's home after Nancy suffered many upheavals in her personal life, stepped in through the front door. "Lily? Lily, are you home? I just had the most amazing visit with my new obstetrician. He's amazing, you have to meet him." As Nancy stepped into the dining room, her expression sank. "Oh, I'm sorry, I didn't realize Kevin was home." Had Kevin not been so entranced to have been in the company of his beloved wife, Lily, for more than 2 days in 2 different cities, Hollywood and their hometown of Chicago, and sharing a favorite meal of steak and eggs at their own dinner table, he might have taken the time to notice that Nancy was decidedly not happy to see that Kevin was home. After getting word from Brett Stewart that the next candidate to inherit Eloise's role as gatekeeper of the Upper Realm had been found, and that she lived in Chicago, Kevin gleefully left Hollywood with his beloved wife, Lily, and his parents along with Dorothy, so that he could combine his quest of finding the rightful heir of gatekeeper while being in his hometown and beside his wife. But the happiness is interrupted by Nancy, Lily's pregnancy pal, who has a difficult time faking happiness at seeing Kevin, though his bliss prevents Kevin from noticing. Nancy's stomach was just as big as Lily's, and while she pretended to be just as pregnant as Lily, the truth was she was hiding pillows under her dress in order to stay close to Lily for Juanita Hernandez, who had hatched a long and sinister scheme to get even with Kevin Williams, whom Juanita blamed for the deaths of her two sons. And though Nancy didn't care about Juanita's motives or whether they were true or not, all Nancy cared about was the money Juanita was paying her and the extra millions crafty Nancy had been able to soak Juanita for. It wasn't completely untrue that Juanita's sons had died while crossing paths with Kevin. Of course, Juanita was immoral and corrupt, as were her sons, and one had even infiltrated Williams Media and perpetrated a murderous plot that left Kevin's underlying Enzo Forbes dead. But none of that was important to Nancy. What was important was that she hadn't counted on Kevin being, for once, in his own home and by his wife's side, just as Nancy had work to do as part of her own fiendish scheme that, she hoped, would have her soon jetting off to a secluded tropical isle, where she could live the rest of her years with a suntan and with a Mai Tai in her hand at all times. "Good to see you, Nancy," Kevin offered. "You look just as ready to pop as Lily." Nancy quickly threw on her fakest smile. "That's the joy of having a pregnancy pal, Kevin. Lily has made sure I'm just as healthy and happy as she is, even if I don't have a husband with whom I can share the good fortune of impending motherhood." Nancy had to congratulate herself. She really should have become an actress. Nancy turned toward Lily and they shared a smile. "Nancy, you do look even more glowing since I left a few days ago to attend the Cleopatra premiere in Hollywood. Everything must be going right. You must be happy with your new doctor," Lily inquired. "Yes, I just met him today for the first time. He's wonderful," Nancy replied. "I have to go back in an hour to get my results, but Lily, you should come with me. You must meet him." Lily's smile faltered for a moment as she considered Nancy's request. "I want to, but Kevin and I just flew in from Hollywood, and it's so rare that we get to spend more than a few hours together in our own home that—" "Oh, of course," Nancy relented as she cut Lily off. Nancy had no interest in hearing Lily go on and on about her perfect marriage to the rich and successful Kevin Williams. "I've just been having these phantom pains lately, and I'm worried something might be wrong with my babies. Honestly, I was hoping to lean on your strength when I got the results, but I understand completely. You two catch up." Lily's heart sank with guilt and understanding. She felt torn between her duties as a wife to Kevin and a friend to Nancy. Kevin could sense his wife's anxiety. "I actually need to get going myself," Kevin noted as he stood up from the table. "Brett and I have a meeting in a bit and I need to wash up and get ready. You should go with Nancy, Lily." "Are you sure?" Lily asked. "I'll see you later tonight for dinner," Kevin noted. "We can make it an official date night. Though I love steak and eggs, I'm sure we could come up with something even more festive." "So you can come with me, Lily," Nancy cut in. "Of course, Nancy," Lily offered her friend. "We'll head to your results appointment together." Kevin and Lily shared one last loving look, grateful for the time that they had been given over the same dinner table in the house they now called their home, the mayor's mansion. The streets of Chicago stretched beneath the bright afternoon sun as Lily navigated through the city's maze of side streets. Lily glanced at Nancy, who was fidgeting nervously in the passenger seat. The clinic was situated in a deserted part of town. As they approached the address, Lily couldn't shake a sense of unease. The clinic seemed out of place, surrounded by vacant buildings with boarded-up windows. A flicker of doubt crossed Lily's mind, but she pushed it aside, reminding herself that she was there to support her friend. "It's a little out of the way," Nancy noted. "If you're happy, I'm happy," Lily replied. "Pregnancy pals." "Pregnancy pals," Nancy replied. The entrance to the clinic was unassuming, the sign weathered and barely visible. As Lily stepped into a dimly lit waiting room with Nancy, she took note of worn furniture and outdated magazines situated all about. The atmosphere was oddly quiet, almost eerie, and the air carried a faint scent of antiseptic. Lily, though apprehensive, put on a brave face. "Cozy." Nancy was quick to counter. I appreciate you coming with me, Lily. I know it's a bit underwhelming, but the doctor is excellent. Lily offered a reassuring smile. Of course, Nancy, I'm here for you. As they settled into the waiting room, Nancy was called in for her appointment. Do you want me to come with you? Lily asked. Let me see what the results are myself. If I have questions or concerns, I'll have them bring you back too. Of course, Lily replied. Whatever you think. Again, thank you for being here, Nancy swooned. Just knowing you've got my back makes me feel so much better. With that, Nancy stepped into the back. Lily couldn't shake the nagging feeling that something wasn't quite right. She glanced around, her eyes lingering on the faded posters adorning the walls. The hushed whispers of the staff behind closed doors added to the mysterious ambiance. Just then, the back door Nancy had stepped through pushed back open and Dr. Freudengras stepped out. He was an unusually tall man, bald and lanky. He wore a tight white lab coat and thick bifocals.
Lily, the doctor exclaimed. Nancy has told me so much about you. I just needed to pop out to say hello.
He had a thick Austrian accent and the biggest fake smile. Nice to meet you, Lily offered. Nancy has said very nice things about you as well. I hope everything's going okay back there.
Yes, of course, the doctor offered. Nancy is very healthy and you also look very healthy. This is good.
Thank you, Lily replied.
Well, we shouldn't be too much longer, Dr. Freudengras explained. I'm sorry we don't have much in the way of entertainment or refreshments for you in the waiting area. Everyone who comes to the doctor's office deserves to get a little treat.
Lily watched as the doctor extended a bowl of lollipops towards her. The vibrant colors and tempting sweetness offered a momentary escape from the unsettling surroundings. Oh, I shouldn't, Lily countered.
Please, they are very tasty, Dr. Freudengras pushed back, extending the bowl even closer. Just trying to be polite, Lily took a lollipop. The doctor watched as Lily unwrapped the simple candy and put it in her mouth. The doctor smiled. You see, very, very tasty. Nancy will be out soon. Dr. Freudengras disappeared into the back of the clinic once again. Lily remained in the waiting area. As she sucked on the lollipop, the sugary taste momentarily distracted her from the strange clinic. However, as the minutes ticked by, an unexpected drowsiness crept over her, causing her to sway in her seat. Dizzy and disoriented, Lily struggled to maintain consciousness. The room blurred around her and she found herself succumbing to an overwhelming lethargy. Before she could comprehend what was happening, Lily slumped forward, unconscious. Dr. Freudengras, the enigmatic obstetrician, stepped back out into the waiting room a moment later, his big fake smile now gone. He motioned to his subordinates who quickly came out and carried Lily out of the waiting room and into the back. Lily's unconscious body was placed on an examining table as Dr. Freudengras stepped into view, now wearing thick rubber gloves. He smiled. Ah, Lily, I know you are sound asleep, but I just wanted to say welcome to my laboratory. You'll be contributing to a greater purpose, and I look forward to working with your body. The room revealed a macabre laboratory filled with peculiar apparatus and unsettling medical devices. Nancy stood nearby watching. The situation grew even more surreal when another unexpected presence entered the room. It was Kevin's mortal enemy, Juanita Hernandez. What are we waiting for? Juanita asked with a cold gaze. Let's get this over with. Lily went with Nancy to meet her new obstetrician, Dr. Freudengras. While sitting in the waiting room, Lily was drugged and knocked unconscious, and then brought back to a secret lab where Dr. Freudengras, Nancy, and Juanita Hernandez all plotted together over Lily's pregnant belly. As Lily slowly regained consciousness, the dimly lit waiting room came back into focus. The same worn furniture and outdated magazines could be seen. A slight nudge on her shoulder brought Lily's attention to Nancy and Dr. Freudengras, who were now standing beside her. Lily, are you okay? Nancy inquired. You must have dozed off for a bit there.
Lily blinked twice and then attempted to shake off the lingering grogginess. Yes, I must be more tired than I thought.
Late-term pregnancy will do that, Dr. Freudengraus joked.
And being the mayor of Chicago, Nancy added. Lily smiled agreeably at the playful banter, but she couldn't shake the nagging feeling that something was amiss. As she shifted in her seat, Lily noticed a small Band-Aid on the crook of her elbow. Confusion furrowed her brow. I don't remember putting a Band-Aid there, Lily said in a confused and slightly weak voice. Nancy, her expression unchanged, offered a reassuring smile. You probably just scratched yourself without realizing it. I wouldn't worry too much about it. Lily brushed off the strange occurrence, chalking it up to fatigue and the stress of her responsibilities as the mayor of Chicago. She tried to push the unsettling thoughts of the peculiar clinic and the mysterious Band-Aid to the back of her mind. Must be one of those days, Lily mumbled, more to herself than to Nancy. Nancy glanced at the clock on the wall and stood up, stretching her arms. Let's get out of here. The results all came back positive. I'm happy and healthy, and now I'm dying for some fresh air. Great. That's great. Let's go. Lily nodded, relieved to leave the unsettling clinic behind. As they exited the building, the sunlight felt like a welcome reprieve. As Lily and Nancy made their way back to the mayor's mansion, Lily couldn't help but feel a lingering sense of unease. Everything all right? Nancy asked. Fine, Lily replied, but she didn't feel fine. Wasting no time in seeking reassurance, Lily made a quick decision to visit her trusted friend and now her obstetrician, Dr. Serafina Willow. Lily called Dr. Willows, explaining that she felt a bit off and wanted a quick checkup to ensure everything was all right with the twins. Dr. Willow, sensing Lily's concern, scheduled an appointment for her that same afternoon. As Lily sat in Dr. Willow's waiting room, her mind still grappling with the bizarre occurrences of the day, Kevin appeared beside her. His presence brought a comforting warmth, and Lily couldn't help but be grateful for his support. I got here as fast as I could. How are you feeling? Kevin asked, concern etched across his face. I'm sure it's nothing, Lily said as she managed a small smile. I just need to make sure. Of course, Kevin agreed. Better safe than sorry. Soon, the two were ushered into Dr. Willow's office, where the air was filled with a sense of professionalism and trust. Dr. Willow, a beacon of calm, greeted the duo warmly and guided Lily through a series of routine examinations. After completing the checkup, Dr. Willow reviewed the results with a thoughtful expression. Lily, everything seems perfectly fine with your pregnancy. The babies are healthy and you're progressing beautifully. Lily sighed in relief, but her curiosity lingered. Is there anything unusual in the test results, though? Anything at all? I had a weird experience today and I found this random Band-Aid on my arm. Dr. Willow examined the results more closely before looking up with a slightly puzzled expression. Your pregnancy is textbook, Lily, but your red blood cell count is off the charts. Lily exchanged a perplexed glance with Kevin. Is that bad? No, it's the opposite, Dr. Willow responded. Your body is producing an abundance of red blood cells, which is quite rare. They help create plasma. Extra plasma can be extremely helpful during the birthing process. Are you taking any extra vitamins? No, Lily replied. Nothing new. Lily's confusion lingered, but Dr. Willow's assurance helped ease her concerns. As they left the office, Kevin offered a supportive smile. You see, Dr. Willow says you're extra healthy. Looks like we have a couple of little superheroes in the making. Lily laughed, grateful for the lightness that Kevin brought to the situation. Little did they know that the mysteries surrounding Lily's unique physiology were just beginning to unfold, casting shadows over the seemingly normal course of her pregnancy. As they reached their waiting car, Lily absent-mindedly touched the Band-Aid on the crook of her elbow. The slight pressure beneath her fingertips brought her attention to the small adhesive strip. Strange, she mumbled, furrowing her brow. When did I get this thing? Kevin squeezed her hand reassuringly. You've been through a lot today, and you're probably just tired. You were a good friend to Nancy, but you need to take it easy. Let's head home, okay? Lily smiled. Sounds good. Thank you, Kevin. As Kevin and Lily made their way back to the mayor's office, Ruby Kincaid, the councilwoman who had first gotten Lily involved in politics, was creeping through an alleyway. She made her way inside the building and upstairs to a dimly lit penthouse where Juanita Hernandez sat waiting in the dark. You needed to see me in person? Ruby offered. This is dangerous. If anyone sees us together. We're fine, Juanita stated flatly as she grinned with devilish intent. It's almost time. We've raised Lily's plasma level and there'll never be a better time to carry out our fetal abduction. Do you think it'll work? Ruby asked with concern. It doesn't matter, Juanita replied. If it all goes according to plan, I'll take Lily's fetuses and implant them into my body. Then I will know the joy of birthing her children as my own, from my own womb. 2 new children for the 2 sons that Kevin Williams took from me. An eye for an eye, or a fetus for a fetus. And if it fails, Ruby countered, then no one gets anything, Juanita whispered with a hardened gaze. Either way, as soon as the operation is complete, it'll be time for stage 2 of our plan to commence. It will be up to you to destroy Kevin and Lily's reputations, but not a moment before. I want things to seem as blissful as possible before the big turn. That way it'll hurt that much more. You don't have to worry about me, Ruby pushed back. I've been setting Lily up for months. You just give the word and I'll start making moves. Juanita gleamed with malevolent excitement. The culmination of years of careful planning and manipulation. Kevin and Lily will be devastated. Their lives will be ruined in more ways than one. Ruby smirked, revealing the depths of her conniving nature. I've been cooking the books from the inside. After the fetal abduction, we'll expose the apparent financial corruption within Lily's administration. Juanita chuckled darkly. Brilliant, Ruby. The chaos of the fetal abduction will be our cover, and by the time they realize what's happening, it will be too late. Ruby, ever the tactician, continued. I've also secured a reporter on the payroll. We'll start peppering the press with intimations that Lily's administration might not be the squeaky clean one it pretends to be. Doubt and mistrust will spread like wildfire. The 2 women exchanged a chilling laugh, reveling in the impending doom they were orchestrating against Kevin and Lily. Just then, the bathroom door creaked open, revealing a familiar figure stepping into the darkened space. Dr. Freudengras, an unsettling smile playing across his lips, entered with an air of eagerness that seemed to feed off the sinister energy in the room. He towered over the women. Ah, the esteemed doctor, Ruby greeted him, her eyes gleaming with satisfaction. Your reputation is about to skyrocket, my dear Dr. Freudengras, Juanita noted. The world's first fetal abductions will ensure your place in medical history. Dr. Freudengras couldn't hide his delight. Indeed, the possibilities for scientific advancement are endless, and in addition, I've always just wanted to try it. Fun! The doctor's thick Austrian accent sent a chill down Ruby's spine. He was completely and thoroughly demented, and she loved it. But Juanita, the doctor continued, we have to make sure you are taking your vitamins and keeping your red blood cell count up as well. You're older and have to make sure your body is ready to hold twin babies. The doctor took out a long needle. Juanita took a seat on her desk and rolled up her sleeve. Do it, Juanita offered confidently. Do it now. The doctor stepped over and injected Juanita with the needle. The vitamins surged through her body. Once he was finished, the doctor took out a simple Band-Aid and placed it on Juanita's puncture wound. It was the same kind of Band-Aid that Lily had noticed on herself earlier. Juanita's attention darted back and forth between the sinister trio, her mind consumed by the intoxicating allure of the dark power she sought. As the room pulsed with unsettling energy, the unholy partnership between Ruby, Dr. Freudengras, and Juanita became even more apparent. In the shadows, a diabolical symphony played out, each player orchestrating their part in the impending chaos. The unsuspecting city of Chicago, poised on the precipice of malevolence, remained blissfully unaware of the sinister forces converging to rewrite its fate. Lily was unnerved after a visit with Nancy's new doctor. She was groggy and had a mysterious Band-Aid on her arm, so she consulted Dr. Serafina Willow, who assured her that her pregnancy was going wonderfully. But behind the scenes, Kevin's enemy, Juanita Hernandez, was plotting with Nancy's doctor to undertake a fetal abduction. She was going to rip Lily and Kevin's twins out of Lily's womb and implant them into her own, while also framing Lily and Kevin for financial corruption. With Lily's mind at ease after an examination by her trusted friend and her current gynecologist, Dr. Willow, Lily returned to her work as the mayor of Chicago, while Kevin pointed his own energy and attention to the search for the next candidate to be the gatekeeper of the upper realm. Brett Stewart, the head of the Myriads and Kevin's friend and ally, had been doing the legwork for Kevin in tracking down the 7 young prospects, and Brett had found the latest target was a young social media influencer named Angel Bebe, a nerdy-looking 12-year-old girl who had 100 million followers across all social media and 1 billion likes and counting. Kevin stepped back into his war room just down the hall from the Chicago penthouse offices of his fabulously successful Williams & Williams Pharmaceuticals labs. The walls of his war room were lined with massive flat-screen TVs playing news from all over the world. Brett Stewart was deep into his research when Kevin approached. "What's the latest?" Kevin asked without taking the time for pleasantries. Brett slid a new manila folder across the table toward Kevin. "I've been tracking this Angel Bebe kid across multiple social media platforms," Brett explained. "But it's hard to get a grasp on any of this stuff. So much of it is fake. Every time I track her to a location, it turns out the photo was actually taken 3 months ago or isn't even a real picture. Green screens and artificial intelligence manipulation. This is all new to me. I don't even have a MySpace account." Kevin considered everything that Brett was telling him. "Social media isn't my strength either," Kevin noted. "I was on Facebook for a bit, but Lily's mother Dorothy just kept poking me. I haven't gone back since." Brett sighed. "I'll figure it out." "No," Kevin countered. "We need someone who can navigate the digital jungle, someone with the finesse to dance through the shadows of social media with ease." "Have anyone in mind?" Brett asked. Kevin's eyes went wide as he suddenly realized. "I know just the person. Olivia Rafferty, Katja's sister. She's got a knack for all things social media, and she's not afraid to dig deep when needed. She's perfect." Brett nodded agreeably. "Let's make the call." "There's no call necessary. She's right down the hall at her office in my lab. I'll text her and—" Kevin started to peck out a text message, but before he was even finished, Olivia, holding her cell phone and moving almost as fast as a cheetah, entered the war room with an air of confidence, her eyes sharp and her presence commanding attention. "Kevin, Brett," Olivia greeted with a nod. "It's been too long. What's the play?" Just like Brett and Kevin, Olivia was all business when she knew the topic was crucially important to one of Kevin's causes. Kevin leaned against the command console, his expression serious. "We need to track down an influencer named Angel Bebe, but we can't find any concrete information on her. Everything online is like sand slipping through our hands. Any ideas on how we can get a meeting with this kid?" "I know Angel Bebe," Olivia offered effortlessly. "Or at least I know her Instagram. Her handle is Bebe Bebe. Her mother is Mama Bebe. Mama was one of the first influencers back in the day. Now it's Mama Bebe and her daughter. They do a lot of family-themed social media posts. But now Angel is 10 times more popular than her mother ever was." "Fascinating," Kevin replied jokingly. "How does that get us a room with her?" "On it." Olivia took a moment to absorb the information before settling into a chair, her fingers dancing across multiple keyboards, her phone, her laptop, her tablet. "Done," Olivia declared 2 minutes later. "We have a meeting with Angel Bebe's manager first thing tomorrow morning." "Her manager?"
Brett repeated curiously.
The kid is 12.
That's how the influencer game is played these days, Olivia countered. Each one of these kids has a team of support.
It takes that many people to take a couple of pictures in the park and post them on social media?
Brett complained. It does if you need every post to get you 20 million likes, Olivia shot back.
Good job, Olivia, Kevin offered. Tomorrow it is.
The next day, the trio headed down to Angel's manager's office in hopes of finally getting some answers. Kevin, Brett, and Olivia took a seat inside a small windowless office, watching as Angel's manager ate a large Chinese chicken salad at his desk in front of them.
Sorry for eating in front of you, the manager apologized. I didn't schedule a lunch. What can I do for you three?
We'd like to talk to Angel Bebe in person, Kevin explained. Can you make that happen? The manager, constantly distracted by his phone, finished his salad and replied,
You know what? I think it would be best if you spoke to Angel's agents about this. They all handle the influencer's day-to-day affairs.
They all? Brett repeated.
It's 6 people, the manager replied. 2 of them are twins.
Later that same day, Kevin, Olivia, and Brett sat at a long conference table across from 6 of Angel's agents. We'd just like to talk to Angel in person, Kevin again explained, or even over the phone. Is that possible? The agents were all eating Chinese chicken salads and surprisingly seemed even less enthusiastic about dealing with Kevin's inquiries than Angel Bebe's manager.
We're not the right people to discuss these matters with. You need to talk to Angel Bebe's lawyer.
Kevin sighed. Later that same day, the trio made their way down to the law office of Kelsey, Matthews, and Peru. But as they approached, they realized the address wasn't a law office at all, but a Chinese chicken salad shop.
What is this? Brett exclaimed. Are they giving us the runaround or what?
Olivia checked in with her sources. No, turns out Angel's lawyer retired 6 months ago. They sold their practice to this place. I'm sure the agents just weren't up to date.
So what do we do now? Brett complained.
I can get us another meeting with Angel's manager, Olivia offered.
Kevin had enough. No, this is ridiculous. We're just going in circles. Enough of this. There has to be a better way. Let's regroup back in the war room.
Back in the war room, where screens glowed with the latest news, Kevin and his team stood around deciding the best course of action moving forward as they finished their own Chinese chicken salads.
Not bad, Brett noted with surprise as he licked his fork for a second time.
As the three scrutinized the digital trails and mysterious puppetry surrounding Angel Bebe, Kevin's mind sparked with a new idea. Leaning back in his chair, he turned to Olivia. What if this kid isn't even real? What if he's just lines of code in some elaborate AI simulation? Olivia's eyes widened with realization. You might be onto something, Kevin. The way her team is protecting her, it's like they're guarding a virtual entity. Kevin, fueled by the prospect of cracking the case, brainstormed his next move. Let's turn the spotlight on them. I've got an idea. We'll hold an open audition for a kid to star in my next production. A Cleopatra origin story.
Little Cleo?
Brett pitched. No, Kevin countered. Cleopatra, born to be bad. We'll stage it as a worldwide talent hunt to take on the greatest origin story in history. A role like that should draw in every fame-hungry kid in town, including our elusive influencer, if she's real. I like it, Olivia noted. The trio set the wheels in motion, spreading the word about the auditions through every available casting network. The promise of a starring role in a high-profile production stirred the ambitions of aspiring young actresses across the city. The news rippled through social media, capturing the attention of every starry-eyed dreamer. Kevin, Brett, and Olivia knew that now they just have to sit and wait for Angel Bebe to come crashing through their doors. Meanwhile, back at the mayor's mansion, the evening sun cast long shadows as Lily reclined at home, attempting to find solace in a moment of respite. The day had been filled with unsettling events, and she yearned for a quiet moment away from the chaos. She got off her phone with Kevin, who had called from his penthouse offices to check on her, and she began to settle in for the night.
The sound of someone cleaning up in the other room could be heard. "I'm going to go to sleep," Nancy noted as she poked her head in from the kitchen. "You going to stay up or turn in too?" "I might just sit back and watch some news," Lily replied. "Sounds good," Nancy offered. "Just make sure you're taking your vitamins." "You too," Lily replied with glee. "Pregnancy pals forever." "Pregnancy pals forever," Nancy replied with as much cheer as she could muster as she disappeared down the hall. Lily leaned back on the comfy sofa cushions as she took her vitamins. She was tired, and her feet were sore, and she just wanted to chill. After turning on the news, Lily's eyes widened as the headlines unfolded before her. The evening news anchor, a voice of authority tinged with shock, reported, "Breaking news in Chicago as a major scandal rocks City Hall." The word struck Lily. She turned up the sound as the anchor continued. "We've just discovered that the highly anticipated Orphans and Widows Fund's new home project faces a devastating setback." A setback? Lily wondered to herself. What setback? The second anchor chimed in. "The check for the project has reportedly bounced, and the account, which purportedly held $80 million as of yesterday per our sources, is now completely empty. The only person with the authority to move money to and from that account is Mayor Lily Williams." Lily sat up. Her heart pounded in her chest as the camera cut to footage of the deserted construction site where the new home was supposed to stand, a stark reminder of shattered promises and a city left in disbelief. Lily whispered to herself, "Oh no." The lead anchor cut back in. "City officials are scrambling to understand how this could have happened. Mayor Williams has yet to respond to the allegations, but the city demands answers, as the scandal threatens to tarnish her administration's reputation." "Hasn't responded to allegations?" Lily complained to herself. "This is the first I've even heard about this." The room seemed to close in around Lily as the weight of the accusations settled on her shoulders. The reality of the situation crashed over her like a tidal wave, threatening to engulf the stability she had worked so hard to build for herself and her unborn twins. As the news report continued to unravel the scandal, Lily's mind raced with disbelief and frustration. She reached for her phone, intent on setting the record straight, only to find that calls and messages had already flooded her inbox from concerned citizens, officials, and even friends. The city, once united under her leadership, now stood divided, caught in the throes of uncertainty, and only Lily could make it right. Kevin turned his attention to trying to track down the next potential candidate for the gatekeeper of the upper realm, an elusive social media star named Angel Bebe. At the same time, Lily was dealing with a scandal in the mayor's office after $80 million earmarked for the Orphans and Widows Fund went missing on her watch. In the wake of the scandal that had quickly gripped Chicago, Lily stood before a sea of reporters at a hastily arranged press conference. The air was thick with tension as cameras clicked and the murmurs of skepticism whispered through the crowd. Lily, nearly 8 months pregnant, faced the onslaught of questions with steely resolve, determined to clear her good name. "Thank you all for being here," Lily began, her voice steady despite the storm brewing around her. "I want to address the recent allegations surrounding the Orphans and Widows Fund. The accusations are serious, and I assure you, I am as shocked as anyone about the missing fund." More cameras clicked as Lily continued. "I have no explanation for how the account was depleted, but I am committed to getting to the bottom of this. My administration has always prioritized transparency and accountability, and we will not rest until we uncover the truth." The press corps, however, remained unconvinced. A reporter raising an eyebrow asked, "Mayor Williams, how can you assure the public that you had no knowledge of the missing funds when the account is under your strict authority? Can you explain how $80 million can just vanish without your knowledge?" Lily, maintaining her composure, responded, "I understand the skepticism, and I am as shocked and angry as the rest of you. I'm going to have this matter investigated thoroughly, and we will uncover the truth together." Another reporter seized the opportunity. "Mayor Williams, it's no secret that you and your husband, Kevin Williams, live a rather comfortable life. How do you explain your personal wealth in light of the missing funds?" Lily met the question head on. Kevin has worked hard to achieve his success. He's built businesses, invested wisely, and contributed to the community. His vast empire did not happen instantly. The two of us are an open book, and our financial records are fully available to everyone for scrutiny. The press corps remained relentless.
"Mayor Williams, your husband Kevin is often seen taking extravagant trips. This year alone, he's traveled to the Amazon, Sri Lanka, Iceland, Australia, Egypt, Washington, D.C., Hollywood, and he went to the moon twice. How can anyone afford such a lifestyle?"
With a hint of frustration, Lily defended her husband for a second time in a matter of seconds. "As I've already told you, Kevin is a self-made man. He has built his success through hard work and dedication. Those trips were all necessary and self-financed. Our personal lives should not distract from the real issue at hand, the missing funds meant for the Orphans and Widows Fund." As questions continued to rain down on Lily, a familiar figure stood up among the reporters. Dorothy, Kevin's mother-in-law, faced the crowd and spoke with unwavering conviction. "I want to thank you all for asking the tough questions about Kevin Williams. For too long, I've been the only one holding him accountable. He's a menace and my daughter deserves better." Lily's eyes went wide with anger. "Mother, I told you to wait in the car." In the aftermath of the tumultuous press conference, Lily retreated to her office, accompanied by her good friend and campaign manager Rachel and Councilwoman Ruby Kincaid. The weight of the allegations weighed on Lily's conscience, and she wanted the matter resolved. Sitting across from Lily, Rachel glanced at the television screen broadcasting 24-hour news coverage of the scandal. "This is a mess, Lily, but we'll get through it. We need to find out where that money went, and fast." Lily nodded in agreement. Determination etched across her face. "I want a comprehensive audit of the funds. We need to know exactly how this happened." Rachel contemplated their options. "We could hire an external auditor, someone independent to ensure transparency for the public." Lily paused, her gaze shifting to Councilwoman Ruby Kincaid, who had been an ally in the past. "No, I want someone I trust to go through the books. Ruby, I need you to dig into the finances and find out where that $80 million disappeared to." Ruby, wearing her most earnest expression, nodded. "Of course, Mayor. I'll dedicate all of my effort to it. You can count on me." Lily appreciated Ruby's commitment. "Thank you, Ruby. I know we'll get to the bottom of this together." Unbeknownst to Lily, Ruby's compliance was a facade concealing an evil plot. As Lily placed her trust in Ruby to uncover the truth, Ruby's mind worked overtime to ensure that the blame would never fall on her. Little did Lily suspect that Ruby, her supposed ally, was actually the one helping to orchestrate a web of deceit that threatened to destroy the Williams family's good name. For Ruby, this was almost too good to be true. Lily, by asking her to oversee the audit, wouldn't even have to waste the energy to deceive Lily and Rachel as the financial scandal was playing out in the press. Lily had put all of the cards right into Ruby's hand. Meanwhile, on the other side of town, far from the mayoral scandals and political intrigue, Kevin found himself in the midst of a chaotic sea of aspiring child actors and their eager stage mothers. The open audition for the role of a young Cleopatra had become a whirlwind of tantrums, auditions gone awry, and frustrated parents. As Kevin navigated through the chaos, his patience began to wear thin. Kevin, Brett, and Olivia had staged the fake audition to try and lure popular social media star Angel Bebe out into the open so that Kevin could talk with her about her destiny as a candidate for the gatekeeper of the upper realm. But so far, the 12-year-old influencer sensation was a no-show. "What do we think?" Kevin asked Brett and Olivia, who stood nearby.
"I think we've seen some really great options. That one kid with the mustache was amazing," Brett noted. "Even with facial hair and even being a boy, I think he could easily pull off being a tween Cleopatra."
"No," Kevin pushed back. "I mean about Angel Bebe. I haven't seen her or her mother anywhere yet today. Maybe this was a mistake." Just then, a glimmer of hope appeared on the horizon. Amid the clamor, a forceful voice pierced through the commotion.
Make way! Make way for Angel Bebe and Mama Bebe!
Mama Bebe, a formidable woman with an air of authority, pushed her way through the line, her entourage of support staff in tow. Angel Bebe, a braces-wearing, frizzy-haired child, clutched a notebook and pen with determination. Olivia smiled as she turned to Kevin. There she is, with her mother by her side, of course. Kevin's frustrated expression transformed into one of relief. Well, well, if it isn't the stars of the show, Mama Bebe, Angel Bebe, you're exactly whom I was hoping to see. Mama Bebe flashed a confident grin, her eyes sharp and discerning. We wouldn't miss the opportunity for the world. Angel here has a natural talent and we're ready to showcase it. Angel, though appearing nervous, held her notebook close. So, this is the great Angel Bebe, Kevin offered warmly. Nice to finally meet you. Kevin took in the 12-year-old, trying to determine if he could sense any levels within her. The crowd was loud and the commotion distracting. Perhaps we could do introductions after the audition, Mama Bebe noted. We're late for our lunch, Chinese chicken salads. Kevin ushered them past the chaos, finding a quiet corner to conduct Angel Bebe's audition. As Angel delivered her lines with surprising poise, Mama Bebe observed with a discerning eye, clearly pleased with her daughter's performance. As Angel flawlessly recited her audition lines, Kevin watched in amazement as her eyes darted across the sides, absorbing the script like a sponge. What struck him most was the little notebook Angel clutched in her hands. Scribbles and notes filled its pages, a testament to a mind constantly at work. In the periphery of the audition, Mama Bebe busied herself, snapping photos of her daughter. The phone camera clicked, capturing Angel's essence as she immersed herself in the character. However, the persistent scratch of Angel's pen and the rapid turning of her notebook pages indicated an ongoing inner dialogue. The audition ended and Mama Bebe and her team were quick to take hold of Angel. Angel, darling, let's let the Hollywood people discuss while we get a few more photos. Mama Bebe cooed, attempting to redirect Angel Bebe's attention. But Angel resisted, her focus unyielding. Just a moment, Mom. I need to make some changes to my script. A subtle struggle ensued as Mama Bebe tried to pry the pages from Angel's hands. Angel's grip, surprisingly strong, clung to the script like a lifeline. Angel, we need those camera-ready shots, Mama Bebe insisted. Kevin observed the tug-of-war, realizing that beneath Angel's exterior of braces and frizzy hair was a force to be reckoned with. He stepped forward, a newfound admiration gleaming in his eyes. Kevin intervened. Angel, what's going on there? What are you writing? Angel looked up, her intense gaze meeting Kevin's. I'm making the script better. It needs more depth and emotion, in my opinion. But to be fair, it is all subjective. Art, you know? Intrigued, Kevin took a glance at the updated pages. What he saw left him astounded. Angel had transformed the simplistic script, which had only been written as a ruse for the fake cattle call audition, into a poignant and profound narrative. The dialogue resonated with authenticity, capturing the essence of a classic drama. This is incredible, Kevin muttered, flipping through the pages. You've turned this into something truly remarkable. Angel's eyes sparkled with pride. I know it can be better. I want it to be the best it can be. Kevin realized that Angel's strength wasn't just in posing for photos. She was a force of creativity and insight well beyond her years. She was a prodigy, the exact kind Kevin was looking for to help protect the upper realm. He had found his next candidate. While Kevin met with Angela Bebe, the next potential gatekeeper candidate for the upper realm, Lily continued to worry about her political future and the $80 million that went missing that had been earmarked for the Orphans and Widows Fund. With the weight of the scandal pressing on her shoulders, Lily refused to stay idle any longer. A day of waiting had only fueled her determination to get to the bottom of the missing funds for the Orphans and Widows Fund. With friend and political insider Rachel at her side, Lily decided to launch a dual investigation, attacking the issue from both political and administrative angles. While Ruby Kincaid, who had actually orchestrated the embezzlement scandal for Juanita Hernandez, was, ironically, assigned to track the paperwork back to a source, Lily and Rachel headed to City Hall to talk to the city's accountants. Chicago employed a team of professionals responsible for managing the city's finances, and they all had to answer to the mayor, who was now Lily. Lily and Rachel entered the accounting office with steely resolve, ready to unearth any discrepancies that might shed light on the scandal. Lily walked right up to the head accountant. "Hello, Mayor," the accountant offered warmly. "What brings you down to our little hole in the wall?"
"We need to discuss the recent issue with the Orphans and Widows Fund. I want to know how it's possible for $80 million to go missing without anyone in this office noticing," Lily stated firmly. The accountants exchanged glances, a hint of unease in the air. Lily pressed on. "I need access to all the relevant financial records, account statements, and transaction logs. We can't afford any delays in getting to the bottom of this."
As Lily and Rachel pored over numbers and documents asking pointed questions, they uncovered a series of financial irregularities that raised further suspicion. The accountants, though cooperative, struggled to provide concrete answers to the mayor's inquiries. The impromptu meeting with the city accountants left Lily and Rachel with more questions. While the $80 million was indeed missing from the Orphans and Widows Fund, an unexpected twist surfaced, an online trail leading out of the city and into other states. Determined to trace this peculiar path, Lily and Rachel followed the digital breadcrumbs, uncovering a network of transactions that left them utterly perplexed. The trail, convoluted and elusive, led them to sports training camps in Wisconsin and Minnesota.
"Sports training camps?"
Lily muttered in disbelief as she stared at the screen.
"What does that have to do with the Orphans and Widows Fund?"
Rachel, equally puzzled, examined the details. "It seems like the money is being funneled into these camps, grooming athletes for the Green Bay Packers and Minnesota Twins." A heavy silence fell over the room as the implication sank in. The funds intended for Chicago's most vulnerable citizens were being diverted to sports programs for two teams that, to the city's dismay, were arch enemies: the Green Bay Packers and the Minnesota Twins. Yes, the Packers and the Twins. The revelation struck a chord of disappointment. Lily, well aware of the city's fervent sports loyalties, understood the magnitude of the betrayal. "This is devastating," Rachel exclaimed. "The money meant to support our community is being siphoned off to sports programs for teams our voters despise." "Go Bears!" one of the accountants shouted.
"Go Bears!"
Lily shouted back. Lily not only knew where her bread was buttered, she was a die-hard sports fan and loyal to all of Chicago's home teams. Lily's jaw clenched in frustration.
"We need to put an end to this immediately. The people of Chicago deserve better, and the orphans and widows deserve justice."
Meanwhile, on the other side of town, Kevin found a moment to talk with Angel outside of the audition room. As Brett and Olivia skillfully engaged Mama Bebe and her large staff in conversation, Kevin and Angel had a chance to speak privately. "So, Angel, I've seen your pictures online, but what's your story?" Kevin asked, genuinely curious. Angel, her braces gleaming as she grinned, replied,
"I'm a writer. Got a 500-page novel right here."
She proudly held up a thick book. Kevin squinted at the novel, bemused. "You wrote all of this?"
"Yup,"
Angel proclaimed with a mischievous twinkle in her eyes.
"It's just a second draft."
As they shared more information about themselves, Angel's expression shifted to one of sincerity.
"I never wanted to be my stage mother's pawn in some Instagram game. It's exhausting."
Kevin nodded in understanding. "I get it. Being used for someone else's agenda is never fun. But listen, I'm looking for someone special, someone who can be a gatekeeper in a place called the Upper Realm.
I doubt you've ever heard of it, but the upper realm is crucial to keeping our own world safe and stable and free from evil enemies. Angel shrugged. I don't know what any of that means, but it sounds better than being stuck here snapping pictures all day and doing fake auditions. Kevin leaned in, his voice conspiratorial. It's a unique job, and it involves skills like yours. Writing, creativity, a keen mind. You're a prodigy. Angel's eyes sparkled with intrigue. I don't know what the upper realm is, but anything is better than being Mama Bebe's ticket to 1 million Instagram followers. I'm in. Get me out of here. Kevin grinned, realizing that he had found not only a talented writer but also someone with the spirit to break free from a confining situation. Angel's earnest gaze met Kevin's as she declared, I'll do whatever is necessary to get free of this nightmare. I've tried filing emancipated minor documents before, but my mother caught wind of it and burned them. Kevin, recognizing the desperation in Angel's eyes, leaned in with concern. I can't promise an easy path, but we'll find a way. No one deserves to be trapped like this. Angel took a deep breath before continuing. It's not just about the auditions. Mama Bebe doesn't let me sleep. She takes photos of me 24 hours a day. I'm not even allowed to eat. I just want some time to write and to think and to exist without everyone watching. Kevin's expression darkened as he absorbed the gravity of Angel's situation. The creative spirit within her yearned for liberation, and the upper realm offered an escape from the suffocating grip of Mama Bebe. Also, Mama Bebe isn't even my biological mother. She's my evil stepmother, Angel confessed, her eyes reflecting the pain of a hidden truth. Kevin's brows furrowed, processing the weight of Angel's words. Stepmother? But she acts like she owns me, like she controls every aspect of my life, Angel interjected. She married my father when I was little. After he passed away, she seized control, making my life a living nightmare. The realization struck Kevin with a profound sadness. The abusive grip Mama Bebe held over Angel wasn't just that of a stage mother exploiting her daughter's talents. It was the calculated cruelty of a wicked stepmother. Kevin's tone hardened. I'm going to get you out of this, Angel. Whatever it takes, we'll find a way. On the other side of the room, as Mama Bebe talked with Brett and Olivia, a realization dawned on her. This wasn't a real audition. These people were trying to distract her. But why? Panic and paranoia gripped Mama Bebe. She swiftly gathered her team. We're leaving, Mama Bebe announced. Mama Bebe and her team stepped outside and took hold of Angel before Kevin could intervene. The group headed for the exit in a huff. Kevin, Brett, and Olivia attempted to pursue Mama Bebe and Angel through the bustling venue. The air crackled with tension as Mama Bebe, surrounded by her entourage, navigated through the sea of aspiring actors and stage mothers. Just as Kevin and his companions closed in, Mama Bebe shot them a venomous glare. Security team, stop them, she commanded. In an instant, Mama Bebe's security team, burly individuals with stern expressions, descended upon Kevin, Brett, and Olivia. A physical barrier formed, impeding their progress as Mama Bebe and Angel swiftly moved toward the exit. Let us through. We don't want to hurt you, Kevin pleaded, attempting to reason with the security team. Kevin quickly scanned the group. They were not even leveled fighters, so Kevin wouldn't be able to use his own levels against them. But he could also tell that this team was little more than a gaggle of wannabe cops, whom Kevin, Brett, and Olivia could now down with only a thimbleful of their everyday fighting skills. Mama Bebe, her eyes ablaze with determination, scoffed at their futile attempts. You think you can fool me? This audition is a fake, and you won't get away with it. The security team, following Mama Bebe's orders, maintained a formidable blockade, preventing Kevin and his companions from advancing any further. The tension in the air escalated, a battle of wills unfolding amidst the chaos of the venue. Desperation fueled Kevin's determination, but he also didn't want to make a scene and hurt anyone needlessly. This was, after all, a fake audition set up by Kevin for a scheme that could be mistaken for kidnapping. "We just want to help Angel," he asserted, his voice carrying a sense of urgency. Mama Bebe continued her retreat, confident in the fortress of security that shielded her from the perceived threat. The unfolding confrontation became a high-stakes chess match, with the fate of Angel hanging in the balance. Mama Bebe and Angel exited the building and headed for their car, but Mama Bebe, never missing an opportunity to capitalize on her carefully crafted image, continued snapping photos of the escape, attempting to control the narrative even in the face of potential exposure. "Smile, my sweet angel. We're escaping the clutches of deceit. That's good content," Mama Bebe declared, her camera flashing with manic persistence. As Mama Bebe orchestrated her escape, trying to find the most photogenic angle amidst the chaos, a distraction unfolded. Angel, seemingly following her mother's direction, was suddenly pulled into a waiting limousine. "Help!" Angel yelled. The screeching of tires echoed through the air as the limo accelerated down the road, leaving Mama Bebe in shock. The realization hit her like a sudden gust of wind. Angel was being abducted right before her eyes. Panic was etched across Mama Bebe's face as she screamed, "Stop! That's my angel!" The limo, now a streak of black against the cityscape, disappeared into the distance, leaving Mama Bebe frantically searching for answers. Kevin had won over Angel Bebe, who was eager to leave behind her life as her stepmother's social media pawn. But when Mama Bebe had her security team move in on Kevin, Brett, and Olivia, it gave Mama Bebe enough time to get Angel out of the audition that Mama had realized was a ruse. But before the evil stepmother could escape with her meal ticket, little Angel was kidnapped by someone in a black limousine. Angel kicked and thrashed against the hands that had pulled her into the black limo. "Stop! Let me go! I warn you, I bite!" "Relax, Angel. It's just me, Kevin." Angel stopped fighting and turned to see it was indeed Kevin who had pulled her into the limo. "It seemed like a good time to grab you while your stepmom was distracted with her camera crew," Kevin pointed out sensibly. He called to the woman at the limo's wheel through the open privacy panel. "Floor it, Olivia." "You got it, Kevin," Olivia replied. "Do you think you can get me to City Hall by 4 o'clock? Angel wanted to know. "It will be tight with all this traffic, but we can try," Olivia answered. "Why do you want to go to City Hall? And why by 4 o'clock? "So I can file my petition to become an emancipated minor," Angel explained. She pulled a sheaf of handwritten pages from her bag. "But we have to get there by 4 o'clock. The clerk's office closes." "Good idea," Kevin told her. "Then there will be nothing stopping you from going to the upper realm." "It's not that I don't appreciate the help, Mr. Williams," Angel began, biting her lip and looking anxious. "But I really think I should know more about this upper realm place before I agree to anything." "That's very sensible of you," Kevin praised her. Olivia suddenly took a corner so quickly that the limo lurched up on 2 wheels for a moment. "Sorry about that," she called back to them. "But we picked up a tail and I'm trying to lose them." Kevin and Angel peered out the limo's smoked back window. "Oh no, it's my stepmonster!" Angel groaned as she let slip the nickname she had for Mama Bebe, the woman who had manipulated her into social media fame against Angel's will. Sure enough, Mama Bebe was on their tail in a custom minivan. Her camera crew had crowded in with her. Half the crew was hanging out the windows for shots of the limo. The other half was focused on Mama Bebe, who seemed to be talking and gesturing wildly as she drove. "She's not the only one following us," Kevin added grimly. Behind the minivan, he spotted several black panel vans, also in hot pursuit. "Those look like Secluded Valley assassin vans to me," Olivia chimed in. "That's exactly what they are," Kevin confirmed, "which means that Vincent Reeves found out about who Angel is and he is after her too." Kevin turned to Angel. "Vincent Reeves is another reason you need to go to the upper realm. It's the only place you'll be safe from him." "Then maybe you better give me a summary of what I need to know," Angel replied with a remarkable sense beyond her years. "Okay,"
Here it is, Kevin began, bracing them both as Olivia took another sharp corner. The upper realm isn't so much a place as a state of consciousness. It's a place where experts with leveled abilities like you and I can go in order to refine their abilities to the highest degree. So I could become an even better writer? Angel's eyes shone with the idea. Not just that, Kevin continued. The upper realm is overseen by the Keeper of the White Tower. The Keeper keeps the upper realm stable and steady. The current Keeper is a woman named Alohi, but she was weakened by recent events. I was tasked with finding her replacement from among the youngest natural experts. I've been finding kids like you and helping them get to the upper realm. Once I find all 7 who are destined to go there at such a young age, you will all be tested to see which one of you will be the next keeper, Kevin finished. And how does this Vincent guy play into the plot? Angel asked, thinking as a novelist. Vincent is an old enemy of mine. He wanted to bring down the upper realm and turn the balance of the Foundation to evil. He's been trying to coax the potential next keepers to his side, or, failing that, kill them outright, Kevin finished. Angel suddenly looked more scared than Kevin had seen her yet. Someone wants to kill me? I'm afraid so, Kevin said as he looked Angel Bebe straight in the eye. I know you're mature enough to handle the truth. That's one more reason to get you to the upper realm. Vincent does want to kill you, but if you're in the upper realm, he won't be able to get to you. You'll be safe there. Kevin threw out an arm to prevent Angel from flying off the seat as Olivia suddenly hit the brakes. What's going on? Kevin demanded. It's Vincent. He found us, Olivia called. Kevin peered out the windshield and saw the unmistakable figure of Vincent on a motorcycle, and he was blocking the end of the street. Before Olivia could turn the unwieldy limo around, Mama Bebe and the secluded valley assassins had blocked the way behind them. Vincent gunned the bike's throttle. What happened to his hands? Angel asked in horror. I cut them off, Kevin explained. Vincent's usual hook prosthesis had been replaced by square blocks that somehow had no trouble staying attached to the motorcycle's handlebars. Wow, you sure know how to win friends and influence people, Angel replied. Vincent released the brake and came careening toward them. Okay, Vincent, Olivia snarled. You want to play chicken? Let's play chicken. She stomped on the powerful limo's accelerator and the big car jumped forward. The limo and Vincent hurtled toward each other. I can't watch, Angel gasped and hid her eyes, not wanting to see the man on the motorcycle be killed in a head-on collision, even if he was her enemy. But at the last minute, Vincent hauled the bike's front wheel into the air. The bike drove directly up the limo's hood and over the roof. There were several loud thumps overhead. Through the window, Kevin saw the bike go flying off, land behind them, and explode. Mama Bebe's van and the others barely swerved in time to avoid the wreck. Did that take him out? Olivia called back to Kevin. No, there's no sign of his body, Kevin replied. Where did he go? Wailed Angel. Suddenly, there were several loud thumps from over their heads. Kevin had a terrible suspicion about what Vincent's strange prostheses were. Kevin slid open the limo's sunroof and popped his head out. As he suspected, Vincent was clinging to the limo's roof, easily attached by the 2 giant magnets at the end of his hands.
Kevin, Vincent yelled. I've got you now.
Vincent Reeves clawed his way closer to the sunroof, slowed only by the fact that the magnets were so powerful he had difficulty detaching them from the metal roof so he could move them forward. Kevin ducked back into the limo to explain the situation to Olivia. I'll try to shake him, she declared. It will have to be some impressive shaking, Kevin warned. Those magnets look strong. Olivia did her best, taking every corner she could, leaving hot rubber on the road. Mama Bebe and the assassin soon fell far behind. But every time Kevin checked, Vincent was still there and creeping closer. Kevin couldn't even use his leveled powers on Vincent because the erratic movement of the limo meant a blast could easily go astray and take out some part of downtown Chicago.
"It's no use," Olivia declared. "This limo just isn't maneuverable enough. I can't create enough force to overcome his magnets." Something suddenly occurred to Kevin. We don't need to overcome the magnets. We just need to overcome the straps that are keeping the magnets attached to Vincent. Is there a way to create enough force to tear them free of his body? "I have an idea," Angel declared. "A sudden stop at the edge of a cliff would create enough force and send this Vincent guy flying far, far away."
"That's brilliant," Kevin declared.
Angel shrugged modestly. "I saw it in a cartoon."
"Really? You watch cartoons?" Kevin was surprised. "I thought you'd only want to read Shakespeare and David Foster Wallace."
"Are you kidding?" Angel replied. "Cartoons are a perfect storytelling medium, exploring the existential crises of existence through absurdity and the sublime."
"Okay, if you say so. We don't have any cliffs in this part of the city, but we do have the Chicago River." "Head for the river," Kevin ordered Olivia.
"It's just up ahead," Olivia replied. "Better fasten your seatbelts and hope I don't misjudge how far I need to brake."
Kevin could see the river just ahead as Olivia floored it. Kevin reached for his seatbelt when the sunroof suddenly shattered. Vincent grinned down through the broken glass. "You couldn't shake me, Kevin," he declared and reached one magnet hand down into the limo. Angel tried to dodge out of the way, but his magnet touched the metal zipper on her jacket and stuck fast.
"No, stop! Let me go!"
Angel yelled. She tried to undo the zipper so she could get out of the jacket, but the zipper jammed. Vincent started to pull Angel up and out of the limo.
"Kevin, what should I do?"
Olivia screamed. If she stopped, there was a chance both Vincent and Angel would go flying into the river. "Stick to the plan," Kevin ordered, hoping he could do what he needed to save Angel and get rid of Vincent in time. Kevin swept Angel away in a limo driven by Olivia, but soon Mama Bebe, her camera crew, and even secluded Valley assassins were on their tails. Worse, Vincent Reeves used his new magnet hands to cling to the top of the limo. He smashed the sunroof and had a hold of Angel by her jacket as Olivia sped the limo toward the Chicago River, hoping a sudden stop would shake Vincent free. It's up to Kevin to save Angel from Vincent before Olivia has to stop the limo or send them into the river. Vincent had one magnet hand down into the limo. It had attached to the metal zipper on Angel's jacket. The girl was struggling to get free as Vincent pulled her out, but the zipper had jammed.
"Kevin, I have to stop," Olivia warned.
The river was dangerously close. The long limo would need a good distance to stop, or else it would fly into the river along with Vincent. "Just a second more," Kevin ordered as he withdrew his night dagger. He grabbed Angel's jacket and neatly slid it up the back. The girl fell out of the jacket to the limo's floor. Vincent roared in frustration. "Now, Olivia," Kevin yelled. "Hit the brakes now." Olivia slammed both feet on the limo's brakes. Neither Kevin nor Angel had a chance to put on their seatbelts as planned. They both went flying forward. Kevin grabbed the girl in midair and twisted them around so that he would take the brunt of the impact. The sudden deceleration sent Vincent hurtling forward. The straps holding his magnetic prosthesis to the end of his arm snapped. Vincent flew off the front of the limo while his magnet stayed behind, securely stuck to the limo. Through the windshield, Olivia saw Vincent fly over the hood, over the concrete bank to disappear into the river below. But the danger wasn't over yet.
"We might have left it too long," Olivia warned. She was doing her best, but the limo was still screeching towards the edge of the concrete bank of the Chicago River.
There was a hard thump followed by a quick drop. Kevin braced himself to plunge into the river, but the drop was only a few inches. He and Angel looked up, both surprised to still be on dry land. Kevin realized that only the front wheels of the limo had gone over the concrete bank. It now teetered precariously as the vehicle balanced in the middle of its long chassis. Carefully so as not to tip the balance of the limo and send it plunging into the river, Kevin, Olivia, and Angel crawled out the rear door. Kevin scanned the river, but there was no sign of Vincent anywhere.
He knew better than to think that he had seen the last of him, but Kevin at least hoped he would be free of Vincent's interference for a while.
"It's almost 4 o'clock, wailed Angel. "We'll never make it to City Hall in time to file my papers to become an emancipated minor."
"It's just a few blocks away," Olivia informed them. "If we run, we can make it." "And I'll see if I can buy some time," Kevin added, pulling his phone from his pocket as they dashed for the nearest bridge. Lily was working in the mayor's office at City Hall when her personal cell phone rang. She saw from the caller ID that it was Kevin. This was a nice treat and a lovely break from the financial record she was poring over with Rachel, as the two worked to figure out how so much money could have gone missing from the city accounts.
"Hi, Kevin," Lily said happily as she answered the phone. "It's so nice of you to call in the middle of the day."
"I'm glad you think so," Kevin said on the other end. Lily could tell from the noise that he was somewhere in the city streets and running at a good clip. Instantly, she realized that this was not just a thinking of you call.
"What do you need me to do?"
Lily asked, suddenly alert and all business. Lily never wasted Kevin's time when he was working on one of his important missions, just as Kevin did the same when mayoral duties needed tending by Lily. It was just another reason their marriage and partnership was perfect. "I need you to keep the county clerk's office open past 4 p.m., Kevin replied. "No time to explain now, but there's some very important paperwork that needs to be filed, and it has to be filed today."
"I'm sure as mayor I can convince the clerk's office to stay open a little longer."
Lily was already getting to her feet.
"I'll alert security that you're expected. They'll be able to rush you up to the clerk's office directly."
"You are wonderful," Kevin replied. "I'll see you in a few minutes." Lily gave orders to the first security guard she saw, speaking with so much command that the guard practically saluted when she finished. Lily continued to the clerk's office, which was on the top floor of the building.
"I'm sorry, Madam Mayor," the pinch-faced clerk in the office said, sounding not sorry at all. "The office closes promptly at 4 p.m. today and every day, and nothing can change that. It's in the regulations." "But I'm the mayor," Lily pointed out. "Technically, you work for me. I'm the one who signs your paychecks."
The clerk stood taller.
"It's in the regulations, ma'am. The mayor can't change that. The governor can't change that. Even the president can't change that. Precisely at 4 p.m., that door will be shut and locked. It won't be reopened again until 10 a.m. tomorrow."
The clerk gave a nasty grin and went on in a sing-song voice.
"And there's nothing you can do to stop it." "Oh, yeah?"
Lily challenged. As her pregnancy progressed, there had been a change in Lily. Her senses had become heightened. Her reflexes and agility had improved beyond all measure. And she was stronger than ever before. Much stronger. Lily strode to the door of the county clerk's office. She grasped the doorknob and in one move, tore it free from the door. She tossed the doorknob on the clerk's counter.
"Try to lock the door now, Buster."
She sneered over her shoulder as she marched out. When her beloved Kevin asked for help, Lily made sure he got what he needed. Kevin, Olivia, and Angel rounded the last corner. Chicago City Hall was just ahead, but as they approached, Kevin's heart sank. They might have lost Mama Bebe, her camera crew, and the host of Secluded Valley assassins that had been on their tail earlier, but someone, most likely Mama Bebe, had made a good guess as to their destination. "My angel, my baby, my angel baby!" Mama Bebe cried as she opened her arms for her stepchild. She didn't rush forward, though. The camera crew had been carefully set up to take advantage of the drama of the background here, and she wasn't going to ruin the shot. Angel ignored her step-monster, as she called her late father's second wife, and turned to Kevin.
"We don't have time to get through all these people. The clerk's office closes in 3 minutes."
Suddenly, every door in City Hall was flung wide open. Security guards in riot gear came marching out double quick time. Leading them was none other than Kevin's darling wife, Lily, looking militant despite her 8-month pregnant belly. Brett Stewart, who had run defense so that Kevin and Olivia could sweep Angel Bebe into the limo after the audition, was right behind Lily to make the force look even more fierce and determined.
"Clear a path," Lily ordered. "By order of the mayor of Chicago. Let these people pass. They have business at City Hall."
"Nobody told us they were going to be armed officers of the law," one Secluded Valley assassin muttered to another. Secluded Valley assassins liked to work in the shadows, preferably greatly outnumbering their quarry. They all realized that they had brought katanas and throwing stars to what was shaping up to be a militarized firearms fight. "Go ahead," Olivia said to Kevin and Angel. "Your wife and I will hold these jokers off while you get Angel to that office. There's no time to lose." Kevin could feel Olivia accessing her levels in preparation for the confrontation with the Secluded Valley assassins. Brett, seeing a battle brewing that might have to be fought on many fronts, got himself into position as well. "Okay," Kevin replied. He grabbed Angel by one hand and ran her past her stepmother. Mama Bebe grabbed for her stepdaughter but refused to leave her mark. Kevin and Angel dashed up the steps of City Hall. Before they ran inside, Kevin grabbed Lily with his other hand and dragged her in after him. "The clerk's office is on the top floor," Lily informed them as she led them to her private mayoral elevator. They reached the top floor. Lily pointed down the hall. "Take the second hallway on the left. The clerk's office is at the end. I'll stay here and make sure no one tries to come up to stop you," she finished. Kevin gave Lily's hand a loving squeeze and took off running after Angel, headed for the county clerk's office. Just as Lily suspected, a moment later the regular elevator opened, but instead of Mama Bebe and her camera crew, or a horde of Secluded Valley assassins, a single person stepped from the elevator. It was Vincent Reeves. He looked slightly damp, but had survived his dunking in the Chicago River without any injury. In fact, he had replaced his magnetic hands with new prosthesis. "Mrs. Williams," Vincent declared, "we meet at last."
"I know who you are and what you want with my husband," Lily shot back, "but I'm not going to let you pass this point."
"I think you'll find you don't have a choice, Mrs. Williams."
Vincent laughed. He threw out his arms. Lily realized his new prosthesis were flamethrowers. As she watched, Vincent ignited them both. Kevin swept Angel away in a limo driven by Olivia, but soon Mama Bebe, her camera crew, Secluded Valley assassins, and even Vincent Reeves were on their tails. Fortunately, Lily called out the security guards of City Hall to make sure Angel could file her emancipated minor paperwork on time. As Kevin and Angel rushed for the clerk's office, Lily stayed behind to guard their backs, which is when Vincent Reeves confronted her, this time with flamethrowers for hands. Lily stared in horror as the flamethrowers on the ends of Vincent Reeves's arms ignited.
"Tell me where Kevin and the leveled brat are, or I'll burn City Hall to the ground,"
Vincent threatened. Lily stood tall despite the danger and her 8-month pregnant belly. Vincent let off a short blast of flames, melting the industrial carpet. Lily's face crumpled as if she were close to tears. Please don't burn down City Hall. There are so many people here. So many lives would be lost."
"Then tell me where your husband is,"
Vincent demanded. "He took the girl to the county clerk's office. The office is in the roof annex." Lily pointed to a nearby door. "Take those stairs to the roof and head straight for the annex. You can't miss it."
"You weak woman," Vincent sneered. "I have no idea what Kevin sees in you."
He turned, pushed the door open, and ran up the stairs. Much to his surprise, Vincent exited the stairs and found himself in a lovely rooftop garden. The entire top of Chicago City Hall had been turned into a lush green space. He looked around for the annex housing the county clerk's office, but didn't see anything that would fit the bill. He heard the door open and shut behind him. Vincent spun around to find Lily standing in front of the stairwell door, blocking it.
"You tricked me," Vincent snarled.
"Still don't have any idea what Kevin sees in me?" she asked, one brow cocked. She reached back with one hand and casually snapped the handle from the stairwell door. It was a neat trick and one she had just learned. Now she and Vincent were trapped on the roof together. As her pregnancy progressed,
There had been a change in Lily. Her senses had become heightened, her reflexes and agility had improved beyond all measure, and she was stronger than ever before. Much stronger. Much more like Kevin, her husband, whose babies were inside her womb.
"That's not going to stop me for long," Vincent declared. "I can burn City Hall down from the top, starting with the mayor."
Vincent opened on Lily with both his flamethrowers. 15 feet of white-hot flame shot out at her. But long before the flames reached her, Lily dodged away. She ducked behind a series of potted trees, using them for cover. Vincent's flamethrowers only succeeded in welding the stairwell door shut. "I know you're used to going after defenseless children," Lily taunted. "But really, I thought you could do better than that against one weak woman, especially one who is 8 months pregnant."
"I'll just have to increase my efforts," Vincent retorted.
Another blast of flame slammed into the potted trees. They went up like dry tinder, and the pots shattered from the force of the heat, sending pottery shrapnel in all directions. But once again, Vincent was too late. Lily had slipped silently from the potted trees and was crouched behind a concrete park bench, which shielded her from the intensity of the heat. She often went for a stroll in the rooftop garden during her lunch break and knew the garden well. With a plan in mind, she began backing toward the small structure that served as a garden shed. But she also needed to make sure Vincent followed her. Vincent smashed the charred remains of the trees to ash as he searched for Lily. Suddenly, a decorative pebble hit the back of his head.
"Ow!"
he howled. He tried to rub the lump that was already forming on his skull with his hand, but forgot about the flamethrower. The hot metal sizzled as it touched his skin, and he howled again in pain. Lily let out a mocking laugh quite intentionally. She pelted a few more stones at Vincent. He dodged several of them, but a few found their mark. One left a deep dent in his left flamethrower, and the other nearly dislocated his shoulder. Lily smiled. If she ever decided to give up being the job of the mayor of Chicago, perhaps the Cubs could use her as a pitcher. Vincent stomped towards Lily. He let off continual blasts from his flamethrowers, destroying everything in his path. There was no rhyme or reason for it. Vincent just wanted to destroy every beautiful thing he saw, starting with the lowliest plant and ending with Kevin's wife. He saw a flash as the lady ducked behind a small structure toward the end of the roof. Vincent crowed in triumph. He shoved a dumpster full of green waste until it blocked that end of the building. He lit a blast of fire to weld the dumpster to the roof. He then ran quickly around the small structure. Lily was trapped between the building and the edge of the roof, less than 8 feet away. Her far exit was blocked by the dumpster, and now Vincent was closing in from the side. Lily backed away as Vincent came closer. She could feel the incredible heat baking off of the flamethrowers even when he wasn't actively using them. She put her back against the structure's wall and refused to move as he came near.
"I have you now," Vincent sneered. "My only trouble now is making sure enough of you survives for Kevin to identify your charred and smoking remains and that of your twin babies."
"That's what you think," Lily shot back. She stepped to the side, revealing the heavy-duty water main that supplied irrigation to the entire rooftop garden. Lily brought her hand down in a sharp karate chop, knocking the cap off the water main. Water blasted from the pipe, met Vincent's flamethrowers, and instantly extinguished them. The force of the pounding water knocked Vincent off the side of City Hall, sending him plummeting several stories below to land in a gutter full of litter and trash. Lily ran to the edge of the roof and looked down. To her astonishment, Vincent had somehow survived the fall and was now struggling to free himself from the deep drift of drink bottles and discarded newspapers. His drowned flamethrowers were at this moment only a hindrance, useless heaps of metal stuck to the ends of his arms. He tried several times to get up and fell each time. Lily thought that was why he didn't hear the roar of the street sweeper bearing down on him. Vincent only had time to glance up before the industrial brushes swept him up into the big cavity of the huge vehicle with the rest of the garbage. Meanwhile, Kevin and Angel arrived at the county clerk's office with exactly 47 seconds to spare. They found an unpleasant clerk trying to fit a broken doorknob back onto the door. "You can't come in here," he protested. "This office is closed." "Yes, we can," Angel shot back. "We still have 47 seconds left, and once a piece of paperwork has been received, the clerk's office is not permitted to interrupt the filing until it has been completed." Angel smiled wider. "It's in the regulations." While Angel took care of the filing, Kevin meandered over to the window and looked down at the battle between the Secluded Valley Assassins and City Hall's security forces. Because the security forces had no levels, the Secluded Valley Assassins couldn't use their leveled abilities against them. That meant that the assassins were wildly outclassed against a well-armed and well-trained force. The Secluded Valley Assassins were many things, but one thing they were not was cowards. They battled gamely on, taking much damage and giving almost none. Swords weren't much use against the security guards' riot gear. Kevin was amused to see Brett standing off to the sides of the battle. He, like Kevin, knew that the result of this battle was a foregone conclusion. It might take a while, but the Secluded Valley Assassins would be ended off, and there was no reason for Brett to get involved. During all of this, Mama Bebe and her camera crew had taken cover behind one of the statues. Occasionally, Mama Bebe would run out to pose heroically over a fallen Secluded Valley assassin while her crew shot misleading footage of her. Kevin thought it was a pity she hadn't been caught in the crossfire. More reporters had gathered to cover the unusual City Hall melee, while Olivia, like Brett, had decided she wasn't needed. She was munching a pretzel from a street vendor and keeping an eye on things. Angel concluded her business with the clerk and returned to Kevin waving a piece of paper. "That's it. I'm now an emancipated minor." Kevin blinked. That was very quick. "I didn't know it was that easy to be emancipated." "It's not," Angel admitted. "I've been working on it for years. This was just the last step, but my step monster caught on a while back and made it impossible for me to do the last filing. Until now." Kevin and Angel left the office and met Lily, who was waiting for them outside. Kevin noticed she looked a little disheveled and smelled slightly smoky. "Is everything okay?" he asked with concern. "Everything is fine," Lily replied. "I took a stroll around the roof garden and then came down in the mayoral elevator to see if you had finished filing your paperwork." "All done," Kevin agreed. "I'm going to take Angel back to the mayor's mansion. She can leave for the upper realm from there." "Good idea," Lily agreed. "I'll come with you. I'll work from home for the rest of the day. I need to plan the re-landscaping of the roof garden." By the time they left City Hall, the police were piling the Secluded Valley Assassins into paddy wagons and hauling them away. As soon as Mama Bebe saw Angel, she ran to pull the girl into her arms, her entire camera crew right on her heels. Kevin relished the next few moments, as Angel would surely put Mama Bebe firmly in her place. Lily brilliantly battled Vincent Reeves on the roof of City Hall and sent him careening over the side and down into a trash truck, which was the only thing that saved him from a certain death at her hands. Angel filed the paperwork to be an emancipated minor, while the Secluded Valley Assassins were bested by the City Hall security guards. Mama Bebe ran to scoop up her stepdaughter in her arms as she emerged from the government building. On the steps of City Hall, Mama Bebe ran at Angel, her arms opened wide. Her entire camera crew was right on her heels, filming everything for Mama Bebe's mommy vlog and social media accounts. "Stop," Kevin ordered. "You have no right to touch this girl." "But she's my meal ticket. My daughter," Mama Bebe protested. "You have no right to come between the sacred bond between a mother and her child." "You're not even my real mother," Angel spat. "Cut!" yelled Mama Bebe, glaring at her crew. "Angel, you know the rules. You don't say things like that in front of the cameras, or I'll burn all your notebooks and silly open-verse novels once again." "The rules don't apply anymore," Angel shot back. She waved her emancipation papers under Mama Bebe's nose. "I finally filed my paperwork."
You have no control over me anymore, but I still have control over you." She looked toward the camera crew. "Turn the cameras back on." "Do it," Kevin ordered. "Something tells me you're going to want to hear this." The crew reluctantly did. Angel stood up taller. By her own assessment, she'd never be a great actress, but her confidence in her words was more than enough. "Friends, influencers, trolls, lend me your screens," Angel began. "I come to bury Mama Bebe, not to praise her. The evil that mommy vloggers do lives after them. Their lies are often interred with their content. You all did love her once without cause, for she is no mother. What cause withholds you then to cancel her now?" The crew's eyes went wide as Angel's words sank in. "Stop it," Mama Bebe demanded of the camera crew. "Stop filming. You work for me. You can't put that on the internet." "It's already live streaming," one of the crew members said. "I'm not even sure what all of that meant, but suddenly, I really hate you, Mama Bebe." "Me too," the sound recorder added, lowering the boom mic. "I quit." The rest of the crew quit on the spot and walked off, deaf to Mama Bebe's pleas. Her phone rang and she answered it. "What do you mean all of my endorsements were canceled? That video was 15 seconds ago." She continued to hiss and spit into the phone. Kevin smiled as he escorted Lily and Angel away from City Hall and back to the mayor's mansion. Kevin already knew the perfect place for Angel to start her journey to the upper realm. He showed her into the library while Lily went to continue working from her office upstairs. Angel's eyes went wide as she stepped into the huge book-lined room. "Wow," she breathed, clearly in awe. "This is the best place ever." She ran to the nearest bookshelf and started running her fingers along the spines of the books there. "These are all first editions. There's To Kill a Mockingbird and Ulysses and Infinite Jest. These are original Shakespeare folios." "I knew this place would make you happy," Kevin told her. "That's why it's the perfect place for you to use to enter the upper realm. In order to get to the upper realm, you're going to need to focus all your concentration on your happiest thoughts or memories. Your natural levels will do the rest to get you to the upper realm," Kevin explained. "Some people look to the past for those, but some people look to the future. Where do you want to look?" Angel considered the possibilities. "I'm actually happiest when I'm in the process of writing something," she finally answered. "It's so much easier to think or remember when I'm putting pen to paper." Kevin had never tried to use any means other than meditation to take one of the candidates to be the next keeper of the White Tower into the upper realm. But perhaps a journaling exercise really was the best way for Angel to achieve the correct mental state. "Let's give it a try." Kevin motioned for Angel to sit on one side of the mahogany library table. Kevin took the chair opposite. Angel pulled her latest opus from her bag, opened up the notebook, and immediately began to write. Kevin had long since mastered the ability to travel to the upper realm at will, but he wanted to make sure that this new process would work for Angel before he began his own journey. Angel scribbled several pages. Kevin was just beginning to wonder if this process would work when he noticed that a faint glow of blue-leveled energy was beginning to pour from the tip of Angel's pen. It blazed the trail across the notebook pages. Her face took on an intense look of wonder and happiness. Then all at once, Angel's head dropped, as if she suddenly had fallen asleep. Kevin watched her disappear, still clutching her pen and notebook. Angel's transition to the upper realm had been a success, as he hoped. Kevin smiled. He closed his eyes and focused on his own source of wonder and happiness, his darling wife and their unborn children. Then he, too, disappeared into the upper realm. Meanwhile, Lily had intended to do several more hours of work from her office in the mayor's mansion. However, before she got to the office, she met her house guest and pregnancy pal Nancy in the hallway. "Lily, there you are!" Nancy was puffing out of breath. "Thank goodness you're back." "Nancy, what on earth?" Lily looked at her friend with concern. "Is something the matter with you or your twin babies?" "No, Tweedledee and Tweedledum are perfectly fine." Nancy patted her bulging stomach. In fact, Tweedledee and Tweedledum were what she had decided to name the two pillows that made up her fake baby bump. But I'm worried about your cat, Missy. She disappeared into the basement chasing a mouse and she hasn't come back out yet. Don't worry about that, Lily assured Nancy. She'll come back up when she gets hungry or thirsty. That's just the thing, Nancy went on, sounding exasperated. She's been down there all day. I tried shaking her food dish at the door to the basement. I even went down there, but I only got one little glimpse of her before she ran off to another part of the basement. Maybe one of the housekeeping staff could help. Lily began, thinking of all the work that she still needed to get done that day. Nancy took Lily by the arm with surprising firmness. It needs to be you, Lily. You know that Missy loves you more than anyone except Kevin, and he's still out on one of his wild adventures. Lily decided it would be faster not to correct Nancy about Kevin's whereabouts and simply retrieve the cat so that she could get back to work as soon as possible. Okay, let's go look for Missy, she agreed. They passed Lily's mother, Dorothy, on her way to the basement. Where are you two going in such a hurry? She demanded. To look for Missy the cat, Lily explained. She's gotten lost in the basement. Good riddance, Dorothy declared. Do you know what cat scratch fever can do to an unborn child? But Nancy was already ushering Lily down the basement stairs. The mayor's mansion dated from the turn of the last century, and the basement was an extensive maze of concrete rooms and corridors. There was even a giant vault left over from Prohibition days. It was towards this vault that Nancy guided Lily. This is where I last saw Missy, Nancy explained as she hurried her friend along. Here, kitty, kitty, kitty. Here, kitty, 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 Lily called, expecting her cat to come running at any moment. Here, kitty, kitty. That's strange, Lily interrupted herself. The vault door is open. Every other time I've been down here, it's been shut and locked. Maybe city maintenance finally found the keys for it. Then we've got to go check it out, Nancy exclaimed, hurrying Lily along. Maybe there's still some kind of treasure left over from Prohibition. Don't you remember when that tabloid journalist had the big TV special opening Al Capone's old vault? But didn't that turn out to be a terrible disappointment? Lily asked as Nancy all but shoved her inside the vault. Yes, it was, a new voice answered. The lights inside the vault blazed on. After the dimness of the basement, Lily had to blink in the glare. She saw that the vault had been transformed into a state-of-the-art operating theater. Everything was state-of-the-art, shiny and new, except for a battered old sink with a few beer taps in the corner. 2 operating tables were side by side in the center of the room. Next to them was a woman that Lily immediately recognized as her and Kevin's old enemy, Juanita Hernandez. Beside her was a man in surgeon scrubs. He was oddly tall and lanky with thick bifocals and an unpleasant smile. But I'm sure the outcome in this vault will be much more satisfying, Juanita continued. At least for me it will be. Behind Lily, the vault door shut. Lily realized that she was now trapped. Kevin extracted Angel from the clutches of her exploitative stepmother, Mama Bebe, and helped her transition to the upper realm. At the same time, Nancy lured Lily to the vault in the mayor's mansion, claiming the family's cat had been lost. But when Lily entered, it was revealed that the vault had been transformed into an operating theater, and Juanita Hernandez and an evil-looking doctor were waiting for her. What's the meaning of this? Lily demanded. What are you doing here, Juanita? And who is this man?
I am Dr. Freudengras, the man proclaimed in a thick Austrian accent. He rubbed his hands together. I am a specialist in experimental neotachology.
Tachology? That's all about childbirth, isn't it? Lily was suddenly cold with fear, not only for herself and her babies, but for Nancy and her babies as well. This doctor was clearly a madman. Nancy, run! Go get... But Juanita already had an arm around Nancy. She held a scalpel against Nancy's swollen belly. Get on the table, Juanita ordered Lily. Get on the table right now or your friend gets an emergency C-section. Lily held her hands up to show that she was compliant. Okay. I'll do as you ask, just don't please hurt Nancy or her babies.
When Lily was on the table, Juanita continued.
Now don't you move, Lily, while the good doctor here makes sure that you are nice and secure.
To Lily's horror, Dr. Freudengross chained her to the operating table with steel manacles at her wrist and her feet. He then wrapped several lengths of rope around her, binding her at the knees and shoulders as well. She didn't dare protest as long as Juanita held Nancy and her babies hostage. Lily and Nancy were pregnancy pals. Lily would never ever let any harm come to her dear downtrodden friend or her twins. "Okay," Lily said once the doctor had finished. "I know you've always hated my husband, Juanita, but Nancy has nothing to do with this. She's an innocent bystander. Let her and her babies go."
You know, I don't think I will,
Juanita declared as she plunged the scalpel into Nancy's stomach and tore it across her belly, slitting it wide open from left to right. Lily screamed in horror, sure that she had just seen Nancy and her babies murdered right before her eyes. But when Juanita removed the scalpel from Nancy's belly and stepped away, there was no blood or gore. In fact, Nancy was smiling, and all that poked out from her torn shirt was some fluffy white stuffing. "Meet my babies, Lily," Nancy crowed. "This is Tweedledee." She grabbed the sliced pillow out from under her shirt and waved it. "And this is Tweedledum." Nancy grabbed the other pillow from under her shirt, this one untouched by Juanita's scalpel. She waved it around as well. Lily gaped in surprise. "You mean you're not pregnant? You were never pregnant at all, Nancy?" "Of course not," Nancy sneered. "I only told you that so I could get close enough to keep an eye on you for Juanita here." "But you were my friend," Lily protested. "All those times you tried to help me. All of that pregnancy tea that you gave me to drink." "All part of Juanita's plan." Nancy waved her supposed kindness away. "She'll explain it all to you, but since my part is done here, I'm officially off the clock. If you'll excuse me, I bought a sweet little private island with all that lovely money, and it's calling my name." She pushed open the vault door, intending to leave immediately, but Juanita clamped a hand over Nancy's wrist. "Not so fast," Juanita said, smiling. "You forgot your pillows." "Keep them," Nancy laughed. "I don't need them anymore." Juanita swept the pillows up from the floor. "No, really. I insist on giving them to you." Before Nancy could protest again, Juanita knocked her to the floor, sat on her chest, and began smothering her with the intact pillow. Nancy kicked and struggled, but Juanita was stronger and kept her pinned. Lily looked to Dr. Freudengross to interfere, but the doctor puttered about, humming Mozart under his breath and ignoring the murder in progress. With horror, Lily realized that he was preparing for surgery, laying out instruments and scrubbing up thoroughly. Whatever terrible thing he and Juanita had planned for Lily, it was going to happen very soon. Far, far away, Kevin, only slightly damp from his latest dunking in the lily pond in the upper realm, was saying goodbye to Angel. He had introduced her to the other two candidates that he had already located and brought to the upper realm, Pamela and Walter. Kevin thought with satisfaction that he was almost halfway to finding all of the potential candidates. He was about to return to his own plane of consciousness when he saw the friendly Yeti trotting in their direction, waving her big hairy arm. "Kevin! Kevin!" she called. Kevin paused, waiting to see what the Yeti had to say. "What is it?" he asked once the Yeti was close enough for conversation. "Is it Alohi? Has her health taken a turn for the worse?" "Alohi is the same as when you last saw her," the Yeti replied. "I just wanted to see if you managed to bring me any more Mountain Dew. I already drank my way through Walter's supply." "We started making bets on our games of chess," Walter explained. "She won my whole supply from me until I picked up the game." "Sorry," Angel said. "My stepmonster wouldn't let me near soda, but wow, I would kill for a bottle right about now." Kevin considered their options. The Yeti first became addicted to caffeine when a case of soda washed up from the Sea of Possibility on the shore of the upper realm. "Let's go check the beach and see if we can find any," Kevin suggested. After all, time did not work the same in the upper realm as it did in the ordinary plane of existence. Vincent Reeves had been thwarted for the moment, and Lily was safe in the mayor's mansion. There was no reason for him to hurry back, and he wanted to make sure that the 3 gatekeeper candidates were as happy as possible in their new, if perhaps temporary, home. Back in the mayor's mansion's basement vault, Nancy finally stopped kicking as life left her body. Juanita climbed off her body. "That was easier than I thought it'd be. These prenatal vitamins and injections you've been giving me really are good for the whole body, Doctor." "Ja, but most importantly, they make your baby parts as fresh and as young as if you were 22 again," Dr. Freudengras replied. "You will be able to carry twins to full term as easy as making schnitzel." What? Lily asked, unable to believe her ears. "What is Juanita going to do?" "You heard the not-so-good doctor," Juanita cooed in triumph. "Your husband is responsible for the death of both of my sons, Andre and D'Angelo. He took my precious children from me. Now, in return, I will take his precious children from him. Your twins will be taken from your womb, and Dr. Freudengras will then implant them in my own. In time, I will give birth to them. Kevin Williams' children will be gone from him forever, and they will live on as mine. It's the perfect revenge." "You can't do this," Lily exclaimed. "This is insane." "Nein," Dr. Freudengras contradicted. "This is fetal abduction, and it's re-implantation, the first one ever, with twins no less." The doctor let out a crazed and happy laugh. He turned to Juanita. "You are sure you won't reconsider my plan of conjoining the twins before they are implanted in your womb? It would look so much more impressive in the medical journals." "Don't try to run before you're sure you can walk, Doctor," Juanita replied. "You're talking about my future children. They better be perfect in every way, or else I'll take any of their suffering out on you personally." "Meh," the doctor shrugged. "It was worth a try." Lily kicked and struggled against her bonds. She had become incredibly strong as her pregnancy progressed, but the manacles were tempered steel, and she only succeeded in bending the operating table's guardrail slightly. She opened her mouth to scream, even while knowing that no one was likely to hear her from inside the vault. Juanita popped a gag in her mouth, muffling her cry. "Good idea," Dr. Freudengras nodded. "I prefer working without anesthetic, but the screams are so unpleasant." Upstairs, Lily's mother, Dorothy, had gotten impatient when Nancy and Lily didn't return from their search for Missy the cat. After a few minutes, Dorothy had many important things to discuss with Lily, like how Kevin was failing yet again to live up to his duties as a husband and a son-in-law. Dorothy felt she had a new right to her gripes since, recently, Kevin didn't even have the excuse of being away on business. Fed up, she ventured into the basement herself to see what was keeping the two women. She passed the main hub of the basement where the furnace, water mains, and electrical equipment all met up, expecting to find them there. When she realized the area was deserted, she ventured deeper into the basement. Ahead, she could see a thin line of light coming from that old vault that was a leftover from the Prohibition era. She arrived just in time to hear a woman declare, "Kevin Williams' children will be gone from him forever, and they will live on as mine. It's the perfect revenge." Dorothy bit back a gasp and peered through the crack in the door. Instantly, she recognized the danger to Lily and to Dorothy's own unborn grandbabies. Dorothy clenched her fists in anger. Dorothy had to help Lily, but Dorothy was unarmed, outnumbered, and had no martial training or levels. And, of course, this would happen when Kevin was nowhere to be found. Kevin Williams was useless, Dorothy thought for the 50th time just that day. "We are ready to begin," Dr. Freudengras declared, raising Lily's shirt until her giant belly was exposed. "Now to make the first incision." Lily gasped in horror. She kicked and struggled. Her gag muffled her angry screams of defiance. It was no use. She was helpless to watch as the doctor picked up a razor-sharp scalpel and brought it towards her precious belly. "Nothing can stop us now." Juanita had sat up from her own operating table to gloat at Lily. "Nothing can..." And that's when the lights went out, plunging them all into darkness.